The architect of a flawless crime must undoubtedly be the most formidable detective. Recently admitted to the police academy, Ming unexpectedly acquired the ability to simulate crimes in his dreams. Each time he executed a perfect crime simulation, and no one discovered the perpetrator within the statute of limitations, he would gain various skills utilized in the commission of the crime. After simulating perfect crimes a staggering 100,000 times, he amassed a plethora of skills. Destined to be the foremost criminal, Ming chose instead to join the criminal investigation team upon graduation. To him, every case appeared as child's play, rife with glaring errors. Even the slightest detail could unerringly point to the culprit. As he consecutively unraveled what many deemed to be perfect crimes and long-standing unsolved cases, the nation hailed Ming as the quintessential ace detective. Despite his remarkable achievements, he could not don the first-class merit insignia, and he swiftly ascended through the ranks of the police force. To be a criminal? Unthinkable. He preferred to be a detective, effortlessly solving cases and achieving renown. Chapter 1. Simulating perfect crimes 100,000 times. Successfully escaped, no one discovered the murderer within the statute of limitations. Congratulations, host. You have completed a 5-star difficulty case, the locked room serial murder case, obtaining the criminal ability supreme scene arrangement, supreme disguise transformation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 100,000 simulated crimes, mastering all special skills. From now on, you may review any crime simulation at your leisure. From this day forth, perfect crimes will emerge in this world. As the notification in his mind subsided, Ming slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling as he exhaled a deep breath, murmuring to himself, "It has finally come to an end. With 100,000 cases under my belt, I've had to evade capture time and again. From the simplest brawls to the most heinous serial murders for the past 4 years, I have not enjoyed a single restful night. Every night, I must simulate at least 8 cases. But every effort is worth it. I have essentially acquired every skill in the world, haven't I? From the trivial art of unlocking doors in 5 seconds and cheating at casinos to the grander pursuits of psychological profiling and piloting fighter jets, all are now etched in my mind. It seems this system aims to transform me into the perfect criminal, ensuring that no matter the misdeed, I shall remain undetected and unapprehended by the police." However, before Ming could finish his contemplations, his roommate Wang Hu was already dressed in his intern police officer uniform, rapping on the side of Ming's bed. "Brother Ming, hurry up and stop dozing. Today marks our first day reporting for internship at the criminal investigation team. We mustn't be late and leave a poor impression on our superiors." This urgency propelled Ming to swiftly rise from his bed, wash up, and don his intern police uniform. Indeed, Ming did not aspire to be a criminal. Rather, he aimed to become a detective dedicated to apprehending lawbreakers. Moreover, armed with the experience of 100,000 simulated crimes, he had achieved an unprecedented perfect score in the criminal police recruitment assessment held 3 months prior. The finest criminal is also the most exceptional detective. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, at the criminal investigation team of Huaihai District. As this is a district-level organizational structure, the criminal investigation team also bears the responsibility of drug enforcement, without the establishment of a separate narcotics unit. A multitude of personnel clad in police uniforms were diligently engaged in their duties. Some were scrutinizing case files, while others were orchestrating the latest apprehension plans. Within the confines of the criminal investigation team's director's office, Lin Tian perused personal dossiers. After a brief glance, he turned to the 2 individuals before him and smiled. Ming and Wang Hu, welcome to the Huaihai District Criminal Investigation Team. Currently, you're both in your probationary period. Upon your graduation from the police academy, you will automatically transition to the internship phase. During this year-long internship, he continued, as long as you do not commit any major errors, you will be eligible for direct confirmation, and commendable performance may even expedite this process. Do you have any questions? Overcome with excitement, Wang Hu promptly straightened his posture and replied, "No questions." Lin Tian then turned his attention to Ming, who had not responded immediately, raising an eyebrow as he continued. "Ming, do you have any inquiries?" In stark contrast to Wang Hu's enthusiasm, Ming remained remarkably composed, disregarding Wang Hu's nudging gesture as he answered with measured dignity, "Report, Director Lin. I hope you can assign me to the front lines, directly participating in the investigation of various criminal cases to learn through practical experience. Under normal circumstances, newly appointed probationary officers would be required to review case files and perform menial tasks to cultivate their temperament, making immediate deployment to the front lines highly unlikely. However, for Ming, if he could not engage directly with cases and was instead relegated to trivial tasks devoid of significance. He would rather transform into the most flawless criminal in history. This response evidently took Lin Tian by surprise. However, upon observing Su Ming's impeccable score on the criminal investigation exam, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few moments before rising to his feet. Very well. Both of you, come with me as it happens. There is an apprehension mission this afternoon. I will have Xiao Su take you along. While it may not be a major case, it will undoubtedly broaden your horizons. Lin Tian strode out of the office, taking the lead. Arriving in the case-handling area, he addressed Su Changsheng, who had just finished arranging the apprehension mission with unwavering authority. Xiao XU. I am sending 2 new recruits your way. From now on, you will be responsible for guiding them. Have them participate in this afternoon's apprehension mission as well, so they can witness firsthand how our genuine criminal investigation team operates. Su Changsheng appeared to be in his early 30s. He had been with the criminal investigation team for a decade. Despite wearing a police uniform, he always wore a smile and did not appear old. However, one should not be deceived by this facade. When confronting criminals, Su Changsheng was as fierce as a tiger, and he had solved numerous cases in recent years. Mentoring new recruits was a laborious task. Yet, Su Changsheng displayed no sign of impatience. Seasoned officers guiding newcomers was the tradition of the police force. Years ago, he was also Lin Tian's apprentice, until he was able to stand alone. He then waved his hand, signaling his understanding. Understood, master. You two come with me. Although there are still a few hours until the scheduled apprehension, that we must first go to the stakeout. With that, Su Changsheng led Su Ming and Wang Hu away, preparing to execute the apprehension plan. As the 3 departed, approaching a female officer in the precinct, Lin Tian inquired with a furrowed brow, Li, is the 5.13 Shanghai University dismemberment case nearing its statute of limitations? The officer promptly accessed the relevant files and responded, Indeed, Director Lin. Nearly 2 decades have elapsed since the initial filing, leaving only 2 months before the statute expires. The case details have remained stagnant for 5 years, rendering it one of the most perplexing cold cases in our district. Without hesitation, Lin Tian tapped the desk, stating resolutely, process the paperwork for an extension of the statute of limitations. As long as I am here, this case will be pursued indefinitely. I cannot countenance the perpetrator of such a heinous crime evading justice due to the expiration of the statute. Furthermore, I firmly believe that no crime is flawless. We have simply yet to unearth the crucial evidence. Following this declaration, Lin Tian returned to his office, massaging his temples, his mind flooded with memories of the gruesome dismemberment case he had been involved in 2 decades prior. Chapter 2. The 3-second door lock in the parking lot of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. Su Changsheng made his way towards his private vehicle while recounting the details of the impending apprehension. This operation was aimed at the infamous number 4 narcotic trade, commonly known as heroin. The intelligence had been provided by a highly reliable informant, indicating not only the accuracy of the information, but also the substantial volume of the transaction. According to the informant, the buyer intended to procure 5 batches of the number 4 drug, each weighing 5 grams, totaling a staggering 25 grams. As for the seller, he was a seasoned criminal, having already served time before. Should he be caught trafficking drugs again, it would undoubtedly lead to a lengthy imprisonment. The buyer and seller were unfamiliar with one another, marking this as their first transaction. They had chosen a bustling location on Zhongshan Road pedestrian street, frequented by tourists, where the heavy foot traffic would effectively obscure their activities. This was a classic tactic employed by seasoned criminals. As Su Changsheng noted, many experienced drug traffickers prefer to conduct their dealings not in secluded corners, but rather in crowded urban areas, where anonymity thrives amidst the throng. Especially when dealing with unfamiliar parties, both sides are wary of the possibility of law enforcement laying traps. To mitigate the risk of alerting them and jeopardizing the transaction, we opted for an undercover operation. In addition to our trio, over 10 other operatives would be strategically positioned throughout the vicinity. You two shall remain close to me to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention that might compromise our efforts. Indeed, just now, Director Lin mentioned that from now on, you two shall accompany me. However, there is no need to address me as master, as it makes me feel quite aged. Simply calling me brother will suffice, as I am but a year older than you both, which hardly constitutes an advantage. After listening to the general details regarding the apprehension and subsequent arrangements, Su Ming and Wang Hu nodded in unison and replied, understood. The 3 of them walked side by side to their private vehicles. Su Changsheng rummaged through his pockets, suddenly pausing, and ended up turning his pockets inside out, realizing he could not locate the car keys. Subsequently, he leaned against the car window and spotted the keys resting on the seat. He smacked his thigh and exclaimed, oh no, I left the car keys inside. This is troublesome. I'll need to call a locksmith. We must act swiftly, or the operation could go awry. After saying this, Su Changsheng glanced at Su Ming and Wang Hu beside him, letting out a frustrated sigh. I have many good qualities, yet I tend to forget these trivial matters easily, often misplacing things. This marks the third time I've left the keys in the car and forgotten to retrieve them. Very well, I shall call the locksmith. I am quite familiar with the process. In an effort to alleviate Su Changsheng's embarrassment, the quick-witted Wang Hu spotted a nearby vending machine and lightened the mood, saying, Brother Shang, Brother Ming, would you like something to drink? It would be a good idea to grab a bottle of water while we wait for the locksmith, as we will likely have to crouch for a considerable time during the stakeout. Su Changsheng's mind was far from the refreshments, and he waved his hand dismissively, replying, Anything is fine. You decide what to buy? Then he struck the car roof fiercely. Damn it. The locksmith has no idea what he is doing. Why isn't he answering the phone? Standing nearby, Su Ming glanced around for a moment. He quickly walked to a nearby iron railing, tore off a length of thin iron wire used for binding, and approached the car door. Brother Shang, step aside. Let me see if I can unlock it directly. Su Changsheng, who had been preparing to dial another locksmith, instinctively yielded his position upon seeing the thin wire in Su Ming's hand, though he did not harbor much hope. All right, Su Ming, give it a try. I'll look for another locksmith. With that, he turned his attention to searching for the nearest locksmith shop. However, just 3 seconds later, the crisp sound of the lock clicking open echoed. Su Ming effortlessly pulled open the car door and nonchalantly declared, All right, Brother Shang. Let's hurry to the designated location and prepare for this capture. Upon witnessing the open car door, Su Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. His phone still pressed to his ear as the locksmith's voice echoed, Hello? Hello? Who is this? Speak up. Stupid spam call. As the call ended, Su Changsheng quickly regained his composure, casting a deep glance at the thin wire in Su Ming's hand. He swiftly picked up the keys and started the car. Come on. Get in. Su Ming stuffed the thin wire into his pocket, opened the passenger door, and called out to Wang Hu, who was still at the vending machine. Who's he? Let us go. Seeing the running vehicle, Wang Hu was momentarily stunned. Then, clutching a large assortment of water and beverages, he hurried over. As the vehicle roared to life, it made its way towards Zhongshan Road pedestrian street. Su Changsheng glanced at the resolute Su Ming beside him, casually inquiring, Who taught you that? Your lockpicking speed surpasses even that of seasoned professionals. Su Ming did not respond immediately. Instead, his mind wandered back to the countless criminal simulations he had executed, each requiring adept lockpicking skills for theft or even homicide. It is no exaggeration to assert that his proficiency in this craft now rivals that of a lifetime practitioner. Other skills, too, were honed to a comparable level, a testament to the enhancements gained from his extensive simulations. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Ming shrugged and replied with a nonchalant air, I learned it online. Overall, it's not particularly difficult. With enough practice, anyone can master it. Su Changsheng, unfazed by the apparent evasiveness, maintained his smile and continued to gaze ahead. You truly deserve the first perfect score in the police exam in many years. Just by watching online, you can acquire such lockpicking skills. Speaking of which, if you weren't a detective, I would have insisted you register that skill. Su Ming turned his gaze to the window, his eyes glinting with unspoken irony. If I weren't a detective, who knows how many unsolved cases would linger in this world? After simulating 100,000 times, I could effortlessly execute the most flawless crime. As Su Changsheng conversed with Su Ming, Wang Hu, seated in the back row, cradled several bottles of water in his arms, his expression one of bewilderment. He alternated his gaze between Su Ming and Su Changsheng, perplexed. What on earth? Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? It was merely a few bottles of water. Why was he unable to keep up with the conversation? Chapter 3. The first capture mission on Zhongshan Road pedestrian street. Despite it being only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the number of tourists remained substantial, with numerous tour groups, significantly complicating the capture operation. Su Changsheng parked the vehicle but did not exit immediately. Instead, he handed 2 miniature earpieces to Su Ming and Wang Hu, instructing them to conceal and wear them properly. All communication regarding the operation would occur on this channel to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. By the way, we happen to be situated right in the middle of the intersection. Can you two discern how many of our personnel are present from your vantage point? Since you have yet to meet them, I would like to assess your proficiency in reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, Su Ming directed his attention to the street ahead, meticulously observing the stalls, shops, and even the tourists in the tour groups. Wang Hu leaned forward, scrutinizing the street, and after a few seconds, scratched his head awkwardly and said, Brother Shang, I don't see any issues. Are there really any of our people on this street? This response elicited a smile from Su Changsheng, who shook his head and explained, Of course there are. However, they concealed themselves remarkably well. Given that you are merely new interns, It is entirely reasonable that you have not discerned this. After all, if you could identify them so swiftly, the fish might very well be startled and flee. Before Su Chongsheng could finish his sentence, Su Ming withdrew his gaze and, with an air of undeniable authority, declared, "There are 4 of our people on this main street." Upon hearing this, Su Chongsheng momentarily froze, his expression one of utter astonishment as he regarded Su Ming. The number Su Ming had just mentioned coincided precisely with the number of plainclothes detectives Su had assigned to this street. After a brief silence, Su turned to Su Ming, his demeanor serious as he inquired, "Xiaoming, you're not just guessing, are you? 4? Can you specify which 4 individuals they are?" As an experienced detective, Su Chongsheng found it hard to believe that an inexperienced newcomer, who had yet to embark on a mission, could so effortlessly identify hidden officers. It must be mere speculation. Yet, Su Ming's unwavering response shattered this notion entirely. The first is the fruit vendor at the center of the street, the one under the sunshade. He does not promote his wares when customers arrive, yet his vigilant gaze surveying the surroundings is all too conspicuous. The second is a customer in the convenience store, who, despite purchasing Odin and beer as a disguise, only takes a bite of the Odin while neglecting the beer. Such behavior is unmistakably suspicious. The third is the tour guide at the far end, who, despite waving a guide flag and leading tourists into shops, engages in the peculiar action of stepping outside for fresh air when he should be encouraging the tourists to spend. The fourth individual, though concealed adeptly, is not without flaws. He is the security guard stationed closest to us, tasked with intercepting vehicles from entering the pedestrian street. While his appearance and actions present no glaring issues, his demeanor betrays him. At this juncture, Su Ming suddenly turned to Su Chongsheng, continuing with a pointed remark, "Brother Sheng, do you know what a true entrance security guard is like? They should embody impatience and irritability, scarcely willing to utter even half a sentence, rather than patiently directing vehicles to the parking lot as he does now." Of course, one might attribute this to it being his first day on the job, still unaccustomed to the monotony of such work and brimming with curiosity. Yet, his face reveals no signs of awkwardness or anxiety. The confluence of these details sufficiently substantiates his identity. Am I correct, Brother Sheng? In both reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, Su Ming has earned the title of a master, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary detectives and criminals alike. After absorbing this analysis, Su Chongsheng regarded Su Ming with the gaze one might reserve for a peculiar creature. Before hastily pressing his miniature earpiece and exclaiming with irritation, "Old Chun, focus on selling fruit properly, and don't ignore the customers. Xiao Su, discard the beer on your desk and replace it with cola. I want a sip now and then. And Ah Chi, when acting as a tour guide, ensure you provide appropriate explanations to the tourists, rather than merely standing conspicuously outside the store. Finally, there is Old Len. As a security guard, one must exhibit a bit of impatience. There is no place for patience in addressing inquiries from vehicle owners. The pretenses you maintain are so transparent that even fish would flee in fright." With the conclusion of Su Chongsheng's bellow, the 4 plainclothes detectives involuntarily stiffened, adjusting their postures and expressions in unison. They had never anticipated that their seemingly well-concealed actions bore so many flaws. What is happening? Is Su Chongsheng's observational prowess truly that remarkable? Can he discern their shortcomings? 3 seconds later, the 4 appeared visibly more harmonious with their surroundings. At the very least, without meticulous scrutiny, one would never detect any issues. After Su Chongsheng's tirade, Wang Hu, seated in the back row, gaped in astonishment and confusion. "Ming, how did you perceive that? Why did I see nothing amiss? Those minor gestures are typical, aren't they? Am I perhaps unsuitable for the role of a detective?" Su Ming, maintaining his composure, donned his earpiece and replied nonchalantly, "Observe more, analyze thoroughly, learn, and broaden your horizons. It won't be long before you can discern the subtleties as well." Having concluded his outburst, Su Chongsheng adjusted his earpiece and seized the opportunity to affirm, "Huzi, do not doubt yourself. It is not that you lack the aptitude for being a detective. It is simply that Su Ming is exceptionally suited for it. When Director Lin took me on my first assignment, he made me aware of how many individuals were disguised as plainclothes in our department. I was somewhat better off. 3 individuals perceived one detail, yet the other 2 remained oblivious. At last, it became evident why, throughout the years, only Su Ming managed to achieve a perfect score in the criminal police recruitment assessment. "All right, let us disembark," he instructed. "According to the timeline of the transaction, the 2 fish will arrive in an hour. You 2 shall accompany me. In this transaction, the seller is a middle-aged man of average height, devoid of any distinctive features. Pay close attention and do not overlook any suspicious individuals." Chapter 4, Flaws Abound. Do you comprehend the art of a flawless drug transaction? Su Ming and his 2 companions were seated at an outdoor table of a stir-fry establishment. Given the bustling pedestrian traffic of the walking street, Each small eatery and restaurant had extended their seating into the adjacent spaces, ensuring the trio, clad in plain clothes, attracted no undue attention. Yet, despite their seemingly earnest engagement in dining and conversation, occasionally sampling the dishes, their gazes remained fixed on the passers-by. As time ticked away, Wang Hu glanced at his phone, noting that they had surpassed the predetermined transaction time by 10 minutes. He plucked a garlic oyster from the table, popped it into his mouth, and mumbled in jargon, Why does this oyster taste a bit fishy? Is it spoiled? Su Chongqing remained impassive, also taking a garlic oyster and, with a knowing tone, remarked, It's not spoiled. The proprietor must have simply undercooked it. We should not have rushed him to serve it so soon. Do not rush, just wait a little longer. Speaking of which, do you know where the finest oysters can be found? Su Chongqing was preparing to engage in casual conversation with Su Ming in order to fabricate the facade of an ordinary tourist when a sudden acrid scent, reminiscent of burning, wafted into his nostrils, causing him to halt mid-sentence. Su Ming, equally struck by the odor, discreetly cast a glance at the slender, middle-aged man clad in work attire who had just passed behind Su Chongqing. Without missing a beat, Su Ming subtly nodded at Su Chongqing, maintaining an impassive demeanor, and seamlessly resumed the conversation. Brother Su, I certainly know about that. When it comes to oysters, the best ones must be from Russian. I've heard that the Russian oysters have recently ripened and should soon grace the tables in our city, though I wonder when the workers will be summoned for the harvest. Although Wang Hu, seated at the far end, did not catch the acrid scent, he quickly understood Su Ming's seemingly innocuous remarks about oysters were, in fact, veiled references to the presence of a criminal suspect, indicating that they were not yet ready to close in. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hu tossed down his chopsticks, feigning completion of his meal, stood up, and pulled out his phone. Boss, I'm settling the bill. How much do we owe in total? Despite his inability to identify the suspect, Wang Hu's timing in offering to pay was impeccable, demonstrating his financial prowess. As the man in work attire drifted further away, the air was thick with unspoken tension. Su Ming feigned a stretch, while subtly pressing on the miniature earpiece, confidently whispering, The seller has arrived. Clad in a yellow work outfit, the seller stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, with a distinctly acrid scent of burnt residue lingering around him. I suggest we refrain from any immediate actions and await the appearance of another fish. Su Ming's words resonated equally in the ears of Su Chongqing and Wang Hu. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Su Chongqing pressed his earpiece and issued a more precise command. Old Chun, Xiao Su, follow the fish as it swims in your direction, maintaining an open line of communication at all times. No sooner had he spoken than Old Chin's low, rugged voice came through. We've encountered a situation. The fish has discarded a cigarette box into the grass near the parking lot exit of the pedestrian street and has seamlessly blended back into the crowd, preparing to make an exit. Currently, Xiao Su and I are following from a distance. This fish will not escape. Once the next fish appears, Xiao Su and I will proceed to net them. It was evident that all participants in this operation were seasoned detectives, acutely aware that capturing the seller at this moment could potentially frighten off the buyer. After all, the act of discarding a cigarette box during a transaction unmistakably indicated that the buyer and seller were likely engaged in real-time communication. Thus, it would be most prudent to apprehend both simultaneously upon the buyer's arrival. Su Chongqing rose, took the car keys from the table, and declared, Let's go. We shall wait in the car. Just now, Old Chin mentioned that secluded alley, which happens to be right next to the parking lot exit. We shall lie in wait for our prey. 2 minutes later, the three of them had returned to the vehicle, their gazes fixated on the grass near the exit, while several undercover officers concealed themselves at a short distance. Once the command was given, they could swiftly execute the arrest. The current moment of anticipation felt particularly excruciating and interminable. Su Chongqing glanced at Su Ming beside him, his curiosity piqued. Xiao Ming, could you elucidate the reason that enabled you to so swiftly identify the suspect? He inquired. Just now, due to my position with my back to the crowd, I merely caught a whiff of a distinct burning acrid odor, yet I hadn't even seen the individual. How did you ascertain it? Upon hearing this, Wang Hu, who was intently staring ahead, immediately perked up in agreement. Indeed, Ming, how did you deduce that? I didn't even catch a whiff of that acrid smell, and yet you had already identified the suspect. I truly wonder if we are attending the same criminal investigation class. Su Ming squinted at the front, responding with a relaxed shrug. The burning acrid odor is indicative enough. It is a well-known characteristic of the use of the fourth type of narcotic. As for how I discerned that it was the man in the construction attire, it's rather straightforward. Zhongshan Road Pedestrian Street is a well-established commercial tourist area, and there are no construction sites in the vicinity. Moreover, it is currently working hours at construction sites. If one were to hastily arrive here to explain a matter of urgency, the gaze of that middle-aged man revealed no signs of panic or haste. Instead, It was laden with tension and apprehension as he frequently glanced around, seemingly fearful of being discovered. Moreover, the most telling detail was that his work attire bore no stains or dust. It was the afternoon, and if he truly had no time to change, how could he possibly appear so immaculate in such a bustling area? There exists only one plausible explanation. He had not been to the construction site at all. He donned that outfit merely as a disguise. All these observations converged to a singular conclusion. The seller, aware of his own unpleasant odor, wore the work clothes solely to mask the scent and diminish his visibility. After all, people are accustomed to seeing laborers and are unlikely to pay them much heed. At this juncture, Ming seemed to recall a case he had once simulated, a slight smile playing on his lips. Indeed, this seller was riddled with flaws. The most effective method of concealment would have been to don the garb of a sanitation worker, carrying a bag for collecting refuse, allowing the refuse to obscure his scent. While rummaging through a trash bin for bottles, he could effortlessly discard a box containing the fourth category of narcotics beside the bin, awaiting the buyer's arrival. In such a scenario, even if we dispatched numerous agents, it would be exceedingly difficult to apprehend him. Su Changxing's eyes quivered slightly. What extraordinary talent was this? In such a brief span, Ming had managed to conceive so many intricate details and immediately identify the suspect. Most astonishingly, he could even articulate a more refined method of committing the crime. Disguising oneself as a sanitation worker? Concealing one's foul odor with garbage bags? This was beyond imagination. Seated in the back, Wang Hu gaped in disbelief, involuntarily inhaling sharply. Ming, is this not a bit excessive? You've already devised the optimal criminal strategy in just a moment? Thank goodness you are now a detective. Otherwise, I would suspect you of being the quintessential criminal. Ming chuckled nonchalantly. At that very instant, a muted voice unexpectedly echoed through the earphones of the three. Another suspect has appeared. This announcement instantly propelled the trio into action, their gazes fixated on the bushes ahead. Clearly, this was a communication from other plainclothes officers who had observed a suspicious individual and were relaying vital information. Moments later, within their line of sight, a burly man emerged. Clad in an oversized black t-shirt and brightly colored beach shorts, his feet adorned with tattered flip-flops, sporting a simple yet unkempt buzz cut. Remarkably, he seemed oblivious to his surroundings as he bent down to retrieve a cigarette box from the underbrush. Then, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. The stout man swiftly opened the cigarette box, glanced inside, and then tucked it into his pocket. From his bulging pocket, he extracted a pack of cigarettes, promptly retrieving one and placing it between his lips, igniting it with a flicker before taking a deep drag, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. He then produced his mobile phone, seemingly dialing a number. However, his left hand, which grasped the device, bore the grievous mark of a severed pinky, the wound yet to fully heal, presenting a rather ghastly sight. The back of his hand displayed the remnants of a large scar, its scab recently shed. Strangely, instead of departing immediately, this man remained, exuding an air of defiance and fearlessness as he savored his cigarette while making the call. Concurrently, a subdued voice emanated from a miniature earpiece nestled in his ear. Old Su, how should we proceed? I believe we can move to net the catch now. Both targets are present. Su Tiansheng hesitated, for the man's peculiar demeanor puzzled him, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Ming, keenly observing from a distance, engaged his mind in a continuous analysis, drawing upon his extensive simulated criminal experience to capture and dissect every nuance. Something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, a typical drug user would dread the possibility of being apprehended during a transaction, fearing the inevitable consequences. They would never resemble this burly man, who, after acquiring the drugs, stood nonchalantly, smoking and conversing on the phone. This scenario could only suggest three possibilities. Either this man was a reckless novice, oblivious to the nation's unwavering resolve against drug abuse. Yet, it was inconceivable that someone capable of purchasing 25 grams of narcotics could be such a naive fool. Another possibility is that this man, overwhelmed by his addiction, could no longer wait to return home and chose to indulge in heroin at the delivery location to alleviate his cravings. However, he merely inspected the purity before putting away the cigarette box and retrieving his own, indicating that this scenario is unlikely. The third possibility suggests that this man is a desperate fugitive, unburdened by the pressures of law enforcement, likely carrying the weight of serious criminal offenses. The prospect of being caught could lead him to a fate akin to that of someone consuming peanuts, metaphorically speaking, and he has become utterly numb, adopting a mentality of surviving day by day, thus exhibiting no fear of the police. Crucially, this man undoubtedly has an accomplice, who must have instructed him to procure the number 4 heroin. Otherwise, he would not have made that immediate phone call. The wounds on his little finger and the back of his hand suggest that he had engaged in a violent altercation with a sharp weapon approximately 10 days ago. resulting in the severing of his fingertip and lacerations on the back of his hand. Moreover, his reluctance to seek medical attention has led to these grotesque injuries. His poorly trimmed buzz cut does not reflect a visit to a professional barber, and the ill-fitting clothing, beach shorts, and worn-out slippers indicate that he has not been faring well lately. It could even be said that he has lacked both the opportunity and time to maintain his appearance. There is a considerable likelihood that he is a wanted criminal who has fled to the metropolis. Furthermore, the type of cigarettes he smokes, which are not commonly found or easily obtainable in the city, but rather popular in the northeastern provinces, specifically the Chongbai Mountain brand, also provides a clue to his origins. The act of smoking was executed with remarkable skill, indicative of a seasoned smoker. Typically, those who are long-time smokers possess a favored brand of cigarettes, which they seldom, if ever, alter. Drawing upon the extensive experience garnered from 100,000 simulated criminal scenarios, Su Ming could profoundly comprehend the psyche of a true fugitive. Once apprehended, one might as well be reduced to mere peanuts. Thus, it is far more preferable to indulge in one's favored vices before capture, though seemingly insignificant. Cigarettes serve as a vital source of psychological comfort for those on the run. Throughout the simulations, Su Ming lost count of how many times he had unwittingly revealed these habitual nuances under the weight of psychological strain, ultimately leading to his capture and failure in criminal endeavors. Consequently, he was now able to deduce that the imposing figure before him was likely a major fugitive who had fled from the northeast to the bustling metropolis, having committed his crimes within the past month. At this moment, as Su Ming finally clarified his thoughts, Su Changsheng, despite his intuitive sense of something amiss, could not pinpoint the issue and ultimately abandoned his pursuit for further inquiry. Pressing the miniature earpiece against his ear, he furrowed his brow and began to speak. No more waiting. Let us start the operation now. Yet before he could finish, Su Ming abruptly interrupted him, urgently exclaiming, "Wait. I suspect this man is a fugitive from the northeast, and he likely has at least one accomplice. Do not initiate the capture just yet." This statement momentarily left Su Changsheng taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and responded, "Aki, Lao Lin, hold on. Do not proceed with the arrest. Do not let this man out of sight. I require further investigation into his identity. Await my command." After stating this, he gazed at Su Ming with a look of bewilderment and confusion, seemingly eager to ascertain how Su Ming had deduced that this individual was a fugitive, and a significant one at that, having fled from the 3 northeastern provinces. However, Su Ming had no intention of offering an explanation at that moment. He turned to Wang Hu behind him and issued a directive. "Huzi, please check the list of fugitives released in the 3 northeastern provinces over the past month and see if there is anyone resembling this man. Focus on appearance. His hairstyle may have changed." Although Wang Hu was somewhat puzzled, he had always adhered strictly to Su Ming's orders throughout the years. He promptly retrieved his phone, logged into the police's internal tracking system, and filtered the fugitives from the past month in the 3 northeastern provinces. In less than 30 seconds, Wang Hu glanced at his phone and then compared it with the man in front of him, suddenly exclaiming, "Holy cow, an A-level fugitive. And he has 3 lives on his hands." Chapter 6, Addict? No, a desperate outlaw involved in a deadly game. What? Show me. Su Changsheng exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes trembling as he swiftly snatched Wang Hu's phone. In the next moment, the detailed wanted information of the robust man appeared before his eyes. Level of fugitive: name, Luo Zhan; age, 32; gender, male; features, long hair, robust physique, missing left pinky finger. Case summary: 15 days ago, in Chun City, Jilin Province, he, along with 2 accomplices, engaged in a violent robbery at a drug transaction point in the outskirts of Chun City, resulting in the deaths of 3 individuals and severe injury to 1, with a total theft exceeding 100,000 yuan. The 3 fled south after the incident. Compared to the wanted notice released to the public, this internal alert within the police system is significantly more detailed. Su Changsheng, after perusing the information, turned his gaze towards the robust man smoking in the distance. The smile that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a piercing glare. What a find. Initially, I aimed to apprehend a mere addict, yet I've uncovered a major player. It seems this fugitive, Luo Zhan, is not merely seeking to procure a Type 4 drug, but is instead laying the groundwork for another round of black market dealings. At this juncture, Su Changsheng pressed the mini earpiece, asserting with undeniable authority, "The situation has changed. Aki, Lao Lin, this individual is a level of fugitive from Jilin Province, and there is another accomplice lurking nearby. Do not alarm them for now. Follow closely behind him, and ensure your presence remains concealed. Wait until he seeks out the other 2 fugitives before executing a comprehensive capture." He continued, "By the way, Lao Chun, Xiao Su, have you ensnared that fish? Remain vigilant. Ensure the individual you are tracking is not on the phone. You must wait until they cease communication before you cast your net. I harbor concerns. Just moments ago, That fugitive contacted the informant merely to gain trust, aiming to arrange a clandestine meeting, potentially leading to another underhanded encounter. After issuing the command, Su Chongqing exhaled a heavy sigh, his countenance betraying a tinge of apprehension. Had he opted to apprehend the burly man directly, it would undoubtedly have alerted the two other desperate criminals in hiding. In such a scenario, aware of their impending capture, those two fugitives could resort to unimaginable acts of violence, driven by desperation. The thought of what they might do when cornered is truly unsettling, as these outlaws are fully aware that resorting to indiscriminate murder on the streets becomes a tangible possibility when one is pushed to the brink. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Su Chongqing glanced at Su Ming, whose expression was a complex blend of admiration and astonishment. Su Ming, you have genuinely astonished me. How astutely you discerned that something was amiss. If we can indeed capture those three fugitives in one fell swoop, your contribution will be monumental. However, I am somewhat curious. What led you to deduce that this robust man is a significant fugitive hailing from the three eastern provinces? Seated in the back, Wang Hu leaned forward eagerly, equally insistent. Yes, Ming Gu, do enlighten us. How did you uncover the identity of this fugitive? Share some insights, as I too wish to make my mark. Observing the curiosity radiating from both men, Su Ming couldn't help but arch an eyebrow. He had no intention of revealing his earlier deductions, as it would only lead to cumbersome explanations and further inquiries. With a casual shrug, he responded breezily. There are no particular techniques involved. As long as you cultivate the habit of periodically checking the wanted notices released on the internal platform, you can achieve it as well. I just felt that this robust man looked somewhat familiar, yet I couldn't be certain, which is why I brought it up. Speaking of which, the reason he didn't leave a profound impression might be due to his transformation from long hair to a crew cut. Undoubtedly, this explanation is quite reasonable. After all, many criminal investigators occasionally glance at the wanted fugitive notices. Su Chongqing clicked his tongue in appreciation, exclaiming how impressive it is. Whether it was through analysis or just a regular habit of checking wanted fugitives, Xiao Ming, you've accomplished something significant. It won't be difficult for you to secure a permanent position in the future. For now, just patiently wait and see when this fugitive will rendezvous with others. As everyone waited in silence, Officer Chun and Officer Su found a secluded spot to apprehend the seller directly, perhaps aware that this would be his third offense. And considering the substantial quantity of drugs involved, he realized that even without indulging in peanuts, he would spend over a decade in prison. The seller, nicknamed Skinny Dog, trembled in fear, unable to utter a complete sentence. With Skinny Dog being captured, all attention shifted to the fugitive. However, what left everyone puzzled was that a full 10 minutes had elapsed. The individual known as Luo Zhan, a Class A fugitive, has been meandering through the pedestrian street, exhibiting no other discernible actions. In fact, he even took the time to purchase a new pair of trousers, replacing his original beach shorts. However, he frequently pulls out his phone to check for notifications, resembling someone awaiting a specific instruction. Su Chongqing stroked his chin, his gaze sharp and contemplative, before pressing his miniature earpiece and stating, "Aki, old Lin, have you two inadvertently revealed yourselves, prompting this big fish to stir?" Thus, he lingered on the pedestrian street, seemingly unprepared to rendezvous with the other two. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Su Chongqing dismissed his own suspicion, shaking his head and continuing, "That cannot be right. A desperate fugitive, aware of their exposure, should be compelled to take unpredictable actions. How could he still be preoccupied with purchasing trousers? Could it be the problem lies with the captured Skinny Dog? These three fugitives intended to engage in treachery, yet the hidden duo has failed to make contact with Skinny Dog, leading them to believe that both Skinny Dog and Luo Zhan have been compromised. This is the only explanation for Luo Zhan's inexplicable reluctance to leave, as well as his sporadic phone checks. Clearly, as an experienced criminal investigator, Su Chongqing's deductive reasoning is formidable. He immediately identified the source of the issue and promptly communicated. "Old Chun, Xiao Su, please retrieve the phone we just confiscated from Skinny Dog and examine it. Are there any messages or missed calls? I suspect those three fugitives are attempting to reach Skinny Dog." Moments later, a response echoed through the headsets of the crowd. "Old Su, there are indeed 2 missed calls. The most recent one was just 2 minutes ago. Since Xiao Su and I were still unclear about the current situation, we intentionally refrained from answering the call. However, I suspect it will not be long before they attempt to call again. The pressing issue at hand is that the cunning fellow, Shogo, is currently so frightened that he can hardly utter a word. The moment he answers the call, his cover will be blown. I surmise that after 2 missed calls, the 2 fugitives will soon awaken, unable to wait for Shogo to calm down. The situation is indeed precarious. Should the next call go unanswered, the other 2 fugitives, hiding who knows where, will realize they have been compromised and will undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. At that point, even if we manage to extract information about these fugitives from Luo Zhan, it is likely there will be no leads to pursue. Just as time became increasingly critical, Su Ming pressed the miniature earpiece and confidently spoke. Brother Chun, could you bring Shou Go and the phone to Brother Sheng as swiftly as possible? I can imitate Shou Go's voice for the call. The two fugitives will likely not discern the difference, since they are scheming to turn the tables. We can employ this tactic to draw them out. Chapter 7. Fishing for evidence? Who cannot do that? Imitating Shou Go's voice. Su Ming's words left Su Changsheng and Wang Hu momentarily stunned. With expressions of astonishment and skepticism, Su Changsheng earnestly inquired, Xiao Ming, are you certain? In such a brief span, one can replicate the voice of a slender dog while remaining undetected by the other two fugitives? It is crucial to recognize that this represents the prime opportunity to apprehend the remaining two criminals. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Although Su Ming's prior performance was nothing short of remarkable, the gravity of capturing two significant fugitives necessitated an abundance of caution from Su Changsheng. Should they manage to escape once more, the situation would become exceedingly complex and challenging to manage. The potential for retaliatory, indiscriminate violence cannot be overlooked. Su Ming did not respond immediately. Instead, he tugged at his throat and, after a brief vocal warm-up, astonishingly adopted a voice almost indistinguishable from Su Changsheng's. Brother Sheng, I believe we can give it a try. During my high school years, I aspired to become a voice actor and practiced voice modulation for some time. I can mimic a vast majority of voices. Moreover, the telephone inherently distorts sound slightly, making it unlikely for most individuals to discern any discrepancies. In the back seat, Wang Hu, upon hearing Su Ming's altered voice, was filled with astonishment and disbelief, internally berating himself. What kind of genius is Ming Go? He merely self-taught voice modulation for a short period in high school, yet he can effortlessly imitate others' voices. We attended the same classes, so why do I feel utterly inept? However, Wang Hu would never fathom that this was not merely a skill Su Ming had acquired in high school. Rather, it was a technique he had honed for the purpose of executing various forms of fraudulent crimes during his simulations. Su Changsheng, on the other hand, tempered his astonishment. The immediate priority is to apprehend the three Class A fugitives. Without hesitation, I pressed the earpiece. Old Chun, hurry and bring the thin dog over. Make sure the other two fugitives do not awaken, or we'll be in trouble. With the command issued, Old Chun, who was en route back to the police station with the thin dog, promptly turned the vehicle around and sped toward the location of Su Ming and the others. 3 minutes later, an off-road vehicle drifted into the garage, halting beside Su Changsheng's car. Old Chun swiftly escorted the thin dog and shoved him into Su Changsheng's vehicle, pulling out a cell phone encased in a plastic bag and frowning. Old Su, the two fugitives called again. If we don't act quickly, I fear they will escape once more. The situation was dire. Without waiting for others to prompt him, Su Ming sprang into action, casting a glance at the trembling thin dog, and coldly commanded, Thin dog, say something this instant. The thin dog, quaking uncontrollably and preoccupied with thoughts of whether he would be met with peanuts or a lengthy prison sentence, could not articulate a complete sentence, merely stammering, I. Yet, apart from the solitary I, he was unable to utter another word. However, time and circumstances wait for no one. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as a crisp slap resonated through the air, leaving the thin dog with a look of sheer terror and a distinct red mark from 5 fingers on his right cheek. All present raised their heads in astonishment, utterly shocked at Su Ming's unexpected action. However, Su Ming appeared utterly indifferent, merely gazing coldly at the emaciated man. Speak, he commanded. Observing the icy gaze of Su Ming, which seemed to carry the weight of countless lives extinguished, the emaciated man felt an overwhelming psychological pressure, far greater than the confinement of a prison cell. He anxiously exclaimed, Officer, what do you want me to say? I truly do not know. Under the terrifying strain, the emaciated man finally managed to articulate a complete sentence. Su Ming then withdrew his gaze, took the sealed bag from Lao Chen's phone, cleared his throat lightly, and retrieved the emaciated man's mobile device. He glanced at Su Changsheng and, with a tone of grave seriousness, remarked, Brother Sheng, we cannot place all our hopes on the fugitive named Luo Zhen meeting with the other two individuals. It is imperative that, as I connect this call, you immediately instruct the technical unit of the squad to commence tracking the location of this phone number. Even if these two fugitives swiftly change their SIM cards, they are unlikely to alter the transaction site for their illicit dealings. Employing both tracking methods would be the most prudent course of action. I am about to answer the call now. Everyone must remain silent to avoid arousing suspicion in these two fugitives. Su Ming's words instantly alerted Su Changsheng, who promptly opened the car door and signaled for the emaciated man to be taken away, while simultaneously contacting the technical unit of the criminal investigation team to trace the phone number. At that moment, Su Ming answered the phone, activating the speaker function. and with a voice not dissimilar to that of the emaciated man, impatiently shouted, "Hello, who is this? Why do you keep calling? Are you eager for death?" I was just enjoying myself. Although the current appearance of the thin dog may seem rather timid, Ming could discern the underlying truth. As a seasoned veteran who had navigated the system multiple times and possessed a channel for procuring the notorious number 4 narcotic, his demeanor was undeniably audacious. Otherwise, he would not have arrived at Zhongshan Road, reeking of burnt acid, simply clad in a worker's uniform. Thus, adopting such a tone and attitude while answering the phone was entirely appropriate. 3 seconds later, just as Ming anticipated, the two concealed Class A fugitives not only expressed no dissatisfaction with his demeanor, but instead chuckled nonchalantly, remarking, "Brother dog, I have received that batch. It is indeed pure. Far superior to those other unscrupulous merchants who mix in impurities." With this statement, everyone in the vehicle became unequivocally convinced. Just as Ming had asserted, those two hidden fugitives had not perceived any issues at all. They regarded Ming merely as the thin dog. Ming remained emotionally unperturbed, continuing with a tone of impatience. "The goods are good. Isn't that to be expected? Just wander around in the Magic City and ask anyone. Can anyone's goods compare to what I, the thin dog, provide? Do you understand who oversees this territory? Enough of the nonsense. Just conduct your business. If that batch doesn't finish you off, then hang up." With that, Ming decisively ended the call. The youngest and least experienced among them, Wang Hu, who had thought they had hooked a big catch, was momentarily stunned by Ming's abrupt termination of the call and urgently inquired, "Brother Ming, what are you doing? Wasn't there no problem just now? Why did the call suddenly disconnect?" Ming pressed down on his hand, interrupting Wang Hu's subsequent words. He picked up the phone, which displayed the incoming call again, and calmly and confidently showed it to the few people present. It was merely a test. The real contest has only just commenced. Chapter 8. The pursuit begins. Locating the hideout of an A-class fugitive. A fugitive with blood on their hands is a true outlaw, a cornered creature. Any slight anomaly could cause the two concealed individuals to flee in terror, disappearing without a trace. For if they were captured, it would be a trivial matter. This is evident from the fact that Luo Zhan, dispatched for the transaction, is still leisurely wandering the pedestrian street, having yet to receive a return order. Once assured that they are not detected by the police, the two individuals will exercise extreme caution. However, upon realizing their whereabouts have been compromised, they could become desperate criminals capable of anything. Thus, Ming's decision to terminate the call was a strategic maneuver, a feigned retreat aimed at completely lowering the fugitive's guard. This technique of feigned retreat has been employed by Ming countless times over the past 4 years in various simulated cases, making him quite adept at it. Old Chun, seated in the back row, pondered Ming's actions for a few moments, and then remarked with a sense of admiration, "Quite impressive. This is a masterful application of reverse logic." In the minds of typical fugitives, the earlier missed calls from the slim dog likely indicate police control. However, this time, the sudden answer to the call undoubtedly suggests the possibility of a thin dog cooperating with the police. Therefore, once contact is established, if they do not disguise their intentions and directly inquire about subsequent transactions or locations, it would inevitably alarm the fugitive, causing them to flee in panic. Yet, by proactively ending the call, they can effectively dispel any suspicions. After all, in the mind of a fugitive, a diligent officer would not willingly hang up the phone if they were determined to capture them. Remarkable, the handling of such details. Before Old Chun could finish his thought, he abruptly ceased speaking. This was because Ming had already answered the call from the other party, setting it to speaker mode, and mimicking the thin dog's voice with an irritable tone. "Are you looking to die? I already told you. I'm enjoying myself right now. Why do you keep calling?" Ming's brash and vulgar demeanor not only failed to irk the two fugitives, but rather put them at ease. "Brother dog, please, don't be hasty. If I didn't have a significant deal, how would I dare to disturb you while you're having the time of your life? It's just that there's an urgent matter." A smirk crept onto Ming's lips. A significant deal? It seems they were eager for an underhanded scheme. A significant deal? What could possibly be so grand? Just today 5 small fries would keep you entertained for quite a while. If there's nothing urgent, don't bother me, or you'll regret it. In order to further enhance credibility, Ming even feigned the disorientation characteristic of drug use, his language unrefined and crude, reminiscent of an uneducated street thug. On the other end of the line, the voice seemed even more exhilarated, hastily urging, brother dog, there's truly a grand opportunity here. You must discern that I am not a local from the Magic City. I have journeyed from Jilin province specifically to procure goods in this vast metropolis. The previous 5 units were merely a test to assess the purity of your merchandise. Now that I have seen, brother dog, you are indeed the foremost figure in the Magic City. Your goods are beyond reproach. Therefore, I intend to purchase a larger quantity to take back to Jilin province and profit from the price difference. Brother dog, do you happen to have an additional 2 units to spare for your younger brother? Meanwhile, Su Chongqing gently opened the car door and signaled an okay gesture to Su Ming and the others. This signified that the technical department of the criminal investigation team had successfully pinpointed the approximate location of these two elusive fugitives through their phone numbers. The next step was to observe where these fugitives would choose to conduct their transaction and whether it would align with the location determined by the technical department. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, deliberately pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. 2 units? 1 unit is 250 grams, so 2 units would total a pound. You little rascal. Do you really think you can consume such a quantity of narcotics? Surely you are not an undercover officer, attempting to flush me out, are you? 2 units of narcotics? If I were caught, I wouldn't even have the opportunity to endure arduous labor. I'd merely be handed a few coins as compensation. The furious tirade, interspersed with cryptic underground slang, elicited a raised eyebrow from Su Chongqing, who stood nearby. Initially filled with confusion and surprise, he subsequently exhaled deeply. He pondered the source of Su Ming's remarkable array of skills, which rivaled that of a criminal prodigy: lock-picking, voice modulation, psychological profiling, and more, none of which were taught in police academies. Yet, upon noticing Su Ming's police uniform, Su Chongqing's doubts and astonishment evaporated instantly. Regardless of where Su Ming acquired these peculiar abilities, the mere presence of the dignified police attire was sufficient. At that moment, the phone's external speaker crackled to life once more with the voice of a fugitive. No way, dog brother. How could I possibly be one of the cops? If I were truly sent by the police to set you up, would I still be able to make this call? Just say it, right? The reason I'm looking to buy 2 more small packets is simply to make a little profit. Dog brother, you are the local powerhouse in Magic City. Someone like me from another province would never dare to act recklessly. So, what do you say, dog brother? Will you take this deal? A slight smile graced Su Ming's lips as he recognized that his interlocutor had completely fallen into his rhythm. As long as it wasn't a police sting operation, the deal was naturally within his purview. He mused that it was clever of them, in this realm of Magic City. If one were to inquire who could and would dare to engage in the trade of such small packets, there was truly no one other than the thin dog himself. However, do you have any idea how much 2 whole packets cost? Can you handle it? The 2 fugitives, believing they had ensnared the thin dog and were plotting to turn the tables, displayed no hesitation whatsoever. Rest assured, dog brother. The 2 of us have traveled all the way from Jilin province with the sole intention of engaging in substantial business dealings. So fret not about whether we can handle the volume. However, given the considerable quantity, we are somewhat apprehensive about your local influence. Hence we propose to provide the transaction venue. How about the abandoned Hengsu factory in the outskirts of Dongning district, in the bustling metropolis? Conducting such a large transaction in a busy urban area would be rather inappropriate. A more secluded location is certainly preferable. We have researched this site and found it to be virtually deserted, ensuring a secure transaction. At that time, Brother Dog can bring along an extra person or 2. And we would have no objections. After all, business is meant to be a long-term affair, and Brother Dog is surely not merely fixated on immediate profits, is he? Upon hearing the location of the Hengsu abandoned factory in Dongning's outskirts, Su Ming immediately glanced at Su Chongqing beside him, silently questioning whether it matched the location uncovered by the technical department of the criminal investigation team. Su Chongqing made no unnecessary movements, simply nodding slightly. With this affirmative response, Su Ming once again adopted an impatient tone, as if reluctantly conceding, "Fine, we'll do it your way." Such a little brat. Is he really concerned about being taken advantage of by the lean dog? Over the years, does anyone in the metropolis not know that the goods sold by the lean dog are the purest? Even when caught in a dire situation, not a single brother was ever betrayed. Enough said. Let us meet at that factory. Once I've satiated my excitement, I'll bring along a couple of little white ones. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming ended the call. Chapter 9, Thunder Action. Successful capture of an A-class fugitive. As Su Ming hung up, Su Chongqing seized the moment to speak. No problem. The location where Xiao Ming just lured the suspect, the abandoned Hengsu factory in Dongning suburb, closely matches the communication address identified by the technical department. These 3 A-class fugitives are ruthless, and their hideout is in the neighboring Dongning district. I will immediately inform Director Lin and request assistance from the Dongning criminal investigation team. At this moment, Su Chongqing suddenly recalled something and quickly pressed his miniature earpiece. Aki, Lao Lin, check if the fish we are tracking is preparing to leave Walking Street. What? Is he already about to leave? Then you two must protect yourselves and observe whether his direction leads towards the outskirts of Dongning district. If the direction is correct, follow him from a distance. Remember to remain concealed to avoid any unforeseen incidents. When the 3 major fugitives gather, we will capture them all in one fell swoop. Now, Lao Chen and Xiaoli, after bringing the thin dog back to the team, return immediately to regroup with us. There is nothing left to interrogate the thin dog about. He is already in such a cowardly state, and coupled with the evidence against him, he will just have to await the court's decision in confinement. As for the others, prepare your gear and change into your uniforms. We shall commence the most crucial operation of apprehension. Criminal Investigation Team of Huaihai District. Originally in the office, Lin Tian was engrossed in the investigation of the 513 dismemberment case when he received a call from Su Changsheng. Startled, he immediately rose with a grave expression and issued an unequivocal command. Xiao Su, do not alert those 3 fugitives under any circumstances. To prevent unnecessary harm to the nearby populace, these desperate criminals, when cornered, will do anything to drag others down with them. This operation is exceedingly perilous. Remember, as the commander of this mission, even with the assistance of the criminal police from Dongning District, you must be prepared to neutralize the suspects on the spot. If you ascertain that they are Class A fugitives, you must be ready to fire in a critical moment. Do not act recklessly. I await your good news. And we shall discuss rewards then. After hanging up, Lin Tian casually tossed the receiver onto the desk, leaned back in his chair, and mused to himself. This Su Ming is quite intriguing. Should we attribute this to talent or mere luck? On his very first day of internship, he has already accomplished such a significant feat. Moreover, according to Xiao Su, it was fortunate that Su Ming identified the fugitives. Otherwise, those 2 hidden criminals could have wreaked havoc. TSK. The fledgling officer has yet to be officially appointed, yet he is indeed formidable. With the capture order issued, the criminal investigation teams from Huaihai District and Dongning District sprang into action. Given the extreme danger posed by these 3 Class A fugitives, the fully armed special police were already donned and positioned, eliminating all potential risks. 2 specialized SWAT snipers have also been dispatched to take positions at elevated vantage points, serving as a final safeguard. All surveillance systems in the vicinity are activated, with personnel monitoring movements incessantly. Inside the police vehicle, Su Changsheng, now clad in his uniform, is making the final preparations. He draws his service weapon from his waist and meticulously inspects it twice before glancing at his companions, Su Ming and Wang Hu, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. On your first day out on a mission, I didn't anticipate encountering such a large-scale operation. I truly do not know whether to consider this fortunate or not, he remarks. However, I have already informed Director Lin that your roles have been pivotal in the apprehension of these 3 Class A fugitives, especially you, Su Ming. It can be said that you single-handedly played a crucial role in their capture. Rest assured, there will be rewards forthcoming, and it is likely that you will be exempt from internships. Yet, Su Ming pays no heed to the notion of rewards. Instead, he is lost in contemplation, pondering how he could have performed better had he been in the shoes of those 3 fugitives. He seeks to devise a strategy for a truly flawless crime. However, despite endless simulations of criminal scenarios, he struggles to conceive an appropriate solution. From the moment the Jilin Provincial Police placed him on their wanted list, the notion of a perfect crime was rendered null, for no matter how one attempts to evade capture, the possibility of arrest looms ever present. A genuinely immaculate crime should commence from the very moment of planning, leaving no room for error. While Su Ming is engrossed in his thoughts, Wang Hu fixates on Su Changsheng's service weapon, his eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. It is abundantly clear, as a well-off intern detective, Wang Hu eagerly anticipates the moment he can possess his own service weapon. Su Changsheng, perceptive of Wang Hu's expression, merely smiled without uttering further words. A service firearm symbolizes not only honor and strength, but also immense pressure, something even more vital than life itself. At this moment, within the dilapidated factory of Hangzhou in the outskirts of Dongning, the burly fugitive Luotian, just returned from the pedestrian street, is meticulously sharpening a bone knife against a stone. Beside him stands a bald fugitive, bare-chested with a dragon tattoo cascading over his shoulder, his hands wrapped in bandages to prevent accidental slips while wielding the blade. After securing the bandages, the bald fugitive glances at the last emaciated fugitive, who is indulging in narcotics, and with a frown, admonishes, enough with the drugs. The target is approaching, and you're here getting high. Will you even be able to wield the knife later? Don't create any troubles for me. We have 2 blocks of heroin. If we pull this off, it will sustain us for several years of escape. Once the heat dies down, returning to our province won't be out of reach. Upon hearing this rebuke, the emaciated fugitive displays a look of discontent but dares not retort. Temporarily discarding the 5 blocks of heroin brought by the burly fugitive, he picks up an axe and impatiently asks, "Brother Duh, do you think this will work? Will the skinny dog really bring 2 small packages for the deal based on our call? I have always sensed that something is amiss. Logically, a person like the thin dog should be timid and fearful of death." Before the emaciated fugitive could finish speaking, a rapid, forceful knocking reverberated from the iron door of the abandoned factory. The bald fugitive cast a glance and gestured towards the iron door. "See, aren't they here?" Regardless of how timid the thin dog might be, could he resist the allure of wealth? Especially for such a significant deal. Go, open the iron door. No matter how many people arrive, when I shout to act, we will eliminate 3 first. Upon hearing the knocking, the recently intoxicated, emaciated fugitive visibly grew excited, striding towards the iron door. However, just as he was about to unfasten the door latch, a resounding crash echoed. The ancient iron door was forcefully kicked down, collapsing onto the emaciated fugitive and rendering him unconscious. Immediately thereafter, 2 canisters emitting acrid white smoke were hurled into the factory from outside. This unforeseen turn of events momentarily stunned the bald fugitive, who then urgently shouted, "Damn it, Ajahn, the green-clad ones have arrived. Cough, cough, let us run quickly. Grab the knives and charge out. Even if we take down 1 green-clad, it's still a profit." As the bald fugitive inhaled the noxious gas, choking and weeping uncontrollably, he prepared to seize the machete from the ground. Suddenly, a dull gunfire from a sniper rang out. In an instant, the bald fugitive's arm was obliterated, and the excruciating pain caused him to collapse to the ground, howling in agony. The most formidable and robust fugitive has been subdued by several special police officers, donned in gas masks and wielding riot shields, pressed firmly to the ground with the muzzle of a Type 54 rifle against his head. Su Changxing followed closely behind the special police, and upon witnessing the complete control over the 3 individuals, promptly activated his miniature earpiece. The apprehension operation concluded successfully. He instructed for medical personnel to enter immediately, as 2 of the fugitives had sustained severe injuries due to their resistance. Gratitude was expressed for everyone's hard work as they prepared to disband. Chapter 10. Terrifying Considerations, a Day to Formalize. The apprehension operation, once the criminal suspects were identified, was executed with remarkable swiftness and precision, leaving no opportunity for the suspects to resist or flee, particularly when confronting such vicious outlaws. Various criminal investigation teams refrained from engaging in reckless solo captures, typically enlisting the assistance of fully armed special police. The precise bullet from a sniper rifle that struck the bald fugitive's arm further exemplifies this approach. It is preferable to leave these fugitives with a mere breath of life than to allow them to engage in violent resistance, which could lead to unnecessary casualties during the apprehension. At midnight, dozens of police vehicles returned in an orderly fashion to the Huai Criminal Investigation Team. Aside from the bald fugitive, who was undergoing emergency surgery due to the sniper's bullet, and who had several officers assigned to his care, the other 2 fugitives, having sustained minimal injuries, were subjected to immediate intensive interrogation to extract specific details of the case. Within the office of the Criminal Investigation Team, Wang Hu, holding 2 bowls of freshly prepared instant noodles, gazed at Su Ming, who sat in contemplation, and with a hint of excitement in his tone, asked, "Brother Ming, what are you pondering? Are you still pondering over the recent apprehension operation?" To be honest, it is quite astonishing to be involved in such a capture on one's very first day at work. Who would believe it if one were to speak of it? Nevertheless, it is indeed unexpected that these 3 fugitives from Jilin province would venture to the bustling metropolis. It seems they would have been better off seeking refuge in a more remote city, where concealment might prove easier. Su Ming casually accepted a bowl of instant noodles, deftly maneuvering his fork through the noodles, and shook his head in disagreement. "Huzi, you are being overly simplistic. In smaller cities, the population is less complex, which would actually amplify the visibility of these 3 individuals. At least they wouldn't have the same ease of hiding as in a metropolis. Of course, the primary reason they did not choose a smaller city is that they originally intended to engage in a black market scheme to earn a substantial sum, which would facilitate their continued evasion. Those smaller towns likely lack a cellar as significant as Shogo. In truth, their initial choice was flawed. They are fugitives who would face dire consequences upon capture, yet they still opted to engage in black market dealings with individuals already under police scrutiny. They probably believed that such activities would escape our notice, allowing them to acquire a considerable amount of money to aid in their flight. Little did they know. Never mind, let us not dwell on this matter. There are far too many questions and points of contention, rendering a review unnecessary. It is evident that Su Ming found it difficult to evaluate and analyze the myriad mistakes made by these 3 fugitives in their choices during their escape. It was simply unbearable to witness. Were he in their position, he would have countless strategies at his disposal to effortlessly evade this pursuit. Seated beside him, Wang, who sat in astonishment, mouth agape and eyes wide, utterly engrossed in Su Ming's analysis and explanation. So much so that he failed to notice the instant noodles slipping from his fork. Taking a deep breath, he was on the verge of articulating his thoughts when Su Changsheng emerged from the interrogation room, now attired in casual clothes. He casually tossed his police uniform onto his chair and, glancing at Su Ming and Wang Hu, remarked with a smile, "Quickly discard your noodles. It's hardly appropriate for newcomers to the criminal investigation team to be working overtime while eating instant noodles. You'll have ample opportunities to indulge in such meals in the future. Now, let us treat you to a late-night snack." Within a night market less than 3 kilometers from the criminal investigation team, Su Changxing chose a spot against the wall, deftly pulled out the menu, and, with an air of casualness, inquired, "How is it? Do you have any dietary restrictions? If not, shall we adhere to our team's old tradition and order as we usually do? After completing our tasks, we often come here to unwind with some late-night snacks. For this profession truly leaves little time for meals when we are busy." Opposite him, Wang Hu, while opening a beer bottle, curiously asked, "Brother Sheng, I am somewhat intrigued. Logically speaking, whether it be the skinny dog or those 3 fugitives, the crimes they've committed are substantial, and they may face severe repercussions. Yet, why was the interrogation so swift? It felt as though it concluded in mere minutes. As the two were nominally mentors to one another, the atmosphere brimmed with camaraderie and curiosity. Regarding matters of criminal investigation, Su Changxing certainly did not conceal the truth. Placing the completed menu on the table, he shook his head and remarked, "Huzi, you are mistaken. It is precisely because the crimes they committed are of significant magnitude, and the evidence is irrefutable, that the interrogations proceed with such swiftness. Aside from the bald fugitive who was merely bleeding out, the other 2 escapees have already confessed without reservation. In other words, the evidence against them is as solid as a rock. They have no grounds for defense whatsoever." Upon receiving the information, the criminal police from Jixing set off without delay and should arrive by tomorrow morning. At that point, we can transfer the 3 individuals to Jixing. As for the skinny dog, although he appears to be thoroughly intimidated, unearthing the bigger fish behind him will likely prove to be a considerable challenge that demands significant effort. At this juncture, Su Ming, who had been deep in thought, seized the opportunity to interject, "I believe it is highly probable that skinny dog is not withholding information out of choice, but rather because he possesses no significant intelligence to share, not even the identity of his superior. After all, one must consider that the individual who dared to sell such a substantial quantity of Class A drugs to Skinny Dog in a place like the Magic City has undoubtedly taken extensive precautions, with a singular line of communication being fundamental. If those at the top cannot extract information, they can only delve deeper into the ranks. And what they will likely uncover are merely minor fish and drug addicts, rendering any urgency unnecessary." Su Changxing nodded slightly in agreement, took a hearty gulp from the beer before him, and expressed his satisfaction with a commendatory tone, "Xiao Ming, I find myself at a loss for words to adequately commend you, whether it pertains to today's actions or the recent retrospection on the case. Your remarkable capacity for critical thought is truly astounding. Indeed, you possess the qualities befitting our profession. By the way, Director Lin just mentioned to me that the 2 of you are to meet with him early tomorrow morning, likely to discuss matters regarding your formal appointment. Achieving a permanent position on your very first day of internship is nothing short of a record-breaking feat." Chapter 11. The Perfect Crime? The dismemberment case unresolved for 2 decades. The following day, within the parking lot of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, 7 or 8 police escort vehicles bearing the license plates of Jixing were already parked early in the morning. It was evident that the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, having confirmed that the 3 individuals were fugitives from Jixing, promptly informed the local police to come forth. Since the crime occurred in Jixing, all proceedings regarding the trial and prosecution will be handled there, necessitating their presence for escorting the suspects. Moreover, under the current imperative to solve the homicide case, the fact that these 3 fugitives, who have blood on their hands, have evaded capture has undoubtedly placed immense pressure on the police in Jixing during this time. Following a formal expression of gratitude, the police from Jixing escorted the 3 fugitives onto the transport vehicle, awaiting further judicial proceedings, or perhaps the day when the death sentence is pronounced. At this moment, within the office of the head of the criminal investigation team, Lin Tian gazed at Su Ming and Wang Hu before him, taking a sip of fine tea and expressing his admiration. "Yesterday's operation, as relayed to me by your colleague Xiao Su, has provided me with a comprehensive understanding of the specifics. Therefore, Su Ming, I must truly commend you. In circumstances where one must accurately identify a suspect and promptly halt an arrest operation to prevent the awakening of a concealed fugitive, maintaining composure while extracting the hiding locations of 2 additional offenders requires an extraordinary level of psychological fortitude. Indeed, it is commendable. Achieving the first perfect score in the history of criminal investigation examinations is undoubtedly impressive. Furthermore, Wang Hu also performed admirably, contributing significantly to yesterday's apprehension effort. The identification and capture of 3 Class A fugitives is indeed a remarkable accomplishment, prompting me to reflect on it thoroughly." At this juncture, Lin Tian paused for a brief moment before lightly tapping the table and continuing, "Soon, both of you will proceed to sign your formal contracts, transitioning from interns to probationary status. Typically, each newcomer is required to undergo a year-long probationary period, but in light of your remarkable contribution in apprehending fugitives, Su Ming, You will only need a 3-month probation before being granted your service weapon. Wang Hu, your period will be halved, allowing you to transition after 6 months. Additionally, the police in Jixing have announced a bounty, meaning each of you will receive a bonus of 5,000. Do not consider this amount insignificant. After all, capturing criminals is our fundamental duty, and the bounty is not expected to be excessive. From any perspective, the rewards bestowed by the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team are notably substantial. An early transition to formal status and a shortened probation period are tangible benefits, rather than mere empty promises and encouragement. A bonus of 5,000 is indeed a welcome addition. Su Ming and Wang Hu exchanged glances, and in unison, they rendered a salute, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Director Lin. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary. This is merely a reward for your merits. There is no need for thanks. Also, if I recall correctly, you two are currently residing in the school dormitory, right? If commuting proves cumbersome, you may consider moving into the dormitory of our criminal investigation team. The accommodations are vacant, and it would facilitate your future commutes and the handling of various affairs. Of course, during this internship period, you both should reflect on whether to focus on frontline case solving or on forensic science. The significance of forensic techniques is equally paramount in any case. Well then, there are no further matters at hand, so you may return to your duties. After delivering this statement, Lin Tian turned his attention to the substantial stack of case files on the desk, just as Su Ming was about to exit the office. Lin Tian seemed to recall something and promptly raised his head to continue. Su Ming, I heard from Xiao Su that your ability to capture details of the case is quite impressive, so I have an additional task for you. If you have some free time in the coming days, please review the case files of the 513 dismemberment case from 20 years ago and see if you can uncover any new clues or information. Certainly, this case has lingered for quite some time. It suffices to do our utmost. Uncovering any clues would be preferable, yet if that proves elusive, so be it. The crime is so impeccably executed that it renders the identification of pivotal evidence nearly impossible. It is evident that this exceptionally brutal and heinous dismemberment case, unsolved for 2 decades, has become a source of deep concern for Lin Tian. Were it not for the numerous unresolved cases, he would not have specifically mentioned this particular dismemberment case, hoping that the remarkably talented Su Ming might discern some detail within the files. As Su Ming approached the doorway, he paused, realizing he was to analyze a case that is not only notorious in Modu but throughout the entirety of Longhua. His brows arched in curiosity and anticipation as he nodded, responding, "Understood, Director Lin. I shall peruse the detailed files of this dismemberment case shortly to see if I can uncover any new leads." After departing from Lin Tian's office, Wang Hu, who had previously maintained a reserved demeanor, became animated in the corridor. He clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Wow, Minggu, we owe you big time this round. I can actually skip the internship phase and directly enter the probationary period, and only for 6 months at that. This is absolutely exhilarating. If the others in our class found out, they would be incredibly envious, as this significantly shortens the timeline. While everyone else is still interning, we will already be armed. Brother Ming, do you believe I should focus on frontline criminal investigation or lean towards forensic technology?" Since university, Wang Hu has always regarded Su Ming as his mentor. Their years of friendship allowed Wang Hu to seek his guidance without hesitation. Moreover, the fact that Wang Hu could ask Su Ming to help him choose a specific direction further highlighted their bond. Su Ming scrutinized Wang Hu for a moment, then sighed with a tinge of regret. "Huzi, I believe you should let go of your fixation on frontline investigations. Based on my observations over the past few years, you truly lack the aptitude for it. However, you exhibit a remarkable talent for analyzing surveillance footage and various forensic technologies. Pursuing further studies in this field could be quite beneficial. The most crucial aspect is that forensic technology also affords you the opportunity to carry a firearm, fulfilling your aspirations." Wang Hu paused, momentarily taken aback by the implication that he lacked investigative talent. He recalled how Su Ming had single-handedly uncovered the whereabouts of 3 concealed fugitives just the day before. After 2 seconds of silence, he sighed and gazed at the surveillance monitor, muttering to himself, "Well, if I must analyze surveillance footage, so be it. As long as I can carry a firearm, that suffices." Meanwhile, as Wang Hu pondered, Su Ming had already returned to his seat and accessed the internal system to retrieve the case files of the infamous dismemberment case from Moda University that occurred 2 decades ago. Once the data loading concluded, Su Ming beheld the extensive electronic records spanning thousands of pages and murmured, "Here we go. Let me delve into this unresolved case that has lingered for 20 years and uncover its intricacies." Chapter 12. The Cooked and Sliced Corpse, Alerted by the Fisherman. The majority of criminal cases rarely exceed 200 pages in documentation. However, this unsolved dismemberment case boasts a staggering number of pages, reaching into the thousands, nearly approaching 5 digits. underscoring the authorities' profound concern for this investigation. Despite such attention, this case, which dates back 2 decades, has yet to yield any potential suspects, leading the public to dub it a perfect crime. During his studies at the police academy, Ming had heard numerous instructors mention this particular case, and the opportunity to scrutinize the detailed files firsthand filled him with an indescribable excitement. Naturally, he was eager to ascertain whether this nearly 20-year-old case was indeed as flawless as rumored. Upon opening the electronic document, Ming opted not to sift through the file page by page. After all, with thousands of pages to review meticulously, it would likely take him at least 10 days to 2 weeks to complete. Instead, he directly navigated to the section detailing the victim's remains, examining the photographs captured at the crime scene for a thorough analysis. Drawing upon his extensive experience from simulating 100,000 criminal cases, Ming understood that the clues and information contained within the victim's body were of paramount importance. In the vast majority of homicide investigations, the path to resolution often begins with the examination of the corpse. In the next moment, several harrowing images from the case materialized on the screen. The first photograph. It was a bag containing cooked meat slices, encased in a black plastic bag. The size and shape of the meat were almost uniform, indistinguishable from the beef typically found in a braised meat shop. However, beside this pile of meat, a severed half-finger, cooked in grotesque, appeared alarmingly out of place, with its shattered and curled nail presenting a particularly macabre sight. At first glance, one might be tempted to indulge in the meat, unaware of its true nature. Yet, upon the subsequent realization of the presence of the severed finger, the reaction would be one of horror, a visceral revulsion causing an immediate loss of appetite, replaced solely by the urge to purge one's stomach of its contents. Adjacent to this disturbing image lay a narrative detailing the context of the photograph. On May 13, 2003, at 5 in the morning, sanitation worker Huang Lijuan discovered this bag containing the victim's remains within a trash bin located in a narrow alley off Renmin Avenue. Initially, Huang mistook the contents for discarded beef and intended to take it home for a meal. However, at 6 in the evening, while preparing to further process the bag, she encountered what appeared to be a human finger, prompting her to panic and alert the authorities. Following DNA analysis, it was confirmed that all the contents of the black plastic bag originated from the same individual's cooked limb. The Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team promptly initiated an investigation, identifying the deceased as a student from Modi University, with further human remains discovered in various other locations. Following this description were 4 additional photographs depicting the scenes of the victim's remains, 3 of which, like the initial image, contained cooked meat slices in black plastic bags, their size and form remarkably similar. The final photograph depicts the victim's head, severed and cooked, with hair fallen away and skin ruptured, rendering the facial features unrecognizable. It is no exaggeration to assert that even a mere image of this horrifying scene can evoke a visceral reaction of revulsion in most criminal investigators, potentially leading them to experience nightmares for days on end and leaving them averse to any form of meat. However, at this moment, Ming displayed no such response as he methodically turned over each image, his gaze analytical and devoid of any semblance of panic or discomfort. Instead, it revealed a profound, concealed numbness. Indeed, even the most gruesome crime scene could not elicit a shred of tension from him. Upon completing his examination of the 5 photographs, Ming reclined comfortably in his chair, slightly narrowing his eyes as he began to dissect the details with earnestness. The victim's body was discovered on May 13th, yet the estimated time of death was likely around May 11th, not May 12th. This conclusion stems from the discernible dark red blood spots within the cooked human tissue. Such markings emerge post-mortem as the heart ceases to circulate blood, causing it to settle within the vascular network, resulting in what is commonly referred to as livor mortis. These markings begin to manifest within 24 hours after death, reaching their peak between 12 to 14 hours, and ultimately solidifying within 24 to 36 hours, ceasing to shift thereafter. Analyzing the quantity of livor mortis visible in the photographs, along with the presence of some that had not fully coagulated, one can deduce that the perpetrator did not immediately dismember and cook the victim following the act. Instead, a period of time was allowed to pass before the perpetrator leisurely attended to the victim's remains, approximately within 12 to 24 hours after the crime was committed. The victim was placed in a certain location to be cooked, followed by the grotesque act of dismemberment. From this, one can deduce that the assailant was likely not driven by a momentary impulse, nor was it an accidental killing. Rather, it was premeditated. The perpetrator appeared to possess a profound confidence in the chosen location for the crime, believing it would remain undiscovered for a considerable duration, which accounts for the leisurely pace until the body exhibited the maximum extent of decomposition before dismemberment commenced. Given the premeditated nature of the act, whether the assailant had been stalking the victim or had selected an appropriate target at random, The method of dismemberment alone suggests that the killer possessed exceptional psychological resilience. They were either accustomed to such gory scenes, exhibited antisocial tendencies, or were in a compromised mental state. After all, the ability to meticulously slice the cooked remains into pieces of nearly uniform size demonstrates that this was not a haphazard act of concealment. Further inferences can be made regarding the perpetrator's proficiency with a knife. They were undoubtedly skilled in butchery, as evidenced by the uniformity of the cuts. Alternatively, one might speculate about the presence of severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, as evident signs of secondary cuts for refinement can be observed on certain anatomical structures. However, it is important to note that obsessive-compulsive behavior cannot be definitively established. This represents a crucial detail that could help narrow down a pool of potential suspects. However, hastily drawn conclusions might lead one into a trap set by the assailant. In simulated criminal scenarios, Ming had also left behind traces indicative of a near-certain obsessive-compulsive disorder in previous cases, thereby absolving himself of suspicion and forming a part of his elaborate scheme for a perfect crime. At this moment, Ming gazed at the 5 images displayed on his computer, organizing his thoughts as he murmured to himself. Based on the initial crime scene photographs of the victims' corpses, the clues that could be roughly outlined include the following. The perpetrator had evidently planned this crime in advance, selecting a location equipped with facilities for body disposal, which was also exceptionally concealed. Even though the university promptly reported the disappearance of a student, the assailant could be certain that the police would not discover his whereabouts. The individual exhibited a remarkable capacity for handling corpses and possessed either extensive experience in dealing with similar circumstances or an inherent antisocial personality. His proficiency with a knife was commendable, and he may also have obsessive tendencies. According to these 5 photographs, it seemed plausible to narrow down the suspect to a worker at a slaughterhouse or perhaps an establishment akin to a roast duck shop or a cooked food processing outlet. This line of reasoning appeared quite comprehensive. However, it was undoubtedly not the correct answer, for if it were, this case would not have remained unresolved for 2 decades. It was evident that, although he had not reviewed the subsequent case files, Ming could surmise that the Huai Criminal Investigation Team must have immediately begun interrogating workers at the slaughterhouse and nearby roast duck establishments. Just as Ming prepared to continue examining the details of the subsequent case files, Su Changxing, dressed in police uniform, strode briskly into the office and gestured with his hand. Xiaoming, Huzi, you two should pause your current tasks and accompany me on an assignment. We have just received a report. A fisherman has discovered a corpse in the Huainan River within our jurisdiction, and we need to ascertain whether it is a case of suicide or homicide. If it is a homicide, it must be solved within 24 hours. Depart. Time is of the essence. Chapter 13. Not drowning, but strangled and disposed of. The phrase homicide must be solved is not merely a hollow slogan, but rather a directive issued by the Ministry of Public Security in 2004 to various grassroots units, aiming to reduce criminal incidents through enhanced pursuit efforts. Indeed, the reality has aligned with the expectations of the higher authorities. Under the pressure to resolve homicides, the efficiency and attitude of local criminal investigation organizations towards such cases have markedly increased several-fold. Approximately 95% of homicide cases can be solved within 48 hours, a period referred to as the golden 48 hours. Notably, the first 24 hours after receiving a report and discovering the victim's body is crucial, as the vast majority of key evidence is typically uncovered during this time frame. The increased efficiency in solving cases has naturally instilled trepidation in many would-be criminals, who, faced with such rigorous pursuit measures, are deterred from committing further acts of violence. A police vehicle sped down the highway, coming to a halt near the secluded Huainan River in the suburbs. Despite being a large city, Modu still harbors numerous sparsely populated areas. The Huainan River is one such location. Aside from the local residents and a few fishermen, very few people wander along the riverbank. At this moment, the 3 individuals exiting the police car could see from a distance a large area cordoned off with police tape in the middle of the river, while a number of curious onlookers gathered outside the perimeter, gesticulating and seemingly engaged in speculation about the unfolding events. Su Changsheng furrowed his brow and stepped forward, calling out loudly, "Why all this commotion? Even the dead are drawing a crowd. It's time to disperse and not hinder our police investigation." This call silenced the chattering elderly bystanders, though they showed no signs of leaving, instead standing on tiptoe beyond the cordon to observe the unfolding situation. Su Changxing chose not to elaborate further. He glanced at Ming and Wang Hu and spoke softly. After the discovery of the deceased, the nearby public security officers had promptly arrived to establish a perimeter and summoned the recovery team to retrieve the body. It has yet to be placed in a body bag, as we are tasked with determining the cause of death and assessing the necessity of prosecution. If it is ruled a suicide or an accidental drowning, we can issue a certificate and close the case. However, should it be deemed a homicide, Complications are likely to ensue. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Sensing Wang Hu's confusion, he offered clarification. The body found in the water holds little relevance to the primary scene, as no one can ascertain its origin. We must first recover it and ascertain the general cause of death. If homicide is a possibility, then prosecution must commence. Considering the current circumstances, I personally believe the likelihood of accidental drowning is minimal, as the surrounding elderly are pointing and speculating about the identity of the deceased. This indicates that the individual is certainly not a resident of the area, thus ruling out the possibility of accidental drowning. Regarding the matters of suicide and homicide, further discernment is required. One must witness the body firsthand to ascertain the truth. Su Changxing nodded in agreement, somewhat surprised by Su Ming's quick thinking. He was impressed that Su could deduce the improbability of accidental drowning from the expressions and words of the elderly witnesses. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Xiao Ming, your judgment is astute. Here is the plan. You and Huzi will conduct a preliminary assessment and examination of the body. I will oversee your work. And should any issues arise, we shall call in the forensic expert for a detailed investigation." He continued, "The forensic team is often preoccupied, assisting in solving cases while also handling numerous public injury assessments and determining causes of death. Hence, most criminal detectives possess the ability to conduct initial assessments of corpses and analyze clues. They resort to forensic specialists only when utterly stumped." The trio stepped beyond the cordon, their gaze falling upon a corpse, swollen and pale, with a grotesque visage and signs of decay. Overall, the appearance of the body was not excessively repugnant, nor had it yet reached the grotesque state. A member of the recovery team, drenched and donning a fisherman's hat, pointed towards a nearby bag of construction debris and spoke first. "Officer, while attempting to retrieve the body, I was unable to lift it, so I jumped into the water to investigate. To my surprise, I discovered the body was bound at the waist with a sack of construction debris, which prevented it from surfacing. Had it not been for a fortunate encounter with a fisherman, it is likely that..." Although the member of the salvage team did not finish his sentence, everyone present understood that had it not been for that angler, this corpse might have remained undiscovered until it had completely decomposed. At this moment, the possibility of suicide could be ruled out. Su Changxing's expression grew serious as he furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the body on the shore. He gestured and said, "All right, understood. Let us first examine the body and ascertain the specifics." Upon hearing this, Su Ming and Wang Hu exchanged glances, and without further hesitation, they donned rubber gloves from the specialized toolbox. To avoid causing any damage, they first took several photographs from various angles with a camera for future reference and documentation. Subsequently, Su Ming took the lead, meticulously searching for clues, while Wang Hu, in perfect harmony, crouched beside him with the camera, awaiting Su Ming's instructions. During their time at the police academy, they had established this division of labor. Su Ming would actively seek out clues while Wang Hu was responsible for detailed photographic documentation and the organization of records. Each played their role, contributing their unique skills. At this moment, Su Ming first took a comprehensive look at the female corpse, then proceeded with a systematic examination from head to toe. He gently peeled open the tightly shut eyelids, scrutinizing the color and size of the pupils. Although the body had been submerged for several days, the upper and lower eyelids, along with the inner and outer corners of the eyes, still exhibited distinct, pinprick-sized reddish-brown spots indicative of hemorrhaging. The pupils were an unusual shade of pale blue, and both eyes were identical in size, showing no signs of dilation or contraction. Su Ming then touched the lower eyeball, feeling a plastic-like texture, which prompted him to nod thoughtfully. Subsequently, he grasped the left nostril of the female corpse with tweezers and gently wiped it with a cotton swab for several seconds, discovering minimal sediment or algae residue. He then pried open the corpse's mouth. The teeth were not severely worn, and there were no dentures present. However, both rows of teeth exhibited a rose-red hue at the gum line. Observing this, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and tilted the corpse's head back to scrutinize the condition of the neck. A distinctly purple-black bruise, approximately half a finger's width, emerged within his line of sight. Maintaining his position, he gestured to Wang Hu nearby, indicating, "Tiger, come take a picture of this." The absence of significant sediment, algae, and mucus in the deceased's nasal cavity suggested that she had not aspirated water during her life. She had likely lost consciousness or perished before entering the water. Furthermore, with the presence of pinpoint-sized reddish-brown hemorrhaging on the eyelids, the rose-red hue at the neck of the teeth, and the purple-black bruising on the neck, it was becoming increasingly evident that the deceased had not drowned but had been strangled to death and subsequently discarded. Chapter 14. Is there a possibility of a secondary crime? The corpse will never lie. It was not a case of drowning, but rather a malicious act of strangulation and abandonment. This conclusion undoubtedly escalated the severity of the case significantly. Su Changxing's expression grew markedly more serious as he pulled out his phone to dial the technical department of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. Old Chun, please assist me in reviewing the surveillance footage from the Tianyin cameras near the Huainan River over the past 5 days. A particularly heinous murder has occurred here, and it is imperative that we expedite the investigation. What? There are no cameras along the Huainan River? Then please check the surrounding surveillance within a few kilometers for any suspicious individuals. Additionally, kindly investigate whether there have been any recent reports of missing women, particularly those aged between 20 and 30. In this modern age, the efficiency of the police in solving cases is significantly bolstered by the presence of surveillance systems. However, the absence of cameras near the Huainan River undeniably complicates this case considerably. We can only hope to uncover vital clues on the body that will help ascertain the identity of the deceased. While Su Changxing arranged for the review of the surveillance and the identification of the victim, Su Ming did not cease his examination of the corpse. After confirming the ligature marks around the neck, he proceeded to further analyze and observe. The upper body was adorned with an off-shoulder garment, and there was a palm-sized colorful tattoo on the collarbone. The abdomen showed no significant distension, indicating that the internal organs had not deteriorated extensively, and gas accumulation had not yet occurred. Moreover, it was further established that the victim had died from asphyxiation rather than drowning. The lower half was clad in tight-fitting jeans, which exhibited noticeable indentations at the pelvic area, likely caused by binding with construction debris. The clothing bore labels from international luxury brands. However, upon closer inspection of the materials and details, it was evident that the garments were high-quality replicas rather than authentic products. As the body was slightly turned, Su Ming noticed with remarkable clarity a substantial patch of uniform yellow mud on the rear of the denim trousers, while the right side pocket at the front bore a similar smudge. Upon observing this, he raised his gaze towards the nearby recovery worker and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask, during the retrieval, did you happen to drag the body across the ground?" The recovery worker, intrigued by the unfolding scene, quickly shook his head and responded, "Officer, we are professional recovery workers. It is unthinkable for us to drag a body along the ground. Moreover, in our line of work, dragging a corpse is considered a profound disrespect, steeped in superstitions and taboos." Su Ming gently nodded, refraining from further discussion. He redirected his attention to the female corpse, noting that the ring and index fingers of her left hand had been severed by a sharp object, yet there were no signs of dried blood seeping from the wounds. The remaining fingers were adorned with nail art, indicating the meticulous care the deceased had taken in life. A distinct mark from a constricting band was visible around her left wrist, with bulging ends tapering in the middle, reminiscent of a bracelet or watch, which, due to its limited tension, had prevented the body from absorbing water and undergoing decay. Next, he examined the right hand, which, like the left, bore manicured nails. However, between the index finger's crevices, Su Ming spotted a sizable piece of leather. Using tweezers, he carefully retrieved the leather fragment, briefly examining it before placing it into a sealed plastic bag for preservation. The deceased's trousers remained intact, showing no signs of tearing. Determining whether the victim had ever experienced violation in life and attempting to extract the perpetrator's DNA from bodily fluids is, fundamentally, an implausible endeavor. After thoroughly examining the body, Su Ming narrowed his eyes in contemplation, diligently cross-referencing the clues at hand with his simulated experiences. After a few seconds, he removed his rubber gloves and turned to Su Changxing beside him, inquiring, "Brother Sheng, I have completed my initial assessment. Would you like to conduct a further examination yourself? Or should we directly place the body in a body bag for transport to the funeral home?" Have you finished so soon?" Su Changxing, who was in the midst of contacting the Criminal Investigation Technology Department, turned back with raised eyebrows, surprised. He continued, "Xiao Ming, please share any detailed findings you have." "Just now, the personnel from the Criminal Investigation Technology Department called, informing us that there have been no reports of young women missing in our city recently. We must now proceed by investigating the body. In the investigation of a homicide, one crucial aspect is the confirmation of the victim's identity. This is vital because approximately 90% of homicides are committed by acquaintances. If the victim's identity can be established, the resolution of the case is within reach. However, with no corresponding missing persons reports, we can only rely on clues derived from the body or extract images to compare with the database to ascertain the victim's identity." Su Ming glanced at the female corpse beside him and confidently stated, "The victim is a woman, approximately 165 centimeters tall. Judging by her appearance and the degree of wear on her teeth, she is likely between the ages of 24 and 26. Daily life ought to be rather exquisite, a notion that can be discerned from the elegance of one's manicured hands and attire, albeit the individual's financial circumstances are not particularly favorable. The garments worn by the deceased are all high-quality replicas from renowned brands, suggesting a propensity towards vanity or perhaps a necessity to don such prestigious clothing. Furthermore, the victim was adorned meticulously prior to her demise, sporting eyelid tape and light blue contact lenses. Despite the facial immersion, traces of cosmetics remain evident. It is a common practice for most women to present themselves in such a manner when venturing out, leading to the inference that the deceased was fully made up for the purpose of meeting someone or attending an event, only to tragically encounter an unforeseen calamity. The likelihood of a familiar assailant has significantly escalated. At this juncture, the nearby police officers collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging incredulous glances filled with astonishment. Is it truly so exaggerated? Within mere minutes, one can extract such a plethora of clues from the corpse. Indeed, criminal investigators are nothing short of extraordinary. Su Changxing expressed his astonishment as well. Having previously been engaged in a phone call with the technical department, he had overlooked the specific sequence and details of Su Ming's examination. Now, upon hearing Su Ming's deductions, Su Changxing scrutinized the body with renewed focus before thoughtfully stroking his chin and furrowing his brow. Thus, the current conclusion might very well be: the victim, adorned with exquisite makeup, intended to meet someone, only to inadvertently fall victim to a tragic fate, having been strangled to death by wire or thin rope. The victim was subsequently cast into the Huainan River, bound with construction debris at the waist, ensuring that even in decay, the body would not surface. Before Su Changsheng could finish his statement, Su Ming interjected with a wave of his hand, earnestly asserting, "Brother Sheng, that is incorrect. This case likely involves more than one perpetrator. It strongly suggests the occurrence of a secondary crime. For my deduction, the individual who murdered and disposed of the deceased in the Huainan River is not the same as the one who bound the body with construction debris." Chapter 15. Criminal Psychological Profiling. Suspects among the onlookers. What? A secondary crime? Are there two criminals? Even the seasoned Su Changxing was taken aback by Su Ming's conclusion, expressing disbelief. In his extensive experience, while secondary crimes did exist, their occurrence was exceedingly rare. Let alone a secondary crime involving corpse disposal in a river, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon throughout the years. Anticipating Su Changxing's astonishment, Su Ming was prepared. He pointed to the deceased's wrist, saying, "Brother Sheng, observe the swelling indicative of restraint on the victim's wrist, along with the two fingers severed by a sharp instrument. I believe these 2 points significantly indicate that after the murderer discarded the body, others had indeed come into contact with it." The deceased's jeans bore conspicuous patches of yellow mud at the rear, strongly indicating the occurrence of a secondary crime. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing immediately directed his gaze towards the area pointed out by Su Ming. The peculiar two-fingered cut on the wrist, along with the yellow mud on the jeans, further substantiated the hypothesis of a subsequent offense. After contemplating for a few seconds with pursed lips, Su Changxing subtly nodded, his attention drawn to the bag of construction debris nearby. With a tone of admiration, he remarked, "Xiao Ming, you have truly astonished me. To ascertain the likelihood of a secondary crime and the involvement of two unfamiliar perpetrators in such a brief span of time is remarkable. Your deductive skills regarding the details of this corpse rival those of a forensic expert." At this juncture, Su Changsheng paused for a moment, then turned to Wang Hu, who was diligently documenting the scene with a camera, and inquired, "Huzi, could you enlighten me on how these details of the body indicate the presence of a secondary crime? Take note, there is much to learn from this case." Huzi hesitated briefly, glancing at the corpse before attempting to explain. Using the barely passing knowledge acquired from police academy exams. Firstly, the victim's left hand has 2 severed fingers, and there is no sign of blood or infection at the wound. This suggests that the injury occurred after the victim's death, and after being disposed of in the river for a while, the body was later retrieved and mutilated. He paused, considering that a typical murderer would certainly not. Huzi found himself at a loss for words, casting a desperate glance towards Su Ming. It was evident that expecting a soon-to-be graduate, who had yet to leave the police academy and possessed no genuine experience in solving cases, to elucidate the behavior of a suspect based solely on clues derived from a corpse was rather ambitious. In stark contrast, Su Ming exhibited no signs of pressure. He could even articulate the situation from the perspective of the suspect. Noticing Wang Hu's pleading expression, Su Ming chuckled lightly before elaborating. The clues gathered from the corpse must be synthesized and corroborated with one another to yield the most accurate inferences. For instance, the 2 severed fingers clearly indicate that the deceased had been disposed of in the river and subsequently retrieved, resulting in damage to the body. Yet, the underlying motive for this destruction can be inferred from the ligature mark resembling a tie on the wrist. Such marks are typically caused by objects like bracelets, chains, or watches. Due to the victim's immersion in the river, their wrist became swollen. However, the limited elasticity of these objects prevented them from expanding accordingly, resulting in the ligature mark. The presence of the tie-like impression suggests that the object was tightly secured and unlikely to have fallen off by chance. Yet, This very object has now vanished. This unequivocally implies that someone has removed the items from the deceased's wrist, leading to the inference that this individual was motivated by the desire to acquire the victim's jewelry and wealth. The object on the wrist is most likely a watch, which can be unfastened and removed. Otherwise, the wrist would have been severed. The 2 fingers missing from the deceased were probably adorned with rings. Furthermore, the even coating of yellow mud on the jeans provides further evidence that the body had been retrieved from the water. Even in cases where the victim is murdered on land and subsequently dragged away, the ability of dry jeans to retain debris is limited once submerged. Much of it would wash away, resulting in no such uniformity of yellow mud. Only if the body were thrown into the river and later retrieved from the bank could the damp jeans accumulate such a significant amount of mud. Any subsequent submersion would not cause it to fall away. Additionally, the presence of a small amount of yellow mud in the right pocket of the deceased's jeans likely indicates that the suspect removed a mobile phone or wallet from that pocket, leaving behind traces. By meticulously organizing these clues, one can largely reconstruct the circumstances of the event. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, gently pinching his chin, and spoke softly. I'm a local resident with excellent swimming skills, strong psychological resilience, and modest financial means. Yesterday, while idly wandering along the Huainan River, I unexpectedly discovered a female corpse floating on the water. Initially, I intended to report it, but upon noticing the watch and rings on the corpse's wrist, I was tempted by the prospect of retrieving valuables due to my financial struggles. At first, Su Changsheng, who had been somewhat perplexed by Su Ming's words, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment and shock as Su Ming continued to recount his story. Su Ming's endeavor transcends mere case analysis. He immerses himself in the psyche of the second suspect, employing psychological profiling to unravel the mystery. The sheer talent required for such an approach is almost unimaginable. At this moment, Su Ming continues to narrate from the perspective of the perpetrator. As dusk descends, buoyed by strong swimming skills and a robust mental fortitude, I plunge into the Huainan River, retrieving the corpse and bringing it back to the shore. Yet, the body, having swollen from prolonged submersion, renders the ring impossible to remove. Thus, I must return for a knife, intending to sever her fingers. On my way back, anxiety grips me at the thought of the corpse being discovered. The police might trace me through the clues I left behind. In a moment of desperation, I fill a sack with construction debris, planning to secure it to the body to ensure it remains submerged. Thus, I sever 2 of the corpse's fingers, acquiring 2 rings, and casually take the deceased's phone or wallet. This haul is significant. The watch and rings appear valuable, and perhaps I can salvage the phone. I had initially intended to wait until the commotion subsided before selling these items, but fate intervened when an unfortunate fisherman inadvertently hooked the very body. A swarm of police arrived, pulling the corpse from the water, while neighbors gathered to witness the unfolding drama. A wave of anxiety washes over me, prompting the thought of fleeing. However, I remind myself that I am not the one who committed the murder, and I left no evidence behind the previous night. There is no immediate need to escape. I will blend into the crowd and observe what clues the police might uncover. At this moment, Su Ming paused to observe the perspective of the criminal suspect. He glanced at the numerous elderly onlookers outside the police cordon and then turned to Su Changsheng with a confident, subtle smile. Brother Sheng, I believe the individual responsible for the secondary crime is likely one of the local residents. They are probably right outside the cordon, watching the spectacle. Based on the time of death and the body's buoyancy, the secondary crime likely occurred last night. It is improbable that someone from elsewhere or a chance passerby would possess the means to commit the act without being in proximity. I suggest we first inquire among these elderly gentlemen and ladies present, focusing on those who can swim and are in poor health, to determine who might be fishing in troubled waters. Chapter 16. Theft at the crematorium. Suspect identified. Name, Chen Kechuan. Age, 60. What is his current occupation? What work? I am retired now, and I can hardly do anything anymore. That's enough, sir. Next, please. Su Ming's earlier suggestion had evidently been adopted by Su Changsheng. After pondering for a few moments, the seasoned Su Changsheng concurred with Su Ming's deduction. When analyzing the potential suspects capable of committing a secondary crime against the victim's body, the residents surrounding the Huainan River are indeed the most plausible group from any angle. Furthermore, although there were many elderly individuals outside the cordon, after excluding those who were too old or physically unable to move, only about 10 remained. Thus, Su Changsheng hastily constructed a makeshift platform, where Wang Hu proceeded to conduct straightforward inquiries. Meanwhile, he and Su Ming stood at the rear, observing the expressions and attitudes of the interrogated individuals. Judging by the crude methods employed in handling the deceased, it was evident that this suspect was not particularly adept at criminal activities. It was highly probable that subtle facial expressions and body language could provide significant insights. As the questioning continued, only one middle-aged man remained among the nearby residents with suspicious tendencies. This individual had previously retreated behind the crowd when Su Changxing announced the impromptu inquiries, seemingly attempting to find an opportunity to depart. Notably, his turn for questioning had been deliberately placed at the end of the sequence, as if he wished to ascertain the nature of the inquiries beforehand to better prepare himself. These two factors undoubtedly captured Su Ming's attention. At that moment, the middle-aged man, dressed in a worn-out t-shirt and casual trousers, his feet adorned with outdated sandals, clearly exhibiting signs of financial hardship, stepped forward. Su Ming gently pressed down on Wang Hu's shoulder, signaling him to remain silent, and then spoke. "What is your name?" This question, identical to those posed to the preceding individuals, elicited a sigh of relief from the middle-aged man, though he still responded with a hint of nervousness. "Su Igua. My name is Su Igua. And your age?" 45. The second inquiry similarly eased Su Igua's tension, as he had already mentally prepared for the next question. "What did you use to sever the victim's fingers?" "I haven't worked in a long time. I'm currently unemployed, just collecting scrap and doing odd jobs at construction sites." His response emerged almost instinctively. Suddenly, it came to an abrupt halt. Su Igua found himself momentarily stunned, his hands trembling slightly as he struggled to compose himself. "Officer, what was the question you just asked? What about severing? How could I possibly sever her fingers? I had never seen her before. Today is the first time I laid eyes on her. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Noticing Su Igua's evident anxiety and distress, Su Ming displayed a smirk of derision, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh, am I mistaken? You must know how to swim, don't you? And well enough to drag someone through the water, at the very least? Have you ever engaged in work related to corpses, such as slaughtering, firefighting, medical assistance, or salvage operations?" Upon hearing this question, Su Igua's expression shifted noticeably, avoiding Su Ming's gaze as beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. "And no, I haven't done any of that. I worked on a construction site until I was dismissed by my boss, which is why I—" Before Su Igua could finish his sentence, an onlooker, a boisterous elderly woman who had not yet dispersed, interjected loudly, "Su Igua, are you trying to deceive the young officer? Didn't you work at a crematorium several years ago? You lost that job because you were reported by the family members for hiding the deceased's jewelry. You've merely been scraping by ever since. When did you ever work at a construction site? You were just doing odd jobs." "Oh, I see. Good heavens. You haven't resorted to murder, have you?" The woman's voice resonated powerfully. Instantly, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, a plethora of pertinent clues emerging in the wake of the unfolding drama. Did Su Igua truly commit murder? Surely not. How could that be? He has a criminal record, having pilfered jewelry from the deceased at the crematorium. And it's not merely theft. I've heard from others that he owes a fortune from gambling, hundreds of thousands. It would not be surprising if he resorted to murder. By the way, I suddenly recalled that Su Igua returned home in the dead of night last evening, only to venture out again shortly thereafter. Could it be that he was indeed committing murder? We must apprehend him swiftly. Otherwise, having such a person living nearby could lead to dire consequences. Perhaps next time, it could be us who fall victim. The fervent discussions of the concerned citizens flooded the ears of Su Ming and his companions. Among the revelations, Su Igua's gambling debts, his previous employment at the crematorium, and his record of stealing jewelry from the deceased, along with his peculiar behavior of returning home only to leave again the previous night, undoubtedly captured their attention. Through the analysis of various clues and information, it became increasingly apparent that following the murder of the victim, Su Igua had committed a secondary crime. Not only did he desecrate the corpse and steal vital evidence, but he also bound the body with construction debris, indicating an effort to conceal the perpetrator's traces. Clearly, Su Ming did not adhere to conventional interrogation tactics, rendering all of Su Igua's prepared responses ineffective, further compounded by the collective accusations from numerous neighbors. At that moment, Su Changsheng, a seasoned detective standing behind, comprehended that the primary suspect was right before them. Without further ado, he discarded any pretense and coldly threatened Su Igua. "Su Igua, I now grant you one final opportunity to surrender the items you pilfered last night and disclose all the particulars you know regarding this case. Should you comply, there remains a glimmer of hope for leniency or a reduced sentence. Otherwise, even if you are not a murderer, the mere act of concealing a corpse and obliterating evidence is sufficient to convict you of complicity, potentially incarcerating you for a decade. I shall commence a countdown from 3. If you choose to remain silent, we shall proceed to the police station, where you may elaborate at your leisure while we dispatch personnel to search your residence. 3, 2, 1. As Su Changxing's countdown concluded, Su Igua, unable to withstand the mounting psychological pressure, erupted in despair, exclaiming, "I will tell everything. I did not commit murder, I swear. I merely saw her floating upon the river's surface and thought, since she was dead, the jewelry was of no use. So I took it. I did nothing further. Even if I later used a stone to weigh her down, she was ultimately retrieved by someone with a fishing rod. Was she not? I did not kill her, I truly did not. Upon hearing this outburst, Su Changxing exhaled a sigh of relief, retrieving a pair of silver handcuffs from his waist and promptly securing Su Yigua's hands, thereby restricting his movements entirely. Now, let us proceed to your home at once. I must examine all the belongings you appropriated from the deceased. Chapter 17. Identification of the deceased. The proficiency of the Criminal Investigation Technology Department. From the moment the alarm was raised regarding the discovery of the corpse, to the point where a breakthrough was made leading to the apprehension of the first suspect, no more than 2 hours elapsed. Remarkably, this case falls within the category of particularly challenging murder mysteries, specifically the river body disposal type. Such efficiency undoubtedly astonished Su Changxing, who was further impressed by Su Ming's formidable logic and deductive abilities. Without conducting any interviews, confirming the identity of the deceased, or examining the victim's interpersonal relationships, Su Ming was able to draw profound insights solely from observing and interpreting the victim's body, demonstrating a skill akin to that of a forensic expert. Indeed, many forensic specialists may only seek the cause of death and likely lack Su Ming's exceptional capacity for logical reasoning. It is no wonder he achieved a perfect score in criminal investigation examinations. The Huaihai team has truly discovered a gem over the years. Upon arriving at Su Yigua's residence, amidst his incessant weeping and confession, 2 luxury rings, a Cartier women's watch, and the latest model of an Apple smartphone were swiftly uncovered. These items closely matched Su Ming's earlier conjectures, further validating the astonishing nature of his detective proficiency. While the 2 rings and the watch are undoubtedly expensive, they do not facilitate the quick identification of the deceased. The priority remains to restore the water-damaged Apple smartphone. Su Ming carefully placed the retrieved items into a sealed bag, glanced at Su Changxing beside him, and offered his recommendation, Brother Shang. The relics of the deceased, though not inexpensive, were adorned with counterfeit garments, leading me to surmise that these rings and watches might have been gifts from someone. This case appears to be a potential act of vengeance rooted in passion, making the swift identification of the victim our utmost priority. As for Su Yigua, in my estimation, he is likely unaware of the murderer's identity. He seems merely driven by greed, even daring to pilfer the deceased's possessions. To expedite the resolution of this case, it would be prudent not to squander excessive time on Su Yigua, but rather to focus on restoring the mobile phone. Su Changxing nodded in agreement. Observing Su Yigua's current cowardice and fear, it is evident that if he possessed any information regarding this murder, he would have divulged it eagerly to secure a lesser sentence for himself. Without further hesitation, Su Changxing scanned the room to ensure nothing was overlooked, then waved his hand decisively, instructing the team to regroup. Upon returning, I shall promptly have the technical team repair the mobile device. Every moment counts in a homicide investigation. The police vehicle escorted Su Yigua swiftly away from the scene, while the subsequent proceedings were entrusted to the public security officers, striving to mitigate the impact of this case as much as possible. Nevertheless, regardless of the efforts to lessen the repercussions, it is likely that the residents near the Huainan River will spend the coming weeks discussing this case and Su Yigua, the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. In this case, Su Yigua, deemed to have no further value, was promptly brought to the interrogation room, where other detectives engaged him in a confession and detailed inquiry. Meanwhile, personnel from the technical department were diligently working to repair the deceased mobile phone, thanks to the waterproof feature of the latest Apple model. Even after being submerged for an extended period, the repair was not overly difficult. While awaiting the phone's restoration, Su Changxing and Su Ming entered a dedicated case conference room to collaboratively explore other potential breakthroughs in the investigation. Wang Hu, on the other hand, sought to learn how to fix water-damaged phones, initiating his transition to the Criminal Investigation Technical Department. At this moment, within the conference room, Su Ming gently sipped from a bottle of mineral water and pointed to a plastic sealed bag containing small fragments on the table. Brother Shang, he said softly, this is a leather fragment found in the deceased's manicure. I believe it likely represents the approximate location where the victim was strangled. Typically, when an individual is being choked, there exists a brief window for vigorous resistance. Although, if the resistance fails, unconsciousness may ensue within mere seconds due to the lack of blood flow to the neck. It is still sufficient to leave behind distinctive evidence, much like this leather fragment. If we were to speculate on a location where the victim's manicure might have come into contact with leather, it would most likely be within a vehicle, on a sofa, or in a bed. These locales possess a degree of intimacy, suggesting a close relationship between the victim and the assailant. Generally speaking, I believe we merely need to await the phone's repair to ascertain who has been in contact with the deceased recently. Perhaps this will lead us to the suspect. However, due to the nature of this leather material, I now find myself contemplating other hypotheses. As a seasoned detective, Su Changxing is naturally keenly aware of various clues and details. Yet, when Su Ming produced the sealed plastic bag and raised the issue of the leather fragments found in the victim's manicure, He immediately proceeded to infer the relationship between the victim and the perpetrator. Such a terrifying capacity for deduction and sharp intellect caused Su Changxing to inwardly gasp in astonishment. Based on his experience, it is now reasonably ascertainable that the victim and the assailant were acquainted. This was not a random act of violence. Ming, please continue. What other clues do you discern from this letter? It is evident that, following the remarkable performance in apprehending the A-level fugitive in this current case, Su Changxing no longer regarded Su Ming as a mere novice. Instead, he treated him as an equal, seasoned detective with whom he could engage in meaningful dialogue. Su Ming, eschewing any pretense of profundity, directly articulated his deductions. According to our previous assessments, the victim's financial situation was not favorable. Yet she felt compelled to wear high-quality imitation clothing to maintain appearances, while her jewelry and watches were authentic. This likely indicates that the victim, through her self-presentation, had acquired those expensive accessories from some affluent individual. Moreover, the piece of leather contained within the sealed bag, upon my preliminary visual inspection and material analysis, appears to be the most inexpensive synthetic leather, a material that the majority of wealthy individuals would typically avoid. This indicates that the murderer and the individual who gifted jewelry to the deceased are likely not the same person, with at least two males connected to the case. This may very well be a revenge-driven crime of passion. In that moment, Su Changxing fell into silence, fully comprehending the implications of Su Ming's assertions. This silence did not stem from disagreement with Su Ming's conclusions, but rather from a chilling astonishment that left him somewhat unnerved. It was utterly inconceivable how, from such a minuscule piece of leather, Su Ming could deduce that at least two men had connections to the deceased. Such deductive reasoning and logical prowess were astoundingly formidable. At that instant, Wang Hu, brandishing the repaired phone, strode excitedly into the conference room. The phone is fixed. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed. The exuberant Wang Hu, who had forgotten to knock, entered the room with the deceased's phone in hand. The so-called water damage and screen lock code posed no challenge to the forensic technology department. Cracking such cases was far from arduous, to say the least. In their quest to unravel various peculiar cases, the current forensic technology department was not limited to merely monitoring surveillance footage. They now encompassed a range of skills including computer repair, mobile phone restoration, video recovery, and much more. As Wang Hu entered, Su Changxing gestured towards the external screen on the table, squinting with curiosity. Come, Huzi, project the phone onto this screen and provide an overview of the deceased's circumstances. Wang Hu stepped forward eagerly. While attempting to project the phone onto the screen, I began recounting the latest clues. The deceased, named Han Mingyao, was a 25-year-old migrant worker who had come from the Sichuan-Chongqing region to the bustling metropolis. However, her occupation in this vibrant city was not of the conventional 9-to-5 variety, but rather a modern labor role in the realm of online streaming. With her appealing looks and figure, Han Mingyao, despite lacking any remarkable talents and merely engaging in casual chatter, had amassed a considerable following, garnering 100,000 fans on her streaming platform. Upon reviewing the recent chat history on the deceased's WeChat, I identified two individuals who emerged as the most likely suspects. At this juncture, Wang Hu momentarily paused, completing the phone projection setup. He then opened the WeChat interface, revealing the chat window pinned to the top, marked with the nickname Godfather. Immediately, a photograph of an identification card along with the individual's details appeared on the other half of the screen. The person in the image was rotund, with a bloated and greasy visage, clearly indicating an advanced age. Firstly, regarding the male noted as Godfather, we have recently obtained pertinent real name information through communication with Penguin Network Company. This individual is named He Lianshan, aged 45, and serves as the chairman of a cross-border trading company. He met Han Mingyao 3 months ago, and their relationship involved financial transactions. In essence, Han Mingyao was his kept mistress, and according to statistics from the platform, He Lianshan was the most generous gift giver in her live streams. A few hours prior to the incident, He Lianshan had dined with Han Mingyao at the prestigious Jin Zunming Pin Hotel in the vibrant metropolis. The exact whereabouts following their meal remain unknown. This marks our first suspect. The second suspect soon appears on the screen. An image of another individual emerges. In stark contrast to the earlier figure of He Lianshan, this individual appears significantly younger, yet his prominent cheekbones and shadowy gaze evoke a sense of discomfort. This suspect is named He Yong, aged 27, currently employed as a warehouse staff member at a logistics company, with a prior conviction for assault 5 years ago. His relationship with Han Mingyao is now confirmed as that of former lovers, having ended approximately 2.5 months ago, coinciding with her acquaintance with He Lianshan. Although Han Mingyao has blacklisted He Yong, the recovered chat logs reveal his persistent attempts to rekindle their romance, sending flowers, meals, and milk tea, even offering to lend her money to purchase designer handbags, yet to no avail. as all means of communication were severed. 3 days ago, He-Yong seemingly stumbled upon the knowledge of Han Ming-Yao being supported by He Lianshan and their prolonged illicit affair. Instead of making any calls or seeking explanations, he merely sent her a text message stating, "I know you've latched onto a real catch. Tomorrow evening at 8. I will drive to meet you for the last time. After we clarify everything, I shall no longer trouble you." Based on this message, I personally believe that the likelihood of He-Yong committing murder out of vengeance is significantly higher, even surpassing that of He Lianshan. However, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, we have already secured the current locations of these two suspects. He Lianshan is at his own company, while He-Yong is at an internet CAF. As one who introduced the two criminal suspects, Su Changxing turned to look at Su Ming, who appeared calm and seemingly unfazed. He let out a thoughtful sigh and remarked, "Xiao Ming, you truly are remarkable. I am genuinely curious about where you acquired such an extensive array of investigative skills. How is it that this seemingly complex case aligns perfectly with your deductions? If the earlier clues were still traceable, then to deduce the presence of two male suspects from a mere fragment of leather is astonishing. This is not mere flattery. Su Changxing's admiration is heartfelt, even sending shivers down his spine. While he might have spent hours meticulously analyzing the case and, drawing from his experience, reached a similar conclusion, it is indeed incredible that Su Ming arrived at such a comparable deduction after merely glancing at the evidence. This is truly hard to believe. Su Changxing would never fathom. During the simulation of 100,000 criminal cases, Su Ming was often oblivious to how many times he had been successfully apprehended by the police due to a mere oversight of a simple detail, be it a piece of paper, a button, or a cigarette butt. With the accumulation of past errors, he had become adept at identifying the mistakes and omissions of others. The phrase "a long illness makes one a doctor" encapsulates this notion perfectly. Regarding Su Changxing's praise, Su Ming merely smiled nonchalantly and gestured towards the image on the screen, saying, "Brother Shang, I believe we are nearing the truth of this case. The murderer is likely to be He-Yong, as it is improbable that He Lianshan, with his wealth, would resort to such inexpensive synthetic leather. Therefore, we now need to ascertain whether He-Yong owns a car of modest value, whether there is a defect on the passenger seat similar in size to this one, and his whereabouts from the previous night. With this information, we should be able to acquire the necessary physical evidence and through interrogation, confirm the identity of the perpetrator in this case. As for He Lianshan, although we cannot interfere too much in moral matters such as extramarital affairs and keeping a mistress, even a public prosecution is beyond our reach. We can summon him to our unit under the pretense of assisting with the investigation. This would surely tarnish his reputation and impart the lesson he deserves." Su Changxing nodded in agreement, rising to pat Wang Hu's shoulder, saying, "Huzi, your report is commendable. You have considered various aspects thoroughly. You are indeed well suited for the direction of criminal investigation technology. Enough of the trivialities. It is time for action. Immediately apprehend the two suspects." Chapter 19. Gathering Material Evidence, Irrefutable Truth. At the Blue River Cross-Border Trading Company, He Lianshan, portly and oily-faced, with a prominent beer belly, was vociferously reprimanding his subordinates. Due to recent missteps in company decisions, he had lost a considerable amount of business and contracts, leaving him no time to pursue Han Ming-Yao and indulge in the pleasures of youth. Day in and day out, he was stuck with his haggard wife, devoid of any affection. Were it not for the majority of the company's shares still held by his father-in-law, he would have likely flung divorce papers in his wife's face by now. After finishing his tirade, He Lianshan returned to his office, intending to video call Han Ming-Yao to gain a verbal advantage and engage in flirtation. Suddenly, 6 uniformed detectives entered the company. After presenting their police credentials at the reception, they proceeded directly into the chairman's office. Under He Lianshan's astonished gaze, the lead detective placed a summons on the desk and produced a pair of silver handcuffs, coldly stating, "You are He Lianshan, correct? This is the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Unit. We have strong reason to suspect your involvement in a homicide case, and we require your cooperation at the police station for further investigation." Just as He Lianshan was about to loudly confront the detectives, the mention of his connection to a murder case sent him into a panic. No, officer. There must be some mistake. How could I possibly be involved in a homicide? In recent days, I have been exceedingly occupied at the company, leaving me with no time to spare. Before He Lianshan could finish his words, the police officer in charge of the summons abruptly seized him by the handcuff, lifting him up with a stoic expression. "You are acquainted with Han Ming-Yao, aren't you? The mistress you have been keeping. 2 days ago, an incident occurred. Her body was discovered in the Huainan River, and there are grave suspicions regarding your involvement in her demise. We require your cooperation in the investigation. Spare us any further chatter. We shall address matters in the interrogation room." This news caused He Lianshan's eyes to widen in disbelief. "She is dead? How is that possible? Just 2 days ago, everything seemed fine." As he spoke, he suddenly recalled that they were in the company. and he could not afford for his wife and father-in-law to learn of his affair. Swiftly, he closed his mouth, offering no resistance as the police led him away, leaving all questions and words for the interrogation room. Rather than engage in futile disputes at the company, he deemed it wiser to comply with the police and clarify everything to dispel any suspicions against himself. Despite his quick response, the news of the boss's arrest spread rapidly throughout the company. The scandal of his mistress's murder discreetly reached the ears of his wife and father-in-law. Meanwhile, at the Haichao Internet CAF in the northern district of Huaihai, plainclothes officers Su Ming, Wang Hu, and Su Changxing entered the CAF through different entrances. With the assistance of the front desk staff, they quickly identified He Yong, who was seated in a corner of the CAF. Today, He Yong donned a cheap, deep black leather jacket and faded, long denim jeans, his hair slicked with grease. The disheveled state of his hair, coupled with the 2 bowls of instant noodles beside his computer, made it evident that He Yong had been lingering in the Internet CAF for an extended period, likely since the conclusion of his heinous act. Such behavior is not uncommon in previous cases, as many suspects, after committing a crime, find themselves ensnared in a web of fear and anxiety, haunted by the dread of capture. Consequently, they often resort to alcohol to numb their senses or engage in various distractions. Some even resort to fleeing the nation entirely. He Yong evidently belonged to the latter category. Despite having a criminal record, he continued to mask his reality within the confines of the Internet CAF, losing himself in games and sleepless nights. As He Yong furiously typed away at the keyboard, the detectives, including Su Ming, stealthily approached, poised to execute their arrest. The seasoned Su Changxing took the lead, stepping forward to pat He Yong on the shoulder, feigning indignation as he bellowed, "He Yong, why are you still online? Doesn't your boss expect you to be at work? Do you not desire this job any longer?" Although they had already confirmed the suspect's identity, Su Changxing adhered to protocol, mindful of potential complications. In this moment, the already taut nerves of He Yong were startled by the light pat on his shoulder, prompting him to whirl around and roar in anger. "What work? Don't you dare bother me." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Changxing, noticing He Yong's instinctive failure to deny his name, swiftly pressed his head down onto the table. Bang! He Yong's head collided heavily with the computer desk, just as he intended to muster all his strength to resist. Su Ming and Wang Hu, along with others, had already rushed forward, pinning He Yong down firmly. They pulled his hands behind his back and swiftly secured him with a silver bracelet. Once they confirmed that the suspect was incapable of resistance, Su Ming retrieved his identification from his pocket and waved it in front of He Yong, stating, "I am a police officer. We suspect your involvement in a homicide case and require your cooperation for an investigation. You should be familiar with Han Mingyao, correct?" Upon hearing the name Han Mingyao, He Yong's pupils visibly constricted, and in a hoarse, indifferent voice, he replied, "I do not know her. I have no idea what you are talking about. You have the wrong person. I have been gaming at Haichao Internet Cafe these past few days." Su Ming raised an eyebrow in disdain, shaking his head while searching He Yong's person. "I find it rather curious, He Yong. Why do you claim not to know Han Mingyao yet feel the need to explain that you have been at the Internet Cafe? Isn't this akin to burying your own secrets? Well, I found the car keys. You needn't elaborate further. We will discuss this at the police station's interrogation room." Su Ming retrieved the car keys from He Yong's pocket and turned to Su Changxing, who was holding He Yong's shoulder. "Brother Sheng, I will go locate He Yong's vehicle. It should contain residual DNA from the deceased as material evidence, along with the piece of leather from the car seat that was torn by the victim's nails." Su Changxing nodded and lifted He Yong, covering his head with a coat. "All right, let's proceed as planned. Xiao Ming, I shall leave the task of comparing the clues within the vehicle to you while I escort He Yong back. Given the multitude of individuals in the Internet CAF, we cannot linger for too long to avoid causing a significant disturbance." After speaking, Su Changxing took hold of He Yong and exited the CAF, accompanied by 3 or 4 detectives to prevent the suspect from fleeing. As for Su Ming, he did not rush to the parking spot of the Internet CAF. Instead, he, alongside Wang Hu, first approached the front desk to obtain a copy of the surveillance footage from the past 5 days to safeguard against any future necessity. Subsequently, at the parking area, they located He Yong's modestly priced secondhand vehicle using a remote. Inserting the key, Su Ming directed his gaze towards the upper right corner of the passenger seat headrest. A piece of damaged leather had been found beneath the victim's fingernails, and during an instinctive struggle against strangulation, the arms tend to instinctively reach upwards to scratch. Therefore, the point of leather damage would likely reside at the headrest. 3 seconds later, Su Ming distinctly observed a fingernail-sized defect in the upper right corner of the passenger headrest, his eyes shimmering with confidence. "Now, we possess ample physical evidence." Chapter 20. Your inferior crime is full of flaws in my eyes. The collection of criminal evidence is not solely limited to the comparison of the leather damage. However, by comparing the damage to the seat's leather, It allows for the swiftest ascertainment of He-Yong's culpability. Following the act of violence, He-Yong was engulfed in fear, terrified of exposure. And thus he did not undertake any deliberate cleaning or disposal of the vehicle. Su-Ming swiftly discovered a multitude of case-related clues within this second-hand car. Firstly, it is the safety belt in the passenger seat. On this somewhat aged black safety belt, Su-Ming has distinctly observed a faint, dried bloodstain, shaped like a 5-centimeter long strip, approximately half a finger's width. One can surmise that this is a result of the victim's desperate struggle during the act of strangulation, which caused the already fragile capillaries in the neck to rupture, leaving a trace of blood on the safety belt. Given the limited volume of blood from the capillary rupture, the mark is understandably subtle. Concurrently, several strands of long female hair were discovered on the passenger seat. Through rapid DNA analysis conducted by the forensic department, it was confirmed that both the bloodstains on the safety belt and the hair on the seat originated from the victim. Finally, Su-Ming retrieved the footage from the dashcam. In a sense, a dashcam capable of automatically recording and saving footage serves as excellent video evidence. Unfortunately, the dashcam lacked video recordings from the previous night, or it was deliberately turned off by He-Yong. Although the absence of video footage is regrettable, the intentional act of disabling the dashcam, combined with the inexplicably missing portion of the video during the time frame of Han Mingyao's murder, is sufficient to establish that He-Yong's act was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated and calculated act. If the discovery of a single piece of physical evidence could potentially be attributed to coincidence, the simultaneous emergence of multiple pieces of evidence can no longer be dismissed as mere chance. It stands as an irrefutable testament. Within the Huaihai criminal investigation team, the 3 suspects associated with this homicide and body disposal case have all been apprehended. In a rather lighthearted scenario, Su Yiguo and He Lianshan find themselves in contrasting situations. One openly acknowledges his temporary detention while awaiting trial, while the other sits in a mediation room, anticipating the arrival of a family member to secure his release. However, when He Lianshan's wife arrives, her purpose extends beyond mere rescue, for she brings with her a hastily prepared divorce agreement, freshly drafted by a lawyer. Meanwhile, the confirmed murderer, He-Yong, is brought back into custody and directly taken to the interrogation room for an immediate and unannounced questioning. After organizing the preliminary evidence and leads, Su-Ming and Su Changsheng, the 2 most familiar with the case, enter the interrogation room. At this moment, He-Yong sits restrained in the interrogation chair, his hair disheveled and greasy, his gaze vacant and lifeless. His legs swing restlessly, and his handcuffed wrists twist in a futile struggle, clearly betraying his inner turmoil. Su-Ming and Su Changsheng take their seats at the interrogation table opposite He-Yong, activating the recording camera beside them. Although the interrogation room is equipped with surveillance, the majority of criminal investigation teams still prefer to use a camera for close-up documentation to preempt any unforeseen incidents. At this stage of the investigation, whether He-Yong admits to the act of murder is of little consequence, as there is already ample physical evidence to substantiate his criminal activities. Even if he remains defiant in court, he cannot evade the repercussions of the law. Nevertheless, the necessary procedures cannot be overlooked. At this juncture, Su Changsheng lightly taps the table, drawing He-Yong's attention from his stupor, and coldly intones, "He-Yong, I no longer wish to squander time on you. The evidence we require is already in the possession of the police. Cease your futile attempts to deceive and evade responsibility. Confession will lead to leniency, while resistance will incur severity. If we engage in a sincere dialogue, there may yet be a chance for a lighter sentence. Now, I implore you to respond earnestly. At what time did you meet Han Mingyao the day before yesterday?" He-Yong, pale and frail, slowly lifted his head to gaze at Su Changsheng, revealing a countenance that teetered on the edge of tears as he exclaimed, "Officer, I truly did not see Han Mingyao the day before yesterday. We ended our relationship 3 months ago, and she even blocked me on WeChat. It was only recently that I learned of Han Mingyao's tragic demise. It is evident that, despite his overwhelming anxiety and fear, He-Yong has no intention of confessing. Instead, he clings to the hope of evasion, believing that the police possess scant evidence." Su Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly and slammed his hand on the table, his impatience palpable as he chided, "He-Yong, you are no stranger to the law. Do you not comprehend how investigations are conducted? You continue to quibble and refuse cooperation. Do you? This is your final opportunity. Immediately recount the events that led to your meeting with Han Mingyao and her subsequent murder in full detail, and I will strive to advocate on your behalf." This opportunity did not resonate with He-Yong, who, gritting his teeth, continued to protest, "Officer, I truly do not know. Han Mingyao was indeed my former girlfriend. However, 3 months ago, we parted ways and have had no contact since. I genuinely do not comprehend what has transpired. Am I forbidden from speaking the truth? Or do you insist that I fabricate a confession to facilitate your case resolution?" Su Changsheng had completely lost his patience. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, directing a stern gaze towards He-Yong, who stubbornly refused to admit his guilt. Now, you have forfeited the opportunity for self-surrender and honesty. No means will allow you to mitigate your sentence in this case. Ming, present him with the evidence we have gathered for his perusal. Sitting beside him, Ming did not immediately display the evidence. Instead, he glanced at He-Yong a few times and shook his head. If I were in your position, after making such a blunder in this case, I would never stubbornly refuse to admit the truth. It is simply too foolish. Do you realize what your most significant issues are in this case? At this juncture, Ming paused for 2 seconds, observing He-Yong's dazed expression, and with a tone laced with his extensive criminal experience, he derisively continued. First, having already determined to commit murder, you still sent a text message to the victim as a warning. Were you fearful that the victim would remain unaware, or that the police would be unable to trace it? Second, in an attempt to avoid exposure from the dashcam, you turned it off, yet you only disabled it for a few hours, precisely during the time of the crime. Would it not have been wiser to dismantle the dashcam or sabotage it to ensure it malfunctioned? Thirdly, the perpetrator chose to employ strangulation as their method, yet they could not bring themselves to purchase a few lengths of wire or fine packing string, opting instead to use the safety belt from their vehicle. As a result, the victim's blood was left smeared upon it, and they were at a loss as to how to clean it up. Surely they were oblivious to the fact that the seat had been torn as well. Fourthly, enough said. With such a base approach to crime, you still stubbornly refuse to admit your guilt. Let me present the evidence without further ado, for time is too precious to waste. With that, Ming lifted several sealed bags he had brought, gesturing with his fingers. This is the safety belt from the passenger seat of your car, stained with the dried blood of the victim, Han Mingyao. This is leather found beneath her fingernails, corresponding to the damage on your car's passenger seat. And this is... As Ming presented each sealed bag, He-Yong's eyes filled with terror, his complexion paling dramatically, his jaw clenched tightly. Especially as he recalled the details of the crime that Ming had previously mentioned, the tension in his mind snapped. Overwhelmed by emotion, panic surged forth. Ming's methodical narration was abruptly interrupted by a series of loud bangs. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, He-Yong began to violently strike his head against the interrogation chair, tears, worthless in their value, streaming down his face as he cried hoarsely, "It's all her fault. It's all her fault. Who made her betray me? Who made her sleep with someone else? Who made her leave me? What of having money? Am I not simply without it?" Chapter 21. A significant revelation. The murderer is a left-handed individual. Realizing the futility of his stubbornness, He-Yong had succumbed to emotional collapse, repeatedly banging his head against the interrogation chair, weeping profusely. However, these tears were clearly shed out of fear of legal repercussions. Akin to crocodile tears, utterly devoid of sincerity. Perhaps there was a hint of regret, yet it served no purpose now. Had he known this would be the outcome, why act as he did in the first place? 3 hours later, with sufficient evidence to secure a conviction, He-Yong finally recounted how he lured the victim into the vehicle and detailed the entire sequence of events, including every nuance of his psychological transformations. With He-Yong's testimony and the previously gathered evidence, the trial for this murder and body disposal case progressed swiftly. The 3 suspects connected to the case faced dire consequences. He Shan, who had breached moral codes without engaging in explicit criminal acts, found himself exposed after his wife intervened. His affair came to light, resulting in his ultimate downfall, leaving him stripped of all assets. The shares he once held in a trading company were callously reclaimed by his father-in-law. From a prosperous businessman, he plummeted to the depths of despair, his past glory and wealth now a distant memory. As for Su Igua, who had committed the crime of body theft, he was charged with multiple offenses, including theft and desecration of a corpse, as well as complicity. However, due to his cooperative demeanor and the absence of severe consequences, he was ultimately sentenced to 4 years in prison. As for the perpetrator of this heinous act, He-Yong, after the judge meticulously reviewed the case files multiple times, a remarkably fair verdict was rendered. Prior to the act of violence, the victim had already chosen to terminate the romantic relationship, thus negating any notion of betrayal. It was merely He-Yong's relentless and one-sided harassment. Furthermore, He-Yong had premeditated the murder, rather than succumbing to an uncontrollable emotional outburst during a quarrel, which constitutes a clear case of intentional homicide. Following the act, instead of opting for confession, he attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of the body, thereby inflicting significant societal harm. When confronted by the police, he sought to obfuscate the truth rather than candidly admitting to the crime, leaving no grounds for leniency in sentencing. Ultimately, he was sentenced to death and stripped of his political rights for life. Of course, the details concerning the court proceedings and He-Yong's subsequent appeal against the judgment are matters that belong to the aftermath of this case. On the 3rd day following the incident, with the criminal facts established, He-Yong was already dispatched to a detention center, awaiting the court's definitive ruling. Remarkably, within less than a day, this homicide case was solved, primarily under the leadership of the still ungraduated Su Ming, an astonishing feat indeed. However, as the primary duty of criminal detectives is to solve cases, coupled with the recent reduction of the internship period, the police department did not bestow any exceptional rewards, merely a modest bonus of 500 yuan at the end of the month. Within the Huaihai criminal investigation team, Su Ming found himself once again at leisure, meticulously analyzing various clues and documents pertaining to the dismemberment case at Magic City University. Homicides, after all, do not occur every day. In the intervals devoid of assigned tasks, delving into these unsolved case files yields considerable insights. As for Wang Hu, he has entirely shifted his focus towards criminal investigation technology. He now diligently studies under a mentor, acquiring skills in mobile phone repair, recovering clues, and scrutinizing the surveillance footage from various streets. Criminal detectives differ significantly from public security officers. While the annual caseload may not be extensive, the cases they handle are predominantly serious and major crimes. Therefore, when a case is resolved swiftly, it often bequeaths ample time for respite. Currently, Su Changsheng, similarly idling in anticipation of new assignments, leisurely approaches Su Ming with a steaming cup of goji berry tea. He glances at the computer screen, gently blows on the steam rising from his cup, takes a delicate sip, and casually inquires, "The file on the May 13th dismemberment case? Director Lin asked you to review it, didn't he? Have you made any groundbreaking discoveries?" Su Ming, without lifting his gaze towards Su Changsheng, merely shakes his head lightly and sighs in resignation. There have indeed been some findings, but whether they hold any significance for this case from 2 decades ago, I cannot say for certain. 20 years is an exceedingly long time. Had I been at the crime scene back then, perhaps I could have captured traces left by the perpetrator. Yet now, it is undeniably challenging. However, I can state with absolute certainty, should this assailant strike again, the distinct modus operandi will undoubtedly unveil further clues. It is evident that this assertion reflects Su Ming's unique confidence. In recent days, through the meticulous examination of these case files, Su Ming has come to a rough conclusion that the gruesome incident of the 5/13 dismemberment case at Magic City University is not as flawless or as insurmountable as it initially appears. The reason for the perpetrator's continued freedom lies in the outdated forensic techniques employed 2 decades ago, coupled with the initial misdirection of the investigation. For instance, following the occurrence of this dismemberment case, the majority of forensic efforts focused on locating additional body parts and exploring the victim's social connections, neglecting timely analysis of the existing remains, which may have led to the quiet disappearance of potential evidence. Standing nearby, Su Changsheng, upon hearing Su Ming's revelations of newfound leads, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is that true, Xiaoming? The case files for this incident have nearly been worn to tatters by our scrutiny. How could you possibly uncover new clues? When I first joined the team, Director Lin also tasked me with reviewing these files, but haven't all the pertinent areas been investigated? Where could there be any leads left? However, Xiaoming, you do make a valid point. If the perpetrator of this cold case dares to commit further crimes, with today's advanced surveillance technology and forensic methodologies, capturing them would certainly be within reach. Yet, alas, nearly 20 years have elapsed, and the perpetrator of this dismemberment case seems to have vanished without a trace, with no similar criminal methods surfacing over the years. At times, I wonder if this perpetrator has already departed from this world. Yet, one wonders, could it be that the perpetrator capable of such a heinous dismemberment remains so lucid, exercising restraint to refrain from further crimes, thus inadvertently granting us the opportunity to uncover his identity? The underlying reasons remain shrouded in mystery. It is conceivable that, had Chief Lin not clung tenaciously to this dismemberment case, it might have been relegated to the annals of forgotten history, with the true culprit forever elusive. In truth, during an era when forensic technology was not as advanced, numerous unsolved cases languished, many fading into obscurity due to the inability to identify the offenders. Cases like the dismemberment incident at Magic City University, which are occasionally resurrected in conversation, are indeed remarkably scarce. At this moment, Su Changsheng let out a soft sigh, shaking his head, and continued, "I have digressed. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiaoming, what new clues have you discovered?" In response to Su Changsheng's reflections, Su Ming refrained from offering extensive commentary. Instead, he opened several images of the victim's remains preserved from the case files, and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Brother Shang, many have posited that the perpetrator of this dismemberment is skilled with a knife, possesses significant psychological resilience, and exhibits severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Yet these remain vague indicators of his identity. However, from the incisions and texture observed on the victim's bodies, I discerned a critical piece of information. The assailant's understanding of human anatomy surpasses our initial estimates. as he employed his non-dominant hand to carry out the dismemberment. To put it simply, the murderer is a left-handed individual. Chapter 22. Su Ming introduces groundbreaking forensic techniques, astonishing Su Chongqing. The revelation that the perpetrator is left-handed leaves Su Chongqing momentarily stunned. He quickly leans forward to scrutinize the screen, his expression a blend of astonishment and confusion. Wait. Xiao Ming, how did you deduce that the murderer is left-handed? As for the texture of the cooked corpse's muscle and the incisions, isn't there a degree of randomness? Can they truly serve as clues for inference? It is evident that Su Ming assesses the murderer's dominant hand through the wounds and texture of the victim's body, a notion that surpasses Su Chongqing's comprehension. In criminal investigation, it is indeed possible to ascertain the weapon and direction of attack from the victim's injuries. This is a well-established technique employed in solving cases. However, the dismemberment case at Magic City University presents a significant caveat. The victim's body was pre-cooked before being cut into smaller pieces. Su Chongqing has never encountered such a scenario. In such circumstances, determining the murderer's dominant hand through texture and incisions seems implausible. Observing Su Chongqing's bewildered expression, Su Ming feels no surprise. He had anticipated this reaction. The quest to uncover clues from the muscle and texture of a cooked corpse transcends the capabilities of a conventional detective. In reality, discerning the perpetrator's dominant hand under such conditions is exceedingly challenging, if not altogether impossible. The perpetrator, during the act of committing a crime, typically approaches the task with an innate sense of naturalness and expediency, striving to achieve their objective by any means necessary, even if the assailant is left-handed. The urgency of the moment may compel them to seize the nearest weapon with their right hand, driven by the adrenaline coursing through their veins, and subsequently attack the victim. Given the multitude of uncertainties involved, determining the dominant hand of a suspect poses significant challenges. It is far from the simplistic portrayal seen in television dramas, where a mere glance at an injury suffices to ascertain the weapon wielder's handedness. Such a conclusion is utterly implausible. Were it not for Su Ming's extensive experience with various methods of homicide in his pursuit of the perfect crime, he would not have been attuned to such intricate details. Nor could he confidently assert that the killer is left-handed. At this moment, Su Ming presented two distinct photographs of the victim's corpses on the screen. "Xingge," he began. "By examining the muscle texture and incisions, one can glean vital clues. While this may sound incredulous, allow me to elaborate, and you will understand the basis for my conclusion." Without any hesitation, Su Ming pointed at the photograph of the victim's remains displayed above. This image depicted the first bag of dismembered body parts discovered, which had been mistaken for cooked beef by sanitation workers and merely consumed. "Xingge, take a close look. The muscle texture of the remains in this image is distinctly deeper on the right side and shallower on the left, with the incisions on the right appearing more pronounced. You may envision this in your mind. At this moment, a substantial piece of meat lay upon the cutting board. A typical individual, when engaged in the act of slicing meat, would initially apply considerable force, unperturbed by the prospect of the knife clashing against the board. However, as one approaches the final portion, there is an instinctive tendency to ease up, mindful of the noise produced. This behavior is indicative of human instinct or subconscious action. In the presence of a murderer, one would undoubtedly be more attuned to the volume of sound produced. The manner in which force is applied and received results in the areas where greater pressure was exerted exhibiting clearer textures and cuts compared to those where the force was diminished. When the perpetrator dismembers the victim, they would exercise even greater caution than in the ordinary act of cutting meat, inevitably leading to an uneven application of force. In the depicted image of the corpse, the textures and cuts on the right side are markedly more pronounced than those on the left. Following the typical cutting posture of a right-handed person, it is evident that the knife was wielded with the right hand during the dissection. This information signifies that, during the process of severing the victim's body, the murderer employed their right hand to execute the cuts. Such a layered explanation caused Su Chongqing to draw a sharp breath, positioning his right hand flat and vertical in a knife-like manner, mimicking the downward slicing motion to sense the changes in force. The outcome, as Su Ming had articulated, was that once the sensation of nearing the cutting board was perceived, there would instinctively be a reduction in force, a human inertia that is exceedingly difficult to overcome. Having confirmed this lead, Su Chongqing forcefully sucked in his teeth, setting down the goji berry water he held, his brow furrowing even tighter. "Xiao Ming, I find myself in near complete agreement with your method of discerning a dominant hand through texture and incision. However, I perceive the applicability of this forensic technique to be rather limited. After all, there are not many criminal suspects who exhibit the chilling composure of the murderer in the Shanghai dismemberment case, meticulously cooking and dismembering the body with such precision. Most likely, they would scarcely have time to dispose of the remains, yet here we are able to ascertain the dominant hand. Nevertheless, it is rather perplexing. Based on this detail, One would deduce that the perpetrator's dominant hand should be the right, rather than the left. How then did Ming arrive at the inference that the suspect is left-handed? Although the scope of this forensic technique is indeed narrow, it has yielded tangible results, particularly from the crucial clues unearthed in those photographs of corpses from 2 decades past. Su Changxing cannot help but acknowledge the astounding talent for solving cases that Ming possesses. After years as a detective, he never contemplated that one could discern an individual's dominant hand from the varying force applied in cutting flesh. Yet, his confusion deepens. While it is evident from the body fragments that the dominant hand is the right, why does Ming assert with such confidence that the assailant is left-handed? Su Changxing's bewilderment does not linger for long, as Ming gestures towards a photograph of the corpse below. This image captures the victim's severed head, grotesquely displayed from multiple angles, sufficient to instill nightmares in an average person. Shenggu, he urges, observe closely the incision at the neck. According to the techniques we previously employed to determine the cutting direction of the dismembered remains, it becomes evident that, upon examining the cervical vertebrae, one side of the muscle texture is markedly more pronounced, while the other appears somewhat blurred and indistinct. However, this differs from the orientations observed in the previous remains. In this instance, the muscle texture on the left side is notably more distinct, suggesting that the assailant exerted significantly less force on the right side. Thus, we can infer that the perpetrator wielded the knife with their left hand while dismembering the victim's body and head, leading to 2 entirely divergent conclusions. In the act of dismemberment, the assailant utilized their right hand to wield the knife, yet, when severing the skull, they employed their left hand. While this might seem difficult to discern, a moment's contemplation reveals the answer. Since the dismembered remains consist solely of muscle, the assailant did not need to apply excessive force. Conversely, when cutting through the skull, due to the presence of the vertebrae, the assailant was compelled to exert considerably greater strength. At this juncture, there is no need for Ming to elaborate further. Su Changxing suddenly slapped his thigh, awakening to the realization with palpable excitement. In scenarios involving the severance of hard materials or lifting heavy objects, individuals instinctively resort to their dominant hand to exert greater force, a phenomenon that is inescapable. Thus, by juxtaposing the acts of dismembering flesh and cutting through the cervical vertebrae, one can arrive at an unequivocal conclusion. The assailant is left-handed, which accounts for their choice to wield the knife with the left hand when severing the bone. The reason for wielding the knife with the right hand to dismember the body parts is, in fact, a deliberate concealment, intended to bewilder the authorities and absolve oneself of suspicion. However, why go to the lengths of hiding one's left-handedness? Though left-handed individuals are relatively rare among the general populace, it seems unnecessary to obscure such a trait, unless... At this juncture, Su Changxing paused for a brief 2 seconds, his gaze fixed on Ming, eyes glinting with insight as he continued. Unless the perpetrator possesses a rather unique profession, coupled with the characteristic of being left-handed, making it exceedingly simple to identify them. Chapter 23. A sudden emergence of an urgent case. All efforts focused on solving the mystery. As a criminal investigator, one of the most essential skills is the ability to engage in logical reasoning that connects seemingly disparate clues, allowing one to propel the investigation forward and pinpoint potential suspects. Just like now, thanks to the clue unearthed by Ming, Su Changxing immediately realized the implications. A typical criminal suspect would never intentionally hide their left-handedness, as there would be no need to do so, unless the murderer believes that once the authorities discover their left-handed identity, and with the right combination of other clues, they could easily lead to their apprehension. Only under such circumstances would a criminal of such high intellect waste precious time concealing their left-handed characteristic. Left-handedness may not be a particularly distinctive trait, yet it can remarkably narrow down the suspect pool to an exceedingly small number when associated with certain elements. A moment's reflection brings forth an intriguing notion, a unique profession, one that is not widely practiced. As Su Changxing meticulously untangles the myriad of details in his mind, he comes to realize the profound significance of Ming's discovery. It is indeed a monumental breakthrough. However, he cannot help but sigh in resignation, lamenting, what a pity. If only this clue and its details had been uncovered 2 decades ago, perhaps we could have traced the murderer through a process of elimination. But now, 2 decades have elapsed, and so much has changed. Many elements of the past have faded into obscurity, with numerous professions disappearing from the historical stage, rendering any investigation nearly impossible. Su Changxing has scrutinized the case files of this dismemberment case several times. Thus, he is well aware that, in the aftermath of the incident 20 years prior, the investigative focus was directed towards establishments such as duck restaurants, meat shops, slaughterhouses, and the deceased's social circles. The possibility of identifying suspects through the lens of left-handedness and lesser-known professions was never considered. It must be noted that the murderer's deliberate concealment of their dominant hand did not prove to be particularly effective, for the absence of significant clues, such as the dominant hand, has rendered the case utterly perplexing. Su Ming nodded in agreement and, with a sense of regret, closed the 2 photographs of the victims' remains displayed on the computer screen. Indeed, there seemed to be no way forward, unless the perpetrator of this dismemberment case committed another crime, thereby providing us with fresh opportunities and clues, or if we were able to uncover new evidence from the existing files. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to solve the dismemberment case at Magic City University. Perhaps, at the time, the criminal's actions were not flawless, containing numerous imperfections and oversights. Yet, 20 years have passed, and all that was once flawed has been perfected. It is evident that through the analysis of the files during this period, Su Ming has come to a rough conclusion. The 513 dismemberment case at Magic City University was not as exaggerated or flawless as described online. At the very least, had he been able to take on this case back then, he would undoubtedly have unraveled the intricate details and captured the elusive perpetrator, ensuring they faced the full weight of the law. This is not mere blind confidence, but rather a conviction born from his extensive experience in simulating criminal activities and employing various investigative techniques. Su Changsheng suppressed his inner astonishment and lifted the goji berry water beside him, preparing to continue speaking when the door to the innermost office of the director suddenly swung open. Lin Tian, dressed in a white uniform, stepped out slowly, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought, while Su Changsheng quickly waved to greet him. "Master, please come and take a look." Xiao Ming, based solely on these case files and the victims' photographs, has uncovered a brand new lead in the 513 dismemberment case. I have conducted a preliminary analysis, and it seems that if not for the passage of 2 decades, it is indeed quite possible to unearth the identity of the perpetrator through this clue discovered by Xiao Ming. It is a pity, however. Nevertheless, there should still be some opportunity to uncover additional leads, or Su Changsheng's words evidently stirred Lin Tian, who turned in surprise to glance at Su Ming. He had not anticipated that merely allowing Su Ming to examine the case files would yield such a significant breakthrough. However, this is not the time to dwell on this 20-year-old cold case, as a more urgent matter has arisen. He promptly raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Xiao Su, we shall revisit the 513 dismemberment case later. I have an urgent situation that requires you to lead a team immediately, and Xiao Ming will accompany you to see if any further insights can be gleaned. I have just received a call from the principal of Shud Middle School in Huainan District, informing me that a 3rd-year female student has tragically fallen to her death in an abandoned building, with a substantial probability of foul play. We must proceed without delay to investigate this case, owing to the fact that the deceased is a minor and her body was discovered by a fellow student, has already incited considerable panic and unrest, and it is possible that the media has also caught wind of the situation. Therefore, it is imperative to remember that one must refrain from drawing any conclusions in the presence of the school authorities, parents, or particularly the media, especially when definitive conclusions are elusive, as this could undermine the credibility of our police force." At this juncture, Lin Tian paused for a moment, contemplating, before resolutely stating, "Given the unique nature of the case, Xiao Su, instruct forensic expert Shen Lin to set aside her current tasks and accompany you on this mission. We must ascertain the cause of death in the shortest possible time. Furthermore, should any insurmountable issues arise, contact me immediately." Without delay, he directed them to proceed to Shud High School, promising to relay further details en route, insisting that time should not be squandered. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, particularly given its involvement with minors, Su Changsheng promptly suppressed his usual jovial demeanor, standing at attention with utmost seriousness, saluting as he affirmed, "Understood. Task completion is assured." With that, he placed his thermos filled with goji berries aside, retrieved the keys to the police vehicle from his drawer, and without hesitation tossed them to Su Ming, saying, "Let us go. Xiao Ming, you head to the parking lot and wait for me. I will consult with forensic expert Shun in the technical department, and we will proceed to the scene together." This case, the pressure is immense. Chapter 24, The Ambiguous Case of the Falling Incident at the High School. Su Ming's exceptional ability to capture clues. The sirens of the police car blared as it sped down the highway. Su Changsheng was at the wheel, while Su Ming remained in the passenger seat. This time, Wang Hu did not accompany the team. Instead, he remained in the Criminal Investigation Technology Department, readily providing technical support with advanced equipment. In the back seat sat a young and alluring woman, clad in a white lab coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and possessing a delicate tear mole at the corner of her eye. The presence of the autopsy toolkit beside her clearly indicated her identity, Shen Lin, the sole forensic doctor of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. Though she is only 30 this year, she boasts 12 years of professional experience, and her grandfather, Shin Su, was among the earliest forensic physicians in the bustling metropolis. Since reaching adulthood, Shenlin chose not to pursue the romantic escapades and nightlife that many young women indulge in, but instead followed her grandfather to learn various autopsy techniques. Whether through osmosis or innate talent, within a mere 5 years, Shenlin mastered all of her grandfather's autopsy skills, even surpassing him in certain aspects. Consequently, the veteran forensic Dr. Shen Su could finally retire with peace of mind, passing the baton to the prodigious Shenlin, who now serves in the technical department of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. Due to Shenlin's unique status, not only does she carry the aura of a brilliant forensic doctor, but she is also connected by kinship to the esteemed elder, Shen Su. Thus, within the criminal investigation team, aside from Lin Tian, no one dares to instruct her in any matters. As for her romantic prospects, they seem rather disheartening. As the profession of a forensic doctor, one who constantly interacts with corpses, is enough to deter most young men. When there were only 10 minutes left to Shid Middle School, Su Changshan glanced at Su Ming and then stole a look at Shenlin through the rearview mirror, his fingers lightly tapping on the steering wheel as he spoke softly. The incident at Shid Middle School was not reported by our dispatch personnel, but rather directly communicated to the Lin Bureau by the school's principal, Chu Wenbiao. The available information indicates that the deceased was a 15-year-old girl named Zhang Wan, a third-year junior high student. Due to the school's implementation of a military-style management system, all students are required to reside in dormitories. Consequently, her roommates observed her in bed during lights out the previous night. However, by morning, they discovered her absence and assumed she had already gone to class, thus thinking little of it. During the morning break, a group of boys, appearing somewhat unruly, sneaked off to smoke beneath the abandoned teaching building, where they unexpectedly stumbled upon Zhang Wan's lifeless body. Startled, the boys promptly informed the school authorities. Although the school followed protocol and called for an ambulance, it was evident that she had long ceased to show any signs of life. The ambulance merely conducted an electrocardiogram to confirm her death. Currently, as per the Lin Bureau's directive, the scene of the incident has been cordoned off by the school's security personnel, and the body is temporarily secured in a body bag, awaiting transfer to the funeral home to facilitate our search for specific clues. Given that the discoverers were students, the news has spread rapidly throughout the school, and numerous media outlets have also caught wind of the situation. Considering the involvement of a minor, should the truth not be uncovered in a timely manner, it could lead to significant complications. Su Changshan's final remark encapsulates a profound understanding of the complexities surrounding cases involving minors. Both Su Ming and Shenlin are acutely aware that any incident associated with underage individuals will inevitably attract heightened media scrutiny and incite a whirlwind of public opinion. Consequently, even when the truth is uncovered, if it contradicts the prevailing sentiments of the populace, it may lead to unrest and a significant erosion of public trust. Thus, it is imperative not only to uncover the truth but also to do so before the narrative gains traction and before anyone begins to manipulate the discourse. As Shenlin fiddled with the lock of the forensic toolkit, her brow furrowed in concern as she inquired, "Has the deceased body already been removed?" This will undoubtedly interfere with the autopsy. If we wish to ascertain the truth expeditiously, the body should not have been disturbed prior to our arrival. Su Changshan sighed, a hint of resignation in his demeanor, and shrugged while conveying, there was little choice in the matter. The fact that the body could be temporarily retained at the school is already the result of Director Lin's utmost efforts. Although refraining from disturbing the body would be most advantageous for uncovering clues and determining the true cause of death, how could the school afford to remain inactive? Even if it is evident that the individual who fell has lost all vital signs, in order to placate the parents and the media, immediate action to summon an ambulance is essential. Merely calling an ambulance is insufficient. The body must also be handled with care and prepared for burial with urgency. If they had dared to do nothing, leaving the body unattended until our arrival, it would have led to severe repercussions. The media, parents, and even netizens are determined to make the school officials acutely aware of the power of public opinion and the realities of online harassment. Regardless of the specifics of the situation or the reasons behind it, once a student encounters trouble at school, the institution cannot escape blame. A secondary school is not akin to a kindergarten. It is simply impractical for teachers to monitor each student closely. Ultimately, it is imperative for parents to pay closer attention to their children's psychological well-being. Historically, a staggering 80% of campus incidents are linked to the familial environment of the students. By fostering a greater awareness of their children's lives, parents can significantly mitigate such tragedies, which is far more beneficial than any other remedy. Nevertheless, discussing this may be futile. Let us hope that this case can be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, the media and parents could cause quite a stir. Su Changshan's words elicited a subtle nod of agreement from Shenlin. Indeed, to diminish campus crimes and incidents, relying solely on teachers and school authorities proves insufficient. The onus primarily lies with the parents. Meanwhile, sitting in the passenger seat, Su Ming, having keenly picked up on an important detail from Su Changxing's earlier remarks, inquired with curiosity, "Brother Shang, aren't the other students in the deceased dormitory from a different class? Because, as you mentioned earlier, the others in the dormitory believed she had already gone to class when they woke up and found her absent from her bed. During class, these individuals did not express any bewilderment over the absence of the deceased, opting instead to inform the teacher. It is imperative to note that, by the timeline inferred, the deceased should have already succumbed after falling from a height, rendering them incapable of attending class. Yet, why was it only after 2 classes and the subsequent break that these unruly youths discovered the body? Such deductions seem to suggest that the deceased and the other residents of the dormitory were not in the same class, which might explain the situation. Could it be that the separation in accommodation led to the deceased being ostracized by their peers, ultimately prompting them to embark on this tragic and irreversible path? As Su Ming articulated this line of reasoning, Su Changxing, seated in the driver's seat, wore a visage of astonishment, turning his head in disbelief towards Su Ming. He struggled to comprehend the level of deductive ability and investigative talent required to arrive at such intricate conclusions based solely on the scant information he had concerning the case, without even having witnessed the crime scene. Moreover, this conclusion aligned perfectly with the elements of reasoning, leaving no room for counterarguments. It was not merely Su Changxing, Shenlin, seated in the back, also widened her beautiful eyes, gazing thoughtfully at the passenger seat, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses as she pondered. Chapter 25, Bizarre. The laceration on the fallen body. The police car sped towards the entrance of Shid High School. Su Ming turned to glance out the window, noting that several vehicles had already congregated at the school gate. Several vehicles bearing the credentials of the Huaihai District Education Bureau were present, alongside a few interview cars belonging to an unidentified media outlet. The remaining vehicles primarily belonged to anxious parents who, upon hearing the news, hurried to the scene out of fear for their own children's safety. It is evident that this incident is gradually gaining momentum. Police vehicles also came to a halt at the school gate. Vice Principal Zhang Heng of Shid Middle School had long awaited their arrival, promptly escorting Su Ming and the other 2 into the premises, denying the eager media any opportunity for interviews. As he guided them toward the abandoned classroom building where the incident had occurred, he let out a complex sigh, expressing his bewilderment at the unfolding tragedy. Alas, I truly do not understand how such an incident could transpire. Shid Middle School has always been a model institution in the vicinity, renowned for both its academic excellence and exemplary school ethos. Now, the leaders of the Education Bureau and various media outlets are increasingly focused on this matter. I sincerely hope that those who have traveled from afar can swiftly uncover the truth behind this event, minimizing its repercussions and, at the very least, preserving our status as a distinguished school. Su Changxing nodded expressionlessly, revealing no trace of emotion as he responded, "Rest assured, Vice Principal Zhang. Since Director Lin has assigned us to your esteemed institution, we shall exert every effort to thoroughly investigate this case of the fall. However, while we are en route to the scene, may I inquire about more detailed information regarding the deceased student, Zhang Wan? Specifically, insights into her family background, academic performance, and social connections would be invaluable. Vice Principal Zhang, are you aware of these circumstances regarding Su Changxing?" Zhang Heng, feeling somewhat awkward, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and sighed. "How could I possibly know? If I had detected any unusual behavior from that student sooner, I would certainly have done everything in my power to avert this tragedy and prevent it from escalating to this point. However, if you officers require assistance, I can have Zhang Wan's homeroom teacher come over to cooperate with the investigation. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, we all wish to swiftly uncover the reasons behind Zhang Wan's decision to take her own life." No sooner had he finished speaking than Shenlin, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Oh, Vice Principal Zhang, you seem quite confident. We haven't even arrived at the scene, and you already presume it to be a suicide? Could there not be a possibility of foul play?" This remark left Zhang Heng momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Su Changxing, in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, coughed discreetly into his hand and said, "Vice Principal Zhang, please don't take it to heart. Forensic expert Shin is the ace of our Huaihai criminal investigation team. She steadfastly believes that only the dead do not lie. Thus, until she examines the body, she remains skeptical regarding the cause of death. By the way, we should summon the deceased's homeroom teacher, as we will likely need to inquire about specific circumstances and details shortly." Zhang Heng nodded vigorously, gesturing towards the police tape. "Understood. Understood. It is indeed essential to proceed with caution and thoroughness. The abandoned teaching building lies ahead, encircled by caution tape, marking the site of the tragic fall. Principal Chu is there, attending to matters. Officers, you may proceed directly. I shall now seek out the deceased student's homeroom teacher, hoping to unveil the truth swiftly, as the pressure from the Education Bureau is indeed substantial. With that, Zhang Heng paused, stepping aside to retrieve his phone and contact the homeroom teacher. Su Changxing remained unfazed, pressing his palm forward, ready to commence the task at hand. While the school leaders undoubtedly hoped that the eventual cause of death would be determined as suicide, thus safeguarding their status as a top-tier institution, we must not allow such expectations to sway us. Uncovering the truth is our paramount duty. As Su Changxing's words lingered in the air, he was the first to step beyond the caution tape. Meanwhile, the principal of Shid Middle School, Chu Wenbiao, who was surrounded by concern and inquiring about the situation, turned at the behest of those nearby. Upon seeing Su Changxing, along with Su Ming and Shen Lin in their police uniforms, he exhaled in relief and hurried forward to grasp Su Changxing's hand firmly. "You must be Captain Su," he said. "Director Lin mentioned your extensive experience in solving cases. I trust you will assist us in swiftly determining the specific cause of this student's fall. The pressure on my end is truly immense." Su Changxing, maintaining a composed demeanor, withdrew his hand without acknowledging Chu Wenbiao's mention of Lin Tian, merely nodding expressionlessly in response. "Rest assured, Principal Chu, we have come solely to uncover the truth. However, at this moment, I must kindly request that those unrelated to the matter vacate this area to avoid hindering our work and to preserve the integrity of the crime scene. Once we have thoroughly examined the site and drawn our final conclusions, we will promptly provide you with an unembellished and truthful account of the events. Of course, there is no need for sentimentality, only the truth matters." Chu Wenbiao promptly asserted that one need not fear shadows when standing upright, then glanced around and waved, shouting for everyone to disperse. "Please step back from the cordon and refrain from interfering with the officer's work." As for how Chu Wenbiao managed the security personnel and school officials, the trio who had arrived on assignment paid them no mind, their attention fixated instead on the scene of the fall a few meters ahead. Despite the passage of several hours, the dried blood, flowing like a small stream, vividly depicted the earlier tragedy. Beside the desiccated blood lay a black body bag, containing the remains of the deceased in this case. It was evident that the primary crime scene had been compromised, had it not been for Lin Tian's insistence. The body would likely have already been transported to the funeral home. Shen Lin approached the body bag, kneeling on one knee to open the forensic toolkit, donning rubber gloves as she prepared for a preliminary examination of the corpse. Under normal circumstances, autopsies are conducted at the police station or the morgue, necessitating real-time recording by a camera. However, due to the urgency of this case, particularly its connection to a minor, in such a peculiar environment, it is only through experience that one can ascertain the true cause of death without surgical intervention. Su Ming and Su Changxing stood beside Shen Lin, intending to first examine the condition of the deceased before conducting a meticulous investigation of the crime scene to seek targeted clues. Moments later, Shen Lin was fully prepared and proceeded to unveil the body bag. Before her lay an extraordinarily youthful visage marred by the bloodstains from the fall, which had been hastily cleansed by the paramedics. However, the skull exhibited pronounced deformities, and the limbs were grotesquely contorted due to fractures, with even shards of bone piercing through the skin, presenting a ghastly sight. Had the doctors not performed a cursory intervention, the true appearance would likely have been even more chilling. Yet, the three individuals present displayed no fluctuations in their expressions, not only due to their desensitization to corpses over time, but also because their gazes were fixated on the left wrist of the deceased. For there lay a gaping, bone-revealing laceration, a deep and ghastly wound. Chapter 26. Someone wants to ensure she is 100% dead. This gruesome, bone-exposing gash drew their attention far more than the so-called exposed shards of bone or the deformed skull. The three, entrenched in the criminal investigation system, were acutely aware of how extraordinary it was for a corpse that had fallen to exhibit such a wrist injury. Despite Shen Lin's years of experience, having encountered hundreds of fallen bodies, none had ever presented with a similar anomaly. Suppressing her astonishment, Shen Lin lifted the left wrist of the deceased, scrutinizing it closely, her brow furrowing in concern. The wound on the wrist is evidently not self-inflicted by the deceased. The location of the incision on the left wrist suggests that, under normal circumstances, if the right hand were wielding the knife, the cutting direction would invariably be from the outside in. It is utterly implausible for it to be from the inside out, as this contradicts human anatomical conventions. Instances of wrist slashing that result in such an unusual internal to external wound, based on previous experiences, are typically indicative of another individual standing opposite and wielding a sharp instrument, thus aligning the wound's trajectory from within outwards. Shen Lin's assertion is nothing short of astonishing. According to this hypothesis, aside from the deceased, there are other participants involved in this case. This factor undoubtedly amplifies the uncertainty and severity of the situation exponentially. The mere presence of another individual in the case raises the potential for homicide. Su Changxing furrowed his brow slightly, As an experienced detective, he was acutely aware of the vast differences in impact and public perception between a campus homicide and a campus suicide, despite their seemingly trivial distinction. Taking a deep breath, he calmly addressed Shun. Medical examiner Shun, please conduct a thorough examination. Can we ascertain whether the child's specific cause of death was due to excessive blood loss from the wrist or a fall? Or is there a possibility that the individual was coerced into self-harm, ultimately disguised as a fall? It is evident that if this case potentially involves homicide, the level of scrutiny will differ significantly. The crucial 48 hours must be seized without hesitation. Before Shenlin could respond, Su Ming, standing nearby, meticulously examined the bloodstains on the ground. He then lifted his gaze to assess the height and distance of the abandoned teaching building and softly replied, Brother Shank, the deceased most likely committed suicide. Moreover, in my estimation, this gruesome wrist wound was probably inflicted by another person after the fall. Firstly, let us consider why it is deemed as suicide. If you observe the bloodstains from the fall, they are approximately 2 meters away from the building. Based on our criminal investigation experience, if the victim had been pushed or thrown from the building post-mortem, they would typically land within a meter of the building due to their weight. However, if the individual jumped voluntarily, the distance from the building, owing to inertia and the trajectory of the fall, would generally be around 1.5 meters. Yet, in this case, the bloodstains are situated roughly 2 meters from the building, which is not within 1.5 meters, nor within 1 meter. This indicates that the deceased likely exerted all their strength to leap backward, arms spread wide in a gesture of embrace, thereby managing to achieve a distance of 2 meters from the building. Thus, it can be reasonably concluded that the deceased jumped voluntarily, rather than being pushed or thrown. At this juncture, Su Ming paused momentarily, searching the ground for several seconds. Upon failing to find the desired scattered droplets of blood, he shook his head and continued. As for why I assert that the wound on the wrist was likely inflicted by another individual after the fall, this is due to the fact that the wound on the deceased's wrist is profoundly deep, having entirely severed the radial artery, which signifies an immense loss of blood, rendering any possibility of self-coagulation utterly implausible. Considering the human body's capacity to endure, a person with a severed radial artery would, at most, succumb to a state of profound weakness and dizziness approaching hemorrhagic shock within 2 minutes. Under such circumstances, it is inconceivable for a typical individual to ascend to the railing, let alone muster the strength to leap from a height. Of course, there exists a certain possibility that the deceased, upon having their radial artery cut, might have immediately climbed the railing and jumped without any psychological preparation. In that case, it could indeed result in a leap prior to the onset of shock due to blood loss. However, I contend that a third-year junior high school student would likely find it exceedingly challenging to endure the excruciating pain of such a grievous wound, and to possess the audacity to leap without any hesitation or mental fortitude. To prevent the notion that this individual could exhibit such extreme behavior, devoid of any attachment to the world, I meticulously searched the vicinity of the jumping site and discovered that the ground nearby bore no significant splatter of blood. In fact, I did not observe a single drop. If the radial artery had been severed prior to the fall, I believe the arterial pressure would have resulted in a considerable amount of blood splattering in midair. Yet, there is absolutely none to be found. This suffices to demonstrate that shortly after the victim's fall, or rather within mere minutes, an individual approached her and severed the radial artery in her left wrist, with the intention of ensuring a definitive death. Su Changxing instinctively inhaled sharply, disbelief coursing through him as he gazed at Su Ming, his scalp prickling with astonishment. Despite Su Ming's previous displays of terrifying deductive prowess in the earlier cases, Su Changxing had yet to acclimate, still grappling with the shock. Su Ming's mastery of forensic knowledge, coupled with his remarkable ability to deduce a series of criminal actions from a single detail, was simply impossible to overlook, leaving one in a state of awe each time. It was as if Su Ming had personally experienced these cases, rendering them devoid of difficulty. Meanwhile, Shenlin, clad in rubber gloves, cast a trembling glance at Su Ming, forcefully suppressing her habitual inclination to adjust her glasses. Without a hint of hesitation, she proceeded to conduct a more meticulous examination of the corpse, particularly focusing on the various fatal wounds. Su Changxing wisely refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting Shenlin's detailed autopsy results. The atmosphere around them was oppressively quiet. After approximately 3 minutes, Shenlin completed her preliminary examination and, casting a complex look towards Su Ming, nodded in agreement. Officer Su Ming is correct. The wound on the wrist was indeed inflicted by another party following the victim's fall. This conclusion was drawn from my initial examination. It can be roughly concluded that the deceased fell from a height while lying on her back. The occipital bone was shattered. Her limbs fractured due to the impact. The spine was broken into 5 segments, and 3 ribs were fractured, with one penetrating the lung. Judging by these injuries, the overall condition appears dire. However, as the heart remained unscathed, it is possible that she still had a breath left at the moment of the fall, though she was undoubtedly beyond salvation. Moreover, upon analyzing the coagulation extent and range of each wound, the coagulation range of the radial artery at the wrist is markedly lower than that of the other significant injury sites. Given the finite volume of blood in the human body, in situations where bleeding cannot be controlled, the areas that bleed earliest will naturally have a greater coagulation range due to platelet formation. Yet, in comparison to several major wounds, the coagulation range and degree of the radial artery are evidently inadequate. Furthermore, considering that the deceased may not have been entirely lifeless immediately after the fall, this undoubtedly suggests. At this juncture, Shenlin paused for 2 seconds, locking her gaze with that of Su Ming and Su Changsheng, her expression gravely serious. Someone wants to ensure that she is 100% dead. Chapter 27. The Cleared Staircase, the Disappearing Evidence. Shenlin's final statement undeniably thickened the atmosphere, causing Su Changsheng to narrow his eyes slightly. Who could it possibly be that desires the absolute demise of a 15-year-old middle school girl, having already fallen from the heights? It is evidently unnecessary to attempt resuscitation, yet there remains a call to sever the radial artery. Taking a deep breath, Su Changsheng gazed intently at the deceased's pallid visage and solemnly asserted, regardless of the ultimate cause of death, whether it be from the fall itself or excessive blood loss due to the severed artery, one can now be nearly certain of a second individual's involvement in this case, with the possibility of even more participants not to be dismissed. The crux of the matter is, I believe we can no longer classify this incident as a mere suicide resulting from a fall. It remains indeterminate whether the deceased was subjected to coercion or other threats prior to the descent. For instance, having witnessed something they should not have, they may have been forced to leap from the edifice, and that individual, in a bid to ensure the secrecy of a certain matter, deliberately inflicted a wound upon the deceased's radial artery. Regardless of the specific circumstances, this incident transpired within a campus, involving a minor student, constituting an exceedingly heinous criminal act. Therefore, it is imperative that we swiftly uncover the truth. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Ming, standing nearby, took the floor, gesturing towards the dilapidated teaching building before them, and earnestly stated, "Brother Shang, I intend to examine the precise spot from which the deceased fell. Perhaps we might unearth additional clues pertinent to the case. It is crucial to investigate whether there are traces left by a second individual. I cannot shake the feeling that this case is far too peculiar, not as straightforward as it appears." It is evident that Su Ming, with his extensive experience in criminal matters, finds this case rather peculiar. He is particularly perplexed by one aspect. Why did the deceased fall in a position with arms outstretched? Face up? Such a posture typically signifies suicide, indicative of a profound yearning for liberation, a complete surrender to the act. Many individuals suffering from depression often adopt this very stance when leaping from heights, gazing skyward, feeling the exhilarating rush of the wind as they succumb to the gravitational pull. Their arms spread wide like wings in flight, until they crash heavily to the ground, losing consciousness and awaiting death. Conversely, if one were compelled to jump, it is highly unlikely they would adopt this posture. The instinct for self-preservation would likely ensure that their feet made contact with the ground first. There are numerous incongruities within this case, and without further investigation to uncover clues, no conclusions can be drawn. Besides the evidence on the body, understanding the location of the fall and the interpersonal relationships involved also warrants thorough examination. At this moment, Su Changsheng nodded in agreement with Su Ming's thoughts, then turned to Shenlin and said, "Shan, please conduct a more meticulous autopsy here to uncover any critical clues. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming and I will explore this abandoned teaching building for any pivotal evidence." After speaking, Shenlin offered no verbal response, but merely acknowledged with a slight nod before resuming her examination of the body. This time, she had already retrieved cotton swabs, tweezers, syringes, and other specialized tools from the forensic toolkit. It was evident that she intended to conduct a meticulous examination of the corpse without causing any further damage. Striving to uncover crucial evidence, Su Ming and Su Changsheng did not linger, swiftly entering the abandoned teaching building. This dilapidated edifice boasted 6 stories and had been deserted since the new teaching building was erected 3 years ago at Shid Middle School. Although the overall structure remained stable enough to avoid classification as a dangerous building, the interior was far from commendable. The walls were visibly marred by peeling paint, damp spots, and mold, which permeated the atmosphere with a musty odor. One could surmise that since the building's abandonment, the school had ceased all management and maintenance efforts. As for the reason behind its demolition delay, it was likely due to the substantial costs associated with such an endeavor. Upon reaching the staircase of the forsaken building, Su Changsheng glanced at the steps littered with footprints and the corridor strewn with cigarette butts and beer bottles. He shook his head in resignation and remarked, "Xiao Ming, It seems the school's decision to abandon this building has inadvertently facilitated those juvenile delinquents from the middle school. Hiding here to smoke and drink certainly goes unnoticed. At least the school officials would not venture into such a place. However, encountering this many beer bottles and cigarette remnants so soon after ascending the stairs is, in fact, good news for us. It can be reasonably concluded that the activities of those delinquents are likely confined to the first and second floors of the corridor, without extending to higher levels. In this case, the footprints of the deceased should have been preserved in the dust. Su Changxing's somewhat optimistic remarks did not immediately receive Su Ming's agreement. Glancing down at the footprints in the corridor, Su Ming noticed several that extended to the upper floors, predominantly in pairs. Moreover, most of the prints exhibited a disparity in size, with one being significantly larger than the other, and their quantity was not negligible. A thought struck Su Ming, prompting him to turn his head towards the corner of the floor and gesture. Brother Shang, your assumption is flawed. This abandoned teaching building is likely not merely a stronghold for those delinquents. At the very least, I believe many early blooming couples, driven by surging hormones, would certainly not wish for this secret rendezvous spot to be monopolized by those thugs. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing was momentarily taken aback. He intended to respond, but as his gaze followed Su Ming's pointing finger, he spotted a torn pale pink square package, causing him to furrow his brow. Are middle school students maturing at such an early age? This won't do. Once this case concludes, I must bring this matter to Principal Chu's attention concerning the school's ethos and discipline. Otherwise, we might find ourselves facing a newborn abandonment case in the restroom at any given moment. As they ascended the floors, the number of footprints has noticeably diminished, to the extent that one could almost discern the prints of the deceased. As the two individuals ascended to the 5th floor, preparing to step towards the top floor, they unexpectedly halted in unison, exchanging glances filled with surprise and gravity. For the corridor leading from the 5th to the 6th floor had been mysteriously cleaned, devoid of any footprints. In fact, there was hardly any dust to be found. Chapter 28. The Deceased's Farewell Note? To hell with this wretched world. In stark contrast to the previous 5 floors, the 6th floor appeared exceedingly peculiar, utterly defying logic. The pristine condition suggested deliberate cleaning. All traces of footprints had been meticulously erased, seemingly to conceal some evidence or clue. Su Ming cast a careful gaze at the staircase leading to the 6th floor balcony, bending down to gently wipe his fingers across it, revealing a fine layer of dust. Given that this abandoned teaching building had remained unattended for 3 years, dust could easily accumulate from various sources, and it would not take long for it to settle again after cleaning. Judging by the dust on this staircase, it was evident that someone had swept away the footprints belonging to them just the previous night, coinciding with the time of the deceased's fall. This confirms that, apart from the deceased, others had ascended to the top floor as well. Su Ming's skill in employing dust analysis for temporal deduction earned a nod of approval from Su Changxing. Indeed, well done, Xiao Ming. Unexpectedly, the dust on the staircase could provide you with valuable clues. Now, all hope rests on the balcony still bears traces that have not been obliterated, and finding the pivotal clues will further unveil the truth of the matter. The two proceeded forward, meticulously examining the staircase, which had been swept remarkably clean, leaving no traces behind. They then ambled to the rooftop terrace. Upon reaching the terrace, Su Changxing gazed at the scene before him, feeling a sense of melancholy, and sighed. Shaking his head, "What a pity," he remarked. They were still mere children. Su Ming pressed his lips together, remaining silent, yet he understood all too well. Su Changxing lamented that the young female student had departed this world so abruptly. It was evident that they were still children with bright futures ahead, yet they had chosen to leave this life in such a manner. For before them lay no signs of struggle, no dried blood, nor any gruesome chaos. Instead, there was only a neatly arranged Winnie the Pooh tablecloth, which, despite the surrounding dust, had been impeccably cleaned. Upon the tablecloth rested 2 bottles of AD calcium milk, each with a straw, alongside several empty packages of spicy strips and potato chips, a small lamp meant for late-night studying, and in the center, a pale pink envelope. One could easily envision that last night, the deceased had spent their final moments upon this tablecloth, in the company of an unknown witness. The two individuals might have conversed about their idols, reminisced about the past, shared secrets about unconfessed crushes, or even discussed dreams that would remain forever unfulfilled. Their dialogue continued until the snacks were consumed and the drinks depleted. Ultimately, in a posture reminiscent of indulgence, they leaped from the dilapidated teaching building. One could assert that the scene before them effectively refuted Su Changxing's earlier deductions, which posited that the deceased had been coerced by another, resulting in their fatal plunge. For had they indeed been under duress, such a serene, tidy, and tranquil rooftop would not have existed, if it were not for the lifeless body lying below. One might instinctively believe it was merely a gathering of middle school girls whispering secrets over tea. Su Changxing initially captured this image to prevent the loss of crucial evidence during subsequent examinations of the scene. He then approached slowly, picking up the pink envelope placed centrally on the tablecloth. After a brief glance, he handed it to Su Ming, gesturing for them to take a look. Xiao Ming, you should see this. The envelope bore the words, "Please give this to the police officer." Why? Why would such a wonderful child choose this path? It was evident that upon witnessing the warmth of the rooftop scene, Su Changxing was able to ascertain that this case likely did not involve coercion or homicide, but rather carried a significant probability of suicide. Yet, even in the event of suicide, the evident injuries on the deceased's wrist, which clearly appeared post-fall, necessitated a plausible explanation. Su Ming, equally astonished, found himself perplexed by the serene tableau of the rooftop. However, previously, the peculiar position of the deceased's body upon falling had left him feeling a sense of unease. Thus he had mentally prepared himself to some extent. At this moment, Su Ming gazed at the pink envelope in his hand and signaled to Su Changxing, "Brother Shang, may I open this envelope? I have an unsettling feeling about this case and hope to uncover some clues within this letter." Su Changxing gently waved his hand, indicating that Su Ming should proceed. He then crouched down slightly, meticulously examining the straw of the AD calcium milk and the edges of the spicy strip packaging, hoping to discover traces of another person's DNA. To comprehend the specific circumstances surrounding this case and to identify the individual with whom the deceased had been conversing, it was crucial and of utmost importance. Su Ming focused entirely on the envelope, slowly opening it to reveal elegant and beautiful handwriting. I apologize, dear police officers, for any trouble I may have caused. I'm truly sorry and hope it hasn't created any major inconvenience. By the way, officers, you need not waste your time searching for the perpetrator. This decision is solely mine, and it bears no relation to anyone else. No one has coerced me into this. As for the reason behind my decision, it is because I feel that my existence makes no difference in this world. Some individuals are destined to be burdensome, aren't they? Moreover, I have been living in such exhaustion, truly, exceedingly weary. Thus, I yearn for complete liberation, to never again be burdened by the worries of consciousness. I have previously heard a saying, when a person fades from the memories of others, it signifies their complete departure from this world. Some individuals will forever be remembered, while others may take a century to be forgotten, and yet there are those who vanish entirely in just a few fleeting years. In my case, I fear that I would only bring sorrow to others for a few months, after which, within a few years, I would be entirely erased from their recollections, thus disappearing from this realm. If there exists a reincarnation, I would wish to transform into a blue whale of the ocean, for it is immense, robust, and free, possessing a rarity that ensures it is seen with a mere glance. I have said too much. Ultimately, this is my own decision, and there is no need for further inquiry from the authorities. Wait, let me utter one last curse. To hell with this wretched world. I never wish to return in my next life. Chapter 29. Discovering crucial clues. Is the suspect also suicidal? This seemingly whimsical note, or perhaps it should not be termed a farewell letter, as it lacks any expression of regret or resentment. It does not provide arrangements for the aftermath, unlike others. Yet, as Su Ming held it in his hands, he felt an indescribable weight and sorrow. For although the letter does not explicitly convey fear, each word resonates with regret and anguish, especially the line declaring, "I shall never return in my next life." After a few moments of silence, Su Ming gently closed his eyes, gradually suppressing the tumult of complex emotions within. Despite simulating crimes countless times and embodying the role of a brutal murderer on numerous occasions, one would expect the heart to be as cold as solid ice. Yet, this is not a simulation, it is the visceral reality. And human beings are often swayed by their emotions. As Su Ming closed his eyes, he incessantly questioned himself, striving to untangle his thoughts and uncover the truth. Was the deceased a victim of suicide? If so, why was the radial artery on the left wrist severed? Why did the girl who spent the final moments with the deceased not attempt to intervene, appearing instead to cooperate? Why was the dust on the 6th-floor staircase swept away, seemingly to conceal footprints, yet the refuse on the rooftop remained untouched, leaving behind DNA evidence? Could it be that the items on the rooftop were deliberately arranged by the murderer to fabricate a scene of suicide, orchestrating a flawless crime? The deceased expressed feelings of being superfluous. Had their parents divorced and established new families? What did the ambiguous nature of the letter signify? Was it indicative of poor relationships with classmates, or perhaps a consequence of depression stemming from bullying that led to suicide? As Su Changxing gathered objects that might contain DNA, he noticed Su Ming with his eyes partially closed and curiously inquired, "Xiao Ming, why are your eyes closed? Is there a crucial clue in this letter? Or have you deduced some useful information?" With his thoughts nearly organized, Su Ming opened his eyes at an opportune moment, handed the envelope to Su Changxing, and replied, "Brother Sheng, you may want to take a look at this letter. It is not a farewell note, Rather, it contains the words the deceased left for us. I shall now articulate the limited clues presently available and synthesize them into a coherent inference. At this juncture, Su Ming paused for a brief 2 seconds, meticulously organizing the various strands of evidence before continuing. Firstly, it can be reasonably established that the deceased's demise was a result of suicide. The peculiar posture of falling backward from the building strongly suggests it was a voluntary act. However, even with the assumption of self-initiated descent, one cannot dismiss the possibility that an assailant may have employed substances or psychological manipulation to exert control over the deceased's extreme state. Historical case files have indeed documented instances where victims were subjected to drug-induced control or mental suggestion, ultimately leading to their suicides. As for the reason behind the severing of the deceased's left wrist artery, I currently entertain 3 hypotheses. The first posits that prior to her fall, the deceased implored a companion who had accompanied her to the rooftop to grant her a chance at a peaceful exit should she be discovered alive after the plunge. The second suggests that upon witnessing the deceased still breathing, this companion, unable to bear her torment, chose to sever the radial artery. The third hypothesis implies the potential influence of another individual, under whose direction or demand the companion was compelled to ensure the deceased's passing. Regardless of which hypothesis holds true, I firmly believe that the individual who severed the deceased's radial artery is none other than the companion who shared her time on the rooftop, engaging in conversation and snacks. Therefore, I believe the crux of the matter lies in the urgent need to ascertain the true identity of the companion, or for the sake of convenience, the suspect. In my view, there are an abundance of doubts surrounding this individual. If the two were indeed friends, why was there no attempt to dissuade the deceased from taking such a tragic course? Ultimately, they inflicted further harm upon the victim. Furthermore, while the dust on the 6th floor was meticulously swept away to avoid leaving footprints, the apparent disregard for the DNA traces left on the rooftop raises a significant question. Does this imply that footprints are more easily traceable than DNA? Additionally, is it conceivable that they believed the police would eventually locate them, leading them to conceal their own DNA while merely obscuring their footprints to delay detection? Most crucially, the ability to share calcium milk, indulge in spicy snacks, and engage in casual conversation with the deceased suggests that this individual is likely of a similar age. Given such youth, how could they possibly possess such formidable psychological resilience? The apparent absence of fear upon witnessing the victim's fall, coupled with the audacity to approach and sever the radial artery with a sharp blade, is exceedingly perplexing. This leads me to harbor grave suspicions that this case may involve more than just 2 high school students. There could be individuals orchestrating events from behind the scenes. However, one must not jump to conclusions based solely on conjecture. In conclusion, Shanggu, I believe we must adopt a dual approach in our actions moving forward. On one hand, it is essential to comprehend the familial circumstances and interpersonal relationships of the deceased in order to uncover the true motivations behind their suicide, as well as to discern whether they had been enduring such a state for an extended period or if there were external influences at play. On the other hand, a thorough investigation must be conducted to identify witnesses related to this case, inferring from the clues currently available. The suspect in question is likely aged between 14 and 17. Female, and should have had a close relationship with the deceased, perhaps being one of their few friends. The suspect's action of erasing footprints while leaving behind DNA suggests that she may possess a physical impairment, making her a target for exclusion and neglect within the school environment. Given their similar experiences, it is plausible that they formed a meaningful friendship. There is also a significant possibility that the suspect's current attempts to conceal her whereabouts do not indicate a desire to flee, but rather a simple wish to delay our discovery of her. Why, then, would she not fear being found, yet worry about being discovered too soon? If we venture to consider the most extreme scenario, it is conceivable that this suspect might also be contemplating suicide at this moment. After Su Ming articulated this line of reasoning, Su Changsheng had also finished reading the note left by the deceased. However, he did not have the opportunity to express any sentiments, as he immediately returned to the staircase, illuminating the dusty 5th floor steps with his flashlight in search of something. Half a minute later, amidst a multitude of elusive footprints, Su Changsheng discerned a particular print by the wall, distinctly marked by the forefoot's contact with the ground while the hind foot appeared to hover. Moreover, this was not merely an isolated occurrence. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that each step bore such a footprint. Su Changsheng's gaze sharpened. He was astonished to find it aligned precisely with Su Ming's recent deduction that the suspect exhibited a notable affliction in the legs. However, the crux of the matter was, according to Su Ming, this suspect was also contemplating suicide. Chapter 30, The Accelerated Descent into Depression. Someone is inducing the victim's demise. The term suspect or witness may not aptly describe the rather unique second individual involved in this case. It is certain that within the brief span before the fall, She inflicted a laceration on the victim's radial artery, causing secondary injury. Yet, based on the tender imagery on the rooftop tablecloth and the letter left behind by the deceased, she seemed more akin to the sole companion accompanying the victim on their final journey. Regardless of her identity, comprehending this case thoroughly necessitates finding this individual. At this moment, prompted by Ming, Su Changxing swiftly realized that, indeed, given the current details, the likelihood of this witness, who beheld the victim's fall, also contemplating suicide was exceedingly high. Otherwise, why would she have erased the footprints? Simultaneously, Su Changxing pondered another point. Even if both children faced neglect and bullying from those around them, making the decision to end their lives was no simple feat, let alone if both had arrived at such a resolution. Does this imply, as Ming speculated, that there exists a hidden force orchestrating and manipulating the events behind this fall? Without much contemplation, Su Changxing promptly took a few steps forward and called out at the rooftop entrance, Ming, let the subsequent investigation proceed as you suggested, dividing it into two main aspects, while placing particular emphasis on identifying the suspect. This is the most crucial lead at present, and we must not allow it to falter. Let us go. We'll head down now. The items here can be gathered by the technical team later. Hopefully, they will uncover additional useful clues. After determining the focus of the investigation, Ming and Su Changxing descended the dilapidated teaching building, continuing to observe the traces of dust along the way, though no other significant discoveries were made. Upon exiting the abandoned structure, they found that Lin had already pulled up the body bag and was removing her rubber gloves. Her brow furrowed in a solemn expression. It was evident that additional findings had emerged during the detailed autopsy. Su Changxing quickly approached and inquired, Forensic Officer Shen, do you have any new discoveries? Lin, while tidying her autopsy tools, responded in a grave tone, just as you both ascended. I lifted the clothing on the deceased's arm and uncovered numerous small lacerations. The direction of the cuts suggests self-harm. Most of these wounds have healed and scabbed over, with only a few being more recent. However, they certainly predate the fall. However, what intrigues me is that despite the numerous wounds on the arms, there are no visible scars from cuts. This undoubtedly suggests that the deceased's self-harming behavior only commenced recently. If the suicide was indeed prompted by depression, there should have been signs of self-harm appearing several months prior. The rapid progression of emotions raises questions. Upon hearing Lin's words, Ming suddenly recalled something and urgently inquired, Lin, the forensic expert, did you collect the deceased's blood? Can we immediately test it for any drug residues? Particularly for traces of narcotics. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Changxing seemed to grasp the situation, clapping his hands in realization. Indeed, according to the autopsy results, the deceased transitioned from self-harm to suicide in an alarmingly short time frame. Given the typical progression of depression, this appears excessively swift. It is highly likely that certain drugs or narcotics influenced this abrupt emotional shift. As a 15-year-old student, how could they have acquired such substances? If we detect any residues in the blood, it would indicate that someone may have been guiding the deceased towards suicide. Ming, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. To become the captain of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, Su Changxing's ability to solve cases is undoubtedly exceptional. He immediately deduced from the self-inflicted wound on the arm that this case was being manipulated from the shadows. Lin also comprehended the implication and promptly donned the rubber gloves she had just removed, resolutely stating, initially, I thought that a 15-year-old middle school student would not necessitate an immediate drug and residue test, and that it could wait until we returned to the technical department for a thorough examination. However, it appears that this case is far more complex than it seems. Give me some time. I will commence testing the blood of the deceased right away. After speaking, Lin opened the forensic toolbox, retrieved the vial containing the victim's blood, and gently shook it to ensure uniformity before applying droplets onto the drug and residue test strips. Simultaneously, Ming and Su Changxing observed the vice principal, Zhang Hong, approaching accompanied by a middle-aged woman, approximately in her 40s, whose face was etched with sorrow. There was no need for further speculation. It was highly probable that this woman was the deceased's homeroom teacher. Su Changxing patted Ming's shoulder, retrieving his phone from his pocket to signal, Ming, you converse with him first. I will inform the technical department to retrieve the surveillance footage from around middle school last night to see if we can identify another person's presence. This case is escalating in severity. What began as a seemingly straightforward suicide has become increasingly intricate. Upon discovering the subsequent wrist injuries, the existence of malicious inducements has become increasingly apparent. It must be acknowledged that the case is undeniably evolving into a more serious matter, rendering the pursuit of truth ever more urgent. Ming approached Vice Principal Zhang and a middle-aged woman, halting them before the caution tape. He gestured towards a nearby bench, stating, this is not a suitable place. We have numerous clues and matters to attend to. Let us converse over there. Zhang Heng promptly nodded, leading the middle-aged woman to the bench not far off, where he introduced her, saying, Officer Su, this is Ms. Wang Limei, the homeroom teacher of Zhongwan. She has been working at Shid Middle School for nearly 2 decades and has guided several graduating classes. Her teaching philosophy and class management experience are truly exceptional. It is rare to find anyone within the school as diligent and experienced as Ms. Wang. As Zhang Heng concluded, Su Ming furrowed his brow, keenly sensing an inconsistency in his words. He turned to Wang Limei and inquired, Ms. Wang, before I ask about Zhongwan, I would like to address another matter. Typically, with just a few months remaining until the high school entrance examination, a homeroom teacher of a graduating class, even on a day without classes, would usually check in on the classroom during the morning study period. Given your extensive experience as a homeroom teacher for over a decade, this should be a habit you possess. Therefore, during the morning reading session, until the conclusion of the 2 classes, did you notice that classmate Zhongwan was absent from her seat? Chapter 31, The Tragic Fate of the Deceased, Unveiling the Clue of the Blue Whale. In fact, Su Ming has already deduced that Wang Limei must not have sought out Zhongwan. Otherwise, the body would not have been discovered by a smoking delinquent. However, whether in the 3rd or final year, as long as no leave of absence has been taken, the homeroom teacher of the graduating class typically checks the classroom during morning reading. Yet, why did Wang Limei fail to notice Zhongwan's absence during this period? It is important to note that Shid Middle School operates under a militarized management system as a boarding school, making attendance a significant matter. Was it simply an oversight? Or did Wang Limei genuinely not care whether Zhongwan attended class? This dilemma rendered Wang Limei silent for 2 seconds, before she hoarsely expressed her regret. I did not anticipate such an occurrence. I thought she merely overslept. It is evident that Wang Limei has realized Zhongwan's absence, but is disinclined to inquire about the reason. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and continued, Ms. Wang, Zhongwan's academic performance is likely not commendable, am I correct? Therefore, as her homeroom teacher, you might not be particularly concerned about her attendance. Given that your extensive years of experience as a homeroom teacher prioritize academic performance above all else. Moreover, this is a self-sustaining private institution. I do not wish to dwell on this matter for too long. I would appreciate it if Teacher Wang could provide some information regarding student Zhongwan. Although she has only been here for less than a year, I trust you have some understanding of Zhongwan's family circumstances, general disposition, and interpersonal relationships. Wang Limei silently nodded and began to recount what she knew about the deceased. Zhongwan's parents divorced 5 years ago and each established new families, providing only a modest amount of child support each month. For the past 5 years, Zhongwan has been living with her grandmother, who, due to her advanced age, sent her to our boarding military school. Since I took over this class, Zhongwan has exhibited a rather quiet and reticent demeanor, seemingly reluctant to engage with others. Perhaps a bit reclusive? She appears to have no friends in class, due to her late registration. She shares a dormitory with students from the adjacent class and thus lacks classmates as roommates. Furthermore, as her academic performance was lacking, I moved her seat from the front row to the back row after the results of the first monthly exam in the 3rd year of junior high. Upon hearing this, Su Ming raised an eyebrow, keenly picking up on a significant detail, moved from the front row to the back row. However, Su Ming refrained from interrupting Wang Limei and continued to listen intently to the various circumstances surrounding the deceased. 2 months ago, Zhongwan's grandmother passed away from a heart attack, and after returning from the funeral, she became visibly more withdrawn and silent, often going an entire day without uttering a word. I also attempted to engage her in conversation to provide solace, yet she merely responded with nods and shakes of her head. I initially believed that her profound sorrow from the loss of a loved one would eventually subside with time, but I never anticipated, in the end, that such a tragedy would occur. Sitting beside her, Vice Principal Zhang grew increasingly anxious, reproaching Wang Limei. Teacher Wang, what is going on? The school leadership has repeatedly emphasized the necessity of attending to the mental well-being of our graduates. Why do you show such indifference? If you had noticed any abnormalities, you could have brought Zhongwan to our counseling room. Perhaps we could have prevented this. Before Zhang Heng could finish, Su Ming interrupted him, tapping the stone table with his knuckles, his expression impassive. Vice Principal Zhang, the individual is no longer with us. Your hindsight criticism holds no significance. Furthermore, what is paramount now is uncovering the truth behind this tragic fall, instead of incessantly placing blame. It would be far more prudent to conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain whether there are other students in Shid Middle School facing similar predicaments, particularly those who might be driven to such despair due to academic pressures. After articulating this, Su Ming organized his thoughts. He had begun to grasp why the deceased had pinned such sentiments in her letter, that her existence was inconsequential to this world, rendering her a superfluous being, and that it would not be long before she faded from the memories of those around her. In terms of family, the parents' divorce left her unwanted by both. leaving her to rely solely on her grandmother. In school, during the first and second years of junior high, her homeroom teacher was of a nurturing disposition, deeply concerned for her students. Upon learning of Zhang Wan's circumstances, the teacher took special care to move her seat to the front row, a gesture reflecting the importance she placed on Zhang Wan. Those 2 years may have been Zhang Wan's most cheerful period. However, in the third year, a new homeroom teacher, focused solely on academic performance, shifted the deceased from the front row to the back, rendering the already quiet Zhang Wan utterly inconsequential within the class, unnoticed by her peers. Ultimately, 2 months ago, her grandmother's sudden heart attack plunged the 15-year-old Zhang Wan into a profound abyss. Yet, how could such a brief period of time provoke such drastic emotional upheaval in Zhang Wan? The most critical point lies in the autopsy results of Shenlin, which revealed that all the self-harm injuries on the deceased's arms had not yet developed scars. This indicates that within a mere month, or even 15 days, Zhang Wan's emotional state had begun to deteriorate severely. What transpired during this time, and what stimuli did she endure, is likely a focal point of the case. Contemplating this, Su Ming's expression grew grave as he turned to face Wang Limei, addressing her with utmost seriousness. Teacher Wang, I shall speak candidly. The case involving Zhang Wan is extraordinarily significant. If not handled with care, you may be compelled to suspend classes for an investigation, which could lead to even more severe repercussions. At that moment, Wang Limei was taken aback, her countenance a mix of shock and pallor. Su Ming intentionally framed the case in such a grave light. The objective is to instill a sense of pressure and urgency, thereby facilitating her cooperation in the investigation. Su Ming gently pressed his hand and spoke in a soothing tone. Teacher Wang, do not be overly anxious. Please reflect carefully on whether, during the past month, student Zhang Wan exhibited any behaviors that deviated from her usual demeanor, or perhaps displayed an unusual interest in certain matters, or conversely, a disinterest in everything. This inquiry plunged the terrified Wang Limei into deep contemplation, burdened by immense pressure. She murmured softly, behaviors that are different? I feel that aside from becoming more reclusive, I have not noticed any other peculiarities. Perhaps I have not been paying enough attention to her. In the past 15 days, did anything unusual occur with Zhang Wan that struck me as odd? I believe I only had one interaction with her lately. I told her not to use her phone during class and to put it away. Although she is reticent, Zhang Wan has always adhered to the rules. So why has she suddenly started using her phone? What was she watching? She was watching the live broadcast of aerial footage of blue whales during class. At this moment, it seemed Wang Limei suddenly had a revelation. Her eyes widened as she turned to Su Ming, exclaiming, blue whale. The blue whale. Zhang Wan appears to have developed a particular fondness for blue whales recently. Chapter 32. The discovery of the lame suspect. The blue whale that has been mentioned repeatedly. Blue whale? Su Ming gently raised an eyebrow, then echoed the term spoken by Wang Limei. Simultaneously, he swiftly recalled a poignant excerpt from the letter left by the deceased. If there is a next life, I wish to transform into a blue whale in the ocean. For it is vast enough, strong enough, free enough, and precious enough to be seen at a mere glance. This passage appeared ostensibly normal, akin to the hopeful musings of a deeply depressed high school girl yearning for a better existence in the afterlife. However, upon Wang Limei's mention of the term blue whale, Su Ming astutely sensed a subtle discrepancy. Lacking concrete leads or evidence, he could not articulate the nature of the issue. Yet it was an instinct born from a plethora of criminal encounters, a sixth sense familiar to seasoned detectives who can often discern wrongdoing with a mere glance. Beyond facial expressions and behavioral analysis, intuition plays a crucial role. At that moment, Su Ming's fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Wang Limei, and solemnly requested, Teacher Wang, I need you to earnestly recall any events connecting Zhang Wan to the blue whale, and recount them in detail. Under the pressure exerted by Su Ming, Wang Limei diligently reflected for a moment before responding. In my recollection, within the past month, I have identified approximately 5 instances where Zhang Wan was associated with the blue whale. The first instance occurred during class, when I noticed her watching a live aerial broadcast of blue whales on her mobile phone. During the second and third instances, I noticed that she brought a plush pillow and a pencil case adorned with a blue whale pattern to class. It suddenly struck me that there was something rather peculiar. Although Zhang Wan typically struggled with her studies, she never exhibited a habit of sleeping during class or breaks. Had she become inexplicably drowsy over the past 15 days? Su Ming squinted and softly uttered a remark, signaling with his hand. It's all right, Teacher Wang. Please continue. Do not let me disturb you. Wang Limei paused for a moment before promptly responding, Oh, all right. As for the fourth instance, it pertains to the composition from last week's monthly exam, where the assigned topic was aspirations. Most students wrote about their future career ambitions in a formal argumentative format. However, Zhang Wan stood out with her unique approach. She expressed her desire to transform into a blue whale, utilizing the first-person narrative style, which imbued her writing with a profound sense of empathy and personification. Since she was the only one in the class to write in such a manner, it left a lasting impression on me, and I awarded her a commendable score. As for the fifth instance, my memory is somewhat hazy. I believe she sketched a blue whale on a piece of paper, depicting two figures standing on the ground praying towards the whale. However, I am not entirely certain, as I caught a glimpse of it while circulating the classroom during my lecture. Nonetheless, I can assert with confidence that prior to this period, Zhang Wan had never exhibited any inclination towards an affinity for blue whales. I can assure you, there is absolutely nothing. The expression on Wang Limei's face was one of earnestness, as if she were ready to swear upon meeting. Su Ming promptly pressed his hand down, adopting a tone as gentle as possible. Relax, Teacher Wang. This is merely a routine inquiry for leads, not an interrogation. There is no need for such tension. However, I would like to inquire. Regarding the blue whale depicted in Zhang Wan's painting, what characteristics do the two little figures, who seem to be filled with anticipation, possess? This question caused Wang Limei to squint her eyes, clutching her hair tightly with one hand, as if striving to recall something. After a few seconds, witnessing the expression of struggle and anguish on Wang Limei's face, Su Ming shook his head and spoke. All right, Teacher Wang, there is no need to ponder further. I am already quite familiar with the general circumstances surrounding Zhang Wan. Then, he continued, now, I would like to inquire about Vice Principal Zhang. Were there any other students absent from school today who did not attend classes this morning? Upon realizing the question was directed at him, Zhang Heng immediately sat up straight, as if prepared, and replied, Officer Su, currently, our Shid Middle School has a total of 253 students across 3 grades. Following the incident concerning Zhang Wan, Principal Chu promptly instructed each class teacher to account for and reassure the students on campus. This morning, 240 students attended classes, with 8 students taking sick leave, and an additional 4 students absent due to family funerals or weddings. However, all the absent students have been contacted, and there have been no unforeseen circumstances. Have they all been reached? Zhang Heng's response prompted Su Ming to nod thoughtfully for a moment, before suddenly recalling something and exclaiming, by the way, Vice Principal Zhang. Among the 1,200 students at Shid Middle School, are there any who have suffered leg injuries since childhood, resulting in a slight limp? Or perhaps, are there students who, due to later accidents or unforeseen events, have sustained long-term leg injuries that prevent recovery? This rather peculiar and unusual inquiry momentarily took Zhang Heng aback, leaving him puzzled as to why Su Ming would pose such a question. However, driven by the earnest desire to cooperate fully and swiftly uncover the truth behind the case, he promptly replied, Officer Su, allow me to be candid. For many years, Shid Middle School has implemented a militarized management system in order to enhance our academic performance and graduation rates, which includes daily morning runs and evening study sessions. If a student had any leg issues, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to manage daily life, making it nearly impossible to pursue their education in such an environment. Therefore, all current students at Shid Middle School are in good health. Even if they have sustained injuries, they would typically recover after a brief hospital stay. As for any exceptional students who may have lost their ability to care for themselves due to accidents during their studies, we would resort to measures such as refunding all tuition fees and assisting with the transfer of their academic records. However, over the years, the occurrence of such a situation is rare. Last year, there was only one student in a similar predicament. As he spoke, Zhang Heng suddenly paused, as if struck by a revelation, and turned to Su Ming with a look of astonishment. No, Officer Su. It has come back to me. I suddenly recalled that last year, a female student suffered a comminuted fracture of her left calf due to a car accident. Despite immediate medical attention and efforts to save her, her leg could not be healed, resulting in a permanent limp. Therefore, after her graduation from the second year of junior high, the school refunded all her tuition fees, allowing her to attend a public school that would be more convenient for her daily life and studies. If my memory serves me right, the class she was in during her second year was the very one taught by Teacher Wang. In other words, Zhang Wan was a classmate of that girl for 2 years. Chapter 33. Identifying the suspect. The mystery unravels. In a significant case, it is nearly impossible to deduce the specific sequence of events and identify the perpetrator solely based on the evidence at the crime scene. It is essential to complement this with inquiries from the public, surveillance footage, and advanced criminal investigation systems to unearth the concealed assailant. At this moment, upon hearing Zhang Heng's last exclamation, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping the table thoughtfully as he inquired earnestly. Vice Principal Zhang, do you mean to say that in the class where Zhang Wan was enrolled, there was a girl who suffered a limp due to a car accident last year and was persuaded to withdraw before entering the 9th grade in September? Is that correct? Indeed, it is so, Zhang Heng responded promptly, somewhat astonished by the question. Officer Su, how did you come to know about the girl with a limp being persuaded to withdraw? This matter had nearly slipped my mind. Had it not been for the sudden recollection, I might have overlooked the crucial lead. However, what a coincidence it is that this limping girl happened to be a classmate of Zhang Wan. Could there be a pivotal clue within this? It was quite evident that Zhang Heng, who had attained the position of vice principal, was astute enough to discern the issue from Su Ming's inquiry. Nevertheless, Su Ming did not provide any answers, but continued with his line of questioning. Vice Principal Zhang, you surely are unaware of the details concerning the girl who was persuaded to withdraw, as Teacher Wang had not yet taken over the class at that time. Therefore, I must insist that you summon the former homeroom teacher of Zhang Wan's class. I have several inquiries to make. Su Ming did not frame it as a request, but rather as a firm directive, leaving no room for choice. Directly instructing Zhang Heng to bring forth the homeroom teacher from the first and second years. This case cannot afford any delays. The witness who has seen everything may also be inclined to take drastic measures, thus it is imperative to uncover the truth swiftly. Zhang Heng exhibited no signs of annoyance. Instead, he fully committed himself to uncovering the truth. He promptly rose and said, "Very well, Officer Su. I shall immediately fetch Teacher Lu Yan. She should currently be in her first grade class. Please wait a moment, I will return shortly." With that, Zhang Heng hurriedly dashed towards the teaching building, his eagerness to assist in solving the case palpable. After all, the ramifications of this incident were substantial, with numerous media outlets lurking at the school gates. If the truth remained elusive for too long, the proliferation of outrageous rumors could jeopardize next year's enrollment plans. As Zhang Heng departed, Su Ming turned his gaze towards Wang Limei, who remained tense and averted her eyes in shame. He shook his head with regret and said, "Teacher Wang, although this case may not implicate you legally, and you are certainly not the perpetrator, morally, you bear considerable responsibility, as does the school. As an educator, it is indeed easy to abandon a student, yet you failed to contemplate the negative impact and lasting shadows this would cast upon them. I believe, had you not relegated Zhang Wan to the back row, transforming her from the most prominent position in the classroom to the darkest corner, she might not have taken such a tragic path, even in the wake of her grandmother's passing. For children like her, who are particularly vulnerable, being seated in the front row, where they could feel the teacher's gaze upon them each lesson, could have made all the difference. For them, it was an entirely sufficient display of concern. In that moment, Wang Limei suddenly glanced up at Su Ming, only to lower her head in silence once more. Tightly clenching her fists, her shoulders subtly trembling. Several tears cascaded onto the stone table as she sobbed. I never anticipated it would come to this. I am filled with regret, truly filled with regret. If I could have another chance, I would undoubtedly bestow upon her the utmost care, help her integrate into the class, and certainly would not have relegated her to the last row." Observing Wang Limei's genuine sorrow, which lacked any semblance of pretense, Su Ming chose not to continue speaking or to cast blame. He merely sighed softly. "Regret, you say? But what purpose does regret serve? In this world, the two most futile words are I regret, for no matter the depth of sorrow felt in regret, it cannot alter the events that have transpired. In truth, one cannot be overly harsh on Wang Limei. Private schools prioritize academic performance, and how many others have been forsaken alongside the deceased?" After a brief silence, his gaze drifted toward the nearby abandoned teaching building. It was almost as if one could envision the scene of the deceased leaping from the sixth-floor terrace. Perhaps, at that moment, she experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation. Su Ming was not kept waiting for long. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Heng arrived alongside a young female teacher, hastening toward the stone table, their steps brisk. Looking up, Su Ming discerned that the young teacher, Lu Yan, had slightly reddened eyes and nose, clearly bearing the traces of recent tears. As they approached the stone table, Su Ming gestured toward the chairs and said, "Please, have a seat. Is it Teacher Lu Yan? You were Zhang Wan's homeroom teacher during her first and second year of junior high? So I have some inquiries regarding the recent incident involving a fall. Firstly, did Zhang Wan have any close friends during her first and second years?" Lu Yan sniffled slightly, her nose tinged with a hint of red, and gently nodded, stating that there was indeed a friend, despite Zhang Wan's quiet demeanor and reluctance to speak. Owing to familial circumstances, there was a girl with whom she shared a deep bond. Typically, the two would attend classes together and dine in the cafeteria side by side. This revelation caused Su Ming to narrow his eyes slightly, prompting him to inquire further. Was this girl involved in an accident in the second year, resulting in a limp and her subsequent withdrawal from school? In other words, Zhang Wan's sole friend attended Shude Middle School for only 2 years, transferring to another institution in the third year. Lu Yan shook her head gently before addressing Su Ming's speculation. It was indeed true that she was compelled to leave due to the accident, as the severity of her shattered bones was overwhelming. However, Huang Yin did not transfer to another school afterwards. If memory serves me correctly, she struggled to accept the reality of her limp and wished to avoid ridicule from her peers, ultimately deciding to take a leave of absence and remain at home. A month ago, I even encouraged her on QQ, urging her not to dwell on negative thoughts or fear mockery, emphasizing that continuing her studies was of utmost importance. Unable to accept her limp, desiring to evade ridicule, Lu Yan's revelation of these two distinctive details instantly solidified Su Ming's deductions. Subsequently, rather than immediately inquiring about the suspect's specific information, Su Ming narrowed his eyes, contemplating a matter of utmost significance. He spoke, "Teacher Lu, you mentioned that you and Zhang Wan's friend, a student named Huang Yin, had been in contact about a month ago. I would like to ask, during your conversations, did she ever mention anything regarding the blue whale?" Chapter 34. Astonishing Mastery of Criminal Manipulation, Drug Residues Detected in the Deceased's Blood. As the investigation progressed, Su Ming increasingly suspected that this campus fall was not merely a case of depression leading to suicide. Rather, it likely involved a perpetrator orchestrating the entire affair. The autopsy results revealed that the self-inflicted wounds on the deceased's arms were inflicted alarmingly recently, to the extent that no scars had yet formed. Even accounting for the impact of a relative's death, the progression of typical depressive symptoms would never manifest so rapidly. From the onset of self-harm to the act of plunging from the building, it seemed unlikely that even 15 days had elapsed. Moreover, Su Ming astutely noted a detail from Wang Limei's earlier remarks. During this period, the deceased frequently appeared lethargic, often dozing off during class and even bringing a blue whale pillow, a behavior previously uncharacteristic of her. This inexplicable fatigue and drowsiness raised the possibility of drug or substance use. A middle school student, indeed. Moreover, with such a taciturn demeanor, how could one possibly procure specialized pharmaceuticals or narcotics? This undoubtedly points to the likelihood that someone is manipulating the circumstances surrounding this case. Thus, the deceased's recent inexplicable fascination with the blue whale appears rather peculiar. At this moment, upon hearing the question, Lu Yin displayed a hint of confusion. Seemingly perplexed as to why Su Ming would inquire about such trivial matters, yet she still earnestly delved into her memories. After a few seconds, Lu Yin suddenly lifted her head, as if a realization struck her, and she quickly exclaimed, "Yes." Just before the call ended, Huang Yin unexpectedly posed a question to me. She asked, after a person dies, can they transform into something they have always yearned for? If so, she wished to become a blue whale, to attain unprecedented freedom, no longer enduring the scorn of others due to her limp. The notion of transforming into a blue whale to gain freedom has resurfaced. In this case, whether in the imagination of the deceased who fell or through the words of another suspect, the blue whale is evidently idolized, symbolizing various forms of freedom and beauty. At the tender age of 15, a middle school student may not possess extensive life experience. Yet they are not so naive as to be easily deceived. Logically, one would not develop such an obsession with a particular creature in a short span, to the extent of desiring to become that creature after death, especially one as distant from ordinary human existence as the blue whale. It is highly probable that the so-called freedom and beauty of the blue whale have been insidiously instilled in the deceased and their friends by someone. Now, Su Ming has a strong conviction that this case involves at least 3 individuals, one deceased, one friend of the deceased, and a hidden mastermind. This method of committing crimes through the manipulation of consciousness is exceedingly covert and challenging to trace back to its origin, which is why, among countless simulated crimes, Su Ming has often employed such techniques to achieve the perfect crime. However, the methods and skills of these crimes far surpass those evident in the current case of the fall. Su Ming's gaze gradually sharpened as he looked at Lu Yin across the table and gently tapped the surface, continuing his inquiry. "Teacher Lu, apart from that phone call, have the two of them reached out to you within the past month? Or have they exhibited any behaviors that struck you as peculiar?" Lu Yin fell silent for a few seconds, deep in thought, before shaking her head and sighing softly in response. "No, they haven't. Since I do not teach the third-year class, I have had little interaction with them over the past year. The only exception was about a month ago when Huang Yin suddenly initiated a conversation with me. Otherwise, we might not have had the opportunity to chat at all. That said, Huang Yin is considerably more outgoing and talkative than Zhang Wan. During the previous 2 academic years, it was Huang Yin who encouraged Zhang Wan to participate in various activities. Their personalities complement each other remarkably well. It was indeed that fateful accident that altered the course of many events. Today, a similar occurrence has transpired." As Lu Yin spoke, her voice was notably tinged with a hoarse, tearful timbre, laden with unspeakable sorrow and melancholy. In an effort to support the uniquely challenged Zhang Wan, Lu Yin had deliberately positioned her in the most conspicuous front row, ensuring that all subject teachers would notice her at first glance, thereby enhancing her presence. Yet, in the end, it culminated in such a disheartening conclusion. Who would not feel a pang of heartbreak and disappointment in such a situation? At this moment, through inquiries with Zhang Heng and the others, Su Ming had already unearthed numerous clues and pieces of information, the most crucial of which was the identification of the individual who was with the deceased on the rooftop, Huang Yin, a former classmate and closest friend of the victim. If they could locate Huang Yin before her potential suicide at the swiftest pace, then the entire case could be unraveled, exposing the hidden puppeteer behind the scenes. With this thought, Su Ming resolved to act without hesitation and turned to Zhang Hong, commanding him, "Vice Principal Zhang, the situation is urgent. Please expedite the gathering of Huang Yin's residence, identification number, interpersonal relationships, and any other pertinent information. Consult with Teacher Liu or other faculty and students, and compile this information for us at once. This matter is of utmost importance concerning your school's public perception and reputation, and I need not elaborate further. Remember, it must be delivered to our criminal investigation team without delay. The inquiry concludes here for now. However, I kindly request that you all remain on campus today, as we may require your cooperation for further investigations." After uttering these words, Su Ming stood up from the stone bench, nodded to the three individuals, and gradually walked towards the cordoned-off area. Noticing Su Chongqing still on the phone, directing the criminal investigation technical team, he proceeded directly to the busy Shenlin. Casting a glance at the yet-to-be-removed body bag, he solemnly inquired, "Shenlin, has the blood test result of the deceased arrived? Are there any traces of special drugs or narcotics? I have discovered some crucial clues that have led to a new inference regarding the case. However, I require this evidence for comparative verification." Upon hearing this, Shenlin momentarily paused in her handling of the blood samples but did not lift her head. With a grave demeanor, she responded, "Preliminary testing has revealed traces of both drugs and narcotics in the deceased's blood sample. As for the narcotics, their specific type remains undetermined. However, I can confirm that the deceased had ingested a significant quantity of opioid medications during their lifetime, which are known to be addictive pain relievers." Chapter 35. The severity of the case escalates, Su Chongqing stunned by Su Ming's deduction. Opioids are commonly utilized in clinical settings as potent sedative pain relievers, bearing a certain potential for addiction. Among the most notorious are morphine, Demerol, and fentanyl, among others. Regardless of the type, all substances fall under the stringent control of the state, rendering pharmacies utterly prohibited from selling them. Only patients in the advanced stages of cancer may acquire such drugs through a physician's prescription at public hospitals. Now, given that traces of narcotics and opioids have been detected in the blood of the deceased, this undeniably corroborates Su Ming's hypothesis. The ingestion of opioids induces sedation and analgesia, with the adverse effects manifesting as profound drowsiness, confusion, and addiction. This elucidates why, over the past 10 days, Zhang Wan, who previously never dozed off during class, has inexplicably become excessively lethargic and even brought a pillow along. Furthermore, her increasingly reclusive and quiet demeanor is indeed linked to the sedative effects of the drugs. It is inconceivable that a middle school student could procure such substances, nor would any physician dare to prescribe morphine or other controlled drugs to a minor. Thus, it is evident that there exists a hidden perpetrator behind this fall who has been manipulating and guiding the case from the shadows. If we dare to make a bolder inference, the potent analgesic properties of opioids suggest that the deceased may have experienced a failure of the body's self-protective mechanisms during self-harm, resulting in a diminished perception of pain and discomfort. In such circumstances, the assailant could exploit this vulnerability, progressively instilling the notion in the deceased that suicide would not entail suffering, and that death would lead to liberation, akin to the mythical blue whale, laden with explicit suggestions of mortality. As for the specific substance abused by the suspect, while it is imperative to ascertain this swiftly, the foremost priority remains the identification of the second pivotal figure in this case, Huang Yin. Judging by her action of erasing the footprints, it appears she had no immediate intention of taking her own life, thus there exists an opportunity to save her. Once his thoughts were organized, Su Ming approached Su Chongqing, who was engaged in a discussion with the technical department. Coincidentally, Su had just concluded a phone call, and upon seeing Su Ming approach, he frowned and lamented. "This wretched limping suspect is proving quite elusive. I just instructed the criminal investigation technical team to remotely access the surveillance cameras at Shid High School. We promptly examined the internal footage and the surveillance at several entrances, yet we found no trace of the limping individual," he continued. "I even inquired with the security personnel and confirmed that no one entered or exited the campus last night. Logically, this should not be the case. Given the suspect's impaired mobility, where else could they have gone if not through the school entrances? Surely, they could not have scaled the walls." Before Su could finish his thoughts, Su Ming interjected with a note of contemplation, "Brother Shang, it is actually expected that we found nothing. I have just spoken with the deceased's 2 former homeroom teachers and the vice principal, and I am now able to roughly ascertain the identity of the suspect. The individual who was with the deceased on the rooftop during their final moments and who severed the deceased's radial artery should be her only peer, named Huang Yin. During the first 2 years of junior high, Huang Yin and the deceased shared the same class, forging a profound friendship. However, As the second semester of the second year drew to a close, Huang Yin unexpectedly suffered a car accident, resulting in a shattering fracture of her left leg. Despite receiving extensive medical treatment, she was left with a disability and henceforth walked with a limp. Concurrently, due to the militarized boarding management system at Shid Middle School, the limping Huang Yin was deemed unsuitable to continue her studies there and was advised to withdraw during the summer break of her second year. The transformation from a physically able individual to one with a disability indeed created a fertile ground for suicidal thoughts within Huang Yin. Having spent 2 years at the school, she was undoubtedly well acquainted with the internal dynamics. Thus, it was entirely plausible that the surveillance systems failed to detect her presence. If I am not mistaken, although Shid Middle School employs a militarized training regime, there must be areas where the railings or walls have been compromised, allowing students to clandestinely enter and exit the campus. Huang Yin likely utilized such a hidden passage to navigate in and out of Shid Middle School. Therefore, by locating this secret route known only to the students and reviewing the nearby road surveillance footage, one should be able to trace Huang Yan's movements. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing immediately slapped his thigh and exclaimed with delight, "Well done, Xiaoming. The clue you have unearthed is indeed significant. Once we ascertain the identity of this witness to the case, the task of locating and apprehending the suspect will become considerably less daunting. I shall summon Principal Chu to bring forth a certain troublemaker from within the school for inquiry. Such clandestine paths utilized for escaping school are likely well known to these local delinquents." Su Ming initially nodded in agreement, but soon his expression grew serious once more as he continued with solemnity. "Brother Shang, beyond this information, I possess an exceedingly crucial inference. This incident is likely not a mere case of mutual suicide or depression-induced demise. Rather, it appears to be a premeditated murder. Huang Yin is neither the perpetrator nor an accomplice. She is, in fact, a target of the true culprit. In this case, there exists a third individual, the genuine murderer, who has been lurking in the shadows, orchestrating and manipulating everything from behind the scenes." This conclusion left Su Changxing momentarily taken aback, but soon his demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he raised his head to signal, "Continue, Xiaoming. Elaborate on how you deduced the presence of a hidden assailant." Su Ming required no time to gather his thoughts, promptly articulating his explanation. "Firstly, when I inquired with the deceased's homeroom teacher, I unexpectedly learned that in the past 15 days, the deceased had developed a peculiar fascination with blue whales. In the letter left by the deceased, there was also mention of a desire to transform into a blue whale after death. Moreover, the primary suspect in this case, Huang Yin, had, a month prior, broached the subject with her former homeroom teacher regarding whether one could become a blue whale after death. I harbor grave doubts that the so-called freedom represented by the blue whale is merely a concept forcefully instilled in a short span of time. Furthermore, the self-inflicted wounds on the deceased's arm, with the earliest one not yet having transformed into a complete scar, suggest that the transition from self-harm to the extreme act of suicide by falling may have occurred within a mere fortnight. This time frame is far too brief for depression to progress at such a rapid pace. Most importantly, forensic expert Shen Lin has detected remnants of drugs and substances in the deceased's blood. While the specific type of drug remains undetermined, it has been confirmed that the substance is an opioid, known for its sedative and analgesic properties. These items are strictly regulated and inaccessible to middle school students. The plethora of evidence compels me to believe there is undoubtedly a hidden mastermind behind these events." As Su Ming concluded his deductions, Su Changxing's face was a canvas of shock and bewilderment. It is truly astonishing to think that one must possess such extraordinary talent to unravel the intricacies of these details and arrive at such a staggering conclusion. Su Changxing was acutely aware that had he approached the deceased homeroom teacher for inquiries, he would likely not have unearthed the subtle, concealed clues as Su Ming had. Yet, he could not help but acknowledge that Su Ming was not engaging in baseless conjecture. Rather, he had meticulously grasped every detail and piece of evidence, leading him to a pivotal conclusion. Taking a deep breath, he pondered. Su Changxing suppressed the shock within and nodded vigorously in response. "Xiaoming, your deduction is of utmost importance. We must give thorough attention to this case of the fall. Subsequent reasoning must also take into account the whereabouts of the elusive suspect. However, the most critical immediate objective remains to locate Huang Yin." Chapter 36. Identifying the primary suspect, locating Huang Yin. The search for Huang Yin has become the most pivotal task at this stage of the investigation, not only because she is the sole witness to the entire incident, but also due to the absence of any clues from the deceased. To uncover the true perpetrator, we must first engage with Huang Yin in hopes of unearthing more significant leads. As the complexity of the case escalated, Su Changxing conducted an urgent report to Lin Tian. Upon receiving approval, he dispatched personnel to drive directly to Shid High School, citing the case's criminal nature to temporarily transfer the deceased's body to the Criminal Investigation Division. Shen Lin also returned to the division promptly, focusing on performing the autopsy, analyzing the type of narcotics involved, and determining the specific cause of death. The fact that the deceased's parents had divorced and established new families alleviated some concerns, as there was no need to worry excessively about the relatives' potential objections or outrage regarding the autopsy. After Shenlin returned to the Criminal Investigation Division, Su Ming and Su Changsheng were far from idle. The two proceeded to the side of the cafeteria at Shid High School. Beside them, Vice Principal Zhang Hong was diligently accompanying, holding a bag of materials in his hand. Alongside him was a scruffy-haired delinquent who was pointing towards a nearby railing. "Look, officers," he said, indicating the iron railing on the side of the cafeteria, which had been partially severed by previous senior students, allowing us to pass through sideways without the need to scale the wall. Beyond this point lay an internal alley that led directly to Linjiang Road. If one ventured a few more steps down Linjiang Road, they would arrive at a street lined with coffee bars, as well as 2 internet cafes. Typically, many students from Shid Middle School would sneak out at midnight through this route to indulge in online gaming and drinking. The once arrogant scruffy-haired thug appeared notably meek and compliant in the presence of officers Su Ming and Su Changsheng, showing no inclination to conceal any information. He promptly divulged the secret path that the seniors had painstakingly preserved. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming dialed Wang, whose number. "Who's he? Are you in the technical department? Please retrieve the surveillance footage from Linjiang Road after midnight last night and look for a limping middle school girl. Pay close attention. The exit to the alley closest to Shid Middle School should reveal our target." After relaying this, Su Ming hung up the phone and turned to Su Changsheng, who was issuing a verbal warning to the scruffy-haired delinquent. Once the warning was concluded and the delinquent left in trepidation, Su Changsheng shook his head in resignation. "I never expected that within the militarized management of Shid Middle School, such a clandestine path could exist. No wonder several entrances failed to detect the limping suspect. By the way, has Xiaoming already instructed the technical department to commence their search?" Su Ming nodded, just as he was about to respond. His phone in his pocket rang with an urgent tone. He promptly answered, "Dahu, how is it? Have you spotted anything so soon? Is it confirmed to be the limping junior high girl?" After a brief pause, he continued, "All right, understood. Please send over the surveillance screenshots immediately. I can verify her identity from here." He concluded the call and let out a measured breath, then turned to Su Changsheng and nodded lightly. "We found her. At 1:30 last night, a limping girl exited through this hidden path. Based on her attire and appearance, she appears to be between 14 and 16 years old, aligning with our deductions." This revelation undoubtedly relieved Su Changsheng for the discovery of the limping suspect, Huang Yan. In the surveillance footage confirmed Su Ming's earlier hypothesis was entirely accurate. At just past 1 in the morning, a junior high girl, long since advised to withdraw, inexplicably left Shid Middle School via the hidden passage. Coupled with her peculiar connection to the deceased, although direct evidence remains elusive, she can certainly be regarded as a witness to the victim's fall. Thus, by pursuing this lead, we can draw ever closer to the truth of the case. Like a headless fly searching for an entry point, Su Changsheng carefully gathered his thoughts and spoke earnestly. "Now, we just need to find out where Huang Yan is hiding. A limping middle school student likely hasn't ventured far. Based on experience, she is probably at home. We must ascertain her residential address." Before Su Changsheng could finish his sentence, Zhang Hong, who had just led the delinquent with the yellow hair and was clutching a document under his arm, hurriedly interjected, "Officer Su, wait a moment. This document contains various information about Huang Yan, including her address, family background, personality, and social interactions. Officer Su had asked me to gather this, and I promptly organized and printed it out. I remembered all the details clearly. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were busy, so I held off on presenting it until now." Without waiting for Zhang Hong to complete his explanation, Su Changsheng snatched the document and flipped to the page containing personal information. He meticulously compared it with the surveillance screenshots sent by Wang Hu and pointed to the residential address. "We can confirm it's the same person. She resides at number 23. Linjiang Villa District. Quite a luxurious area. It seems her family is well off. Let us go, Xiaoming. Regardless of whether Huang Yan is at home or not, we must rush over to ascertain the situation." The siren-blaring police car sped down the road. Due to the strong possibility that Huang Yan may be exhibiting suicidal tendencies, Su Changxing hastened to her residence at Linjiang Villa. This exclusive villa area, true to its name, offers breathtaking views of the river from the balcony. Even in the bustling metropolis, the prices are exorbitantly high. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming and Su Changxing swiftly approached the villa marked with the number 25. Although the front door was firmly closed, the variety of flowers and plants in the yard indicated that the villa was inhabited and well-maintained. Su Ming stepped forward to ring the doorbell, while simultaneously knocking on the door, lest the doorbell be malfunctioning and delay their efforts. The pressing concern was that some individuals might tolerate the sound of the doorbell, yet could not bear the noise of knocking, prompting them to open the door immediately. Given the uncertainty surrounding Huang Yan's situation, every second was crucial. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Almost a full minute passed without anyone responding. Not even a single sound from within. Su Ming and Su Changsheng exchanged glances, and just as they were about to step back and kick the door, a click signaled the unlocking of the door. Chapter 37. I don't want to be your child in the next life. The missing Huang Yan. With a click, the door was opened from the inside by a middle-aged woman in her 50s, her face devoid of any signs of skincare. Wiping her hands on an apron as she called out, Coming, coming. Please do not knock so forcefully. I have not yet finished speaking. Upon seeing the two officers, Su Ming and Su Changsheng, standing at the door, her voice abruptly ceased, and she instinctively remarked, Officers, are you here to conduct anti-fraud propaganda? One must admit that the efforts in anti-fraud campaigns have indeed been commendable. Even middle-aged women in their 50s, upon witnessing the police's arrival, immediately assume they are anti-fraud officers. Su Ming and Su Changsheng exchanged a knowing glance, confirming that the middle-aged woman's instinctive reaction was genuine. Subsequently, Su Ming retrieved his police badge from his pocket and took a couple of steps forward, indicating, Madam, we are detectives from the criminal investigation team of Huaihai District, not anti-fraud officers. At present, we are investigating a significant case and require your cooperation. Does Huang Yan reside here? Upon hearing the term detective, the middle-aged woman visibly tensed. For the average person seldom encounters detectives. She quickly nodded and replied, Yes, yes. Xiao Yan lives here. Has she committed some wrongdoing? Why have the detectives come to our home? Su Ming tucked away his badge and stepped through the doorway, positioning himself assertively to ensure that he could respond swiftly should the woman exhibit any unusual behavior. Rather than employing intimidation, he offered a gentle smile and reassured her. She has not committed any offenses. We merely need her cooperation regarding a minor matter. By the way, Auntie, you are Huang Yan's nanny. I am the nanny hired by this family, the middle-aged woman explained anxiously and swiftly. Little Yan's parents are perpetually occupied with work, often absent for months at a time, which is why they employed me to care for her. However, officer, are you sure you have not made a mistake? Little Yan is usually very well behaved. She would never get into trouble. Furthermore, at this point, the aunt deliberately lowered her voice, paying close attention as she continued. Little Yan has a problem with her foot that has never been resolved. She feels quite self-conscious about her limp and often isolates herself in her bedroom. For the past few days, apart from coming downstairs for lunch and dinner, she has remained in her room, not even emerging for breakfast. How could she possibly have gotten into trouble? Su Ming paid no heed to these biased remarks. Instead, he keenly grasped a critical detail. Since Huang Yan did not have the habit of eating breakfast, the aunt had not seen her during that time in the morning, leaving her unable to ascertain the young woman's safety a few hours ago. This implied that, from midnight until now, Huang Yan had ample opportunity to take her own life. However, analyzing the erased footprints suggested that Huang Yan would not have chosen to commit suicide immediately. She must have had other matters to attend to. Thus, with each passing minute, the chances of saving Huang Yan increased incrementally. Time was of the essence. Su Ming resolved to hesitate no longer, striding purposefully into the villa while solemnly stating, Rest assured, Auntie, the police will not wrong any innocent person. If Huang Yan has committed no wrongdoing, a brief inquiry will suffice. Now, I need you to immediately indicate which bedroom Huang Yan resides in. The nanny, who had intended to say more, instinctively recoiled under Su Ming's piercing gaze and pointed with a trembling finger. That one. The room in the corner on the second floor, that is Xiao Yan's bedroom. Following the direction of the nanny's finger, Su Ming quickly spotted the room adorned with a panda plush toy hanging on the door. Without hesitation, he hastened up the stairs, with Su Changsheng closely trailing behind him. Upon arriving at the bedroom door, Su Ming grasped the doorknob and attempted to turn it, only to find it locked. He then glanced back at Su Changsheng. Without the need for words, they both instinctively retreated to the side of the corridor. After silently counting to 3, they simultaneously delivered a powerful kick to the bedroom door. Bang! The lock shattered, and the door crashed heavily against the wall. The nanny, still on the stairs, gaped in astonishment at the scene, yet dared not utter a word. From the anxious demeanor of Su Ming and Su Changsheng, she discerned that this matter was likely far from simple, wisely choosing to remain silent. Having forcibly opened the door, Su Ming and Su Changsheng swiftly entered the bedroom, their eyes immediately drawn to the bed. In numerous cases of suicides within bedrooms, the deceased often choose to end their lives in the comfort of their most familiar surroundings. But in the next moment, the two individuals simultaneously furrowed their brows, their expressions growing increasingly grave. For upon the bed in this bedroom, there was no sign of anyone. Only a life-size teddy bear carelessly discarded atop the sheets. It was evident that Huang Yan was no longer present in this room. The nanny, who followed closely behind, entered the bedroom and was struck with disbelief upon realizing Huang Yan's absence. What on earth is happening? Why isn't Xiaoyan in her room? Could she have gone out for some reason? But I rose at 6 this morning to tidy up and did not see her leave. Officers, could it be that something has truly happened to Xiaoyan? At that moment, Su Ming and Su Changxing were too preoccupied to respond to the nanny. The instant they realized Huang Yan was missing, Su Changxing immediately retrieved his phone and dialed the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Technology Department, requesting that all available officers promptly access the surveillance cameras at every intersection surrounding the villa, in order to ascertain whether Huang Yan had returned the previous night and to determine her current whereabouts. Concurrently, the seasoned Su Changxing ordered a thorough investigation into the list of individuals who had checked into hotels or visited internet cafes the day prior. Although minors are prohibited from checking into hotels or entering internet cafes without a guardian, there are invariably those merchants who do not adhere to the rules. As Su Changxing issued the comprehensive search order, Su Ming noticed several crumpled balls of discarded paper strewn across the pink desk by the window. He approached the desk. Su Ming discovered a sheet of white paper pressed beneath the pen holder. Upon lifting it, she noticed distinct, dried tear stains upon its surface. The paper bore only a brief yet poignant message. If I do not see you 3 times a year, what significance does your wealth, piled high as mountains, hold for me? In the next life, I never wish to be your child again. Chapter 38. If I were Huang Yan, the pinnacle of criminal psychological profiling. Upon reading the note, Su Ming narrowed her eyes slightly, instantly surmising that this was a farewell note left by Huang Yan for her parents. However, to label it merely a farewell note would be inadequate. It resembled the profound lament of one utterly disillusioned. The dried tears further attested to Huang Yan's inner turmoil. Setting the paper aside momentarily, Su Ming turned her attention to the crumpled scraps of paper. In contrast to the solitary sheet on the table, these fragments contained sentiments that resonated more like a will. They articulated Huang Yan's regrets and anguish, her aspirations to become a blue whale, and a repeatedly mentioned grievance. Even during the time of her accident, her parents had only visited the hospital once, while a nanny tended to her care. Moreover, upon her discharge, they did not return for even a fleeting glance, preoccupied as they were with their so-called work. Then, on one of the crumpled papers, Su Ming keenly discerned a particularly poignant phrase: "How I long to return to 10 years ago. Although our family lacked wealth during that time, your presence beside me constituted my happiest moments. If it were possible, I would prefer to perish in this fleeting time rather than dragging my injured self through a world where every passerby casts judgment upon me. Ah, it is time to depart. This world is hardly worth cherishing." Upon reading this passage, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning a meticulous analysis. During this period, Huang Yan must have succumbed to the brainwashing of the blue whale consciousness, yet the discarded letters left behind contained scant references to the blue whale. This undoubtedly indicates that, in contrast to Zhang Wan, who was deeply affected by her grandmother's death and abandonment by her parents, Huang Yan's tragedies were relatively fewer and not particularly fatal. The accident that resulted in her limping had occurred nearly a year ago. Despite any lingering resentment and pain, her emotions should have been largely processed by now. Moreover, her inherently cheerful disposition likely contributed to her lesser susceptibility to consciousness control. The decision to take her own life, a significant motive, stemmed from a desire for revenge against her parents. She wished to ascertain whether she held more significance in their hearts than the pursuit of wealth. Under this premise, Su Ming could accurately deduce that the letters on the desk were undoubtedly composed by Huang Yan prior to the incident of her falling from the building. Certainly not written after she returned home post-fall. From the perspective of an ordinary person, it is imperative to analyze the situation. If Huang Yan witnessed her friend Zhang Wan plummeting from a height, and moreover, if she was the one who severed her radial artery, then the contents of any suicide note penned in the immediate aftermath would surely differ significantly from what has been presented. The deceased Zhang Wan would undoubtedly occupy a profoundly significant position within those notes. Thus, it is highly probable that Huang Yan did not return home following the tragic incident. Instead, she may have sought refuge elsewhere, contemplating her own demise. However, the crucial matter at hand is not whether she returned home, but rather the location where Huang Yan is most likely to be at this moment. Contemplating this, Su Ming unfolded the numerous crumpled notes and, after a thorough rereading, narrowed his eyes, envisioning himself as Huang Yan. He softly murmured to himself, "I am Huang Yan. Today, I made a pact with my dearest friend Zhang Wan to end our lives together, hoping to be reborn as a blue whale, freely traversing the boundless ocean. At midnight, I stealthily returned to the familiar grounds of Shid High School through a hidden path, where my best friend Zhang Wan awaited me. Just as we did in our school days, we walked side by side, exchanging tales of recent events and gossip. Yet, I could distinctly sense that Xiao Wan's spirit was considerably dampened. The burdens she had been carrying were indeed overwhelming. Nevertheless, soon she would find her release. We arrived at the rooftop of the abandoned teaching building, laying out a picnic blanket along with an assortment of drinks and snacks, in a place serene enough to remain undisturbed. In this final moment, Xiaowan exhibited an unprecedented brightness, as if all shadows had been dispelled. We conversed about our current circumstances, idols, the tender pangs of youthful infatuation, and the elusive future that seems forever out of reach. I had always believed that the two of us could continue this dialogue until dawn, engaging in conversation for an eternity. However, the heavy thud of Xiaowan's fall abruptly jolted me back to reality. At that moment, Su Changxing, having just finished a call, noticed Su Ming's murmured soliloquy. Initially puzzled, he soon wore an expression of astonishment, instinctively gasping in disbelief. For, as an experienced detective, Su Changxing recognized that Su Ming was immersing himself in the mindset of a suspect, conducting a psychological profiling to reconstruct the events of the previous night. In this manner, he sought to uncover the possible whereabouts of Huang Yan. Psychological profiling is far from a simple endeavor. Merely adopting the perspective of a suspect is a feat that most detectives struggle to achieve. The lengthy experience of capturing criminals often leads many detectives to fixate on their own perspectives, rendering them incapable of considering matters from a suspect's viewpoint. However, for Su Ming, who possessed extensive experience in criminal behavior, adopting the identity of a perpetrator to think through problems was undoubtedly the simplest of tasks. As Su Changxing marveled at this revelation, Su Ming's quiet murmurs resumed, revealing the poignant truth. She has already departed. I shall never find such a remarkable friend again. Yet, I must refrain from weeping or lamenting, for I still have affairs to settle. I must be strong. Grasping the broom, I first swept away the footprints, ensuring that the police would not trace me too swiftly through these marks, as I still have unfinished business. Upon reaching the ground floor, I beheld Xiaowan. She appeared to be in great anguish, her eyes seemingly pleading for me to accompany her on her final journey. I picked up the fruit knife I had prepared. Leaving Shid High School, an indescribable sorrow enveloped my heart. The most significant friend in my life has departed, leaving me to ponder where I am to go next. Is it to return home and conclude this existence? No. If I must leave this world, I wish to do so amidst the memories of the happiest moments of my life. Then, where indeed are those moments of joy? Given the importance I place on this period, I shall undoubtedly gather every related photograph, written word, and object, for they are my memories. If I can locate those items, I will discover where I stand now. Chapter 39, the third-to-last lost photograph, Huang Yan's chosen suicide location. If I can find those items, I will uncover my current whereabouts. Standing nearby, Su Changxing's eyes brightened upon hearing Su Ming's softly uttered words, prompting him to search meticulously within the bedroom. Although he had been a criminal investigator for many years, in the case at hand, the mindset has become rigid, rendering it challenging to adopt the perspective of the suspect for criminal psychological profiling. However, the seasoned Su Changxing possesses a profound understanding. In the concluding segment, Su Ming is not merely reconstructing the events of the case, rather, he immerses himself completely into Huang Yan's persona, contemplating how she, having witnessed the tragic demise of her closest friend, would navigate her own intentions of suicide. Through the crumpled notes that contained her final messages, as well as Huang Yan's motivations for her suicide and her innermost yearnings, he discerns a poignant truth. The phrase "to perish in the most blissful moments" resonates deeply within him. Prior to her final act, it is highly probable that Huang Yan would revisit a place once cherished by her family, evoking memories of happier times spent with her parents. Ultimately, she would choose to conclude her life in a location steeped in the most beautiful memories. Thus, this unequivocally dismisses the notion that Huang Yan might resort to taking her life in a random location to evade police detection. The place she currently occupies undoubtedly holds extraordinary significance in her life. Consequently, through Huang Yan's myriad actions, one can infer her profound nostalgia for the days when her parents were by her side. In those times, their gaze was not solely fixated on material wealth. They frequently spent quality time with her, unlike the current reality where they barely meet twice a year. To channel this emotional tide, Huang Yan would surely collect and preserve related photographs, tickets, letters, and other mementos, retrieving them occasionally to reminisce. This practice of gathering relics to express emotions is not uncommon in such cases. Or rather, essentially, this is a psychological phenomenon experienced by nearly everyone. Therefore, now, one merely needs to meticulously search the bedroom, and it is highly probable that one will uncover the unique items collected by Huang Yan. Given the urgency of time, Su Changxing exhibited no hesitation, promptly commencing his search within the confines of the bedroom. It is evident that Su Changxing is quite seasoned. He primarily focused on the surface of the bookshelf, the uppermost drawers, and other easily accessible places. Clearly, through Su Ming's recent criminal profiling, he swiftly deduced that since Huang Yan held such deep affection for her cherished memories, she must frequently revisit her collection of old items. At the very least, she would have reflected upon them once more before her tragic end. Thus, these artifacts would naturally be located in places that require minimal effort to access. Meanwhile, the nanny, who had accompanied them to the second-floor bedroom, observed the actions of Su Ming and Su Chongqing, silently stepping back, too apprehensive to voice any objections or remarks. Being adept at discerning her employer's unspoken cues, she could surmise with a degree of certainty that Xiaoyan had undoubtedly committed a grave offense. As the nanny's mind swirled with complex thoughts, Su Chongqing discovered a carefully wrapped album atop the bookshelf. Upon opening the album, he found that the first page featured a photograph of Huang Yan at her 8th birthday celebration, alongside her parents. A small cake adorned with 8 candles sat before them, while a smudge of white frosting lingered on the tip of Huang Yan's nose. The second page showcased Huang Yan joyfully seated on a supermarket ride, laughing heartily at something that had caught her attention, her missing front tooth adding a touch of whimsy to the scene. Found it. Just from the first 2 pages of photographs, Su Chongqing was able to ascertain that this meticulously wrapped album was precisely what they needed most at present. Furthermore, it was an old object that Huang Yan used to express her emotions, likely concealing pivotal clues within its pages. Without any hesitation or time wasted, Su Chongqing continued to peruse the album with great care, which was filled exclusively with various vintage family photographs. However, judging by Huang Yan's age, it was evident that these images were taken at least 5 years prior. There was not a single recent group photograph to be found. As he turned the pages, upon reaching the third-to-last page, Su Chongqing suddenly halted his movements, frowning in confusion. For this particular page was devoid of any photographs, presenting nothing but a blank space. The most critical aspect was that the second-to-last page contained photographs, as did the very last page. Yet, inexplicably, this third-to-last page had its original photograph removed, leaving only a white page of the album. Just as Su Chongqing was engulfed in puzzlement, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, gradually emerging from the atmosphere of criminal profiling. Criminal profiling involves immersing oneself into the identity of the suspect to reconstruct the general sequence of events during the crime. Therefore, to obtain an accurate profiling outcome, one's emotions would undoubtedly be influenced by embodying the suspect's perspective. After 3 seconds of silence, having completely dispelled the emotional influence, Su Ming noticed the album in Su Chongqing's hands and sighed in relief, saying, "Brother Sheng, it seems you have found what you were looking for. Now, it is time to discover the place that has become Huang Yan's most profound and cherished memory." Throughout this period of collaboration, Su Chongqing has come to realize that Su Ming's ability to capture details and deduce cases may surpass his own significantly. Thus, he refrains from assuming an elder's authority and directly hands the album to Su Ming, stating, "Xiao Ming, take a look. Your prowess in detail-oriented reasoning exceeds mine. See if you can swiftly locate the place where Huang Yan is." He adds, "By the way, the third-to-last photo in this album should have been removed by Huang Yan. I believe the clue is likely hidden within that photograph." Su Ming accepts the album without hesitation. Instead of starting from the first page, he daringly flips directly to the third-to-last page. In the next moment, that blank page of the album appears before his eyes. Upon closer inspection of the page's wear and tear, Su Ming observes that the corners are notably worn. Furthermore, the ease with which he turned to the third-to-last page clearly indicates that among all the photographs in the album, this particular one must be Huang Yan's favorite, one she frequently revisits. Just as with a book, if a specific page is often turned, it will bear creases. Consequently, compared to the other pages, this frequently turned page will be easily accessible, a testament to pure life experience. Yet now, on the penultimate page that Huang Yan frequently peruses, the photograph has vanished, leaving only a blank album page. Given the significance she places on it, and her tendency to revisit this image, it is utterly implausible that it has been lost, or that she has torn it apart. The only conceivable explanation is that Huang Yan deliberately removed this photograph last night, carrying it with her. For the lost photograph undoubtedly encapsulates Huang Yan's most cherished memories, and, equally, the location she has chosen for her tragic decision. Chapter 40. The Sole Missing Group Photograph. I have discerned her whereabouts. In this moment, Su Ming finally feels a glimmer of clarity. There is no longer a need to speculate on Huang Yan's movements. By establishing the content of the penultimate photograph, he can essentially locate her. With this thought, Su Ming hesitates no longer and flips to the preceding page to inspect the fourth-to-last photograph. He chooses not to start from the beginning. The image on the 4th page reveals Huang Yan seated on a carousel, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, alongside her mother. Her father is conspicuously absent from the frame, presumably busy capturing the moment. After examining the fourth-to-last page, Su Ming promptly turns to the penultimate page, hoping to uncover a discernible pattern through the 2 photographs surrounding the missing third-to-last image. Analyzing the exquisite packaging of the album suggests that Huang Yan must have invested considerable effort in organizing and curating it. Thus, it is highly likely that all the photographs are arranged chronologically, rather than haphazardly scattered. The penultimate page of the album features a photograph depicting Huang Yin standing beside a clown performer, adorned with a red nose. Her laughter so exuberant that her eyes are nearly obscured. A clown? A carousel? Su Ming squinted thoughtfully before turning to the final photograph. This image captures a sunset over the horizon, with Huang Yin clutching a plush bear larger than herself, struggling to squeeze into a bus on Huaihai District's number 19 route. The amusingly eccentric scene exudes a unique warmth. The plush bear in this photograph is likely the very one currently resting on the bed. However, the bear holds little significance, nor does it provide any pivotal clues. Rather, after analyzing the preceding images, Su Ming has come to a fundamental conclusion. The final pages of this album are entirely devoted to the memories of Huang Yin and her parents during their visit to the amusement park. Following this, there are no further photographs to document any updates. This indicates that after their trip to the amusement park, Huang Yin's parents became increasingly occupied with work, resulting in a situation where they could return home only a few times a year. Under such circumstances, this family's last experience at the amusement park must undoubtedly stand out as Huang Yan's most vivid and cherished memory. Therefore, this third photograph is certainly related to the amusement park. As for which amusement park it might be, the deduction is not particularly difficult. Nevertheless, maintaining a meticulous and error-free approach, Su Ming turned to the companion beside him, Su Changsheng, and inquired, "Brother Sheng, one of the two starting stations for the No. 19 bus in Huaihai District, is it not Fanawild Adventure?" The question momentarily stunned Su Changsheng, yet he nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed. The No. 19 bus has its starting point at Magic City University and its other terminus at Fanawild Adventure World, with a round trip taking approximately 2 hours. Previously, in order to analyze the dismemberment case at Magic City University, I meticulously studied the bus routes, so I am certain of my recollection. Moreover, this bus route was specifically designed for the convenience of the university students." Upon receiving this confirmation, Su Ming exhaled a heavy breath, then quickly continued, "Brother Sheng, I am 80% certain that Huang Yin has gone to Fanawild Adventure World. The specific clues are rather intricate to explain, so I will elaborate on the way. Right now, the most crucial matter is that we must rush to Fanawild Adventure World without delay." This declaration left Su Changsheng momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Ming could ascertain Huang Yan's location so swiftly. The ingenuity of his reasoning and attention to detail were truly astonishing. Despite his profound amazement and curiosity regarding Su Ming's conclusions, Su Changsheng acutely understood the urgency and value of time at this moment. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and said, "Let us go, Xiao Ming. We need to head to Fanawild Adventure World immediately. It should take about 15 minutes to drive there from here. I'll instruct the nearest plainclothes police officers to head over right away." In order to prevent Huang Yin from experiencing undue distress due to the sight of police uniforms, which could lead to unnecessary consequences, Su Changsheng swiftly descended the stairs and activated the siren of the police car parked at the villa's entrance. Time was of the essence. Su Ming, equally anxious, hurried down the stairs clutching the album. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the bewildered middle-aged nanny and asserted without hesitation, "Annie, we have a task at hand and cannot pause to gather more information. Please proceed to the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team and inform them that Su Changsheng sent you to assist with the investigation. Remember, cooperating with the investigation is a civic duty." "Rest assured, officer," the nanny replied promptly, nodding decisively. "I will close the door and head to the Criminal Investigation Team." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming had already vanished from her sight, taking his place in the passenger seat of the police car. In the next moment, before Su Ming could fasten his seatbelt, the engine roared to life, propelling them towards the Fanawild amusement park. The piercing sound of the siren reverberated along the road, prompting numerous vehicles ahead to scatter and make way. In the driver's seat, Su Changsheng removed the miniature earpiece from his ear. His gaze sharp and focused as he swiftly overtook one car after another, his expression grave as he remarked, "Xiao Ming, all is under control. I just had Huzi check the surveillance cameras at the entrance of Fanawild Adventure World. Indeed, at 9 o'clock this morning, which was 3 hours ago, Huang Yin was seen entering the park. Simultaneously, 3 law enforcement officers responsible for the Fanawild area have already arrived at the amusement park. However, due to the overwhelming number of visitors, it is nearly impossible to locate Huang Yin in a short span of time. One of the officers has gone to the surveillance room, hoping to trace Huang Yan's whereabouts through the cameras. Yet, this remains exceedingly difficult. The expanse of Fanawild Adventure World is vast, riddled with blind spots and gaps in surveillance, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It is imperative to further narrow down the search area. "Xiao Ming, have you discovered any additional clues in the album?" Su Changsheng's words ignited a sense of urgency in Su Ming. Huang Yin arrived at Fanawild Adventure World 3 hours ago, while Zhangwan's body was found just 2 hours ago. This means that from the moment the alarm was raised to our arrival at the scene, analyzing clues, and tracking Huang Yan's movements, barely 2 hours have elapsed. The pace at which this case is progressing is undeniably alarming. Yet, currently, it is still far from sufficient. For in those 3 uninterrupted hours, Huang Yin had ample time to take her own life 100 times over. Not to mention the additional time required to search for her upon arriving at Fanawild Adventure World. Time is truly of the essence. We must expedite the process of narrowing our search area. At this moment, Ming closed his eyes, leaning against the chair, his hands encircling the backrest. His right index finger gently tapped on his left forearm, forcing himself to relax and calm his mind. Yet, within his thoughts, he was incessantly analyzing and deducing. The third-to-last photograph had been singled out and taken away, a clear indication of Huang Yan's precious regard for it. Consequently, what distinguishing features might this photograph possess in comparison to the other vintage amusement park images? According to the album's contents, there were a total of 25 old photographs from the amusement park, encompassing images of rides, snapshots with dolls, and particularly candid and whimsical moments. If the third-to-last image pertains to an amusement ride, it would be reasonable to eliminate attractions such as roller coasters, pendulums, and pirate ships, as photography is often prohibited on such exhilarating rides, leaving only the more leisurely options. Yet, with so many attractions, narrowing it down proves to be quite challenging. Conversely, if it were a photo with a doll or a silly snapshot, these categories lack uniqueness, as many would be quite similar, making it unlikely for one to be singled out in such a manner. Thus, one thing can be ascertained. The extracted third-to-last photograph is undoubtedly exceptional, possessing a singular quality. Unique. Special. As Ming continued to reminisce about numerous photographs, he suddenly unearthed a critically vital detail. That is to say, none of the amusement park photos featured a trio of Huang Yin with her parents. They were either solo pictures of Huang Yin or dual captures with either her father or mother. Because, while enjoying the amusement facilities, it is virtually impossible to find other visitors to assist in taking photographs. It necessitates the presence of someone willing to help. Conversely, during moments of inactivity, there is seldom anything worthy of capturing. Those plush toys fail to pique the interest of the adults. Thus, this solitary photograph extracted from the experience is highly likely to be the only trio portrait from this family amusement park excursion. Moreover, it was taken in a special attraction where 3 individuals could comfortably sit together, amidst picturesque scenery or amusing occurrences, all while ensuring safety, allowing a parent to effortlessly hold a phone aloft to capture the moment. Even within the amusement park, such facilities are scarce. One merely needs to systematically eliminate those that do not meet the criteria. 3 seconds later, Ming abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He gazed towards the distant Fanawild Adventure, spotting a slowly revolving circular attraction, and a confident smile graced his face as he said, "Brother Sheng, I believe I have discerned the location of Huang Yin in the amusement park." Chapter 41. The Tingle of Anticipation, Su Changsheng. Huang Yin is on the Ferris wheel. Ming's assured proclamation momentarily rendered Su Changsheng speechless, causing him to instinctively ease his foot off the accelerator for a fleeting 2 seconds. However, he quickly regained his composure, pressing down forcefully on the gas once more, and incredulously inquired, "Are you certain? Ming, did you just uncover any critical clues?" It is evident that although Ming was asked to search for any leads in order to narrow down the scope, Su Changsheng harbored little hope. After all, with only a single album at hand, determining the current whereabouts of the suspect seemed nearly impossible. The absence of any tangible clues rendered reliance on pure logical deduction exceedingly challenging. It is remarkable that Ming was able to ascertain that Huang Yin was indeed at the Fanawild Adventure World merely through the album. Now, it has hardly been long, and Ming has unearthed Huang Yan's precise location? This is truly astonishing. Sensing the astonishment in Su Changsheng's tone, Ming did not withhold any suspense. He squinted slightly at the distant circular amusement facility and calmly stated that he had indeed discovered significant clues. Seizing the moment, he proceeded to elucidate how he had concluded that Huang Yin was at the amusement park. At this juncture, Ming paused for a brief moment to organize his thoughts before continuing, "Brother Sheng, you have previously perused the meticulously curated album by Huang Yin. Thus, you may recall, the last 25 photographs in this album depict experiences from a particular visit to the amusement park. Although the third-to-last image was taken away by Huang Yin, the surrounding photographs allow us to deduce that the third image must also be one captured within the amusement park. Following this incident, the photographs ceased to be updated, indicating that Huang Yin's parents had become increasingly occupied, leaving them little time to take her on excursions. Consequently, the last place they visited together would undoubtedly linger most profoundly in Huang Yin's memory, coupled with the note she left behind. in which she expressed a desire to depart during her happiest moments. It is evident that this alludes to that final outing to the amusement park with her family. Therefore, to ascertain Huang Yan's objective, it suffices to identify which amusement park it was. The last photograph fortuitously features a bus, prompting my earlier inquiry about the starting point of bus route 19, ultimately leading us to conclude that the amusement park in question is Fantawild Adventure World. This outlines the general process through which I determined the primary location. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing was already taken aback, secretly gnashing his teeth in astonishment at the meticulousness of the logical deductions. He could hardly believe that Su Ming was able to arrive at such intricate conclusions in such a brief span of time. Were it him, drawing upon years of investigative experience, he might have also unveiled the answer of Fantawild Adventure World, but the time required would likely have been tenfold, if not 100-fold, more than what Su Ming had utilized. In such cases, time equates to life, serving as the critical factor in solving the mystery. Had Su Ming arrived at the Huaihai squad 2 decades earlier, perhaps the case dubbed the perfect crime, the dismemberment incident at Shanghai University, could have been resolved in a much shorter time frame. As Su Changxing's heart was filled with ceaseless reflections, Su Ming's voice resonated once more. The major location had been established. Thus, the next step was to narrow down the search area. Given the vastness of Fantawild Adventure, locating Huang Yan without refining the scope would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon revisiting the 25 photographs, a simple conjecture emerged. With 25 images present in the amusement park, why was the third to last specifically chosen? Did this imply that the third to last photograph held the utmost significance for Huang Yan, possessing a rare and precious uniqueness that warranted its selection and removal? Hence, determining the content of this particular photograph would lead to the identification of Huang Yan's current whereabouts. Initially, one could eliminate locations such as roller coasters and swinging pendulums, where photography was prohibited. Since capturing images was not permissible, it followed that Huang Yan would not possess any photographs for reminiscence. The next step was to uncover the potential uniqueness embedded within the third to last photograph, which was indeed the crux of the matter. Therefore, I began to incessantly recall and analyze the final 24 photographs in my mind, contemplating whether any crucial elements were conspicuously absent. At last, after a period of meticulous contemplation, I abruptly recognized a profoundly significant detail. There were no family portraits. Indeed, among the 24 remaining photographs, there was conspicuously no picture of the three of us together. Thus, I promptly deduced that the photograph, which Huang Yan cherished so deeply and intended to take away, was most likely the final portrait with her parents. Hence, we can conclude that by identifying the location of this family picture, we can ascertain Huang Yan's current whereabouts. While this may initially seem a daunting task, a thorough analysis and contemplation reveal that it is not particularly challenging. From the 24 other photographs, I discerned several significant details. Firstly, there are only 3 categories of images: those depicting amusement park attractions, those featuring plush toys, and whimsical candid shots. However, the latter 2 categories exclusively feature Huang Yan, with no presence of her parents, indicating that the cherished family photo must be taken during an outing at a specific attraction. Upon examining the images from the amusement park, I observed that even in instances such as the carousel or bumper cars, only one parent appears alongside Huang Yan, while the other is presumably occupied with capturing the moment. This suggests that during their amusement, it would be impractical for a third party to assist in taking the photograph. Therefore, to achieve a family portrait, it is essential to locate a spot where all 3 can be together without the need to manage steering or holding onto handles. Crucially, the chosen setting must possess a picturesque backdrop and an inviting atmosphere, rendering the act of capturing and developing the photograph meaningful. Given these numerous stipulations, while the amusement park boasts a myriad of attractions, the options have narrowed significantly enough to yield a plausible conclusion. At that moment, Su Ming paused for 2 seconds, extending his hand to point out of the car window towards a circular structure within Fantawild Adventure World. This landmark of Fantawild Adventure World stands a magnificent 160 meters tall, offering a panoramic view over much of the bustling metropolis, ranking 3rd in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. The Eye of Magic City, the Ferris Wheel. Chapter 42. Huang Yan's Chosen Fate, allowing regret to linger, yet denying the opportunity for remorse. Following the direction of Su Ming's finger, Su Changxing's gaze fell upon the Ferris Wheel, famously known as the Eye of Magic City. Immediately, an overwhelming sense of shock and awe flooded Su Changxing's mind. What extraordinary talent could possibly deduce the correct answer from those 24 photographs, relying solely on various logical inferences and the elimination of options? It is worth noting that even after more than a decade of service as a criminal investigator, during which he had solved countless cases, Su Changxing felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing Su Ming's explanation. While he could indeed deduce that Huang Yan was at Fantawild Adventure World, It would merely require more time on his part. However, to ascertain that she was atop the Ferris wheel. Su Changxing contemplated for a few moments and could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that he was unlikely to uncover such crucial information, especially within such a brief time frame. What remarkable talent, meticulousness, and logical reasoning prowess must one possess to arrive at such conclusions? Had he not witnessed Su Ming's dossier with his own eyes? Su Changxing couldn't help but wonder whether this was merely an ungraduated police academy student or a seasoned veteran detective from the Dragon Kingdom's police force. Of course, Su Changxing would never come to know. The reason Su Ming possessed such extraordinary deductive abilities was simply due to the adage that prolonged exposure breeds mastery. After all, in order to execute a flawless simulation of 100,000 crimes, Su Ming had to contemplate matters with greater scrutiny than even the most seasoned detectives. Although he was profoundly astonished and shaken, Su Changxing promptly regained his composure, reaffixing the recently removed miniature earpiece and contacting the public security officers via the dedicated intercom channel. Xiaohe, this is the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Brigade. You are currently in the surveillance room of Fanawild Adventure Park, correct? I have just uncovered a crucial lead. Please retrieve the footage from the Ferris wheel surveillance cameras and swiftly review the recordings from the past 3 hours. Pay particular attention to see if there is a limping girl, specifically Huang Yan, whom I previously mentioned. Check immediately, and if you spot her, inform me at once. I am nearly at Fanawild. As he spoke, Su Changxing inexplicably paused, his eyes widening in seriousness. Are you certain? Xiaohe, are you sure that an hour and a half ago, Huang Yin boarded the Ferris wheel with a backpack? And now, she is yet to come down? At least there is no footage of her exiting, correct? All right, I understand. Xiaohe, keep a close watch on the surveillance, while the others hasten towards the Ferris wheel. First, communicate with the park officials to evacuate any unrelated crowds. I will arrive in no more than 5 minutes. Remember, if you do not spot Huang Yin, do not act recklessly. After speaking, Su Changxing removed his earpiece once more, intending to say something, but Su Ming interjected. The Eye of Magic City, standing at a height of 160 meters, takes approximately 30 minutes to complete a full rotation. Hence, Huang Yin has likely taken at least 3 rides without even disembarking from the cabin. This, however, can be interpreted as a positive sign for us. As a landmark attraction, the Eye of Magic City affords a view of a significant portion of the city. And coupled with the fact that Fanawild World offers an all-day pass allowing unlimited access to various attractions, it is common for visitors to ride the Eye multiple times. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of other guests in line, and most critically, upon each completed rotation, when the ride returns to its starting point. Staff members inquire whether passengers wish to continue. Huang Yan's repeated rides indicate that at least half an hour ago, her consciousness was intact, and she had not taken any drastic actions. While we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of an overdose or excessive drug use, especially given the traces of narcotics and opioids found in Zhang Wan's blood, there remains a considerable chance that the situation is more favorable than we initially anticipated. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Sheng? Su Ming's calm words swiftly quelled the previously anxious Su Changxing, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, there remains a chance. Xiao Ming, once this case concludes, I must go to Director Lin to advocate for you. No matter what, I shall strive to secure at least a third-class merit for you. The police car sped along the highway, with less than 5 minutes remaining to Fanawild Adventure Park. At this moment, within the cabin of the Ferris wheel, known as the Eye of Magic City, Huang Yin, clad entirely in black attire, with her right elbow resting on her thigh and chin supported by her hand, stared vacantly ahead. Unlike Zhang Wan, who chose to don her most exquisite dress, Huang Yin opted for dark clothing that would not easily reveal any bloodstains. As the cabin neared its pinnacle, Huang Yin suddenly came to her senses and hastily retrieved a photograph from beside her seat. In the picture, a noticeably younger Huang Yin sat at the center, her hands forming a heart shape against her chest, flanked by her parents, who raised their hands to create a heart around her. Her father awkwardly captured the moment with one hand holding the phone, rendering the image somewhat unflattering. Yet, it remains the sole family portrait taken at the apex of the Ferris wheel over the past 6 years. Glancing at the photograph once more, Huang Yin promptly resumed her previous position, striving to replicate the same pose, while using her other hand to take a selfie. As the Ferris wheel finally reached its zenith, the familiar sound of the camera shutter echoed. Huang Yin promptly opened her album, glancing at the recently captured photograph. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that there were far more images of that same location than just the one taken moments ago. Indeed, there were countless others. Some depicted ominous clouds. Others showcased the blazing sun, while still others captured the gentle patter of rain. Over the years, Huang Yin had lost count of how many times she had ventured alone to the Fanawild Adventure Park. Perhaps it was simply too many to tally. 3 seconds later, a trace of resentment and a deeply buried sense of loss flickered across her face, and she shook her head in self-mockery, exclaiming, "How amusing this is. Here I am, all alone, yet I foolishly attempt to capture a group photo as if there are three of us." She realized, with a pang, that she had nearly forgotten. It had been 5 years since she had been on her own. But oh, how she longed for their companionship. Huang Yan's voice transitioned from a cold self-deprecation to one laced with an unmistakable tremor of sorrow. 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she quickly wiped them away with her sleeve, only to suddenly notice a few droplets of dried blood staining the fabric. This sight jolted her memory back to the profoundly heavy sound of something hitting the ground and those eyes that yearned for death. In an instant, her spirits plummeted. Turning her gaze towards the corner of her seat, she noticed a bottle of an unlabeled dark gray liquid, half consumed. She tilted her head upwards, hoping that looking at the sky might stave off her tears, and murmured to herself in a state of near collapse, "They say, this is the most agonizing way to die. It grants you the time for regret, but denies you the chance to act on it. However, why? Why have you both not made me regret until now? Why? Until now, not even a single phone call has been made to me. Why has there not been a word of reprimand? Why what?" Chapter 43. A forceful power cut. The stopped Ferris wheel. The police car is racing down the highway. Currently, only 3 kilometers separate us from the Fantawild Adventure Park. Su Changxing meticulously turns off the siren to avoid provoking Huang Yan's unstable emotions, which could lead to dire consequences. After all, there have been numerous past incidents where individuals contemplating suicide stood on the edge of a building, having wrestled with their thoughts for an extended period, only to find a moment of calm. Yet, upon suddenly hearing the wail of a siren, they would become inexplicably agitated, with some tragically jumping to their demise. To thoroughly unravel this case of the fall and unearth the suspect lurking in the shadows, Huang Yan is the most crucial figure and key to the subsequent clues of the case. Her safety must be assured at all costs. The police car halts at the entrance of the amusement park. Su Ming and Su Changsheng promptly fling open the car doors and stride out, having already changed from their police uniforms into plain clothes without a moment's hesitation. The two break into a jog towards the massive Ferris wheel, known as the Eye of Magic City. At this moment, following discussions with the local officers who arrived earlier, a multitude of personnel had specifically convened here to disperse and dissuade the numerous visitors intent on riding the Ferris wheel. The rationale provided was that the Ferris wheel had encountered safety hazards, necessitating a half-day of maintenance and inspection. Upon arriving at the base of the Ferris wheel, apart from the usual staff inquiring whether visitors wished to disembark from their cabins, 2 additional individuals stood nearby. Su Changxing regarded these 2 young security officers, one of a stout build and the other slender, their demeanor distinctly different from that of the average individual. "Thank you for your hard work. What is the current situation?" Su inquired. Upon hearing this question, the 2 officers exchanged glances, and it was the heavier-set officer who responded. "It is no trouble, Captain Su. Assisting your criminal investigation team is, after all, part of our duties. We arrived here 5 minutes ago and immediately instructed the staff to evacuate the crowd. No further visitors have boarded the Ferris wheel since. According to the surveillance footage, the cabin that Huang Yan entered is currently at its apex, and it will require approximately 15 minutes to descend. At that time, the staff will first inquire whether Huang Yan wishes to continue riding. Should she decline, she will be escorted from the cabin in a standard manner. However, if she desires to remain, the staff will proceed to cut the power, allowing us to secure control over Huang Yan before the Ferris wheel is restarted. The staff has just notified the visitors who were unable to descend promptly after Huang Yan, through the reserved phone, about the impending brief power outage. This response elicited a nod of satisfaction from Su Changsheng, who then patted the shoulders of the 2 public security officers, expressing his gratitude. "The arrangements are quite thorough. I truly appreciate your efforts. Once this case reaches its conclusion, I shall certainly have a word with your chief to commend both of you for your contributions." Turning to Su Ming, who was observing the Ferris wheel beside him, he inquired earnestly, "What do you think, Xiaoming? Do you perceive any oversights in the recent arrangements? Any further suggestions?" "No objections. Everything appears quite detailed," Su Ming replied, shaking his head. However, with a furrowed brow, he continued, "I am merely pondering. What could be the motive of the hidden mastermind behind this case? Zhang Wan's background is rather unremarkable, lacking in substantial value to exploit. Hence, might the issue lie with Huang Yan? The primary suspect seems intent on eliminating Huang Yan, and in a bid to expedite this objective, they inadvertently caused Zhang Wan's demise. But what exactly is the motive? Is there anything of interest to the suspect in these 2 middle school students? Or perhaps something related to their parents? The only possibility I can conceive is that the suspect aims to undermine Huang Yan's parents' business, thus orchestrating this heinous crime. Or is it merely a senseless act of violence, devoid of purpose and forewarning? This statement momentarily stunned Su Changxing. Amidst the throbbing headache from the ambiguous leads and the ongoing struggle to unveil the truth, He couldn't help but marvel at Su Ming's advanced logical reasoning. Even before ascertaining Huang Yan's condition, he was already pondering the potential motives behind the subsequent actions. Such innate talent was indeed disconcerting. Taking a deep breath, Su Changxing suppressed his astonishment and, with renewed confidence, gazed at the Ferris wheel. Regardless of the motivation, it was imperative to apprehend the culprit. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to secure Huang Yan without delay. The interminable 15 minutes gradually elapsed. The visitors and bystanders surrounding the Ferris wheel had already been urged to disperse by the staff, rendering the usually vibrant amusement park eerily peculiar and distinct. The Ferris wheel continued its slow rotation, a constant hum resonating in the air. Yet, through the transparent panels of the cabin, Su Ming and Su Changxing observed the figure of Huang Yan, clad entirely in black, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly having wept. The cabin was now less than 10 meters away from the departure point. The middle-aged attendant in a deep green uniform appeared visibly anxious, stuttering as he spoke. Are you still planning to ride? This is already the 4th time. Perhaps you should disembark and try other attractions. Awakening Huang Yan, who was lost in a daze. She glanced at the gray bottle beside her, her brow furrowing in puzzlement. Why was she still so alert? Hadn't the internet claimed that consuming such a substance would lead to poisoning, vomiting, and fainting within an hour at the latest? Even if one were promptly transported to a hospital, they could only witness their organs failing before their eyes. There were already individuals present, some of whom had been waiting for a long time without being able to take a seat. Please, come down. The staff's voice resonated once more, pulling Huang Yan back to reality. She reluctantly began to gather her belongings, her voice hoarse as she murmured, "All right, I will." Before she could finish her sentence, her words abruptly ceased. While packing her things, she had caught a glimpse of the waiting area, which was utterly devoid of people, let alone the claim that others had been waiting for ages. Simultaneously, Huang Yan slightly lifted her head and noticed several individuals at the starting point, their gazes conspicuously fixated upon her. The already astute Huang Yan quickly grasped the situation and hastily sat back down, a surge of inexplicable fear coursing through her as she called out, "Sir, I wish to admire the scenery a little longer. Is this truly the last round?" As soon as she spoke, Su Changxing, standing beside her with his hands clasped behind his back, immediately made a gesture to cut the power. The staff promptly switched off the circuit. In the next moment, a dull mechanical grinding sound echoed. The towering Ferris wheel came to a halt, and the colossal eye of Shanghai stood still. Chapter 44. Is someone spreading the blue whale game? An important clue in the case. The Ferris wheel, halted by a power outage, stood still as Su Ming and Su Changxing approached with determined strides, triggering a surge of anxiety in Huang Yan. In a panic, she hastily retrieved a fruit knife, still stained with dried blood, from her backpack and shouted, "Stay back. I don't understand how you found me so quickly, but please don't come any closer." Su Ming and his companions had intended to swiftly subdue Huang Yan and restore power to the Ferris wheel, hoping to prevent any further distress among the other visitors. However, upon noticing the knife in Huang Yan's hand, they instinctively halted their advance, wary of her emotional state. Their concern was not for their own safety, but rather a fear that Huang Yan might, in a moment of heightened emotion, harm herself. If she were to accidentally sever an artery, there might not be enough time to rush her to a hospital. Su Changxing took a cautious step forward, gently pressing his left hand downward as he spoke in a soothing tone. "Please, don't be anxious, Huang Yan. We are here to assist you, not to capture you. There is still an opportunity to rectify this situation. Will you come out of the cabin now?" However, Su Changxing's attempts at reassurance were futile. The moment he ventured a few steps closer, Huang Yan, in an agitated frenzy, vehemently commanded, "Step back. You cannot help me at all. If you truly wish to assist, just let the Ferris wheel start moving again, will you? Officer, I beg you, allow me to stay for just one more round. Just one more." Huang Yan's agitation was palpable, her arm trembling as she gripped the fruit knife tightly. In such a precarious situation, experienced Su Changxing would never permit Huang Yan to ride the Ferris wheel alone, for it was highly probable that after a single rotation, what awaited would not be Huang Yan, but rather a lifeless body. However, lingering in this state was not an option. A solution must be found swiftly to stabilize Huang Yan's emotions or to encourage her to exit the cabin herself. At that moment, Su Ming, who had remained silent until now, narrowed his eyes and contemplated seriously for a couple of seconds. After meticulously analyzing Huang Yan's current emotional state and the potential reasons behind her reddened eyes, he earnestly picked up his phone and advised, "Huang Yan, your parents are on their way. I believe that even if you were contemplating such extreme actions, it would be best to see your parents one last time, to express everything you wish to say before departing alone. Moreover, do you not wonder how we located you so swiftly? It was precisely because we called your parents, who informed us immediately that this was the most likely place you would be found. If you think they do not care about you, then why were they so certain of your whereabouts? Before Su Ming could complete his thought, Huang Yin, agitated, interrupted him, shaking her head as she expressed her inner turmoil. No, that's impossible. They haven't even called me. How could they be on their way? Stop lying to me. Lying? Why would I deceive you? Su Ming replied with a dismissive expression, shaking his phone. All the evidence is right here. To prevent your emotions from spiraling out of control and leading to irreparable actions, we have specifically instructed your parents not to contact you, leaving the matter to the police. They merely need to set aside their work and rush here at the earliest opportunity. Huang Yin, if you harbor doubts, I truly have no other recourse. But you might want to reflect on this. If it weren't for your parents mentioning that this Ferris wheel was to be the site of your last family portrait, you would undoubtedly have come here. Otherwise, how could we have possibly located you in such a brief span of time? The police would not deceive someone as young as you. This phone contains records of calls, and I shall now hand it to you. The lock screen password is 2580. In fact, to document the case, calls were recorded, and you may listen to it shortly. These words left Huang Yin momentarily dazed, her inner resolve wavering significantly. Indeed, if it weren't for her parents and the police, how could she have been found so swiftly? Such a feat seemed utterly impossible. Thus, the reason her parents had refrained from calling must have been a specific request from the police, fearing it might disturb her emotional state. Huang Yin repeatedly questioned herself in her mind, unaware that she had already been ensnared in a trap meticulously set by Su Ming, who was exploiting her likely use of drugs and opioids during this period, taking advantage of her diminished cognitive and judgment capabilities, guiding and instilling in Huang Yin. The police's swift discovery of her undoubtedly stemmed from the assistance of her parents. This serves as a testament to the fact that Huang Yan's parents still hold her in high regard, even possessing knowledge of her potential whereabouts. By employing such pure psychological suggestion and the logic of reaction, they aim to ease Huang Yan's tense emotions, gradually approaching her under the pretext of needing to demonstrate something regarding her phone. Standing in the background, Su Changsheng gasped silently, his heart brimming with shock and disbelief. The words uttered by Su Ming moments ago were entirely a manifestation of psychological and conscious suggestion techniques. The most astonishing aspect was the ability to concoct such effective suggestive methods in such a brief period, rivaling even those of seasoned psychologists. Not to mention the audacity of fabricating lies under the guise of the police, with his demeanor remaining utterly unchanged. This was simply fortunate that Su Ming was currently a criminal investigator. Otherwise, given his psychological resilience and tactics, he would be treated as a fugitive, or at the very least, taken in for prior documentation. At this moment, while Huang Yin continued to question herself, Su Ming had already approached the cabin door. He gently tapped on the door and unlocked it from the outside, speaking with sincere gravity. Come now. I have unlocked the door outside. You just need to turn the lock inside and open it a crack. I will then hand you the phone. By checking the call history, you will discern if I have deceived you. Just a slight opening will suffice, and considering you have a fruit knife, you need not worry. Huang Yin quickly realized, glancing at the softly smiling Su Ming, and then shifted her position. She unlocked the door of the Ferris wheel cabin, gently pushing it open with one hand while still gripping the fruit knife with the other. Just as Huang Yin was about to reach for her phone, Su Ming suddenly pulled it back slightly, as if recalling something, and said with a gentle smile, "Wait a moment. I've just remembered that I have something to ask you. Huang Yin, do you have a fondness for blue whales lately? Or are you planning to visit a seaside location to observe them? I've noticed that both you and Zhang Wan have been showing a keen interest in blue whales recently. What is the story behind this? I'm rather curious. If you share this with me, consider it a trade for my assistance this time." As she stared at the phone, which was tantalizingly close yet deliberately kept at a distance by Su Ming, Huang Yin bit her lower lip, shifting her position once more to inch closer to the cabin door. Her desire to seize the phone intensified, and she anxiously exclaimed, "It's not that I like them. It's a game. We've been playing something called the blue whale game." Upon hearing the term blue whale game, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he intentionally lowered the phone. Just as Huang Yin grasped half of the phone, preparing to take it, he suddenly asked without warning, "By the way, Huang Yin, do you remember the lock screen password I mentioned?" Huang Yin, whose attention was entirely consumed by her phone, momentarily froze, her subconscious revealing a look of confusion as she recalled the 4-digit lock screen password. Just as Huang Yin became lost in thought, her vigilance significantly diminished. Su Ming showed no hesitation. He swiftly extended his right foot to block the cabin door and squeezed his body into the compartment. His left hand, which had been holding the phone, immediately released its grip and lunged towards Huang Yan's right wrist, which clutched the knife. His free right hand was poised for action, ready to prevent Huang Yan from resorting to more extreme measures. Su Ming's sudden maneuver left Huang Yan, still in a daze, utterly unresponsive. When she finally instinctively prepared to swing the fruit knife, an unbearable pain shot through her wrist, causing the knife, stained with dried blood, to clatter to the cabin floor. Su Ming promptly stepped on the knife with his left foot, using his body weight to further restrict Huang Yan's movements. This unexpected act of control heightened Huang Yan's agitation as she struggled fiercely and cried out, "Ah, it hurts. Let go of me, please." Yet her efforts were utterly futile. In terms of strength, skill, and physique, they were worlds apart. Moreover, prolonged mental strain, coupled with the influence of drugs, rendered Huang Yan completely devoid of any capacity for resistance. Su Changsheng, standing behind, rushed forward, urgently inquiring, "Xiao Ming, how is it? Have you subdued her? Are you injured?" In situations involving the control of criminal suspects or individuals intent on self-harm, police officers are particularly vulnerable to accidental injury. And there have been instances where such interventions resulted in fatal outcomes during attempts to prevent suicide. Thus, Su Changsheng was immediately concerned about Su Ming's situation and did not respond right away. Su Ming glanced at the emotionally unstable Huang Yan, who was no longer able to struggle. He retrieved handcuffs from his waist, and since they were in the Ferris wheel cabin, he simply handcuffed Huang Yan's right hand to his left. He then exhaled a deep breath and, in a gentle tone, advised, "All right, take it easy, Huang Yan. The previous measures were taken solely to ensure your safety. I hope you can cooperate moving forward and refrain from such extreme actions, as that would be beneficial for us both." After speaking, Su Ming turned to Su Changsheng behind him, shaking his left hand that was cuffed to Huang Yan's, and smiled lightly, "No injuries, Brother Shang. Given the urgency of the situation earlier, I acted impulsively." Su Changsheng waved his hand, signaling Su Ming to forego any explanations, and then addressed Huang Yan beside him. "Huang Yan, this morning at Shud Middle School, we discovered an unfortunate case of a fall. We found..." Before Su Changsheng could finish, Huang Yan, clutching her phone tightly, stared at Su Ming with vacant eyes, choking back tears as she questioned, "So you were just deceiving me? My parents have never looked for me. They are still preoccupied with their so-called work, let alone informing you that I am here. You have been deceiving me. From the very beginning, you have been nothing but a liar." Observing Huang Yan's disappointed gaze and sensing her impending emotional collapse, Su Ming could not help but let out a long sigh as he extracted the tightly gripped phone from her hand. Without making any deliberate attempt to explain, he directly dialed the top number, activating the speakerphone. As soon as the call connected, even before the first ring could be heard, the line was promptly answered by an anxious middle-aged male voice. Officer Su, have you found Xiaoyan? Have you located her?" Upon hearing the familiar yet somewhat distant voice, Huang Yan's eyes widened, and her emotions visibly stabilized. Noticing Su Ming's delay in responding, the middle-aged man grew increasingly frantic. "Officer Su, please answer. We followed your instructions and refrained from calling Xiaoyan, not wanting to disturb you. What is the current situation?" "Xiaoyan, she won't be." At that moment, another voice erupted from the phone, a hoarse, furious, and frenzied female scream. "You, Huang. A year ago, when Xiaoyan had the accident, I said to forget about the company, but you insisted. Now is a critical period for the company. Just 2 more years until retirement, and the earnings would suffice for a lifetime, even if Xiaoyan cannot work due to her leg. Yet, you run around every day, returning home only a handful of times a year. I refuse to endure this company any longer. You find someone else. Moreover, should anything happen to Xiaoyan, you can forget about living your life." This roar of anger led Su Ming to deduce that it was Huang Yan's mother. He turned his gaze towards Huang Yan, who was sitting in a daze, staring ahead, her eyes slightly misted with unshed tears. With a sense of helplessness, Su Ming sighed and finally responded, "I have located her. I am currently by Huang Yan's side. Would you like to speak with her?" He then held the phone up before Huang Yan. Upon seeing the familiar number displayed on the screen, Huang Yan opened her mouth, as if she had much to express, yet was at a loss for words. Her gaze drifted towards the gray bottle in the corner of the seat, and she shook her head gently at Su Ming, signaling her unwillingness to speak. Unfazed, Su Ming took the phone back from in front of Huang Yan and stated, "Your daughter currently does not wish to converse. By the way, there is no need for you to come to the Fanawild Adventure Park. You should head directly to the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. We need to take Huang Yan to the team, as her assistance is required in an ongoing case. As for the specifics and inquiries, we can address those once you arrive at the investigation team. That will be all." With that, Su Ming hung up the phone without hesitation. He then explained to the somewhat dazed Huang Yan, "Indeed, I just deceived you. Your parents are entirely unaware of your whereabouts at the amusement park. This conclusion was drawn from the clues I gathered. However, I assure you that your parents' concern for you is genuine. Our decision to refrain from calling you was made deliberately to avert any unforeseen consequences. In cases involving minors, it is obligatory to notify their guardians. Therefore, as Su Ming made his way to the Joy World, he had already communicated with Huang Yan's parents. His earlier words, intended to ease Huang Yan's anxiety, were a blend of truth and pretense. He placed his phone back into his pocket and gently rattled the handcuffs, prompting the dazed Huang Yin to regain her composure. He signaled to her, "Now you understand your position in your parents' hearts, do you not? Cease this desperate behavior. Clarify your issues instead. As for their obsession with making money and their lack of presence in your life, that is a matter for your family to discuss later. For now, we must return to the police station. You need to disclose everything regarding the blue whale game." The mention of later struck a chord within Huang Yin, causing tears to well up in her eyes, which ultimately streamed down her cheeks as she spoke in a dazed and hoarse voice. "Later? But I have no future even if I begin to regret now. There is no opportunity for remorse." Chapter 45. Interrogating Huang Yin. Case code. Blue whale game. Her words, laden with regret, left both Su Ming and Su Chongxing, who stood behind him, somewhat astonished. Following Huang Yin's vacant gaze, they noticed a bottle devoid of a label, a deep gray hue, appearing in their line of sight. The liquid inside was nearly half gone. Just now, Huang Yin's words resonated deeply. Even if one begins to regret now, the opportunity for remorse has already slipped away. This instantly brought to mind for Su Ming and Su Chongxing a certain pesticide with an almost 100% mortality rate, paraquat. Within the annals of the Dragon Kingdom, paraquat is not only notorious for its lethal potency but also for the staggering number of lives it has claimed, frequently appearing in criminal cases, particularly in instances of suicide. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the combined fatalities from all other pesticides pale in comparison to those caused by paraquat. A mere 5 milliliters can yield approximately a 50% chance of death, and consuming over 50 milliliters essentially renders any hope of recovery futile. Most terrifying of all, it can be absorbed through the skin, meaning ingestion is not a prerequisite for its lethal effects. Numerous incidents have occurred where individuals inadvertently traversed fields recently treated with paraquat, resulting in pesticide poisoning. Moreover, the reason for paraquat's alarmingly high mortality rate lies in its insidious nature. Unlike other pesticides that provoke immediate and severe adverse reactions such as vomiting, dizziness, and unconsciousness upon ingestion, paraquat initially elicits no discernible symptoms. Days later, however, the body's immune system begins to collapse, with various organs gradually failing, yet the patient remains painfully conscious. As time progresses, irreversible fibrosis of the lungs ensues, inflicting excruciating difficulty in breathing, compounded by the presence of increasingly distressed family members by the bedside, leading the patient to experience profound regret. They implore the doctors to exert every effort to save them, yet such pleas prove utterly futile. The patient can only await suffocation with eyes wide open, fully conscious of their fate. There is a saying circulating on the internet that encapsulates this tragedy: paraquat gives you time to regret, but not the opportunity to turn back. Consequently, due to the rising number of individuals resorting to paraquat for suicide, the government prohibited its sale in 2016. The inventor of paraquat has been subjected to scorn and blame from the families of those who have taken their lives with this toxic substance, enduring an undeserved calamity. Ultimately, he could only publicly express that for every year paraquat has been sold, he has felt guilt. Yet, he never anticipated that a herbicide, designed for agricultural use, would be ingested by individuals. The toxicity of paraquat is truly harrowing, and the liquid in the corner bottle now remains less than half. If it indeed contains paraquat, there would be no possibility of redemption. Death is merely a matter of time. Su Chongxing immediately turned a serious gaze towards Huang Yin, speaking with utmost gravity. "Huang Yin, you must tell me at once if the substance in this bottle is paraquat. Where did you acquire this banned pesticide? Was it from the individual who supplied you with drugs?" It was evident that a prohibited pesticide had surfaced in the metropolis, and Huang Yin had already consumed half of it. Su Chongxing quickly connected the dots, pondering whether this bottle of paraquat was handed to Huang Yin by the elusive suspect, alongside the drugs. Upon witnessing Su Chongxing's solemn expression, Huang Yin instinctively recoiled slightly, fear evident in her demeanor, and she nodded gently in affirmation. "Yes, it is paraquat. However, I am uncertain about what you mean by drugs, officer. No one has provided me with any drugs. Furthermore, this bottle of paraquat was purchased from a nearby potted flower shop. I merely discovered online that consuming such a substance would undoubtedly lead to death, with no opportunity for regret, which is why I inquired at the flower shop. To my surprise, they just happened to have it." As the words fell, Su Chongxing, who had been initially apprehensive, let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Su Ming beside him and shook his head in gratitude. In the urban area of the Magic City, there is no farming, and those flower shops would certainly not dare to stock paraquat. Being caught would result in hefty fines and revocation of licenses. Therefore, I suspect, this bottle does not contain paraquat. It might be something else entirely. Let us take it back to the police station. This item must be brought back for the technical department to analyze promptly. Su Ming nodded in agreement, shaking the handcuffs once more, and with a faint smile remarked, Huang Yin, it appears fortune is on your side. You likely still have a chance for regret. However, the possibility of regret hinges upon your cooperation with our investigation. Do not conceal anything. Let us proceed. Your parents are already en route to the police station. There is no need to linger on the Ferris wheel in nostalgia. Although Huang Yin maintained a stable demeanor, Su Ming dared not release the handcuffs, fearing that should anything untoward occur, it would be too late for regret. Moreover, in such a public setting, surrounded by numerous tourists, it is undoubtedly inappropriate to conduct an interrogation. The most prudent choice would be to return her to the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team at the earliest opportunity. Upon learning that her parents were on their way, and that the contents of the bottle were certainly not paraquat, Huang Yin's spirits visibly lifted. She nodded and slowly rose, lowering her head to follow Su Ming. The police car sped along, bringing Huang Yin to the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. Neither Su Ming nor Su Changxing rushed to interrogate her. Instead, they convened in the conference room to organize and discuss relevant clues and intelligence. Currently, the leads regarding the suspects behind the campus fall incident were almost non-existent. But there were numerous other disordered clues that required meticulous sifting to potentially unearth the perpetrator in one fell swoop. After exchanging opinions, Su Changxing furrowed his brow and lightly tapped the table, casting a puzzled glance at Su Ming as he inquired, "The blue whale game?" According to Huang Yin, she and Zhang Wan were engaged in a certain game that ultimately leads to suicide. Given the current circumstances, Huang Yin is our sole entry point. We hope to discover useful clues. Otherwise, this so-called blue whale game may pose increasingly dire problems. Before Su Changxing could finish, Wang Hu strode into the conference room, producing a test report. As he handed it to Su Changxing, he winked at Su Ming, saying, "Brother Sheng, the report is in. According to our technical department's analysis, the liquid in that bottle is cough syrup, not paraquat." Meanwhile, forensic expert Shen Lin has determined that the blood of the deceased Zhang Wan contained not a singular drug, but rather a potent amalgamation of multiple substances. Among these, at least heroin, methamphetamine, and ketamine, 3 commonly encountered narcotics, were identified. Ultimately, Huang Yin is presently stable in her emotional state. Her parents have also arrived at the precinct. Yet to prevent any possibility of collusion, they are temporarily kept apart. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing nodded, took the report from Wang Hu's hands, and gestured to Su Ming to rise. "Let us proceed, Xiao Ming. Together we shall interrogate Huang Yin and ascertain the meticulousness of the perpetrator behind this case." Codenamed the Blue Whale Game. Chapter 46. Huang Yan's Testimony. The Blue Whale Game as merely a tool of crime. Although the specifics remain somewhat elusive, it is evident that the lurking suspect employs a method of control through consciousness, orchestrating the victim's suicide under the guise of the so-called Blue Whale Game. This indicates a level of criminal intelligence that starkly contrasts with cases easily solved. Currently, the only avenue for breakthrough lies in extracting more valuable leads from Huang Yin. Given the escalating severity of the case, Su Ming and Su Changxing refrained from any further delay, entering the interrogation room equipped with the necessary materials. At this moment, Huang Yin sat quietly with her head lowered in the interrogation chair, her emotional state evidently more stable. However, for safety considerations, the handcuffs on her wrist remained fastened to prevent her from self-harming due to a potential drug withdrawal. Upon her return to the Criminal Investigation Unit, the forensic personnel had already drawn her blood, confirming the presence of narcotics and opioid residues, which were consistent with the substances found in Zhang Wan's blood. Although she appeared emotionally stable at that moment, it would not be surprising if she succumbed to her cravings for drugs and acted in an extreme manner at any second. As she sat at the interrogation table, Su Ming approached her and gently tapped on the chair to rouse Huang Yin from her daze. He then moved to the back of the interrogation room to activate the prepositioned camera. Looking at the somewhat fatigued Huang Yin, he explained in a soothing tone. According to legal provisions, when interrogating a minor, a guardian, namely your parents, must be present. However, given the serious nature of this case, and to avoid any external factors interfering with the interrogation, your parents will not be accompanying you in the room, having granted their permission and authorization for this arrangement. Nonetheless, at this juncture, Su Ming gestured toward the surveillance camera above. They will be observing you through the monitor, which serves as a form of oversight on our part, ensuring that we do not employ coercive methods to compel you into a confession. Following the conclusion of this interrogation, provided there are no significant issues, we can arrange for your family to visit, even to share a meal together at the police station. However, the premise is that you must cooperate with us, refraining from any fabrications or deceit. Do you understand? After Su Ming articulated this statement in accordance with the regulations, he observed that although Huang Yin did not respond verbally, she gently nodded in acknowledgement. She then seated herself beside Su Changxing and softly remarked, "Brother Sheng, Huang Yan's mental state is stable. We may commence." Without any hesitation, Su Changxing fixed his gaze on the somewhat anxious Huang Yin and spoke with a grave demeanor. Let us bypass the tedious identity verification process. Huang Yin, every question I pose henceforth is of utmost importance. So I implore you to withhold nothing and avoid any attempts at obfuscation. Firstly, around midnight last night, you were with Zhang Wan, correct? Yes, I was with Xiao Wan. Huang Yin replied, initially appearing tense but quickly responding. Although the current clues seem to corroborate this information, it remains essential for the subsequent case files and trial to confirm necessary details. Following this, Su Changxing proceeded to pose related inquiries, apart from yourself. Were there any others present at the scene? If not, please provide a detailed account of the circumstances and events that transpired. Despite harboring little expectation, Su Changxing nonetheless hoped that besides Huang Yin, there were others present, potentially the ultimate mastermind behind the incident at the scene. If that were the case, the difficulty of solving the case would undoubtedly be considerably alleviated. Due to an extended period without rest, Huang Yin appeared somewhat fatigued, shaking her head and hoarsely responding, "No. It was just Xiao Wan and me yesterday. That night at midnight, I quietly returned to the school via a secluded path, as agreed with Xiao Wan, and we ventured to the abandoned teaching building. We then sat on the rooftop, using a dining cloth as a cushion, and indulged in an array of snacks we had brought along, engaging in continuous conversation." At this juncture, Su Ming abruptly interrupted Huang Yan's discourse, posing a pivotal question. While enjoying snacks and chatting, did you or Zhang Wan experience any feelings of fear? It was imperative to consider that a fall from such a height could result in severe consequences, potentially leaving one paralyzed for life. Clearly, Su Ming aimed to ascertain the mental state of both Zhang Wan and Huang Yin, attempting to gauge the extent of control exerted by the unseen perpetrator. Seemingly reluctant to recall her departed best friend, Huang Yin fell silent for several moments. Initially shaking her head, she then nodded slightly and replied, "Xiao Wan was unafraid. I, however, felt a tinge of fear. I even suggested to Xiao Wan that we drink paraquat, believing it would at least spare us a more agonizing demise. But Xiao Wan declined, asserting she felt no fear at all. She had grown utterly weary of this world and wished to expedite her exit from this game to transform into a blue whale, freely swimming through the ocean. The notion of paralysis was not something that Xiao Wan contemplated, as she had specifically instructed me. Should any unfortunate event occur, she wished for my assistance with her final request. Upon hearing this, Su Ming became certain that Zhang Wan's level of consciousness control was far more profound than Huang Yan's, likely closely tied to her tragic experiences. Ever since her grandmother's passing, it had indeed been, as she articulated, it seemed that few cared for her anymore. Even in death, she would swiftly be forgotten. Su Changsheng pressed his palms together, forming a triangular shape, and with his right index finger lightly tapping his left hand, he continued with earnest gravity. Hence, the wound on Zhang Wan's left wrist was inflicted by you, correct? You used that very knife from the Ferris wheel cabin, did you not? Huang Yin nodded. Tears welling in her eyes, seemingly reluctant to recall the memory, she clutched her hair and murmured, "Yes, it was me. But I truly had no choice. I really couldn't help it." Gazing into Xiao Wan's wide-open eyes, reflecting a plea filled with pain, I found myself unable to refuse her solitary request. There was nothing more I could do for her, save for wishing her to swiftly transform into the blue whale of her dreams. One that could roam the depths of the ocean. I imagined she must have fulfilled her aspiration, becoming that very. Before Huang Yin could finish her thought, Su Ming decisively interrupted the continuation of the discourse, his expression icy and devoid of emotion. "No," he stated coldly. "Suicide did not transform her into the so-called blue whale. Rather, it rendered her a lifeless body in a funeral home. The so-called blue whale game you speak of is merely a tool for criminality employed by some individuals." Chapter 47. The important interrogation begins. We are the ones united on the same front. If Huang Yin remains ensnared in the subconscious belief that death will transform her into a blue whale, granting her freedom, it will serve no beneficial purpose for the case at hand. This is because Huang Yin may very well choose to protect the true perpetrator behind the creation of the blue whale game, believing that Zhang Wan attained freedom. Even if such a scenario does not arise, it is crucial for Huang Yin to confront reality and understand that Zhang Wan was a victim of foul play, not a self-inflicted demise. This realization would significantly aid in the investigation, for this would draw Huang Yin into the police's camp. If she harbors a desire to unearth the true culprit and avenge her friend, her willingness to provide accurate and proactive leads will undoubtedly surpass her current state by several magnitudes. Just as those high-ranking officials, who faced repercussions due to denunciations, are often swift to retaliate and reduce their sentences by implicating other corrupt figures in the interrogation room. This exploits the vengeful psyche of the suspect. Under such circumstances, the credibility of the clues provided by the criminal suspect would undoubtedly approach near certainty. Thus, Su Ming must seize this opportunity to broach the subject directly, compelling Huang Yin to recognize that Zhang Wan did not take her own life, but rather fell victim to a premeditated murder. Sitting nearby, Su Changxing also discerned this truth. which is why he refrained from interrupting Su Ming. From his perspective, regardless of the angle of approach, the crux lies in uncovering the truth. Moreover, based on recent performances, Su Ming has indeed exhibited an extraordinary talent for solving cases. At this moment, Su Ming's solemn words left Huang Yin in a state of shock and bewilderment. It took several moments for her to regain her composure, her gaze fixed intently on Su Ming, as if searching for evidence of deceit. However, upon realizing that Su Ming's steadfast eyes showed no sign of wavering, she was instantly flustered, shaking her head repeatedly and forcing a smile that resembled a plea. "Officer Su, I know that it is thanks to you that I have a future ahead of me, and I am truly, truly grateful. However, you cannot deceive me. Although I understand that transforming into a blue whale after death is impossible, it was merely a wish shared between Xiao Wan and me. And what you just mentioned, about the tool someone used to commit the crime." Observing Huang Yin's strained smile and her yearning gaze, which seemed to implore him to retract his earlier statement, Su Ming sighed helplessly. He then lightly tapped the table, focusing intently on Huang Yin as he replied earnestly, "I meant it in the literal sense. Although Zhang Wan's plight was tragic and deeply affected her psyche, it is highly unlikely that she reached the point of suicide. However, this so-called blue whale game escalated her suicidal tendencies, reaching a tragic pinnacle in a mere 15 days, culminating in her fatal plunge from the building." At this juncture, Su Ming picked up a blood test report from the table, slowly approached Huang Yin, and placed the report before her, continuing, "This is Zhang Wan's blood test report. Our team's technicians have detected a plethora of narcotics and analgesics within. I find it implausible that a middle school girl, completely detached from such circles, could procure these illicit substances. Therefore, Zhang Wan did not leap to her death by her own volition. Rather, she was led to this tragic end. Do you comprehend this?" In that moment, Huang Yin was rendered speechless, her gaze fixated on the report as her eyes trembled incessantly, and her hands shook uncontrollably with anger. She lifted her head, opening her mouth as if to articulate a response, yet words eluded her. This revelation struck Huang Yin like a thunderbolt. After a few seconds, she forced a smile, her voice tinged with desperation as she implored Su Ming, But, Officer Su, that can't be right. The blue whale game never compelled us to take our own lives. Even last night, it was Xiaowan who suggested it herself. Could there be some mistake? How could Xiaowan have been murdered?" For Huang Yin, it was more palatable to accept that Zhang Wan had chosen to take her own life to escape this wretched world, seeking the freedom her heart so longed for. But she cannot accept it. Truly, she is utterly incapable of accepting it. Zhang Wan has actually been led to her demise. Even the dreams of inner freedom she harbored are merely tools devised by the murderer for their nefarious ends. Su Ming withdrew the inspection report from the table. With his hands braced against the interrogation chair, he loomed over Huang Yin, his gaze piercing and resolute, unwavering in its intensity. There was no room for doubt in his voice as he declared, "There is no need to explicitly suggest the notion of suicide. Or rather, if such a suggestion were to be made, then the so-called blue whale game would indeed be a rather rudimentary criminal tactic, and subsequent cases would be significantly less complex. The true aim is to instill within you the relinquishment of hope for life. This can be achieved simply by incessantly suggesting that the blue whale embodies the essence of freedom, the epitome of perfection, and that death could transform one into a blue whale. Simultaneously, through the administration of drugs and substances, one can be guided to maintain a state of euphoric bliss while the pain of self-harm is subdued by the influence of narcotics. By the way, Huang Yin, could you possibly roll up your sleeve to show me your arm?" Without a moment's hesitation, despite her hands being cuffed and thus rendered inconvenient, Huang Yin used her teeth to tug at her sleeve, a clear urgency driving her desire for clarity. She longed to ascertain whether her dearest friend had succumbed to a blissful demise or was merely a victim of despair orchestrated by others. As Huang Yin struggled to pull up one sleeve, Su Ming caught sight of the unblemished skin of her arm, unmarred by scars from self-harm, prompting him to rap his knuckles on the interrogation chair and raise an eyebrow. "All right, no need to pull it up any further. If I am not mistaken, the so-called blue whale game has stated something akin to this. When you inflict harm upon your own body, not only do you feel no pain, but rather, a sense of exhilaration, freedom, and a dreamlike state envelopes you. With each act of self-harm, you draw closer to the blue whale, experiencing the fantastical liberty of gliding through the ocean." Clearly, this notion may appear as an astonishing form of mind control to other law enforcement officers. However, the seasoned Su Ming felt an unsettling familiarity with it, even managing to surmise the general methods of control and the rhetoric employed. Upon hearing Su Ming's remarks, Huang Yin was enveloped in shock, her gaze fixed on him with a complex expression. After several attempts to speak, she finally managed to utter, "Officer Su, how could you possibly know? We have never discussed the blue whale game with anyone else. Could it truly be as you say?" Xiaowan Shi, Huang Yan's words trailed off, yet Su Ming comprehended the implication behind them. With a steadfast gaze, he looked directly at Huang Yan and, for the first time, displayed a gentle smile. Now you should understand. We are indeed allies on the same front. Therefore, moving forward, I require your utmost cooperation to uncover the true culprit behind Zhang Wan's demise. Chapter 48. A major breakthrough. Is the mastermind lurking nearby? The information deliberately disclosed by Su Ming. For Huang Yan, the current situation is undoubtedly an unimaginable thunderclap. She never anticipated that her dearest friend, Zhang Wan, had endured such a multitude of tragedies and betrayals during her lifetime. The true reason for her departure from this world was not a resolute desire to escape the bleakness of existence, but rather a consequence of being lured and deceived by others. Ultimately, in a mere 15 days, she lost her youthful life. Huang Yan could not suppress her thoughts. If it were not for this so-called blue whale game, perhaps Zhang Wan would never have taken such an extreme path. She might have experienced sorrow and silence for a time due to various misfortunes, but eventually she would have wiped her tears and bravely faced the world once more. In that case, they could still converse, chase after idols, and share snacks on the rooftop of an abandoned building. But now, everything has changed. Zhang Wan can never become a blue whale, for it is nothing but a deceptive brainwashing scheme. The somber and eerie funeral home continues to hold her remains. At this thought, the astonished Huang Yan felt a surge of unutterable anger and resolve in her gaze, glistening with tears for her beloved friend. She then turned to Su Ming and Su Changsheng and began to recount the details of the blue whale game. This so-called game was not a creation of mine and Xiao Wan. Rather, it was an invitation that inexplicably landed in my inbox about a month ago. I recall that it was written as follows. If you find yourself discontent with your current existence and lament the injustices that befall you, then partake in this blue whale game. It offers a painless rebirth, allowing you to transform into a majestic whale, gliding freely through the depths of the ocean. There was also an accompanying video, the details of which elude my memory, but it depicted a foreign middle school girl who had suffered from bullying. Choosing to engage in the blue whale game, after completing numerous preliminary tasks, she decided to leap from a tall building. Her arms bore the scars of self-harm. Yet the outcome of her fall was obscured, transitioning instead to an image of a whale swimming in the deep sea. On the enormous fin of that whale, strikingly similar shapes to the girl's wounds appeared. This was my first encounter with the blue whale game, and it served as its peculiar invitation. All along, our communication had been conducted through emails. Oh, I haven't deleted those emails. If you let me log in, I should still be able to access them. Upon hearing this, Su Ming became intrigued by those emails, and without hesitation, opened the laptop he had brought. He double-clicked the Penguin Chat software and confidently stated, "Share your email account and password with me. I shall log in." He refrained from allowing Huang Yan to log in herself, to prevent any possibility of her deleting the emails in the meantime. Though currently aligned on the same front, the vigilance expected of a detective must never wane. 30 seconds later, Su Ming successfully logged into the email account by reciting the username and password provided by Huang Yan. He immediately accessed the inbox, filtering the messages to those received a month prior. A letter with a pale blue title, adorned with an image of a blue whale, appeared before him. He placed the notebook before himself and Su Changsheng, opening the so-called game invitation. The contents within closely mirrored Huang Yan's description, filled with phrases such as escape from suffering, liberation from pain, rebirth, and eternal freedom. This rhetoric was clearly designed to exploit the immature psyche of minors, luring and manipulating them with such language. Upon completing the reading of the text, Su Ming opened the attached video. The footage began with a scene of a blonde middle school girl, doused in cola and cornered in a restroom. The girl, rendered utterly powerless by the bullying she endured, unexpectedly received an envelope bearing the words blue whale game in English. Following the instructions contained within the subsequent envelope, she engaged in self-harm, medication abuse, and sleepless nights, ultimately leaping from a height in a manner strikingly similar to Zhang Wan's position. The video did not reveal the death scene. Instead, the camera shifted to a blue whale in the ocean, showcasing scars on its massive fin that bore an uncanny resemblance to the wounds of the blonde girl. After viewing the video, Su Changsheng furrowed his brow, lightly tapping the table as he remarked, "This is far too fabricated. It is riddled with inconsistencies. This video is likely only capable of deceiving junior and senior high school students." Without delving into the content, one must ask, who could possibly capture such footage? Who could coincidentally record so many instances of campus violence and the communication via envelopes? Although we perceive numerous flaws for those rebellious middle schoolers, it must be an irresistible temptation. However, if they choose to communicate via email, it indicates that the perpetrator is likely within the country, unwilling to utilize real-time communication software. While the covert nature of email correspondence makes it difficult to expose and trace, if the suspect were abroad, we would have no jurisdiction. rendering the elaborate use of email unnecessary. This presents a silver lining for us, as there exists a chance to apprehend him domestically. Su Ming nodded in agreement. He swiftly scrolled through the email titles with his mouse, hoping to glean insights into the manipulative tactics employed by the suspect. Yet, after merely skimming through, Su Ming stumbled upon a critically significant detail. All communication emails between Huang Yin and the suspect were dated within the past 15 days. From the receipt of this email to the onset of their dialogue, there was a complete absence of communication. Why is that? Have the correspondence emails been deleted? No. Huang Yin had no reason to erase the emails. Due to the lack of care from her parents, Huang Yin had indeed contemplated suicide, even going so far as to purchase paraquat. This was not only a test of her own potential regret, but also a means to gauge whether her parents would feel remorse. Ultimately, fortune smiled upon her as the paraquat turned out to be a fake, and the misunderstandings with her parents were resolved. Yet, what are those blank 15 days? Did Huang Yin truly have no contact with the suspect? Reflecting on the words of Lu Yin, their former homeroom teacher, it is revealed that a month prior, Huang Yin had inquired on QQ about whether one could transform into something eternally memorable after death. If such a possibility existed, she yearned to become a blue whale, gliding untroubled through the waters, free from the agony of her disability. Her question to Lu Yin likely stemmed from the fact that, apart from her parents, Lu Yin was one of the few adults from whom Huang Yin felt a semblance of warmth. Upon further contemplation, it becomes evident that the physical impairment was not Huang Yan's deepest anguish. Rather, it was the indifference of her parents that primarily drove her suicidal thoughts. While perusing her mobile photo album, it was discovered that even during her struggles with her disability, Huang Yin had ventured alone to the Ferris wheel at Fanawild Adventure Park. At the tender age of 15, she was determined to conceal her inner thoughts from her parents. The notion of a disability-induced suicide was merely a fade to mask her true feelings. Thus, the allure of freedom and ease in the blue whale game ultimately failed to resonate with Huang Yin, which explains her silence for those 15 days. What prompted her to suddenly initiate contact via email after such a prolonged period of absence? This indicates that there must be external factors at play, most likely involving Zhang Wan. In the recent 15 days, Zhang Wan has frequently mentioned the blue whale, and her personal state has deteriorated, becoming increasingly lethargic. Huang Yin, too, has only recently established contact with the unseen criminal suspect within the same time frame. All these deductions point towards a singular possibility. Zhang Wan has indeed received an invitation to the blue whale game. Moreover, it was not Huang Yin who informed her about the blue whale. Rather, it was Zhang Wan who conveyed the information to Huang Yin, even inviting her along. The most critical point is that the ability to accurately send emails to both Zhang Wan and Huang Yin, who were close friends, essentially eliminates the likelihood of a random killing. One might even boldly speculate that the puppet master could very well be someone in their immediate vicinity. Chapter 49, A Case Within a Case? The truth emerges. By analyzing the dates of the emails and the numerous suspicious clues accumulated beforehand, Su Ming immediately narrowed down the scope of potential suspects to those closely connected to the two victims, indicating at least some familiarity with Zhang Wan and Huang Yin. Otherwise, if it were a case of random murder, the precise targeting of both individuals with game invitation emails would be nearly impossible. Only an acquaintance would possess the opportunity to orchestrate such a crime. However, this remains merely a hypothesis that must be further validated. With this thought in mind, Su Ming turned to Huang Yin across the table, adopting a notably serious demeanor as he inquired, "Huang Yin, there is something I need to ask you. Zhang Wan obtained the invitation to the blue whale game through an unspecified source. Was it you who informed her of this matter, or was it via some other means?" This inquiry caused Su Changsheng, seated nearby, to raise an eyebrow in confusion. In the prior analysis and deductions, it was presumed that since Huang Yin had been aware of the blue whale game a month ago, and Zhang Wan had only recently begun to mention the term blue whale within the last 15 days, both had tacitly accepted that the game had been communicated to Zhang Wan by Huang Yin. However, it seemed that Su Ming had made a different discovery. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Huang Yin, who was fervently eager to uncover the identity of the mastermind, was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook her head. "No, I did not inform Xiao Wan about this game. When I received the invitation, I merely glanced at it without any intention of participating." She continued, "I am fully aware that what I desire is neither freedom nor the so-called rebirth. As for how Xiao Wan learned about this game, I'm not entirely certain. I only recall that one day, she excitedly called me, saying she had discovered a fascinating game that could liberate her from her current plight. Thoughts of freedom and a buoyant sense of comfort filled her mind. After trying it once, she specifically reached out to me, hoping I would join this game as well." Su Changsheng suddenly inhaled sharply, turning to glance at Su Ming, and then quickly looked at Huang Yin, inquiring, "So, this blue whale game was not initiated by you bringing Zhang Wan into it. Rather, Zhang Wan having first followed the instructions and played one of the games. Found it to be genuinely effective and subsequently invited you to join her. Is that correct? Huang Yin did not respond verbally but nodded vigorously in affirmation. At that moment, Su Changsheng, with a thoughtful gesture, turned to Su Ming and remarked, "TSK. Little Ming, how does your mind even work? How did you decipher the clues?" Initially, we all deduced that Huang Yin received the invitation and brought Zhang Wan into this blue whale game, but in such a short time. You uncovered the clues that completely overturned that assumption. Nonetheless, I must say, your discovery has certainly spared us a considerable amount of detours. Previously, I inquired with Vice Principal Zhang from Shid Middle School, confirming that besides Huang Yin and Zhang Wan, no one else had received an invitation to the blue whale game. Such precise targeting in the delivery of emails, coupled with the ability to ascertain that Huang Yin and Zhang Wan were likely influenced by this game, clearly indicates that the likelihood of a crime perpetrated by acquaintances is significantly higher, effectively ruling out random acts of crime. Moreover, the chances of apprehending the perpetrator have increased considerably. As for Zhang Wan's so-called lightness and the sensation of being liberated from pain, it can be reasonably concluded that the cause lies in the consumption of drugs and opioids. Su Ming nodded in agreement. According to the laboratory results from Zhang Wan's blood, there were primarily 3 types of drugs present: high-purity heroin, methamphetamine, and ketamine, each with distinct effects. Heroin induces a dissociation of consciousness and body, leading to a disintegration of personality and nerve damage, which explains Zhang Wan's perception of transforming into a blue whale. Methamphetamine, on the other hand, stimulates excitement and elation, which accounts for Zhang Wan's claim of forgetting the pain she endured. As for ketamine, it adversely affects memory and cognitive abilities, potentially leading to schizophrenia, thereby allowing the puppeteer to exert greater control over Zhang Wan. It can be said that the orchestrator of this psychological crime has meticulously prepared, as gathering high-purity samples of these 3 drugs is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. However, despite the current certainty that the perpetrator is nearby, the useful clues remain alarmingly scarce. Relying solely on these fragmented hints makes it virtually impossible to identify a suspect. Further information is essential. Su Ming temporarily closed his laptop, intending to delve into the specific contents of the emails once the interrogation concluded, and then looked up at Huang Yin, signaling her to continue. What transpired next? Huang Yin obediently nodded and resumed her narrative. Although I initially had no interest in the blue whale game, nevertheless Xiao Wan expressed its utility. Thus I resolved to partake in this game, driven by curiosity regarding its purported magical effects. After responding to the invitation email over 10 days ago, it was not long before the blue whale game dispatched its inaugural content. I recall that it entailed a task requiring me to venture into an old alley to locate an individual who would grant me 30 dream candies. It was said that prior to undertaking daily tasks, one must consume a dream candy to attain true freedom and happiness. Initially, I harbored trepidation about entering such a dilapidated alley. However, Xiao Wan reassured me, having already visited the place without encountering any danger. And she described the candies as exquisitely sweet, indeed capable of facilitating delightful dreams. Thus, I proceeded to the old alley. Su Ming gently tapped the table, interrupting Huang Yan's narration to inquire, "The old alley? Do you recall its name? What distinguishing features did the individual possess? Or was there something particularly memorable?" Huang Yan furrowed her brow, striving to recollect, but after a few moments, she resignedly shook her head and replied, "I cannot remember. Ever since that day, I feel my memory has deteriorated. Many events from that day have become hazy." This response did not surprise Su Ming or Su Changsheng. They merely felt a sense of regret, for it was from that day onward that Huang Yin had succumbed to drug use, albeit orally, which proved less effective than other methods such as smoking, injecting, or intravenous administration. However, the high purity was sufficient to ensnare Huang Yin in the insidious effects of the drug, rendering memory loss a natural consequence. At this moment, as she struggled to recall, Huang Yin seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly raised her head, exclaiming, "Ah, I just remembered something quite striking from that day. After I received 30 candies from that individual, a slender, dark-complexioned, middle-aged man crawled towards him, seemingly shouting, 'Brother dog, please, just one hit first. I promise I will pay you back later.'" At that instant, both Su Ming and Su Changsheng were momentarily taken aback, their gazes sharpening with newfound intensity. "Brother dog? Is that referring to Slim Dog?" Chapter 50. The killer is the largest drug dealer in Magic City, a psychiatrist? Huang Yin's mention of the moniker Brother Dog, combined with her recollection of individuals who clearly exhibited signs of addiction pleading for a hit, instantly rendered Su Ming and Su Changsheng grave and contemplative. They were immediately reminded of Slim Dog, whom they had apprehended just days prior. Given that Huang Yin had ventured to this location to procure the special narcotics provided by the perpetrator, it was evident that the phrase "just one hit" was not a mere request for food, but rather an entreaty for a puff of the drug. With the nickname of Brother Dog and the fact that he had addicts begging at his feet, he was likely quite notorious within the drug circles of Magic City. All clues point towards the recent case involving the unexpected discovery of 3 A-level fugitives, where the apprehended individual was none other than the notorious Thin Dog. After all, considering that Thin Dog dared to engage in extensive drug transactions with unfamiliar parties, and the possibility of receiving a mere peanut for being caught, it is clear that within the drug circles of the city, Thin Dog is undoubtedly a significant player, at least a prominent drug lord in this metropolis. Not only is he audacious, but the volume of his contraband is also substantial. With this thought, Ming hesitated not for a moment and promptly logged into the police's internal platform using his notebook, retrieving the profile of Thin Dog. He turned the screen towards Huang Yin and inquired, "Please take a close look. Does the individual on the screen match the one who offered you 30 pieces of candy as a drug? In other words, is he the one whom others incessantly begged?" "Yes, that's him," Huang Yin responded without hesitation after a mere glance. "Initially, my memory was somewhat hazy, but upon seeing this photograph, it instantly aligned with the image in my mind. At that time, this individual not only disregarded the man's pleas, but even forcefully kicked him away. As for what transpired afterward, I cannot recall clearly, as I was already terrified and had fled." Upon receiving this affirmative response, Ming turned to Su Changxing, furrowing his brow as he spoke softly, "Brother Sheng, it seems we can confirm that it is indeed Thin Dog. Based on the timeline of the incident, it can be inferred that 15 days ago, Huang Yin sought out Shogo to procure a mixture of illicit substances. At that time, Shogo was indeed active and had not yet been apprehended by us, indicating no temporal discrepancies. However, it is unequivocally clear that Shogo is not the mastermind behind this nefarious act. Setting aside his intellectual capacity and the impossibility of orchestrating commands from a detention center, the purity of the drugs in question far exceeds what Shogo could possibly acquire. According to the blood analysis conducted by forensic expert Shin Lin, the substances found in Zhang Wan's system are a sophisticated blend of highly pure drugs. For an ordinary addict, obtaining heroin, methamphetamine, and ketamine, the 3 predominant narcotics, is relatively straightforward. The true challenge lies in achieving a purity level of over 95% for all 3 substances. Such exceptional purity is typically accessible only to primary or secondary drug dealers. Even if Shogo were to procure drugs, I estimate that the highest purity he could manage would be around 70%, as his suppliers would likely adulterate the drugs with impurities, such as rock sugar, to enhance their profit margins. Furthermore, when he resells these substances, he would probably dilute the purity down to 50%, thereby maximizing his earnings. This was corroborated by the technical department's report I reviewed upon his recent capture, which indicated that the purity of the heroin seized was indeed 50%. Certainly, the dilution of drugs is a common practice among traffickers, often reaching the lowest tiers of distribution. For instance, a quantity of approximately 10 grams may consist of 8 grams of impurities such as sugar, monosodium glutamate, and salt. This is not merely an effort to reduce penalties. It is simply a strategy to maximize profits. However, drugs with a purity level soaring to 95% are now being utilized in the so-called blue whale game. Moreover, both Shin Lin and Huang Yin each received 30 pills, seemingly indifferent to their exorbitant cost or the rarity of obtaining such highly pure substances. Furthermore, the ability to command Shogo and compel him to obediently hand over the items to Huang Yin and Zhang Wan indicates a deeper orchestration. This strongly suggests that the mastermind behind it all is likely Shogo's superior, who is also the most prominent drug lord in our metropolis. Regarding Ming's deduction, Su Changxing nodded in agreement, tapping his fingers on the table as he responded. "It is indeed quite plausible. We cannot afford to overlook this lead concerning Shogo. We must thoroughly investigate to uncover vital clues. Yet, it is surprising that even with a significant likelihood of being compromised, Shogo remained utterly silent about his superior during the interrogation. He has already been transferred to the detention center, and I will dispatch someone immediately to bring him back to the team." At this point, Su Changxing felt a sense of urgency to delve deeper into the lead provided by Shogo and turned to Huang Yin, indicating that the matter she had just mentioned was of utmost importance, as we had acquired a crucial lead. It is highly likely that this clue will lead to the identification of the mastermind behind Zhang Wan's demise. Please continue and elaborate on what transpired subsequently. Upon hearing that the clue she provided is of great significance and may indeed unveil the true perpetrator, Huang Yin visibly expressed her delight, nodding vigorously as she continued. After obtaining the 30 candies, the blue whale game commenced. Each day at noon, an email would arrive punctually, detailing that day's game content and inquiring whether the previous task had been completed on time. I vividly recall, the day after receiving the candies, the game instructed me to consume 1 candy at 8 o'clock in the evening, and then at precisely 9, to stand closely against a wall. My mind was to envision the freedom I desired, along with the imagery of the blue whale soaring through the skies. The games on the third and fourth days were similar, involving no self-harm but rather tasks such as standing for 2 hours or staying awake throughout the night. Upon hearing these peculiar game instructions, Ming nodded in agreement and raised his eyebrows, deducing that the murderer was not a novice in criminal intent, but rather someone with several past experiences. Initially, the tasks involving the consumption of drug-laced candies, standing for extended periods, and enduring sleepless nights were essentially exercises in obedience, designed to acclimate the participants to the changes induced by the substances. He attempted to subtly compel Huang Yin and Zhang Wan to completely submit to his demands, leading them to embrace the euphoria and mental fragmentation induced by narcotics. As Ming pondered deeply, Huang Yan's discourse did not cease. She continued to elaborate. However, from the 5th day onward, the nature of the game transformed into one where we were instructed to carve scars upon our arms as a price for our freedom. In return, we would attain a semblance of liberation and happiness akin to that of a blue whale, as if our spirits were adrift in the abyssal depths of the ocean. Yet, with each passing day, I felt an increasing weariness of the mind, accompanied by the peculiar sensation of a new consciousness attempting to emerge within me. Nevertheless, the notion of becoming a so-called blue whale did not particularly pique my interest, so I opted to consume a piece of candy at regular intervals, savoring that unique pleasure, while largely refraining from participating in his orchestrated games. Consequently, when he discovered my defiance yesterday, he sent me a message at noon that, while still containing game content, was accompanied by a segment rife with threats and insults. Upon hearing this, Ming raised an inquisitive eyebrow, delving deeper with his inquiry. Insults and reprimands? Did he demean you through email, or by some other means? What words did he use to berate you? Huang Yin fell silent for 2 seconds, then bit her lip, resolutely continuing. He wrote in the email, offering you the opportunity for freedom, yet failing to comprehend how to seize and adhere to it. Deserving to be scorned for a lifetime, as if crippled, the words were articulated with clarity yet lacked cooperation. Those wretches in the mental institution understand the rules of the game far better than I do. They even warned me that if I continued to disregard the rules, I would be denied any further game content, thereby obliterating my chances of freedom and happiness. From this statement, the experienced Su Changxing immediately sensed an oddity and a potential clue, prompting him to inquire urgently, "Wait, Huang Yin, are you implying that he explicitly mentioned your lameness? And furthermore, stated that you are even inferior to the wretches in the mental institution? The email, is that email still available?" Chapter 51. The interrogation of the slim dog resumes. The murderer is nowhere to escape. Su Changxing's intense reaction to this statement was entirely justifiable, for Huang Yan's final remark contained an overwhelming amount of information. The ability to directly refer to Huang Yan's lameness undoubtedly indicated that the shadowy perpetrator was well aware of her circumstances. Otherwise, it would be impossible to articulate such a precise detail regarding her condition. Moreover, the comparison to the wretches in the mental institution seemingly pointed towards a direction, implying that Zhang Wan and Huang Yin were not the only victims of this game. There might be another patient within that mental institution who was also ensnared by this blue whale game. Seated beside him, Ming promptly opened his notebook, logging back into Huang Yan's email to examine the most recent message. After a brief glance, turning the computer screen towards Su Changxing, he implied, "Indeed, Brother Sheng, this email does exist. It appears that the mastermind, upon realizing that Huang Yin has failed to complete her game tasks for several consecutive days, has become increasingly desperate. It is uncertain whether he fears his efforts may ultimately be in vain or is simply anxious about the potential exposure of this matter." Su Changxing, having glanced at the email, nodded in satisfaction and confidently analyzed, "Given the current developments, we can almost certainly ascertain the likelihood of involvement from those in her vicinity. Furthermore, the mental hospital, which is often overlooked by the average person, may also harbor similar cases. The clues are gradually coalescing. It seems the truth is on the verge of revelation." Then, he looked at Huang Yin earnestly and inquired, "Huang Yin, are there any additional details or content you believe warrant attention? Please feel free to share anything you consider problematic." This prompted Huang Yin to furrow her brow in deep contemplation. After several moments of reflection, she shook her head in sorrow and replied, "No, there is nothing more. After being scolded by him yesterday, I went to the rooftop of the abandoned teaching building to witness the freedom in Xiao Wan's heart. In retrospect, I should have recognized the problem sooner. If he truly aimed to help someone attain freedom, why would he go out of his way to berate me? Shouldn't it be of no consequence whether I complete the game or not? Yet now, all that remains is regret, awakening, and a sense of unwillingness. It is already too late." Observing Huang Yan's sudden despondence, Ming closed his laptop and sighed, offering words of comfort. "Do not blame yourself too harshly. Given the corrosive influence of drugs on your thoughts and spirit, it is indeed a remarkable feat that you did not fully comply with the demands of the suspects. Ultimately, it was Zhang Wan's unfortunate circumstances that provided the suspects with an opportunity. With this thought, Su Ming glanced at Su Changxing beside him, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, he stood up and continued, "All right, Huang Yan. We shall conclude this interrogation for now. Shortly, someone will come to escort you to meet your parents, and you will be allotted some time for lunch. However, due to your pivotal role in this case, you cannot leave the police station in the immediate future." With these words, Su Ming gathered the materials and laptop, and, accompanied by Su Changxing, exited the interrogation room. He then made his way alone to the designated meeting room for case discussions. Meanwhile, Su Changxing retrieved his phone in the corridor and promptly dialed the number of the detention center's supervisor. Undoubtedly, this was to ensure that the suspect, known as Thin Dog, would be brought to the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team without delay to delve deeper into this alternate lead. Although drug dealers typically operate through singular lines of communication, it is certain that Thin Dog harbors much unspoken information. At the very least, during Thin Dog's prior interrogation, he had not mentioned assisting in delivering drugs to Zhang Wan and Huang Yan, as Su Changxing communicated with the detention center. Su Ming glanced at his inbox once more and noted the absence of new emails from the Blue Whale game, even though it was past noon. This undoubtedly indicated that the hidden perpetrator had already been informed of Zhang Wan's demise and was aware of Huang Yan's detention by the police. Thus, no new Blue Whale game had been dispatched, as the assailant chose to shroud themselves in secrecy. Setting the notebook aside for the moment, Su Ming leaned back in his chair, gently closing his eyes. His right hand pressed against his brow as he mentally organized the myriad clues Huang Yan had just shared. Firstly, it was evident that the murderer was close at hand, possessing a substantial understanding of both Zhang Wan and Huang Yan's circumstances, with an alarming timeliness. At the very least, no new Blue Whale game had been sent out today. Secondly, the killer was connected to the upper echelons of Shougo and was potentially the largest drug trafficker in the entire metropolis, capable of acquiring an immense quantity of highly pure narcotics through some unknown channel. Otherwise, how could one justify using such unadulterated substances without dilution to create confections intended to manipulate participants in the Blue Whale game? Thirdly, the perpetrator's criminal methodology, while not particularly exceptional, clearly indicated that they were not a novice. Moreover, considering the email's mention of the psychiatric hospital, could it be that the assailant had ties to the staff there? Yet, this remains uncertain. The peculiar response within the email raises the question of whether it was a manifestation of the murderer's subconscious rage or an intentional misdirection. 4. On the very night the email was replied to, Zhang Wan chose to leap from the heights in pursuit of freedom. One wonders whether the hidden perpetrator should begin to orchestrate their alibi to evade suspicion. At present, this possibility cannot be dismissed. However, it is highly likely that this is a deliberate ruse, for the assailant, exercising caution, would undoubtedly scrutinize each correspondence multiple times. Why, then, emphasize Huang Yan's limp? Several minutes later, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, letting out a quiet sigh. The clues are sparse and chaotic, although a portion of suspects can be identified. The truth remains tantalizingly out of reach. It is imperative to delve deeper into the skinny dog lead. At that moment, Su Changxing, who had just been organizing matters in the corridor, pushed the door open and tapped on the wooden door of the conference room, signaling to Su Ming. "Let's go." Xiao Ming. The skinny dog has swiftly assembled a team and is currently in the interrogation room. Let us proceed to interrogate and see if we can unearth any clues. Otherwise, capturing this perpetrator will prove to be a formidable challenge. Su Ming, troubled by the insufficiency of leads, immediately rose and, with essential items in tow, hastened to the interrogation room. As he and Su Changxing entered, they found the skinny dog seated in the interrogation chair, hands shackled and gaunt cheekbones protruding, straining against the handcuffs and shouting in desperation, "Officers, what is happening? Why have I been brought here again? A few days ago, I provided all the necessary information. I truly have divulged everything and even assisted you in identifying several subordinates." Upon hearing this, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a frigid gaze upon the gaunt figure, who remained expressionless. "Oh, have you truly disclosed everything? Then you had better have mentioned those 60 pieces of drug-laced candy intended for the young girl as well." Chapter 52. The gaunt figure's unprecedented defiance, the terror induced by unknown associates. The mention of the 60 candy-infused narcotics caused the gaunt figure's pupils to constrict momentarily, though he swiftly concealed his reaction, feigning bewilderment. "Officer, you must be mistaken. You are genuinely mistaken. While I do engage in the sale of some narcotics to make a living, it is merely low-grade heroin. I have no knowledge of any candy drugs. Even if I were aware of what they were, I would never dare sell narcotics to a young girl. Besides, who would consume drugs directly? That would be a waste. Using foil to smoke them is far more potent than oral consumption, and it also saves a considerable amount of money." The gaunt figure's explanations appeared exceedingly forced, and he even wandered into irrelevant topics, attempting to extricate himself from this predicament. However, such clumsy justifications could be discerned even by a rookie detective. let alone Su Ming and Su Changsheng. At this moment, Su Ming, unwilling to squander any more time, cast a frigid glance at the thin dog. He turned the notebook screen towards the thin dog, pointing at the image of Huang Yin displayed on it, and spoke in a serious, icy tone. Are you unaware? Allow me to assist your memory. Approximately 15 days ago, during the period when you had not yet been apprehended, did this middle school girl, who walks with a slight limp, not procure 30 candies disguised as drugs from you under someone's direction? Furthermore, at that moment, there happened to be another drug addict who, lacking money to purchase the substance, pleaded with you for a taste, only to be violently shoved against the wall by you. As for those other 30 candies disguised as drugs, you also delivered them to another middle school girl about 2 weeks ago, as per your superior's directive. At this juncture, Su Changsheng interjected, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, and coldly inquired, Thin dog, how does that sound? Have I jogged your memory sufficiently? Or do you truly intend to persist in your willful ignorance? Seated in the interrogation chair, the thin dog began to perspire slightly from his forehead, his face paling to an indescribable hue. He swallowed hard, shaking his head vigorously and stammering, No, that's not it, officer. I genuinely do not comprehend what you just articulated. What limping? What middle school girl? What orders? Aside from the frequent drug addicts approaching me for credit, I am entirely oblivious to any of these matters. Ah, indeed, I understand. Officer, do you not feel the recent pressure regarding drug prohibition is rather overwhelming? Have you yet to fulfill the targets set forth by your superiors? I possess a few names from the list of drug dealers. Although they no longer procure substances from me, I am certain they have yet to. Before the thin man could finish his utterance, a resounding bang echoed as Su Changsheng forcefully struck the table, rising in fury. Thin man, do you still believe we are jesting with you? Let me be frank. The middle school girl who initially approached you for candy laced with drugs is now deceased, lying in the mortuary of Huaihai City. Do you think this matter can be resolved merely by your naming a few drug dealers? Furthermore, I am astonished that, despite the gravity of the drug trafficking involved, you dared to withhold information during your interrogation. Although you have divulged numerous names, you remain utterly silent regarding your superior. Has that individual threatened you in some manner? Undoubtedly. Su Changsheng has begun to discern certain issues, for during the earlier interrogation of the thin man, it was not nearly as arduous or resistant. At the very least, upon discovering the weight of his drug trafficking had reached a threshold sufficient for a single peanut, the thin man had been remarkably cooperative. Even before any methods of intimidation were employed by the interrogators, he has divulged everything in a single breath, even implicating several seasoned dealers who purchased goods from him, all in an attempt to secure a reduction in his sentence, or at the very least, to avoid a fate as grim as being deprived of peanuts. Yet this time, he stubbornly clings to silence, which may very well indicate the presence of threats. Upon being asked about any potential coercion, the slender dealer noticeably lowered his head in silence for a couple of seconds, before revealing a look of sudden realization. He turned to Su Ming and Su Changsheng, clasping his hands together in a gesture of contrition, and said, My esteemed officers, I beg your pardon, please do not be angry. It appears I have recollected something. 15 days ago, a girl resembling the one on the screen approached me to purchase goods. At that moment, I was somewhat curious about how someone so young could be involved with drugs, but it would be foolish to turn down easy money. So I sold her 30 yuan worth of homemade drug-infused candies. Those candies, officers, were indeed sold to her. If you insist on dragging in other individuals or claims of orders, I genuinely know nothing about that. Upon hearing this, Su Changsheng returned to his seat, staring intently at the obsequious dealer before him. Ah, slender dealer, you truly broaden my horizons. I never anticipated that someone so terrified of death would willingly shoulder such a case. But do you truly believe you can bear this burden? Do you think we, as police officers, are so naive as to overlook your fear of exposing your suppliers as you attempt to conceal something? At this point, Su Changsheng seemed entirely exasperated, waving his hand towards Su Ming beside him. There is no need for any subtle gestures. Su Ming discerned Su Changsheng's intentions immediately. He approached and switched off the camera. Speaking pointedly, Brother Sheng, let's not waste our breath on such individuals. We might as well employ those prohibited methods directly. Let us see whether his stubbornness holds against the time-honored techniques of our criminal investigation unit. After all, I have already disabled the camera, and we can replace the surveillance footage later. No one will ever uncover this incident. Moreover, we are not compelling him to confess under duress, but rather seeking clues and intelligence related to this case. Even if he suddenly retracts his statements in court, it would be of no consequence. The information provided during the previous interrogation is more than sufficient for a conviction. At this juncture, Su Ming cast a glance at the terrified figure of the thin monkey, his eyes glinting with feigned madness as he suggested, Brother Sheng, I have an idea. Why not let me go and fetch some high-purity samples from forensic expert Shenlin? We can then present it directly before the thin dog's nose. Do you think a junkie who hasn't had a fix in days could withstand the cravings? I recall reading in textbooks that the withdrawal symptoms from long-term heroin use are more intense than those of any other narcotics. The afflicted feel as though ants are crawling all over them, their bodies shivering from cold while their insides burn with heat, experiencing dizziness and an uncontrollable flow of tears and mucus. Gazing into the eyes of the gaunt dog, which concealed a profound terror, Ming squinted deliberately. By the way, gaunt dog, after so many days without a hit of that little white, have you managed to shake off your addiction? I have heard tales of seasoned addicts like you who, upon succumbing to their cravings in prison, have resorted to self-destruction against the walls. Yet, I reckon, since you possess the audacity to shoulder a murder charge for someone else, enduring the pangs of heroin withdrawal should pose no insurmountable challenge for you, would it? Chapter 53. The interrogation achieves a significant breakthrough, finally uncovering the roots of the criminal syndicate. The methods Ming described were strictly prohibited by law, involving various forms of torture, coercion, or unique tactics to compel the criminal suspect to confess. This approach has been colloquially dubbed the Great Memory Restoration Technique, which claims that even in the absence of certain memories, one could be induced to recall them, although it is vehemently outlawed. Many local police stations still resort to such unconventional methods to expedite case resolutions, particularly when evidence is irrefutable but the suspect remains obstinately silent. Just like in this instance, it was abundantly clear that the gaunt dog possessed substantial information about his superiors, yet stubbornly refused to utter a word. Coupled with the previously gathered evidence, which was sufficient for a court conviction, the introduction of this great restoration technique to elicit crucial leads is, indeed, a strategy employed by numerous police forces, as time is of the essence when dealing with such individuals. However, Ming and Su Changxing did not harbor such intentions. They believed that mere verbal collaboration could shatter the psychological defenses of the thin dog. For a drug addict, any physical torment pales in comparison to a complete relapse into addiction. At that moment, Ming's deliberate mention of heroin and addiction evoked vivid memories in the thin dog, who was desperately enduring his position in the interrogation chair. He recalled the harrowing experience from a few days prior, during which his withdrawal symptoms had surged at the detention center. It was a torment more agonizing than death itself. His skin felt as though it had been pierced by countless needles, tears and mucus flowed uncontrollably, and his limbs ached with an utter lack of strength. His mind and consciousness seemed to detach from his body, while his head felt as if it were host to hundreds of tiny beings incessantly jumping about. Even the mere recollection of those moments sent tremors coursing through the thin dog, instilling an indescribable dread. He cast a terrified glance at Ming. Before he could utter a word, Ming nodded to Su Changxing and rose without hesitation, seemingly intent on retrieving high-purity heroin from the technical department. In that instant, the fear he had been bravely suppressing for days engulfed the thin dog entirely, rendering him mute as if his throat were constricted. As Ming took a few more steps past the thin dog's interrogation chair, a series of loud thuds echoed, the sound of his head colliding with the metal chair. The thin dog banged his head forcefully against the interrogation chair, as if trying to temporarily cast off his inner terror, while desperately crying out, "Officer! Officer! I truly have no way out. I cannot speak. Those individuals would kill me. No, that is not correct. They would annihilate my family. They would slaughter my entire family. I implore you, cease your inquiries. Please stop asking. I am responsible for everything, yet I do not know who my superior is." These words caused Ming to abruptly halt, yet he paid no heed to the frail man's incessant banging against the interrogation chair and his pleas. In the interrogation room, it is commonplace for approximately 80% of suspects to vigorously strike their foreheads against the tabletop of the interrogation chair, thus expressing remorse or imploring sympathy. The frail man was no exception. It can be stated that in any criminal investigation team's interrogation room, the surface of the interrogation table is unlikely to be intact. It is inevitably marred by numerous indentations left by suspects' heads. Naturally, the interrogation chairs are specially designed police equipment, and before the frail man could inflict fatal harm upon himself, it is likely that he would injure his neck and become immobilized. Thus, the frail man's pleas appeared utterly futile at this juncture. Simultaneously, Ming astutely perceived the underlying issue, furrowing his brow and coldly interrogating, "They? Why are there they? Do you not have only one superior?" Although he appeared to be violently striking his head, the frail man's internal defenses had been breached. The agony inflicted by his heroin addiction surpassed his fear of his superior. After several strikes, his head weakly rested upon the interrogation table, as if enveloped in utter despair. He hoarsely uttered, "They are not my superior. Or rather, they are the masters of the organization I am affiliated with, wielding control over at least 50% of the drug trafficking network in Dragon Country. Essentially, only they dare to engage in the large-scale sale of highly pure narcotics." Upon hearing this, Su Changxing straightened his posture, his expression turning gravely serious, yet he chose to remain silent for the moment. This is indeed a revelation of monumental significance. 50% of the drug sales network in Dragon Country. Ming also felt an indescribable solemnity, beginning to doubt whether Shogo was fabricating falsehoods to obscure his own superior. After scrutinizing Shogo's demeanor and actions and confirming the improbability of deceit, Ming returned to his seat, his fingers tapping the table with utmost seriousness, stating, "Shogo, raise your head. I need you to recount everything you know in detail. How did you come by this information regarding the organization? Given the usual methods employed by your drug trafficking associates, it stands to reason that the subordinates would be unaware of the specifics concerning their superiors, let alone such a significant organization. Do not withhold anything. Only then can we proceed effectively. This is not only for our benefit but also for the protection of your family. Do you understand?" At this moment, compelled by Ming's insistence, Shogo slowly lifted his head, his weary head resting against the wall, as he turned to the side. His eyes filled with despair as he began to speak. "Indeed, I am but a petty drug dealer in the bustling metropolis. How could I possibly fathom the enormity of such a drug trafficking organization? All of this information has been relayed to me by Brother Tai-san, who asserted that in order to expand the drug trade, one must join this organization. Even if one cannot become a full-fledged member, one must still align oneself with their operations." At this point, fearing that Ming might be unfamiliar with the figure of Tai-san, Su Changxing took it upon himself to elucidate. Tai-san is the most notorious drug lord apprehended in recent years from our neighboring city of Suzhou, where authorities discovered 20 kilograms of heroin, alongside several kilograms of other narcotics within his residence. Such a substantial quantity undoubtedly warranted expedited processing, and within mere months, he was sentenced to death. It appears that Tai-san chose not to appeal, otherwise he might have prolonged his life for a few more days. At this juncture, the lean man offered a sorrowful smile, his eyes vacant as he continued, "Brother Tai-san deserved his fate. Who in their right mind would stash away 20 kilograms of such a substance at home? Yet, merely 3 days after his execution, when his body had barely been laid to rest, his entire family perished in a tragic car accident on the highway. All of them gone. Even his 5-year-old daughter did not survive." As he spoke, the lean man suddenly became agitated, gripping the interrogation chair tightly as he cried out, "I am terrified. Officer, I am truly afraid. I too have a daughter. She is only 3 years old." Chapter 54. The most despairing aspect is not being arrested by the police, but being targeted by them. The anguished cries of the frail dog, nearing the brink of collapse, caused both Ming and Su Changxing to furrow their brows in unison. The case in Suzhou City seldom attracts the attention of the criminal investigation police from the Magic City, as they are preoccupied with their own local cases. Moreover, obtaining case files from another city involves a rather cumbersome application process. Yet, the most notorious drug dealer in Suzhou, Tai-san, had only recently been apprehended, and now his family and children had tragically perished in an accident. Furthermore, Tai-san displayed no inclination to appeal or seek a few more days of life, seemingly accepting his fate with a remarkable decisiveness, as if he were eager to prove to certain individuals that he had divulged nothing, nor provided any leads regarding his superiors. This situation suggests that the underlying circumstances of the case are far from straightforward. It is likely that the Suzhou police have diligently pursued leads for an extended period, yet have been unable to uncover any crucial information, ultimately leading to the case being closed as an accident. Of course, it is also plausible that it was merely a pure accident, devoid of the anticipated conspiracy or homicide. Regardless of the scenario, the revelations and clues provided by the frail dog are sufficient to evoke astonishment and incredulity. For within the Dragon Nation lies a colossal criminal organization that controls a staggering 50% of the drug trade. Observing the frail dog on the verge of collapse, Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression serious as he remarked, "Frail dog, to speak candidly, even in light of your evident anguish and despair, I harbor not a trace of sympathy in my heart. After all, no one coerced you into succumbing to drugs, leading you to a life of vice to sustain your addiction, confining you away from your daughter. Even now, you are burdened with the anxiety that your daughter may fall prey to that ruthless organization, facing the imminent threat of human-made calamities. This outcome is a choice you made, is it not?" These words caused the emaciated figure to cease its struggles, despair evident in its gaze as it looked at Ming. Mouth agape, as if wishing to articulate something. Ultimately, it could only lower its head in silence, unable to voice its thoughts. This overt display of hopelessness elicited no surprise from Ming, who continued with an impassive demeanor. "Yet, you are fortunate, my dear emaciated friend. Through another case, we in the police force fortuitously extracted this critical clue from your lips, enabling us to take preemptive measures. Whether it involves dispatching officers to safeguard your daughter in the short term or tracing the perpetrator back to their lair to eradicate future threats, It is far more prudent than remaining silent and concealing the truth from us. Moreover, let me pause for a moment, narrowing my eyes to reveal a glimmer of coldness as I shake my head. Do you truly believe that keeping this matter buried within you, uttering not a single word, will save your daughter? Tell me, emaciated one, do you think that when Tai-san was apprehended, he spoke? Did he dare to utter a word about it? Why did he not appeal, but instead chose to surrender without a fight? I believe he should share your sentiment, thinking that remaining silent could safeguard his family and children. But what has been the outcome? At this moment, the thin dog suddenly opened his eyes, as if he comprehended something profound, recalling the moments spent alongside Tai-san. He understood that his elder brother's resolve was infinitely stronger than his own. Having endured countless captures, he had never divulged a single connection. Since Tai-san had remained silent, what of his family? Thus, even silence could not ultimately protect his family and children. Observing the astonishment and dread etched on the thin dog's face, Su Chongqing shook his head, his impatience evident as he struck the table, signaling him to proceed. Enough, thin dog, cease your hesitations. Quickly elucidate everything concerning this organization, so we can determine how to protect your daughter. If you insist on believing in the organization's so-called assurances, I believe Tai-san stands as a glaring testament to the contrary. May I have a cigarette? The thin dog lifted his gaze, seemingly resolved, addressing officers Su Ming and Su Chongqing. Before he could finish, Su Chongqing swiftly opened the drawer beneath the table, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and a box of matches, tossing them to the thin dog with annoyance. Thin dog, you truly are a nuisance. Do not dawdle any longer. This continued procrastination is a waste of time. Many suspects, when on the verge of confession in the interrogation room, often request a cigarette. Traditionally, law enforcement has seldom denied such requests, resulting in a supply of cigarettes readily available in the drawers of the room. With hands shackled, the gaunt figure of a man awkwardly extracted a cigarette and matches, half rising as he leaned forward to ignite the cigarette between his lips, inhaling deeply before he spoke. I recall vividly. It was 3 years ago when my wife unexpectedly fell and gave birth prematurely. At that time, having been addicted to drugs for several years, I had spent every penny I possessed on narcotics, leaving me utterly destitute when it came to covering medical expenses. Each day, as the hospital bills piled up, the doctors would press me for payment, yet I was bereft of funds, and I could not bear the thought of losing that child. Thus, I began to make desperate calls for loans. Ah, the wretched creatures that are drug addicts and gamblers. When they make a call, others scarcely have the chance to hang up, let alone lend money. After reaching out to countless individuals, I was on the brink of despair when Brother Tai-san agreed to assist me. Without hesitation, he transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan, urging me to secure the child's safety first. To be honest, I was genuinely incredulous at that moment. Brother Tai-san, who was not in a favorable financial situation himself, had selflessly provided me with such a significant amount. Fortunately, the child survived and has since thrived, now a lively 3-year-old. Once the child's condition stabilized, I immediately sought out Brother Tai-san, both to express my gratitude and to inquire about the source of such a substantial sum. In my recollection, Iron 3's family was not particularly affluent, so how could he suddenly produce a sum of 100,000? Upon arriving in the city of Suzhou, not far from the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, Iron 3 graciously took me to a restaurant, a gesture of hospitality. At that moment, I inquired of him the source of his newfound wealth, and whether he could guide me along the same path. I distinctly remember Iron 3 shaking his head, stating that this avenue was not one he could share with me, as it would only lead to my ruin. This response ignited my anger, and I found myself shouting in confusion, questioning how earning money could be detrimental to me. Iron 3 remained silent, which only fueled my ire further. I stood up, as if intoxicated, and shouted loudly in the private room, wanting everyone in the restaurant to hear me. I proclaimed, "Isn't it just drug dealing? What harm could it possibly bring? After all, who hasn't traversed this path?" No sooner had I uttered those words than Iron 3 struck me with a heavy slap, downing a mouthful of white liquor, and insisted that I forget everything he would say next. He proceeded to reveal that a terrifying organization had approached him, demanding he assist as an underling in the distribution of narcotics, not merely minor substances, but a wide array of drugs with high purity levels. In due course, an overseer in Suzhou would make contact with Iron 3, and he was to follow the overseer's directives without question. At that time, Tai-san Gu was also involved in drug trafficking and had garnered quite a reputation in Suzhou. Thus, he was certainly unwilling to play the subordinate role. He immediately proclaimed his capability to serve as the primary source for all drug supplies in Suzhou, requesting to join the organization. However, he was met with outright rejection, as the individual informed him that the organization had no need for waste and drug addicts. Despite profiting from the drug users, he labeled them as worthless. With Tai-san Ji's naturally fiery temperament, he promptly declined the offer and even blocked the caller's number. The following day, After returning home late at night from indulging in drugs, Tai Sang-gu was suddenly approached from behind and knocked unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound in an abandoned factory, confronted by a masked figure whose face was obscured, brandishing a dark gun pointed directly at his forehead. The most terrifying revelation came when Tai Sang-gu glanced around and was horrified to discover that his wife, child, and mother were all bound nearby. Chapter 55. The eye protection exercise sound in the call, narrowing down the suspect's range. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression grew increasingly grave, as his assessment of the organization's peril escalated. For a drug trafficking organization to demand that all core members remain free from addiction is an utterly astonishing notion. Yet it further confirms the organization's stringent nature, its meticulousness, and its absolute control over its core members. In less than a day, they managed to abduct an entire family, complete with firearms that are strictly prohibited. The sheer terror of this organization has escalated dramatically, and the gaunt man's narrative was far from over. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette once more, lost in profound recollection, not even allowing the smoke to reach his lungs as he continued his tale. Upon witnessing his family in captivity, Iron 3 went berserk, struggling and hurling insults. He implored them to direct their grievances towards him, questioning their audacity in involving his kin. Iron 3 had naively believed that such a display would provoke the perpetrator into releasing his family. However, contrary to his expectations, the individual remained silent, simply crouching down and producing a slender syringe from his pocket. He injected it directly into Iron 3's mother's arm, gently and tenderly administering the liquid within. Within a mere 3 minutes, Iron 3 bore witness to his mother's last breath. He was utterly consumed by madness. He continued to struggle and curse, but the perpetrator uttered only one sentence, leaving Iron 3 with no alternative but to submit to his demands. I recall with utmost clarity. Iron 3 recounted to me through tears. The sentence was, 10 kilograms of heroin would be concealed within a coffin and delivered to his home the following day. Should he refuse to assist in its distribution, there would be not one, but 3 coffins in his home the day after. Truly formidable. Having extinguished Iron Brother 3's mother and subsequently compelling him to peddle narcotics necessitates an indomitable foundation of audacity. It was only under the duress of unbearable emotional strain that Iron Brother 3 confided in me regarding this matter. After all, we were both acutely aware that operating within such an organization mandates the suppression of memory pertaining to such events. Apprehension must not elicit the divulgence of any information, lest one witness the demise of their kin before their very eyes from within the confines of their prison cell. At this juncture, Lean Dog, peering through the haze of smoke at Su Ming and Su Chongxing, articulated in a somewhat hoarse tone, "Esteemed officers, are you cognizant of the most terrifying prospect? It is not incarceration at the hands of law enforcement, but rather the malevolent gaze of this coterie. Once ensnared within their sights, one may be subjected to excruciating torment, even in the throes of impending death." Upon assimilating Lean Dog's narrative, both Su Ming and Su Chongxing were rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief interlude, Su Chongxing, with furrowed brow, earnestly inquired, "Lean Dog, you posit the existence of an organization? However, based on your preceding account, I am unable to ascertain whether this constitutes a multitudinous assembly. Furthermore, the clandestine nature of such a vast criminal enterprise for such an extended duration is exceedingly peculiar." Lean Dog extinguished the ember of his cigarette, shaking his head as he elucidated, "Officer, I can avouch that this is unequivocally a multifaceted organization, because, originally, I had completely forgotten about the matter concerning Iron 3, until 2 months ago when a sudden phone call made me realize that I too had become a target. On the line, the individual urged me to act as a secondary drug dealer in the bustling metropolis, following orders from above. Given Iron 3's prior experience, I felt I had no choice but to acquiesce. On the 3rd day, I received a call from a voice altered by a voice changer, instructing me to retrieve 200 grams of high-purity heroin that had been hidden away. The initial call, where I was commanded to be a lackey, was devoid of any voice modulation, yet the subsequent directive was cloaked in distortion. This led me to suspect that these calls were not from the same person. Otherwise, why employ a voice changer? Furthermore, as Iron 3 had previously informed me, that individual had initially tasked him with handling 10 kilograms. Why, then, was I only confronted with a mere 200 grams? It seemed evident to me that these were not the same individuals. Their operational styles were entirely disparate, although I may not possess the investigative prowess of law enforcement. My years of navigating the intricacies of society have endowed me with a keen ability to read between the lines. No matter how a person may change, it is implausible that their courage could diminish so drastically in such a short span of time. Upon hearing this, Su Ming, seated beside me with his eyes slightly narrowed and fingers interlaced, suddenly contemplated a possibility and spoke softly. "The scale of this organization is likely beyond imagination. Simultaneously, I perceive that the emergence of this figure in the metropolis may not stem from a diminishment of courage. Rather, it is highly probable that they have recently joined this vast drug trafficking organization and have yet to be allocated a significant share, remaining in a probationary period. The enigmatic leader of this organization is still uncertain whether this individual possesses the audacity akin to the members of the organization in Gusu. Otherwise, in such a sprawling city as the metropolis, the number of drug dealers far exceeds that of Gusu, making it implausible for a first-time transaction to involve merely 200 grams of high-purity heroin. Being in a probationary phase naturally induces an overwhelming sense of trepidation and caution, prompting the use of a voice modulator to disguise their identity. In essence, this organization is only beginning to exert control over the drug market in the metropolis. This inference can be drawn quite clearly from two observations. Firstly, the notorious addict known as Shogo, who was targeted 2 months ago and turned into an errand boy, has largely confirmed this possibility. As for the second point, at this juncture, Su Ming turned to his companion Su Changsheng, earnestly inquiring, "Brother Sheng, in the past decade, have we uncovered any heroin with purity levels significantly exceeding the norm within our jurisdiction in the metropolis?" The drugs peddled by this organization are purported to possess a purity of no less than 95%. Over the span of 10 years, regardless of the extent of concealment, it is inevitable that the lower ranks would eventually be discovered. "No, absolutely not," Su Changsheng replied decisively, shaking his head in response to Su Ming's conjecture. Over the past decade, narcotics with a purity level reaching 95% have never been discovered among those drug addicts. Such high-purity substances are typically only encountered at customs and airports. Upon receiving this response, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully and earnestly suggested, "Brother Sheng, I propose we temporarily set aside the organization and focus on uncovering the perpetrator behind this fall incident. It would be prudent to trace the roots of corruption step by step, as this newly inducted novice might present the best opportunity for breakthrough." Su Changsheng nodded in agreement and immediately turned to the dazed thin dog seated at the interrogation table, rapping on the surface to bring him back to attention. "Thin dog, I need you to recall with clarity. During your communications with your superior, was there anything peculiar or particularly memorable that struck you?" Now fully alert, the thin dog dared not hesitate, viewing Su Ming and Su Changsheng as his only hope for saving his daughter. He gritted his teeth and strained to remember. After a pause of several seconds, he seemed to suddenly recollect something, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "The eye exercise." Yes, it was the eye exercise. During one of his calls, I distinctly heard the sound of the eye exercise. Chapter 56. A crucial clue emerges. The culprit is a native of the old magic city. The eye care exercise? The unexpected recollection of this unique clue by the thin dog prompted a silent, yet profound exchange of glances between Su Ming and Su Changsheng, both of their eyes shimmering with insight. This clue is undeniably pivotal, potentially narrowing the scope of suspects significantly. The broadcast of the eye care exercise is not a commonplace announcement. It is exclusively heard in elementary, middle, and high schools during breaks. Even universities do not feature such broadcasts, as college students are predominantly of age, often engaging in activities like skipping classes or surfing the internet, rather than dutifully participating in eye care exercises in a classroom setting. The presence of this background audio during the call undoubtedly confines the suspect's location to a school, with Should Middle School being the primary candidate. However, as an experienced detective, Su Changsheng refrained from hastily concluding the implications of this clue. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table and continued his inquiry. "Thin dog, please reflect carefully. Was the sound of the eye care exercise audible from the very beginning of the call, or did it occur unexpectedly in the midst of our conversation? Furthermore, in your recollection, was the background sound of the eye care exercise clear, or did it resemble the indistinct noise of a broadcast?" It is evident that Su Changsheng is meticulously attempting to discern whether the background sound of the eye care exercise was intentionally introduced for Thin Dog to hear by the perpetrator, or if it was merely an accidental recording. His inquiry regarding the clarity of the sound further underscores his thoroughness. Nature serves the purpose of discerning whether the hidden perpetrator has crafted false leads to confound the authorities. Even in the absence of the school environment, the sound of eye exercises could be downloaded and played during the call. These two inquiries prompted the thin dog to furrow his brow in deep contemplation for 2 seconds before responding with considerable certainty. "Officers, the sound of the eye exercises did not exist from the outset, but rather erupted unexpectedly midway through. At that moment, I was perplexed by the occurrence of the eye exercise sound, yet I certainly dared not inquire further. As a subordinate among that group, it is paramount to avoid stirring trouble or asking irrelevant questions. Such discretion is essential for survival. As for whether it was a recorded message, I can assure you it was not. Although I was expelled in my second year of high school, The cacophonous and garbled announcements from the school's subpar broadcasting system are etched in my memory forever. I can guarantee that I would never mistake it. It is evident that the thin dog's demeanor had noticeably improved, no longer exhibiting the earlier signs of imminent breakdown. Upon hearing this response, Su Changxing nodded thoughtfully, unreservedly acknowledging the thin dog's reluctance to conceal or fabricate information. He turned to his companion Su Ming and nodded upward, indicating, "Xiao Ming, what are your thoughts?" This clue regarding the eye exercises has illuminated a remarkably significant direction for us. The perpetrator in this case is indeed highly likely to be someone familiar from the school. Having encountered numerous cases prior, Su Changxing had developed a clear understanding of Su Ming's deductive abilities, which is why he sought his input at this juncture. It is imperative to swiftly consolidate the most plausible scenarios and identify the mastermind behind this case. Su Ming did not respond immediately, furrowing his brow in apparent frustration. Brother Shang, relying solely on an eye exercise video, it is truly challenging to accurately depict the suspect's profile. There exists an exceedingly peculiar aspect. The individual referred to by the thin dog as his superior, the very suspect, demonstrates a character that is undoubtedly meticulous, as evidenced by his deliberate use of a voice changer and his methods of mental manipulation. For someone of such nature, remembering the fixed schedule of the eye exercise played daily within the school should not pose a significant challenge. So, why not avoid that time frame to reduce the risk of exposure? Did he intentionally allow the thin dog to hear the sound of the exercise? Or did he genuinely forget? Based on the current clues and my understanding of the suspect, I believe it is premature to draw any definitive conclusions. However, I can surmise that, if the perpetrator is indeed affiliated with Shid Middle School, it is highly likely that he possesses a private office. Otherwise, I do not believe he would dare to make such calls to the thin dog from within the year office or the playground. Of course, this is contingent upon the assumption that the murderer is a member of Shid Middle School. Otherwise, all deductions would need to be re-evaluated. The clues remain insufficient. With that, he concluded. Su Ming gazed at the lean man, whose face was etched with astonishment, seemingly incredulous at how the two could discern so many intricate details from a mere eye exercise. With a serious demeanor, he inquired further, as you continue to reflect, is there anything particularly noteworthy about your interactions with that individual? For instance, the location of the exchanges, the specifics of the transactions, the nature of the dealings. Were there any aspects that left you bewildered or utterly perplexed? Undoubtedly, drawing from Su Ming's own experience, it was evident that a suspicious mastermind, whether motivated by caution or the desire to exonerate themselves, might inadvertently reveal additional details during the transaction. The lean man, still unable to identify the criminal suspect, began to scratch his head vigorously, striving to recall every nuance of the exchange processes. A full minute passed in silence, with the lean man continuing his anxious scratching, prompting Su Changxing to furrow his brow and voice his concern. Are there no further inquiries? If you truly cannot recall anything, please at least share how many transactions you engaged in and their respective details. Before he could finish, the lean man abruptly lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Su Ming and Su Changxing, and exclaimed hurriedly, "Wait, I've just remembered." He seemed remarkably familiar with the city. We conducted 3 transactions in total, yet every location he selected for our meetings, I had never even heard of. Keep in mind, I have lived in this city for over a decade and consider myself somewhat of a local, yet I am utterly unfamiliar with any of those locations. Even the location of the very first transaction was discovered only after I inquired with the elderly residents nearby. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to find it. This revelation piqued Su Ming's interest once more, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and delve deeper into questioning the thin dog. Given the difficulty in locating the trading spots, what were the specific locations of these 3 transactions? Surely, you must remember them vividly, thin dog? The thin dog nodded promptly and replied without hesitation. The first transaction took place 2 months ago, beneath the stone bricks at the back door of the Feline convenience store, where 200 grams of high-purity white powder were concealed. The second transaction occurred a month ago, within the iron gates of the Xingtian textile factory. It took considerable effort for me to climb in and retrieve 300 grams of high-purity white powder. As for the third transaction, it was located in a doghouse at the end of Hexing Alley, containing a bag of candy, which is precisely what you 2 officers just mentioned. The only regret is that each time, he would hide the items first and then summon me to retrieve them, leaving me with no opportunity to see his true appearance. Of course, even if I had been given the chance, and 10 times the courage, I would not have dared to glance at him, especially considering the glaring example of Brother Tai Sen before me. As his words fell, Su Changxing lightly tapped the table, narrowing his eyes as he solemnly articulated. A local drug dealer in Magic City, who selects these 3 locations for transactions, is undoubtedly someone who has grown up here, a true native. Chapter 57. Screening the staff of Shirda Middle School. Is the hidden manipulator concealed nearby? This insight emerged from the words of the thin man. At this moment, Su Chongqing did not intend to keep the suspense. Glancing at Su Ming beside him, he elucidated. The 3 locations mentioned by the thin man all fall under the jurisdiction of Shutian Village, which, 30 years ago, during the 1990s, was a notably prosperous area within Huaihai District. The principal reason for this prosperity was the vast Xingtian textile factory, which employed nearly 10,000 workers at its peak. These laborers, along with their families, turned the remote Shutian village into one of the most vibrant locales in Huaihai at the time. The nearby Feline convenience store was the closest shop to the textile factory, while Hexing Alley naturally became the residence of the majority of the workers. However, this flourishing era was not to last. In the mid-1990s, the slogan of breaking the iron rice bowl emerged, unleashing an unprecedented wave of layoffs that swept across the nation. That year, due to the factory's poor performance and aging industrial structure, it was forcibly shut down, with its signboard incinerated, leading the workers to disperse in search of new employment. Within less than a year, the vibrancy and prosperity of Shengtian Village dissipated like a fleeting bubble, replaced by desolation and isolation. As Shengtian Village was already situated on the outskirts, its initial vitality was solely attributed to the textile factory. As more and more residents moved away, it is estimated that the village now harbors very few inhabitants. However, the demolition remains unfeasible. The textile factory is simply too vast, and its remote location renders any potential redevelopment unprofitable. Real estate developers are not inclined to engage in ventures that incur losses, thus it has been left abandoned. Aside from the longtime residents of the old metropolis, few, if any, visitors to Shengtian Village would recognize the name of this derelict factory, let alone recall the 2 locations of Feline Convenience Store and Hexing Alley. Nevertheless, it undeniably serves as a prime site for drug transactions, having fallen into near total abandonment with minimal surveillance in place. At this juncture, Su Chongqing appeared concerned that Su Ming might misconstrue his words, hastily adding, "Little Ming, do not misunderstand. I am not that old. This was merely something I recalled when Director Lin took me to investigate a case in Shengtian Village. After all, when the Shengtian textile factory was initially abandoned, Director Lin was still in elementary school." The gaunt figure seated in the interrogation chair, upon hearing Su Chongqing's remarks, eagerly interjected. Yes. When I visited that place, it felt desolate. There were hardly any young people around, primarily elderly folks who seemed half buried in the ground. For those of us who were somewhat local, we truly had no knowledge of this area. By the way, esteemed officers, I have also thought of a peculiar matter. At this point, the gaunt figure paused for 2 seconds, noticing Su Ming and Su Chongqing looking at him again, before continuing with a serious and resolute tone. My colleague appears to be afflicted with some ailment. During our phone conversations, I frequently hear him suddenly sneeze, the sound not particularly loud, almost as if he is suppressing it. Additionally, I can hear the sound of him sniffling, although my recollection is somewhat hazy. However, it is certain that he has sneezed. The detail shared by my colleague piqued Su Ming's curiosity, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and pursue the line of inquiry further. During the 3 times you called him, did he sneeze each time, or was it only occasionally? The thin man pondered for a moment, his eyes darting as he attempted to recall the events. I can't remember clearly. It seems that during the first call, there was no sneezing. Then, perhaps he did during the second, but during the last call, about 15 days ago, he definitely sneezed, and it was several times. Upon hearing this response, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully before turning to Su Chongqing beside him. Brother Xing, I dare to speculate that this elusive suspect may be suffering from rhinitis caused by pollen allergies. For in the thin man's recollection, he did not sneeze during the first contact. There was a sneeze during the second, and during the third, he was clearly trying to hold back multiple sneezes. If it were merely a cold, I doubt it would persist for such a duration. Moreover, a common cold is a minor ailment that can swiftly resolve, posing no substantial lead, but rather transforming into misleading information that could confound our law enforcement. Therefore, there is no necessity to stifle sneezes, in order to avoid drawing the attention of the lean canine. As for more severe illnesses such as tuberculosis or lung cancer, such scenarios are even less plausible. After all, that exceedingly stringent drug trafficking organization would hardly employ an ill individual to manage operations within the vast drug market of this metropolis. If we were to deduce the timeline, the individual likely first contacted the lean canine in February, a time when the weather was still relatively chilly and the pollen from various flowers and trees had yet to disperse, thus not triggering his pollen allergy. By the time of the second contact in March, spring had arrived, and although pollen was present in the air, it was not particularly abundant. Therefore, the discomfort was still bearable, with an occasional cough likely to go unnoticed by the lean canine. However, 15 days prior, the pollen count soared to its peak, rendering the suspect unable to endure it any longer, yet fearful that a sneeze might unveil his identity. He was compelled to suppress it. After all, The pollen in the atmosphere would persist until May, while in his blue whale game. It is unlikely that Zhang Wan and Huang Yin could survive that long. Thus, it becomes imperative to conceal oneself as much as possible in order to evade our detection. Although many clues remain elusive, I can roughly outline the profile of the suspect. At this moment, Su Ming rests one hand on his chin, thoughtfully tapping the table with the other, organizing his thoughts with a serious demeanor as he continues. Guided primarily by the interrogation leads from the thin dog, it is possible to ascertain the true mastermind behind the crime, characterized by meticulous caution. Due to the use of a voice changer, the suspect's gender remains indeterminate. For now, they are presumed to be a staff member at Shid Middle School. Possessing at least a one-sided understanding of Huang Yin and Zhang Wan, there is a strong likelihood that they have an independent office. Though this cannot be confirmed with absolute certainty. Having grown up in the bustling metropolis, it is probable that they witnessed the rise and fall of the Shitian textile factory. Allow me to add a personal inference. In my previous experiences, drug dealers typically choose familiar locations for transactions rather than entirely unfamiliar ones. However, given the long-standing decline of Shangtian village, it is plausible that the suspect's parents once worked at the Shangtian textile factory, which would explain the suspect's familiarity with the area. Furthermore, it is highly likely that the suspect suffers from pollen allergies, leading to uncontrollable sneezing and coughing. Lastly, from the blue whale game played by Huang Yin and Zhang Wan, I deduce that this suspect may possess a foundational knowledge of psychological counseling or psychiatry. In the final correspondence between Huang Yin and the suspect, he deliberately referenced the psychiatric hospital. While this may potentially be disinformation, it can certainly be included for preliminary investigation. Moreover, the progress regarding the control of criminal consciousness indicates that the suspect possesses a foundational capability in this regard. Though it cannot be ruled out that he may have later self-taught himself specifically for the purpose of committing a crime. Su Ming paused his discourse, casting a glance at Su Changsheng before suggesting, Brother Sheng, I believe we should initially pursue this lead and conduct an investigation at Shid Middle School. For regardless of the suspect's location, the mere knowledge of the general circumstances surrounding Huang Yin and Zhang Wan is sufficient for us to commence our inquiries within Shid Middle School. Furthermore, I am confident that whether we apprehend the murderer or not, the internal investigation at Shid Middle School will undoubtedly bring us one step closer to the truth. Chapter 58. Cross-provincial retrieval of case files. There will inevitably be connections between cases. Many homicide investigations are indeed challenging in directly identifying the suspect, as modern criminals consciously evade surveillance. Typically, valuable clues are extracted from the deceased's body, the crime scene, and the interrogation of relevant individuals, which then allows for the delineation of a potential suspect range. Following this, a detailed comparison and interrogation are conducted to ascertain the ultimate perpetrator through this alternative process of elimination. In the realm of criminal investigation, the application of certain techniques has become increasingly frequent. At this moment, after listening to Su Ming's analysis and the identified characteristics of the perpetrator, Su Changxing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed time to cease any further waste of time. Although no decisive clues had yet been uncovered, the myriad of fragmented speculations could undeniably support the initial screening. Swiftly eliminating the staff of Shid Middle School from suspicion or identifying potential suspects would greatly facilitate the subsequent progression of the investigation. Very well, I shall instruct the technical department to thoroughly investigate the staff at Shid Middle School. We must identify any possible suspects. As he spoke, Su Changxing turned to the gaunt figure across the table, lightly tapping on the surface and inquiring in a measured tone. Skinny dog, while you have divulged a fair amount of information, a question has just come to mind. Earlier, you mentioned that this criminal organization controls at least 50% of the drug trade in Longhua, yet you have never even encountered your superior. How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Moreover, it is rather perplexing that such a vast drug trafficking organization has managed to remain concealed for so long. The gaunt figure seated in the interrogation chair displayed a glimmer of fear in his eyes and asserted with conviction, Officer, the 50% is merely my estimation. However, I believe that if you delve deeper, the actual figures and trade networks you uncover may be even more astonishing than what I have suggested. As for your inquiry regarding how I came by this information, I can only assert that, while I may not possess the resources of your esteemed police force, we, the so-called drug dogs, have our own channels of information. When I first became a target, I contemplated fleeing to escape their grasp. However, my primary concern was to ascertain the extent of their organization. Therefore, the very next day, I sought connections and inquired among my acquaintances in nearby cities who are also involved in the trade, to determine if there were any means to procure a substance with a purity exceeding 95%. To my surprise, half of my contacts responded affirmatively. Indeed, aside from that organization, I surmise no one else would be willing to acquire such a high-purity product. As for why this has remained concealed for so long, Perhaps it is simply due to the fear of divulging information. Or perhaps, before any such disclosure could occur, individuals have already been dealt with preemptively. Su Chongqing nodded thoughtfully, then proceeded to organize the interrogation materials. He slowly rose and announced, "All right, we shall conclude the questioning here. For the time being, you, thin dog, will remain in the police station. There is no need for you to return to the detention center just yet. Should any other matters arise, we will seek you out without delay." Following this, Su Chongqing stood, and Su Ming did likewise, preparing to conclude the interrogation and commence the next phase of their operation. Just as they opened the door and were about to exit the interrogation room, Thin Dog suddenly recalled something and urgently turned to Su Chongqing, gripping the interrogation chair tightly. Officer, my daughter. They are certain to." Before Thin Dog could finish his plea, Su Chongqing turned his head and decisively interrupted the continuation of the conversation, speaking with earnestness. "Rest assured, now that we are aware of this situation, we will naturally do everything within our power to ensure the safety of your family. Shortly, I will arrange for a few plainclothes officers to be dispatched nearby, lying in wait for any potential suspects. You need not worry about this matter. Your sole focus should be on reflecting deeply and considering if there are any other crucial clues or questions." After he finished speaking, Su Chongqing closed the door to the interrogation room. Walking beside him, Su Ming pondered for several seconds before turning to Su Chongqing and inquiring, "Brother Sheng, I would like to conduct an intercity investigation regarding the files related to the Taisan case, in hopes of uncovering some useful leads. Given that the perpetrator of this recent fall incident is connected to the individuals who threatened Taisan from the same organization, there may be commonalities worth exploring. Even if none exist, it is at least worth attempting to unearth some information about such a vast criminal syndicate." Su Chongqing, naturally, did not oppose Su Ming's proposal, especially considering that Su Ming had previously discovered invaluable clues from case files dating back 20 years. He waved his hand in acknowledgement and replied, "All right, no problem. However, we cannot afford to waste time now, so let's bypass the cumbersome procedures of intercity or interprovincial file requests. Go directly to Director Lin's office and ask him to assist in securing the privilege of expedited access to the files, while also informing him about the discovery of this large drug trafficking organization. The revelations unearthed from this case truly send a shiver down my spine." After expressing this sentiment, Su Chongqing proceeded towards the Criminal Investigation Technology Department, intending to utilize the extensive citizen database established by the police over the years to sift through and identify potential suspects from Shud Middle School. Meanwhile, Su Ming arrived at the door of the director's office. He gently rapped his knuckles a few times. "Come in, the door is unlocked," came Lin Tian's slightly hoarse voice. Su Ming promptly turned the handle and stepped into the director's office. Upon entering, he was met with a heavy scent of smoke, as the entire office was shrouded in a thin veil of haze. Looking towards the desk, he noticed Lin Tian with his right elbow resting on the surface. His forearm was raised, and between his index and middle fingers, he held a nearly extinguished cigarette. Judging by the unbroken ash at the end of the cigarette, it was evident that Lin Tian had not taken a puff in several minutes. Beside him, the ashtray was filled with the remnants of at least 2 packs of cigarettes. Yet most of the butts had not turned yellow from excessive smoking. Clearly, Lin Tian had merely lit them without truly smoking. As Su Ming approached, he observed that Lin Tian's left hand was pressing down on the file pertaining to the 513 Mordor University dismemberment case. It was likely that Su Chongqing's earlier comment about deducing a clue from this file, one that had remained undiscovered for nearly 2 decades, was the reason for Lin Tian's intense focus, as he hoped to delve deeper and unearth the perpetrator behind this haunting case. As Su Ming drew near, Lin Tian extinguished the cigarette but in his hand, pushed aside the case file of the 513 dismemberment case, and turned to Su Ming with a faint smile. "What's the matter, Xiao Ming? Has there been an issue with the recent fall case? Please, share what is troubling you." Just as Su Ming was organizing his thoughts and preparing to speak, the phone on the table rang. Lin Tian glanced at the caller ID, then raised his hand to signal Su Ming to wait a moment. With a hint of impatience, he answered the call. "Hello, Principal Chu. The case is still under investigation. I presume you are calling regarding." After a brief pause of several seconds, as if awaiting the other party's words to finish, Lin Tian continued, "Rest assured, Principal Chu, we will strive to provide a resolution promptly. We also understand the difficulties faced by your school. Cases involving minors inevitably attract significant media and public scrutiny. However, we cannot fabricate reasons simply to placate them, can we? Regardless of the case's impact, it is imperative that we uncover the truth. All right, that will be all for now. Please refrain from further calls. I will contact you once there are concrete developments regarding the case." He hung up. Chapter 59. Lin Tian felt a growing restlessness, particularly focusing on the principal of Shud Middle School. Having adequately addressed the principal of Shud Middle School, Lin Tian decisively hung up the phone, carelessly tossing his device onto the table. He glanced at Su Ming, raising his chin in a gesture of inquiry. Xiao Ming, are there any other issues concerning this case? If it were merely a straightforward suicide case, it wouldn't have consumed so much time for both you and Xiao Su. Su Ming nodded slightly, his expression gravely serious as he began to elaborate. Director Lin, this case of the fall is deeply intertwined with larger matters. It is not simply a case of a middle school girl succumbing to depression. Rather, there are indications that someone is orchestrating a suicide game to manipulate the two victims, inducing them to contemplate and ultimately commit suicide in a remarkably short span of time. However, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Through interrogating one of the victims, we uncovered a connection to a drug dealer apprehended a few days prior. After thorough questioning, we unearthed an astonishing revelation. There exists a vast criminal organization that controls 50% of the drug trade in our nation. The true perpetrator behind this fall is a member of this formidable criminal syndicate. This revelation caused Lin Tian's pupils to constrict sharply, yet he quickly regained his composure and rapped his fingers on the table, speaking with utmost seriousness. Xiao Ming, elucidate the details of this case for me. A network controlling 50% of the drug trade? This is a colossal case, and we must swiftly uncover the truth. In response to Lin Tian's astonishment, Su Ming felt no surprise. Rather, any public servant within the organizational framework of the Dragon Kingdom's police force would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spine upon hearing of such a formidable drug trafficking organization that had eluded detection for years. It would instinctively seem impossible, for the Dragon Kingdom's stringent anti-drug efforts are renowned worldwide. No one could fathom the existence of such a vast network. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming began to recount the details surrounding the fall case, along with the intricate web of related incidents that emerged. After a full 5 minutes, Su Ming had elucidated the specifics, along with the various deductions and processes, to Lin Tian. At this moment, having absorbed Su Ming's narrative, Lin Tian extracted a cigarette from the pack on the table, pinching it between his fingers as he lit it, yet refrained from taking a single puff, allowing it to smolder gently at his fingertips. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, during which the rising smoke obscured his features, Lin Tian finally spoke, his voice gravelly, concealing a profound shock. Thus, Xiao Ming, this case, which initially appeared to be a simple incident involving a middle school girl's fall, is, in fact, far more complex than one could ever imagine. It not only involves the peculiar crime method of mind control, but, crucially, there exists a massive drug trafficking organization, one that has been lurking in the shadows for an indeterminate period, now barely uncovered by our fortunate efforts. This organization is armed, capable of smuggling highly potent narcotics, and audacious enough to resort to murder as a means of intimidation. Exhaling a heavy breath, Lin Tian dispersed the smoke before him, revealing a gaze imbued with unwavering resolve as he clenched his left fist, his voice resolute. Although the investigation of this fall incident has become significantly more challenging, we are fortunate to have unexpectedly uncovered a substantial drug trafficking organization concealed within our nation. Had they remained hidden for a few more years, the repercussions could have been catastrophic. By merely exposing this organization, I could bestow a commendable achievement upon both you and Xiao Su. At this juncture, Lin Tian paused briefly, casting a serious glance at Su Ming, and inquired earnestly, Xiao Ming, this case is primarily under your purview. The fact that Xiao Su entrusted you to approach me speaks volumes about his confidence in you. Now, I encourage you to speak candidly. Regarding this case, which has reached an impasse, what are your insights and strategies, and what specific assistance do you require? It was evident that Lin Tian held Su Ming in high regard, given that both this case and the earlier investigation into the 513 dismemberment case from 2 decades ago showcased Su Ming's capabilities. The perfect score he achieved in the examination was not merely a stroke of luck. Due to the urgency of the situation, Su Ming did not hesitate to articulate his thoughts. Director Lin, I believe it is prudent to set aside the large drug trafficking organization for the moment and focus on resolving this fall incident first. Over the years, particularly since the time of the Iron 3 and Peanuts, there has been no reported activity from this organization across police departments nationwide for the past 3 years. This suffices to illustrate the organization's clandestine nature and unprecedented tightness. At present, there are no leads whatsoever, and we do not even know where to begin our search. The difficulty of unraveling this case is truly unparalleled. The most prudent course of action is evidently to first identify the perpetrator of the falling incident, and through this individual, unveil the vast drug trafficking syndicate. Although the clues surrounding the falling case are currently quite chaotic, there is at least a point of entry. Furthermore, since the assailant in the falling case is linked to the mastermind behind the Suzhou Iron 3 case, I hope you can grant me the authority to access the case files across provinces and cities. If we can uncover related clues from these 2 cases, it would undoubtedly aid us in identifying the shadowy figure behind it all. Ming organized his thoughts, confirming that he merely needed the authority to retrieve the case files before continuing. There is nothing else of significance. Director Lin, please grant me the access to the cross-province and cross-city case files for now. Lin Tian extinguished his nearly burnt-out cigarette and nodded without hesitation. Very well. I shall call Director Shen from our Shanghai Public Security Bureau immediately to arrange a privileged internal account that will allow you to access all case files across provinces. Simultaneously, I will report on the matter concerning that colossal drug trafficking organization. Let us proceed thus. Ming, you may return to your tasks for now. I will send you the special account shortly. It is imperative that we apprehend the perpetrator without delay. Lin Tian picked up his mobile phone from the table, poised to dial the aforementioned phone number for Ting. Suddenly, he hesitated, as if a thought had struck him. He abruptly raised his head to gaze at Ming, narrowing his eyes with a hint of implication. Ming, could you assist me in investigating the principal of Shid Middle School, Wenbiao? Particularly, look into his relatives and friends to discern if there exists any possibility or opportunity for them to have conspired with him in criminal activities. Within just a few hours, he has made numerous calls, pressing me to uncover the truth. There must be something amiss in his mind. The true perpetrator might not act in such a manner. But if he is anxiously seeking to ascertain whether he has been exposed as a co-conspirator, then perhaps that is indeed plausible. Chapter 60, Seeking the Motive of the Murderer. The case has reached a critical juncture. Upon exiting Lin Tian's office, Ming exhaled deeply, pulling out his phone from his pocket to send a message to Su Chongqing. The content was a request for Su to delve deeper into Wenbiao to uncover any unsavory dealings he might be hiding, just as Lin Tian had suggested. Despite the immense pressure from the media, a principal of Shid Middle School should not be so anxious. Furthermore, having served as principal for so many years, it is implausible that he lacks the ability to navigate media interactions, nor should he struggle with basic responses. The numerous calls urging the police to expedite the revelation of the truth felt as if he were hinting at a conclusion of suicide. From Ming's perspective, the entire incident of the fall reveals that the mastermind behind it is exceedingly cautious and meticulous. Thus, it is unlikely that one would be so anxious as to incessantly call for inquiries. Nevertheless, from any perspective, Wenbiao evidently exhibits some abnormality. Even if he is not the mastermind behind the case, it is highly probable that he is inextricably linked to it or involved in some clandestine affairs. Returning to the conference room dedicated to the case, Ming strolled before the clue whiteboard, adorned with various photographs and crucial case information. He took a permanent marker and meticulously inscribed 2 words upon the board. Motive. Yes, it is indeed motive. In the incident, codenamed the Blue Whale Game, involving the fall of a high school student, thus far, no discernible motive has been identified. This is due to the fact that the behind-the-scenes perpetrator provided an exceptionally pure substance and expended a considerable amount of time communicating via email, coercively manipulating Zhang Wan and Huang Yan's consciousness. This could not possibly be a senseless act devoid of intent. Simultaneously, the remaining students in the school had not received applications for the Blue Whale Game. The assailant had precisely targeted Huang Yan and Zhang Wan, both of whom were psychologically vulnerable and complex due to various unexpected circumstances and familial factors. This substantiates the notion that Huang Yan and Zhang Wan were meticulously selected prey, and there must be a source of information regarding their circumstances. Yet, the question persists. What is the motive? Why would the assailant seek to murder Huang Yan and Zhang Wan? Moreover, based on information obtained from Shougo, it is highly likely that this perpetrator was only inducted into that vast drug trafficking organization 2 months prior. Based on the quantities of narcotics previously provided to the lean dog, it is highly probable that he has yet to gain the complete trust of the drug trafficking organization. To attempt murder without having firmly established oneself is perplexing. Is there no concern that after finally joining this organization, one could be apprehended by the police in a short span of time? Could it be that Huang Yan and Zhang Wan inadvertently discovered or overheard direct evidence linking this perpetrator to drug trafficking? This would explain why the most formidable drug lord in the metropolis felt compelled to take the risk of eliminating the 2 of them. After pondering for several minutes, Ming found himself rubbing his temples in frustration, still unable to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. After all, the connection between the most powerful drug lord in the metropolis and 2 underage middle school students is exceedingly tenuous, especially in the absence of critical clues. The only hope lies in uncovering useful leads from the case of Tai San in Gusi City, based on the characteristic that the perpetrator belongs to the same drug trafficking organization. At that moment, his phone on the table chimed with a notification for a new message. Upon opening it, he discovered that Lin Tian had sent him the privileged account details. Furthermore, not only could he access the case files from Gusi City, but he could also retrieve documents from other provinces and cities across the nation. It was evident that the higher-ups were placing unprecedented importance on this extensive drug trafficking organization that had been unearthed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming immediately logged into the internal police platform to request the relevant case files pertaining to the arrest of Tai San. The number of pages in this document was rather limited. Contrary to Su Ming's conjecture, there was indeed a seizure of 10 kilograms of high-purity heroin, which should lead to the unearthing of numerous drug dealers. It seems that Tai San possessed an unyielding resolve, even when faced with dire consequences. He refrained from divulging pertinent information, including the identities of his customers. In fact, he exhibited a far greater tenacity than that of the frail dog. According to the case files, Tai San was apprehended by the Suzhou police during a transaction, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Subsequently, law enforcement discovered a staggering 10 kilograms of high-purity heroin concealed within wine jars at Tai San's residence. This marked the largest single seizure of high-purity heroin in the history of the Suzhou police. Upon reading this particular line in the case files, Su Ming raised an eyebrow in contemplation and murmured softly to himself, "Single seizure? The largest? High-purity heroin? Does this imply that prior to Tai San's arrest, there had already been instances of high-purity drugs being uncovered? Or could it be that Tai San was not the first underling sought by this drug trafficking organization in Suzhou? After all, according to the description provided by the frail dog, the very first quantity given to Tai San by a member of that organization was indeed a full 10 kilograms. With these thoughts in mind, Su Ming promptly commenced his search, delving back through records to 4 years prior, specifically to May of the year leading up to the Tai San case. It was during this month that the Suzhou police first discovered 5 grams of unadulterated high-purity heroin from a particular drug dealer. In the ensuing 2 months, there were sporadic seizures of small quantities of high-purity drugs, yet no leads were uncovered to trace the source of supply. Shortly thereafter, in the 3rd month, the police of Suzhou unexpectedly discovered 500 grams of high-purity heroin from a wooden boat by the lakeside. Given the significant quantity of narcotics, this immediately captured the attention of the Suzhou authorities, prompting them to employ various rigorous methods for investigation. Finally, in the 8th month, they apprehended a suspect involved in the sale of high-purity drugs in Suzhou. However, this individual was neither the source nor a member of the drug trafficking organization. Upon examining the dossier on this dealer, Su Ming noted that he had a history of drug addiction spanning 5 years. From the statements made by Tai San and Shogo, it was clear that the organization had a strict policy against recruiting individuals with substance abuse issues. Consequently, it was due to the death of the first henchman that Tai San was subsequently recruited, and he was initially provided with 10 kilograms of high-purity heroin. Contemplating this, Su Ming suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar anomaly. Why had the availability of high-purity narcotics increased in Suzhou during the 3rd month? Was it possible that a member of the organization overseeing Suzhou had gained the trust of other traffickers through a probationary period? Or perhaps they had completed some special assessment? Could it be that this member from the magical city was still in their probationary phase and had failed to fulfill certain criteria? Filled with questions, Su Ming began to meticulously peruse all the files from that period in Suzhou. Based on his prior experience, if a criminal suspect was not apprehended in a timely manner, there was a high likelihood of recidivism in the short term, or they might choose to lie low until the situation calmed down, only to return to the original crime scene. He continued to carefully examine the case files from Suzhou. I hope to uncover the underlying reasons that have led to an increase in drug supply among the members of Suzhou City. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Several minutes passed, and just as Su Ming was about to abandon this lead, a murder case from 3.5 years ago suddenly flashed before his eyes. The title of this case was Private Cinema Cyanide Murder Case. Most crucially, there was a conspicuous label beneath it, Unresolved Case. Chapter 61. Chu Wenbiao is not merely the principal. His only relative is a son studying abroad. Unresolved? Upon seeing these 3 characters, Su Ming immediately narrowed his eyes and clicked to examine the case further. In general, criminal cases typically have a closure period of approximately 36 months. Remaining unresolved indicates that the case has either not been processed or cannot be processed, a situation that is absolutely intolerable within the police department. Of course, there exists a special exception, murder cases. If a murder case remains unresolved, it undoubtedly signifies that the perpetrator has yet to be found, rendering closure impossible. However, over the years, due to various advanced criminal investigation techniques and the advent of monitoring systems, unresolved murder cases have become increasingly rare. On average, a city might go several years without a single unresolved case. Therefore, the fact that Suzhou City has an unresolved case, Private Cinema Cyanide Murder Case, certainly piqued Su Ming's curiosity. Just as he was preparing to review the files, Su Ming suddenly paused, his mind involuntarily recalling the words once spoken by the thin dog. The individual did not respond to Tai San Go. Instead, he simply crouched down and retrieved a small syringe from his pocket. He deftly inserted it into Tai San Gu's mother's arm, gently administering the liquid within. In less than 3 minutes, Tai Sangu witnessed his mother cease to breathe. Reflecting on the thin dog's words and turning his gaze towards this unresolved murder case in Suzhou, potassium cyanide. Su Ming could now reasonably ascertain that the member of the drug trafficking organization in Suzhou was most likely the one who injected Tai San's mother with potassium cyanide, enabling her to stop breathing in such a brief span of time. Moreover, the deceased recorded in the current file was certainly not Tai San's mother, and the crime scene was vastly different. Yet the method of execution was nearly identical. Both employed the highly toxic substance potassium cyanide to lethally poison the victim within an alarmingly short duration. However, the pressing question remained. The member of the drug trafficking organization in Suzhou killed Tai San's mother to threaten him, but what was the motivation behind the murder of this victim? Furthermore, considering the timing of the incident, it occurred even before a substantial quantity of high-purity heroin was discovered, eliminating the possibility of murder for the sake of smuggling. Lost in thought, Su Ming suddenly froze, conjuring a terrifying possibility. He promptly approached the whiteboard, seizing a marker to inscribe the timeline recorded in the Suzhou files, May. For years prior, the Suzhou police have uncovered a modest circulation of high-purity narcotics in the market. In July 4 years ago, a murder involving potassium cyanide occurred at a private cinema in Suzhou, with the perpetrator still at large. By August of that year, the drug market in Suzhou began to witness a surge in high-purity drugs, with law enforcement discovering a staggering 500 grams of heroin aboard a wooden vessel. In January 3 years ago, operatives of a drug trafficking organization were apprehended by the Suzhou police after days of surveillance. In March of the same year, a figure known as Tai San fell under the radar of the drug syndicate, resulting in the tragic death of his mother from a potassium cyanide injection, following an initial transaction involving 10 kilograms of narcotics. These incidents must be chronologically noted. Through the distinctive method of murder using potassium cyanide, Su Ming can boldly deduce that the assailant in the private cinema homicide is likely a member of this drug trafficking organization. This raises a compelling question. The victim, a socially reclusive computer programmer, appeared to be an unlikely target for such a syndicate. Moreover, merely a month after this incident, the quantity of high-purity drugs in Suzhou skyrocketed exponentially. Does this suggest that the member of the drug organization has successfully passed internal evaluations or gained trust? In this context, the so-called assessments and trust are likely indicative of something much more sinister. At this moment, Su Ming hesitated not for a second. He promptly utilized his high-level access account to search for cities that had previously confiscated high-purity heroin, beginning with Jinling City. 2 years ago, a high purity of heroin emerged, and within 8 months, the frequency and weight of seizures began to escalate. As I delve deeper, I encounter a peculiar case known as the red-clad boy strangulation suicide, which remains unresolved to this day, as it is perpetually unclear whether it is a homicide or a suicide. Furthermore, in the nearby Mingzhou city, high-purity drugs surfaced a year ago, leading to a significant influx of potent heroin in the market within just 2 months. Almost simultaneously, an unresolved case titled Villa Chainsaw Dismemberment arose, with the perpetrator still at large. Continuing my investigation, I turned to Linan City, renowned for its picturesque West Lake. Here, high-purity drugs also appeared 2 years prior, but astonishingly vanished from the market within a mere 3 months. A meticulous review of the records from that period reveals a case known as the West Lake Drowning and Corpse Disposal, which has since been closed. The murderer committed suicide just an hour before being apprehended. Although the culprit was identified, the investigation consumed nearly 10 days, culminating from a minute lead. Yet, this is not where the tale ends. Half an hour later, Su Ming, feeling quite fatigued, exhaled a heavy sigh while leaning back in his chair. His gaze fixed upon the ceiling. His eyes were filled with solemnity and cold intensity, burdened by an indescribable weight of seriousness and indignation. For through the examination of numerous criminal records across various cities, he has come to a singular conclusion. For members of this vast drug trafficking organization to gain the approval of their peers and secure a greater allocation of high-purity narcotics, they must orchestrate a flawless homicide. Of course, this does not imply an absolute perfection, but rather a murder that remains undiscovered by law enforcement for a specified duration, approximately 1 month. If, within this time frame, the authorities fail to apprehend the perpetrator, the drug quota is augmented. The longer the police remain oblivious, the greater the allocation that will be granted. This, indeed, serves as the motivation for murder. Moreover, the most chilling aspect is the fate of those members who, after committing crimes, fail to conceal their identities and are subsequently exposed by the police. Without exception, they have all resorted to suicide, leaving no trace or opportunity for further investigation. It is no exaggeration to assert that every individual within this drug cartel possesses a successful homicide evasion in their past. The criminal intellect within this organization is alarmingly unfathomable. At this moment, as Su Ming felt a growing gravity regarding the terrifying extremities of this formidable drug syndicate, Su Chongxing pushed open the meeting room door and beckoned to Su Ming, saying, "Xiao Ming, let us proceed to the technical department. They have identified several potential suspects, among whom the most concerning is Chu Wenbiao. In recent years, Chu Wenbiao has lost all his close relatives to illness, leaving only a son studying in the United States. Moreover, did you know that he is not merely the principal? For the past few months, he has also taken on the role of a counselor in the psychological consultation room at Shid Middle School." Chapter 62. The perfect suspect. Is Chu Wenbiao the killer? The news brought by Su Chongxing momentarily left Su Ming with an indescribable astonishment. A dual role as a psychologist? His only son studying abroad in the United States? It is noteworthy that opioid drugs are unregulated in the U.S., leading to severe abuse, with nearly every household possessing a few bottles. Could it be an accomplice to a crime? However, in consideration of the case's meticulousness, Su Ming refrained from making any immediate judgments. Instead, he promptly exited the conference room, following Su Chongxing to the Criminal Investigation Technology Department. As they walked toward the department, Su Chongxing recounted the current findings. Through a screening of the numerous staff members at Shid Middle School, 3 individuals emerged as potential suspects. Most other staff members had little to no interaction with Huang Yin and Zhang Wan. Thus, the screening focused on those who were familiar with the two and had ample opportunity and time for the crime. The 3 individuals identified were the principal of Shid Middle School, Chu Wenbiao, the vice principal, Zhang Hong, and their former homeroom teacher, Lu Yan. In the screening conducted by the technology department, Chu Wenbiao's level of suspicion far exceeded that of the other 2. At this point, the 2 arrived at the Criminal Investigation Technology Department, where Su Chongxing raised his hand, signaling, "Huzi, let us hold off on reviewing the surveillance footage for now. Come, engage in a thorough discussion with Xiao Ming regarding the 3 suspects we have just filtered out." Su Chongxing then turned to the 2 seasoned officers beside him. Adopting a serious demeanor, Old Chun, Aki, for the time being, set aside the work from the technical department. Over the next few days, don plain clothes to monitor the wife and daughter of the thin dog, while also observing if any suspicious individuals are loitering in the vicinity. I am concerned that as this case unfolds, we will begin investigating Chu Wenbiao, and members of that drug trafficking organization will inevitably take action. At that point, the family of the thin dog, especially his daughter, will undoubtedly become one of their targets, and we must remain vigilant. Upon receiving this directive, Old Chun and Aki nodded in agreement and promptly left the technical department, hastening to the vicinity of the thin dog's residence to stake out potential suspects. Meanwhile, a spark of excitement illuminated Wang Hu's face as he began to unveil the organized clues related to Chu Wenbiao. "Ming, we have just accessed various channels of information, including the identity database, medical records, official school websites, and personal party member information. Currently, the 3 suspects we have screened, Zhang Hong and Lu Yan, have a significantly lower probability than Chu Wenbiao. From any perspective, Chu Wenbiao aligns more closely with the deductions made by you and Shen Ge. Indeed, there is at least an 80% match. 80% match? The probability caused Su Ming to raise an eyebrow, filled with an indescribable astonishment. After all, based on extensive experience in numerous criminal investigation cases, if a certain suspect aligns with the inferred results to an 80% degree, it can almost certainly be concluded that this suspect is indeed the perpetrator. This is due to the fact that the multitude of characteristics and clues deduced by the police, no matter how precise, may still differ from the actual circumstances. Thus, it is quite normal for the true criminal situation to exhibit slight discrepancies when compared to the inferred results. A conformity rate of 78% is already exceedingly high, sufficient to warrant a bold arrest for interrogation regarding the details of the case. Su Ming furrowed his brow and nodded slightly, signaling for Huzi to elaborate. "Please, provide further details on how Chu Wenbiao's case aligns closely with our deductions." Without hesitation, Wang Hu flipped to the next page, displaying a faded, colorful, old photograph. It was a high school graduation photo, and upon closer inspection, one could discern Chu Wenbiao, during his student years, standing in the middle of the back row, making a peace sign for the camera. The background revealed the entrance of his high school, prominently adorned with the bold characters, Shengtian Senior High School. This graduation photo was extracted from Chu Wenbiao's party member dossier. Wang Hu pointed at the image on the screen and continued, approximately 35 years ago. During the peak prosperity of Shengtian village, Chu Wenbiao's parents were employed at that textile factory. At the same time, Chu Wenbiao also spent his student years there. Thus, he is undoubtedly very familiar with Shengtian village, having grown up in this locale. Next comes the second series of photographs. Wang Hu continued to click through his notebook, compiling a series of various activity photos and interview images. In this lengthy collage, Chu Wenbiao is the central figure. Yet he is consistently seen wearing a thin mask that obscures his nose and mouth. Moreover, everyone depicted in these photographs is clad in long-sleeved shirts, indicating that the temperature is not particularly high. Observing this, Ming furrowed his brow and spoke softly, "Allergic rhinitis. Chu Wenbiao must suffer from allergic rhinitis, and it appears to be quite severe. Otherwise, he would not wear such a pollen-protective mask during these activities and interviews. After all, donning a mask is preferable to sneezing incessantly and revealing an embarrassing sight mid-interview. Furthermore, based on the attire, it can be deduced that these events predominantly occurred in spring, which is the peak season for pollen dispersion. Ming, it truly is you," Wang Hu remarked with practiced familiarity as he opened the next image depicting medical insurance expenditures. Continuing, "This is Chu Wenbiao's medical insurance expenditure. A few days ago, he visited the Huaihai District People's Hospital, where the doctor prescribed him antihistamines such as Pufin and Chiritin. From the effects of these medications, it can be inferred that they were intended to alleviate the symptoms of pollen allergies. Thus, it is likely for this reason. Ming, when you and Sheng went to school, wasn't he wearing a mask? Perhaps he was merely too anxious and forgot to put it on." Shortly thereafter, Wang Hu flipped to the last photograph and pointed to the internal announcement within the campus. "And here is the list of appointments and dismissals. 2 months ago, the teacher from the psychological counseling room at Shid Middle School was dismissed by Chu Wenbiao. The reason provided was abandonment of duty, as he was rarely present in the counseling room, making it impossible for students to find him. Subsequently, just 3 days after the dismissal, Chu Wenbiao abruptly decided to assume the role of the psychological counselor himself, intending to step down once a suitable replacement was found. However, in reality, I have researched extensively, and Chu Wenbiao does not possess the qualifications to be a psychological counselor. The only possible exposure he might have had to psychological studies could stem from his time in university, where, as a normal school student, he might have studied a bit. Yet, after all this time, he should have forgotten it. Although there are minor discrepancies based on the multitude of available information, I believe Chu Wenbiao's suspicion is indeed the most significant." Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Ming furrowed his brow deeply, feeling an indescribable confusion within. Could it be that the murderer is truly Chu Wenbiao? But why would someone capable of utilizing the blue whale game, such an exceedingly covert method of psychological manipulation, be terrified and constantly making phone calls to inquire? Moreover, is it not rather reckless to contact an experienced veteran detective like Lin Tian without concern for the potential exposure of one's identity? The crux of the matter lies in the analysis of numerous cases involving members of a drug trafficking organization that I have just perused. This vast syndicate undoubtedly exercises stringent criteria in its personnel selection, making it improbable that someone with such poor psychological resilience as Chu Wenbiao would be chosen. Furthermore, lacking any foundational knowledge in psychology, Ming does not believe that Chu Wenbiao could orchestrate this blue whale game. No, it simply cannot be this straightforward. Chapter 63. The enormous drug trafficking organization emerges, and the true culprit behind the dismemberment case appears. Although Chu Wenbiao's various attributes align closely with the profile of the suspected perpetrator deduced by Ming, there remains a significant discrepancy in his personal character. How could a cautious and astute killer repeatedly reach out to Lin Tian? Does this not serve to heighten the risk of exposure? Unless, perhaps, Chu Wenbiao is attempting to engage in a reverse logic ploy to cleanse his own name through such actions? That would indeed be a superfluous maneuver. For detectives, the essence of casework lies in tangible evidence, rather than the mere logical deductions akin to those found in a game of werewolf. Logic serves merely to identify suspects. It cannot be employed as conclusive evidence to ascertain guilt. Hence, is it conceivable that the true mastermind behind this scheme possesses an intimate understanding of Chu Wenbiao as personal details, orchestrating clues that are meticulously crafted to mirror him? This would deliberately divert the police's focus onto Chu Wenbiao, facilitating the actual perpetrator's escape from pursuit. Moreover, this insidious method of framing others perfectly aligns with the persona and character of the mastermind behind the scenes, cautious, ruthless, and cunning. As Ming pondered these thoughts in his mind, the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the technical department. Mere seconds later, Lin Tian appeared at the door, and upon spotting Ming and Su Changsheng, he entered, remarking, "Ah, so you two are here. I was just in the case conference room and didn't see either of you, so I assumed you might be here. How are things? What is the current status?" "I just reported this matter to Director Shan, and the higher-ups are taking it very seriously. Discussions have already begun on how to unearth this vast drug trafficking organization. Therefore, our team's immediate task is to solve this fall case as swiftly as possible and to expose the mastermind behind it, tracing the leads back to the drug trafficking syndicate." This declaration instantly heightened the tension and gravity among all the officers in the technical department. The mere fact that Lin Tian felt compelled to communicate such weighty matters here underscored the significance and impact of this case. In that moment, silence enveloped the technical department, prompted by Lin Tian's words. Su Chongqing stroked his chin in contemplation for a brief moment before seizing Wang Hu's mouse, breaking the silence, and stating, "Master, we currently harbor grave suspicions that the principal of Shid High School, Chu Wenbiao, is indeed the mastermind behind this fall case. Based on the profile of the perpetrator analyzed by Xiao Ming, Chu Wenbiao bears at least an 80% resemblance, and even the discrepancies allow for a certain margin of error, possessing the potential to become the perfect suspect." At this juncture, Su Chongqing turned to his companion Su Ming, inquiring with considerable seriousness, "By the way, Xiao Ming, having just heard the description from Huzi, what are your thoughts? Is it possible that Chu Wenbiao is the perpetrator?" It was evident that, after several previous case analyses, Su Chongqing had developed great faith in Su Ming's deductive abilities. Otherwise, he would not have sought Su Ming's opinions and judgments under such circumstances. Gathering his thoughts, Su Ming surveyed Lin Tian and Su Chongqing with a demeanor of earnestness and gravity. "Director Lin, Brother Sheng, although Chu Wenbiao remarkably fits the profile of the perfect suspect, based on personality analysis, I believe the true mastermind is likely not him, or rather, someone is deliberately framing him." The assailant's method was exceedingly cautious, which stands in stark contrast to Chu Wenbiao's repeated calls to Director Lin. Furthermore, through my analysis and review of recent cases in neighboring provinces, I have obtained crucial leads concerning that drug trafficking organization. Based on the information gathered, I surmise that Chu Wenbiao is most likely unworthy of joining this drug syndicate. Indeed. Unworthy? Unworthy of joining? Lin Tian asked, somewhat astonished, and then gestured for him to continue. "Please, Xiao Ming, share with us what you have uncovered from the case files." Su Ming slightly lowered his head, his right hand tapping gently on the back of his left hand as he began to speak. "First, through the assessment of the discovery dates of high-purity heroin across various provinces and the timeline of weight increases, I unexpectedly discerned that in the months preceding any notable increase in weight, there invariably existed a homicide case that local law enforcement had failed to resolve. Concurrently, several provinces reported instances of high-purity heroin that were swiftly eradicated, never to resurface thereafter. Upon delving into the case files, I noted that prior to these incidents, there had always been a homicide that presented formidable challenges for resolution, often taking 4 to 5 days to crack. Hence, I can boldly surmise that all suspects invited to join the drug trafficking syndicate must orchestrate an unsolved murder to gain acceptance and augment the quantity of narcotics under their control. In other words, the leader of this drug trafficking organization employs this method to maintain dominion over his subordinates, leaving them with no avenue for retreat and simultaneously thwarting any attempts by our undercover officers to infiltrate the group. This dynamic inevitably cultivates a cadre of members who are not only fiercely loyal but also possess exceptional criminal acumen. Their ability to extricate themselves unscathed following a homicide underscores the alarming level of their vigilance and evasion tactics. This may elucidate why, even after the passage of many years, it is only now that we have unearthed the existence of this drug trafficking organization. As I concluded my observations, a profound silence enveloped the entire technical department, with colleagues' eyes trembling in astonishment, each visage reflecting sheer disbelief. The inference just made by Su Ming is indeed chilling. An entire organization comprised solely of notorious criminals who have successfully evaded capture in the past? Lin Tian's expression reflected a moment of concern, yet he quickly composed himself, offering a gentle smile to ease the tension. "It appears, if we were to liken this drug trafficking syndicate to a grand banquet, the invitation merely grants access to the venue. To partake in the feast, one must present a sufficient tribute, that is, a bloodstained token of survival." He exhaled a deep breath. Lin Tian patted Su Ming's shoulder, his calm gaze hinting at an impending storm, decisively stating, "Let's bring Chu Wenbiao to the police station. Although he is most likely not the murderer, probing into his background may lead us to the true culprit." Meanwhile, as they prepared to summon Chu Wenbiao, in the old neighborhood of Huaihai district, a weary-looking man with disheveled hair, dragging a Shiba Inu on a leash, strolled aimlessly. He nibbled on a grain pancake while his eyes occasionally darted around. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he glanced at a noodle shop outside where a middle-aged man pretended to savor his noodles, yet had barely consumed a few strands. Additionally, he noticed a delivery person approaching, pushing a cart piled high with packages. Stifling a yawn, he discreetly edged closer to the delivery person and took a deep sniff. Upon discovering an absence of unpleasant body odor, a distinct scent reminiscent of freshly unwrapped factory plastic lingered instead. Squinting slightly, the disheartened recluse gently tugged on the dog leash, urging with an air of despondency, "Let us go, little Shiba. It's time to head home." The Shiba Inu, seemingly quite perceptive, wiggled its rear and trotted towards the most secluded building in the community. Once the disheartened recluse returned home and securely locked the door, his previously weary gaze sharpened into one of acute seriousness. Casually tossing the dog leash aside, He rummaged through the shoe cabinet for a mobile phone, inserting a disposable SIM card that had been previously tampered with. He dialed a number that had long since become second nature to him. After silently counting to 15 in his mind, the call was promptly answered on the other end without any hesitation or doubt regarding the identity of the caller. The recluse initiated the conversation, stating, "I just spotted 2 police dogs sniffing around the neighborhood where my frail wife and daughter reside. It's likely that frail dog has given everything away. P.S. Truly spineless, abandoning his family without a second thought. K, what should we do now? Should I seek out the doctor and have him prepare to betray us?" Before he could finish his thought, the enigmatic figure known as K interrupted him with a tone of nonchalance, the sound of clinking wine glasses audible in the background. "No need for you to intervene. Poison. Find an opportunity to return to your Suzhou. The doctor has failed his assessment. I shall enlist the sculptor to address this matter, after all. The realm of magic falls under his jurisdiction. Although he is undoubtedly a madman, dealing with a mere failed specimen should pose no significant challenge. After all, the case he handled has lingered for nearly 2 decades. Chapter 64. Come, Principal Chu, put the handcuffs on yourself. Upon determining that Chu Wenbiao would be the next breakthrough, the Huaihai criminal investigation team acted with remarkable swiftness, their police vehicles racing down the highway at full speed. What would typically require 20 minutes was drastically reduced to nearly half that time due to Su Chongqing's insistence. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shud Middle School, Su Ming opened the passenger door and stepped out, observing a multitude of media vehicles surrounding the area, significantly more than earlier in the morning. However, the vehicles from the Huaihai District Education Bureau had already departed, likely anticipating the complexity of the situation. This case is far from straightforward. Thus they opted not to squander time awaiting results. It would be prudent to prepare for the worst, returning to the Education Bureau promptly to convene and devise a solution, which may prove invaluable. The incident, exacerbated by the sensationalist reports of unscrupulous media outlets, has generated considerable buzz online. As Su Ming and Su Chongsheng, clad in their police uniforms, entered the campus, they were taken aback to discover not far from the school gate, Chu Wenbiao, wearing a thin mask, was encircled by a throng of journalists. Some brandished microphones, others held up their smartphones, while still others wielded recording devices, all intent on guiding and questioning Chu Wenbiao. Principal Chu, it is rumored that this is a case of deliberate murder. Does this not reveal the flaws and errors in the militarized management of Shud Middle School over the years? Principal Chu, we have yet to see the family of the deceased come forward. Has your esteemed institution chosen to spend a significant amount to reach a settlement with them? Principal Chu, does this incident of a student falling from the building prompt you to reconsider the school's philosophy? Will you shift from a focus solely on academic performance to a more holistic approach to education, emphasizing overall development? Principal Chu, may I kindly ask you to remove your mask? Principal Chu, from this leading interview, it is quite evident that those pressing Principal Chu Wenbiao with questions are largely not representatives of formal media. They are primarily from so-called second-rate newspapers and various internet personalities seeking to capitalize on the situation, striving to obtain first-hand information and narratives to garner attention. However, it is concerning. Several hours have elapsed since Zhang Wan's fall, and if no response is forthcoming, these individuals may concoct a multitude of unfounded stories. Should these fabricated accounts gain widespread acceptance among netizens and the public, even a comprehensive police report later may prove futile. In other words, the majority of internet users are inclined to hear what they wish to hear rather than the so-called truth. Su Chongqing cast a glance at the encircled Chu Wenbiao, unable to suppress a derisive smirk. Had he not conducted some preliminary research, one might genuinely mistake Chu Wenbiao for a commendable principal, forced to endure this indignity in order to protect the school's reputation from unscrupulous media. However, with the relevant information at hand, I feel that agreeing to interviews with unscrupulous media now seems merely an attempt to obscure the earlier incident of repeatedly calling Director Lin in a state of panic. At this moment, Su Ming and Su Chongsheng have approached the circle of onlookers. The somewhat hoarse voice of Chu Wenbiao can be distinctly heard. Dear journalists and media representatives, I have reiterated countless times that the cause of the fall is still under investigation, and I cannot provide you with any answers or insights at this moment. As for potential adjustments to school regulations or atmosphere, or even management models, I kindly ask you to wait until the truth of this tragedy is uncovered before discussing these matters. If you remain skeptical, I can call Director Lin of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team right now, so he may convey the progress of the case in person. Before Chu Wenbiao could finish speaking, Su Chongsheng, unnoticed at the back of the encirclement, interjected rather bluntly. Principal Chu, there is no need to call Director Lin. The case is currently at a critical juncture, and Director Lin is unavailable to answer your call. Therefore, we have come specifically to escort you to the criminal investigation team for a thorough clarification of the subsequent case and to uncover the true cause of the fall. This sudden declaration caused the journalists surrounding Chu Wenbiao to turn their heads in unison towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing Su Chongqing in police uniform, his demeanor stern, they instinctively parted to create a path. With his phone half raised, Chu Wenbiao, who seemed poised to call Lin Tian, hesitated for a moment. He then hurriedly glanced at Su Chongqing and Su Ming, his expression peculiar, and responded with noticeable reluctance. Director Lin has asked me to visit the criminal investigation team? Very well, I shall resolve matters here and then accompany you to review the latest developments in the case. As Su Chongqing articulated his intentions, Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on Chu Wenbiao's face, meticulously scrutinizing his micro-expressions. Although his face was masked, Su Ming discerned a hint of anxiety and disarray in Chu Wenbiao's eyes, as well as in the tone and speed of his responses. It was evident that even if Chu Wenbiao were not the perpetrator of the fall, he was undeniably connected to the case. During his initial visit to Shid High School, Chu Wenbiao had accompanied the officials from the Education Bureau, coordinating with Vice Principal Zhang Hong to assist Su Ming and others in their investigation, which allowed him to evade scrutiny until now. Otherwise, it is likely that a mere brief interrogation would have sufficed to unearth his involvement at the outset. Given the current situation, Chu Wenbiao's psychological resilience appeared woefully inadequate. Even Su Chongqing's two simple remarks had already rendered him visibly anxious. To avoid further delays, Su Chongqing navigated through the narrow path cleared by the relentless reporters and stood beside Chu Wenbiao, his expression impassive as he coldly declared, "Everyone disperse. It will not be long before we, the police, announce the specific findings of our investigation. In the meantime, please refrain from obstructing our work. I believe that those present here would not wish to disrupt official duties, only to find themselves sipping tea at the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, exposing all their private matters. Would they?" Once these words were uttered, there was no need for further discussion. The unscrupulous faux journalists, who surrounded us with their recording devices, exchanged furtive glances before dispersing in unison, reluctant to utter another word. After all, in the minds of most citizens of the Dragon Country, criminal investigators are indeed a profession not to be trifled with. As these opportunistic faux journalists retreated, Su Chongqing affectionately placed an arm around Chu Wenbiao's shoulders, wearing a gentle smile as if Lin Tian had specifically dispatched him to extend an invitation. In actuality, he was endeavoring to keep Chu Wenbiao under control, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Thus, the two appeared remarkably close as they approached the police vehicle. Once Chu Wenbiao settled into the back seat, Su Chongqing's smile promptly vanished. He solemnly opened the driver's door and tossed the handcuffs onto the empty seat behind him. Raising his gaze to the rearview mirror, he fixed a steely gaze upon Chu Wenbiao and stated, "Come on, Principal Chu. You are a learned scholar and a member of the party. I would prefer to avoid taking coercive measures. Therefore, please put on the handcuffs yourself. I have already afforded you ample dignity in front of the media. I hope you do not make this difficult for me now." These words left Chu Wenbiao momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the handcuffs beside his seat, parted his lips as if to speak, yet before he could utter a sound, Su Chongqing, with one hand on the steering wheel, turned slightly to fix Chu Wenbiao with a cold stare, gesturing towards the handcuffs with his chin. After a brief silence, Chu Wenbiao lowered his head in despondence. Retrieving the silver handcuffs from beside his seat, with a decisive click, he secured them around his wrists, his dull gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. Chapter 65. She is the one I killed. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was peculiar. 15 minutes later, the police vehicle had returned Chu Wenbiao to the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Unit. Despite his relatively high social standing, he was promptly placed in the interrogation room without any preferential treatment or privilege. This unusual campus fall case not only involved minors, but also implicated a vast drug trafficking organization, elevating its significance beyond anyone's expectations. Orders from above were stringent. No matter who might be involved, a thorough and relentless investigation was mandated to uproot the corruption. At that moment, Su Ming sat in the case conference room. Gazing up at the ceiling, his eyes narrowed in perplexity. During the apprehension of Chu Wenbiao, apart from an initial display of panic and fear, he seemed to transition into a state of acceptance and silence. Even when Su Chongqing presented the handcuffs to him, he displayed no inclination to resist. What could be the reason for this? Judging by the method of crime, his seemingly timid and cowardly nature should preclude him from committing such an act. Furthermore, there was no record in any personal resumes or reports indicating that Chu Wenbiao had studied psychology. It is even less likely that he could be the mastermind behind the Blue Whale Game incident, as drug trafficking organizations would undoubtedly disdain such individuals. He is not the murderer. The most probable scenario is that Chu Wenbiao is somehow implicated in the case, or has been coerced by certain means to assist the true perpetrator in executing this crime. In this context, Chu Wenbiao is completely unaware, and all the clues currently deduced have been deliberately fabricated by the true mastermind. rendering the likelihood of him being the culprit nearly non-existent. After all, if he were truly framed, no matter how timid Chu Wenbiao may be, it is unlikely that he would remain silent. As for the possibility of coercion, even if Chu Wenbiao has been caught with incriminating evidence, he could simply assist in concealing it, couldn't he? Why then, during the ride in the police car, and upon being brought to the interrogation room, did he remain utterly silent? This resembles a timid dog, fearing that if he divulges any information, his family and loved ones might be harmed by some individual or organization. That seems implausible. When reviewing Chu Wenbiao as personal information, Ming had indeed taken a keen interest in his family background. What can be confirmed is that 3 years prior, Chu Wenbiao's wife passed away due to illness, and his only son was sent abroad for further studies. As for his parents, they were once employees at the Shengtian textile factory, which was later shut down due to reforms. Following that, Chu Wenbiao's parents worked elsewhere for a few years, but as they aged, they chose not to live with Chu Wenbiao and returned to Shengtian village. 5 years ago, both of these elderly individuals passed away. Thus, it stands to reason that Chu Wenbiao's family could hardly be coerced. However, his enigmatic silence is perplexing. From the moment he was shackled, throughout the interval until his entry into the interrogation room, he has uttered not a single word of defense. What could this signify? Is he awaiting counsel? Or has he resigned himself? Or perhaps, Chu Wenbiao intends to shoulder the burden for another, hence his reticent demeanor? As this thought crossed his mind, Ming suddenly grasped a clue, hastily retrieving his mobile phone from his pocket and dialing Wang Hu's number. After 2 rings of waiting tones, the call was answered. Without allowing Wang Hu to inquire, Ming assertively initiated the conversation. Huzi, please investigate Chu Wenbiao's various bank accounts for any substantial and multiple transfer transactions over the past 6 months. If possible, also check if he holds any foreign bank accounts. If you uncover anything, notify me immediately via text. At this juncture, Ming noticed Su Changsheng had pushed open the door, gesturing towards the interrogation room, with Lin Tian, who primarily refrains from frontline cases, standing beside him. Clearly, Su Changsheng had briefed Lin Tian on the situation and was ready to commence the interrogation of Chu Wenbiao. Moreover, the exceedingly experienced Lin Tian was equally set to partake in this interrogation, not solely due to Chu Wenbiao's stature, but to meticulously extract every lead and gain a deeper understanding of the expansive drug trafficking organization. That will suffice for now, Huzi. Without a trace of hesitation, Ming concluded the call and promptly hung up. He swiftly approached Su Changsheng and Lin Tian, carrying a notebook and a plethora of materials. It seemed that it had been quite some time since he had interrogated alongside Lin Tian, which made Su Changsheng appear somewhat exhilarated. Master, I never anticipated that you would also be present for the interrogation. However, it provides an excellent opportunity for Ming to witness the prowess of our esteemed Huaihai team's veteran detectives, he exclaimed. Stop rambling, Lin Tian remarked, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Su Changsheng before continuing. For now, you two shall take the lead in the interrogation, while I assume the roles of an observer and supplementary interrogator. To be candid, this case is exceedingly significant, so monumental that I cannot afford to let my guard down, lest I overlook any detail that might be linked to that drug trafficking organization. Upon entering the interrogation room, they found that other officers had astutely positioned a chair in advance. As Ming arranged his notebook and other items and moved to the corner to activate the camera, Lin Tian let out a sigh, shaking his head as he looked towards the now maskless Chu Wenbiao. In a measured tone, he addressed him, Principal Chu. As an intellectual in a unique position and with a few more years of life experience than I, you must have heard much about such circumstances, even if you have not personally encountered them. Therefore, do not harbor any delusions. When the time comes, please divulge everything that needs to be disclosed. I will make every effort to offer you an opportunity for leniency. After uttering these words, Ming took a seat, and Su Changsheng was the first to initiate the inquiry. Let us bypass the personal information. Principal Chu, you are generally aware of the details regarding the victim in this falling incident at your school, correct? Chu Wenbiao, with his head bowed as if engulfed by fatigue, replied in a feeble manner, I know. Su Changsheng nodded and lightly tapped his fingers on the table, proceeding, since Principal Chu is already informed. There is no need for further trivialities. Let us get straight to the point. Why did you resign 2 months ago? Before Su Changsheng could finish, Chu Wenbiao seemed oblivious to the previous question, continuing to lower his head, stating, I know. I am aware of the specific details concerning student Zhang Wan, and I know that her parents have long been divorced, leaving her to live with her grandmother, which contributed to her introverted and socially inept nature. A month ago, her grandmother passed away, leaving her utterly alone, making her the perfect target for psychological manipulation. I know. Officer Su, you must be wondering how I came to understand this matter of psychological control. Because. At this juncture, Chu Wenbiao slowly lifted his gaze. revealing eyes devoid of any emotion, as he coldly stated, "Because I killed her." Chapter 66. Enormous offshore transfers, the self-destructing Chu Wenbiao. She is the one I murdered. Chu Wenbiao spoke with an air of emotional detachment, as if resigned to his fate, articulating the most mundane of statements. This demeanor caused the three individuals in the interrogation room to furrow their brows in unison. For even a novice such as Wang, who, if tasked with interrogating Chu Wenbiao, would likely discern his deceit with ease. Yet, Chu Wenbiao was able to discuss matters such as psychological manipulation and Zhang Wan's recent circumstances, information that, under normal circumstances, a school principal would have no reason to know. After all, with numerous students and a plethora of complex affairs to manage, how could a principal devote time to the death of a particular student's relative? Thus, it is evident that, firstly, he is certainly not the one who committed the murder. His timid and cowardly disposition is far removed from that of a meticulous murderer capable of orchestrating the nefarious blue whale game. However, he undeniably possesses knowledge of numerous details regarding the case, and may even have had direct involvement. Secondly, Chu Wenbiao appears unwilling to divulge the identities of his accomplices, clearly intent on shouldering the burden of this case alone. Given his status as a well-educated principal, he is unlikely to be the type to murder and then dismiss it as a trivial matter. Therefore, if Chu Wenbiao were truly coerced or manipulated, he would be expected to recount the events of the case, hoping to earn leniency through cooperation. Instead, he speaks with a tone of desolation, as if his heart is ashen, declaring that he was responsible for the death. He even refrains from making the simplest of rebuttals or attempts to conceal the truth, which undeniably suggests a willingness to take the fall. Moreover, it is a matter of utmost significance that no matter the threats or persuasive tactics employed, this individual exhibits an unwavering resolve in protecting the true perpetrator. This stands in stark contrast to the previously cooperative and pliable demeanor of the lean dog. At this moment, Chu Wenbiao, having confessed to being the murderer, once again lowered his head in silence. Su Changxing, his brow furrowed, tapped his right index finger against the table, his tone becoming notably grave and icy. "Principal Chu, I believe you must comprehend the gravity of this case. It is a matter involving the life of a minor, not a mere trivial theft. This is not something you can simply bear alone. The true criminal cannot be concealed solely by your efforts. We possess numerous leads, and despite your blatant lack of cooperation, the police will inevitably uncover the actual culprit. Are you truly willing to forfeit the opportunity for leniency in light of an immutable outcome? Principal Chu, it is imperative that you divulge the specifics of the incident. That is the most prudent course of action." Following this official admonition, Chu Wenbiao remained obstinately silent, his head bowed, unwilling even to respond. Such a refusal to cooperate ignited within Su Changxing an indescribable sense of frustration and anger. Had this been a time when interrogation protocols were less stringent, even Chu Wenbiao's status as a high school principal and party member would not have spared him from a thorough memory recovery technique. Upon observing Su Changxing's evident irritation towards Chu Wenbiao's demeanor, Lin Tian, seated beside him, gently placed a hand on his shoulder and, with a seriousness akin to a stabilizing force, spoke. "Principal Chu, to speak candidly, we have had the fortune of meeting on several occasions, and thus witnessing you in this state today evokes a certain disquiet within me. Since you find yourself in the interrogation room, it seems that freedom will elude you for some time to come. Allow me to be frank. The incident of the fall at your Shid Middle School is far from a mere case of a student's misfortune. The clues we have unearthed link it to a formidable drug trafficking organization that has long been entrenched in our country. The individual you are currently safeguarding is, in fact, a member of this very syndicate. As a member of the party, Principal Chu, you must be aware of our nation's unwavering zero-tolerance policy towards narcotics." At this juncture, Lin Tian softened his tone, akin to an old friend reminiscing. "Principal Chu, do share the details of the events, I can assure you. Not only will this provide you with an opportunity for leniency, but it will also afford the true perpetrator a chance to confess and receive a lighter sentence. Concealment is futile. Confession and transparency are the rightful paths to mitigation. Should you be able to disclose the identities and key locations of the individuals associated with that trafficking organization, you may yet achieve redemption and perhaps find yourself free in a matter of years." It was abundantly clear. The seasoned detective Lin Tian was acutely aware that, given Chu Wenbiao's recent demeanor, extracting the intricacies and details of the case through forceful means was nearly an impossible endeavor. Only a gentle approach, coupled with the promise of leniency for a confession, the singularly valuable assurance in this matter, might coax Chu Wenbiao into revealing the specifics surrounding the case. At that moment, upon hearing of the possibility for redemption through meritorious service, Chu Wenbiao slowly lifted his head, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. Yet, as if recalling some haunting memory, that glimmer faded within mere seconds, and he cast his gaze downward once more, his voice hoarse yet calm, declaring, "I am the murderer." Zhang Wan's academic performance was dismal, and her continued presence in school would undoubtedly lower the overall admission rates and average scores for this cohort. However, as graduation approached, and with the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Zhang Wan's family, even if I suggested she withdraw, she would be resolute in her refusal. Thus, I devised a method to manipulate her consciousness through the blue whale game. To execute this plan, I even went so far as to dismiss the psychological counselor at the school. Before Chu Wenbiao could finish his statement, Su Ming interjected with a sigh, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Hey, Chu principal, why are you unraveling your own narrative? Zhang Wan's grandmother only passed away a month ago. What does that have to do with your decision to terminate the school's psychological counselor 2 months prior? In my perspective, it appears that the mastermind behind the scenes orchestrated your search for a suitable target to fulfill the drug trafficking organization's assessment. After a month of diligent searching, you were unable to identify an appropriate individual, leading you to remember Huang Yan, who has been limping since last year's car accident and has yet to return to her studies. However, Huang Yan disregarded your attempts. And just as the pressure of the assessment intensified, a more vulnerable Zhang Wan made her appearance. At this juncture, before the thought could be fully articulated, the phone belonging to Su Ming, resting on the table, abruptly emitted the notification sound for a new message. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming swiftly opened the message, revealing the latest intelligence sent by Wang Hu, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. He then turned to the quietly contemplative Chu Wenbiao, gently stroking his fingers, and spoke in a rather composed manner. Principal Chu, I believe we can momentarily set these matters aside. Could you kindly inform me about an event from approximately 3 months ago? In less than 3 days, you transferred a staggering 8 million to an offshore account through various banks and other avenues. Furthermore, in the week following the transfer, you enlisted a broker to expedite the sale of your property, listing it at a price 15% below market value, allowing the buyer to complete the transaction in cash. Astonishingly, the 6 million received from the sale was promptly transferred to that offshore account before it even had the chance to warm in your hands. Within less than an hour, 6 million was transferred back to your card. The cumulative amount of the transfers exceeded 13 million and ceased precisely 2 months ago. Principal Chu, could you elucidate the relationship between you and the owner of that foreign account? Chapter 67, Major in Applied Psychology, Uncovering the Hidden Culprit. Su Ming's words caused Chu Wenbiao, who had been silently bowing his head, to suddenly lift it, his eyes trembling slightly, seemingly struggling to maintain his composure. After a prolonged moment of silence, he hoarsely stammered, I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. What transfers? I have not transferred money to anyone. Aside from being the perpetrator in this case, I know nothing else. It is evident that even as one of the few university students of the last century, Chu Wenbiao, whose character is timid and not particularly astute, reacted to the situation like any other criminal, stubbornly insisting on his ignorance, clinging to his futile defiance. However, the gravity of this case cannot simply be brushed aside by Chu Wenbiao's vague assertions of ignorance. Lin Tian, seated nearby, upon hearing Su Ming's remarks, did not harbor any expectations for Chu Wenbiao's responses and turned to inquire, Xiao Ming, are your sources of information accurate? Did Chu Wenbiao indeed have substantial transfers during this period? Su Ming nodded and handed the phone on the table to Lin Tian, affirmatively responding, indeed, Director Lin. Just before arriving at the interrogation room, I surmised that Principal Chu likely harbors intentions of taking the blame upon himself. Therefore, I believe the mastermind behind this may have had prior contact with Principal Chu, their relationship presumably far from unfamiliar, eliminating the possibility of coercion. Analyzing the motivations and objectives of most individuals involved in drug trafficking, while one cannot dismiss the thrill-seeking psychological disorder, I maintain that financial gain remains one of the most probable reasons. Moreover, as the principal of a private school, even if Principal Chu is not a founding shareholder, his financial capability is unlikely to be insignificant, given the unusual connection between Principal Chu and the mastermind, and the likelihood that he might even assist him in covering up this crime. I deduced that prior to joining the drug trafficking organization, he would have sought assistance from Principal Chu, resorting to this path only when all other options were exhausted. Thus, directly investigating the records of financial transactions would serve as the most effective means to verify my hypothesis. As for the final outcome, Director Lin, as the text messages on the phone indicate, there are indeed substantial transfer records. Upon hearing Su Ming's reasoning, Lin Tian nodded in agreement and satisfaction, though he was not overly astonished. As a seasoned detective with extensive experience, he believed he could also arrive at such deductions. Gazing at the numerous transfer records on the phone, he spoke softly. What is the nature of Principal Chu's family relationships? Does he have any children studying or working abroad? The seasoned detective, with his keen instincts, swiftly deduced, through Su Ming's prior remarks, the transaction records on his phone, and Chu Wenbiao's demeanor, that it was highly probable Chu Wenbiao had a child studying or working in a foreign country. Only under such circumstances could one fathom Chu Wenbiao's compulsion to take the blame. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chongxing nodded fervently and replied, "Yes, master, indeed. Principal Chu has a son studying in the United States, named Chu Pingfei, but we have yet to conduct a thorough investigation. At the outset of this case, we never imagined it would unravel to such an extent." Lin Tian nodded gently, scrutinizing Chu Wenbiao's expression and noting his evident unease. He could not afford to appear overly conspicuous, resulting in a series of subtle gestures. Clenching and releasing his fists, his knees pressed tightly together. These actions were ample evidence of Chu Wenbiao's extreme inner turmoil. The stark transition from a state of calm resignation to one of restless anxiety intrigued Lin Tian, prompting him to narrow his eyes in contemplation. He no longer felt the need to conceal his scrutiny of Chu Wenbiao. Gathering his thoughts, he utilized his experience to piece together the clues. Ashong, please check the internal database for Chu Pingfei's general information. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the true mastermind behind this case is likely to be none other than Chu Pingfei, the sole son of Principal Chu. Given the substantial overseas transfers and the fact that Principal Chu was willing to take the blame, it seems only his own son could be implicated. As a father myself, I can surmise the reasoning behind the 6 million obtained from selling the house, which was subsequently transferred out and then back again. At this juncture, Lin Tian paused for a moment, rummaging through his pockets as if to light a cigarette, only to suddenly recall that he was in an interrogation room. With a hint of resignation, he brought his right index finger, stained yellow from years of smoke, to his nose to catch a whiff of tobacco, and continued, "Principal Chu, if I am not mistaken, your son visited the Las Vegas casino in the United States approximately 3 months ago, didn't he? It is highly probable that he lost a considerable sum and is now buried under a mountain of debt. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom what could necessitate such extravagant spending. Transferring 8 million simply would not suffice, prompting your urgent decision to sell your home. When you sent that 6 million from the sale, I can only imagine you berated your son, urging him to desist from gambling. Yet, your son, with his notorious temper, merely returned the funds to you and turned instead to join that drug trafficking organization, initially hoping to leverage the exorbitant profits from the drug trade to settle his debts. He likely never anticipated that once he made that choice, he would plunge headlong into an abyss. In this moment, Chu Wenbiao's countenance grew increasingly grim, his lips pale and trembling, while beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This was a manifestation of immense inner pressure and overwhelming panic. Yet he still managed to force a smile, saying, "Director Lin, you might be misunderstanding the situation. I truly have no idea what you are talking about. Moreover, Xiaoping has been abroad and has not returned. How could he possibly commit such acts domestically?" Lin Tian paid no heed to this forced explanation, reclining comfortably in his chair as he lightly tapped the table. "Xiaoming, you must possess additional clues that could further substantiate this matter, correct? Please assist us in alleviating Principal Chu's struggle and encourage him to cooperate fully." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Ming immediately began to recall and organize all prior clues, lightly tapping the table as he spoke. Firstly, through the blood tests conducted on the deceased, traces of opiates and narcotics were discovered. The source of the narcotics has been identified, yet we currently lack specific leads regarding the opiates. According to our Criminal Investigation Technology Department's meticulous screening, it has been determined that within the past 2 months, our city has stringent regulations regarding opiates, with prescriptions and withdrawals requiring online registration to ensure every pill can be traced. Therefore, the likelihood that these opiates originated from our city's hospitals is exceedingly low. Whether they came from outside the province or from pharmaceutical engineering remains uncertain. However, a preliminary suspect has emerged, allowing for a rough assessment that the opioids in question were likely brought back to our country by Chu Pingfei from the United States. In contrast to our nation, opioids in the United States are in a state of rampant abuse, making it relatively easy to acquire hundreds or even thousands of pills. Nonetheless, transporting such a substantial quantity of drugs would undoubtedly raise suspicions at customs. To further mitigate his own culpability, it is highly probable that Chu Pingfei traveled from the United States to Myanmar or Cambodia, subsequently returning to our country through clandestine means. For a drug trafficking organization, facilitating illegal border crossings is a trivial matter. The act of smuggling opioids back into the country indicates that Chu Pingfei had already predetermined his criminal methods at that time. Thus, Principal Chu, it is no surprise that you dismissed that psychological counselor 2 months ago, only to replace them with yourself to facilitate the search for prey. Moreover, there is a particularly significant point to consider. At this juncture, Su Ming cast a piercing glance at Chu Wenbiao's trembling eyes and continued with intensity. During a previous phone conversation, Shogo had heard the announcement for the eye exercises. As a long-serving principal, I do not believe you would have forgotten the designated times for these exercises, which occur twice daily. Only your son, Chu Pingfei, who returned from the United States after an extended period abroad, would subconsciously overlook the concept of eye exercises. After all, there is no such practice in the United States. Am I correct, Principal Chu? At this moment, Chu Wenbiao found himself engulfed in a state of panic and stupor. His mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Throughout the many years of his life, not even the day his wife was to give birth had rendered him so utterly flustered. At that moment, Su Changsheng, who had been diligently searching the database, suddenly struck the table with fervor and exclaimed, "I found it." Chu Pingfei majored in applied psychology. Chapter 68. Choice? Apart from death, is there any other choice? In that instant, upon confirming Chu Pingfei's major as applied psychology, all previous conjectures found their origin. Su Ming, observing the ashen-faced Chu Wenbiao, whose eyes were vacant and dim, remarked with an air of indifference, "It seems the most crucial point aligns with our prior depiction of the suspect. After all, while the method of controlling one's consciousness may appear deceptively simple, merely sending an email to coax the victim into suicide, the reality is that it is not without its complexities. The progressive tasks involved require a level of expertise only professionals can competently devise. By the way, Shengge, could you look into whether Chu Pingfei engaged in any internship-like activities at a mental hospital or counseling center during his studies in the United States?" It was evident that Su Ming sought to ascertain why the emails received by Huang Yin contained references to the deranged in the psychiatric hospital, who understand the rules better than she does. Was it sheer frustration, or was there something more at play? Su Changsheng discerned the underlying implication of Su Ming's question and immediately resumed his investigation. Although he did not specialize in criminal investigation techniques, as a seasoned detective, he possessed an exceptional ability to extract useful clues from various social media platforms and official news outlets related to the suspects. In less than 2 minutes, Su Changsheng suddenly slammed his hand on the table, casting a serious glance at Su Ming and Lin Tian, and promptly said, "Master, Xiaoming, do you know what I just discovered while browsing Chu Pingfei's overseas social media?" Without deliberately pretending to be enigmatic, he turned his notebook towards Su Ming and Lin Tian and continued, 3 months ago, Chu Pingfei posted a link to a prestigious academic journal article on a social media platform in the United States, and he is the first author of this paper. The title of the paper is on the techniques of utilizing drug-assisted subconscious psychological control. Furthermore, based on the content and information from his personal tweets, it appears that Chu Pingfei has had extensive volunteer experience at a mental health rehabilitation center in the United States. Additionally, I found the promotional account of that rehabilitation center among all the accounts Chu Pingfei follows, and I discovered that since he began volunteering there, the number of patients reported by the center has shown a slight decrease each month. Although being placed in a sanatorium indicates that the patients are mentally unstable, leading to various accidental deaths is not uncommon. However, if one were to speculate boldly, it is highly probable that Chu Pingfei was experimenting with consciousness control techniques within that very sanatorium, ultimately aiming to induce suicide in the victims. This would explain the continuous decline in the number of patients over several months. As for why the sanatorium failed to notice this, I believe that such non-profit mental health institutions likely do not care about the patient's well-being. As long as there are no overt homicides, they tend to turn a blind eye. Consequently, after obtaining the experimental results, they could publish a paper in an international academic journal, concealing the entire process. Most crucially, the latest tweet features a photograph of Chu Pingfei at a Las Vegas casino, where a plethora of chips are spread before him, suggesting significant stakes in his gambling endeavors. After subsequently losing everything, he likely resorted to high-interest loans he could not repay, leading him to join a drug trafficking organization. At this juncture, Su Changsheng squinted at Chu Wenbiao across the table, hinting at his thoughts. Drawing from past successful experiences, upon Chu Pingfei's illicit return to the city, he planned to initiate a preliminary selection of targets with the cooperation of Principal Chu, utilizing his most adept techniques of mental manipulation in the realm of criminality. He endeavored to accomplish the daunting objectives set forth by the vast drug trafficking organization. Such actions would inevitably augment the quota of narcotics, thereby enabling the accrual of greater profits. Wouldn't you agree, Principal Chu? It is evident that, through the manifestations displayed by Chu Pingfei on social media, coupled with the existing clues for validation, the numerous prerequisites surrounding the mysterious fall have now been satisfactorily met. Concurrently, the current demeanor and actions of Chu Wenbiao have been aptly elucidated. In a desperate attempt to safeguard his son, Chu Wenbiao has resolved to bear the weight of this case upon himself. It can be asserted that all the leads gathered thus far point directly to Chu Pingfei. However, in response to Su Changsheng's cold inquiry, Chu Wenbiao's stance remained resolute. Despite his pallor and the dimness in his eyes, he stubbornly articulated, "No, that is not the case. I truly do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Xiaoping has never returned to the country. This case is solely my doing. In this predicament, Chu Wenbiao's obstinacy elicited a collective sense of helplessness from Su Ming and the others, though they felt neither profound anger nor astonishment. After all, Chu Wenbiao's family had largely perished, leaving only a solitary son. The weight of fatherhood, coupled with his inherently timid disposition, bestowed upon him an unprecedented resolve in this moment. Observing the visibly trembling Chu Wenbiao, Lin Tian let out a resigned sigh, shaking his head in sorrow, and remarked, "Principal Chu, there is no longer any necessity to forcefully conceal the truth. We have uncovered the true culprit, and all evidence points directly to him. Your decision to take the blame will not alter the ultimate outcome. Rather, it will exacerbate your own penalties. Moreover, instead of cowering in fear while bearing the guilt, you should never have allowed matters to escalate to this point. Even though your own son rashly joined a drug trafficking organization, as the principal, you ought to have comprehended the gravity of the situation and acted to prevent it or reported it immediately. Yet, you chose to collude with him in crime and murder. To speak frankly, after so many years of serving as principal, you have ultimately aided in criminal acts, turning the blade against your own institution. You have betrayed every student and teacher at Shid High School, and you have deeply wronged the deceased Zhang Wan and the currently addicted Huang Yan. You once had a better choice. It seems my words have struck a nerve." The previously silent Chu Wenbiao suddenly interrupted Lin Tian's ensuing remarks with intense emotion. Clenching his fists, he struck the interrogation table with force, struggling with regret and anguish as he shouted, "Choice? What choice remains?" When Xiaopeng impulsively joined that drug trafficking organization, all options were extinguished. Do you think I didn't try to make Xiaopeng withdraw? Do you think I didn't consider other solutions? However, Director Lin, are you aware of the ruthless individuals within this drug trafficking organization? Do you realize that they have even established a clandestine dark web to share their experiences and techniques in murder? Yet, do you know that the horrifying cases, such as the dismemberment incident at Magic City University, the red-clad boy's neck strangulation suicide, and the Villa chainsaw dismemberment case, were all perpetrated by members of this organization? Choice. You understand. Once one joins this organization, death is the only escape, and there is no other way out. Chapter 69. Lin Tian waits for 20 years for news, revealing clues related to the dismemberment case in Magic City. Under the provocation of Lin Tian's words, the tension within Chu Wenbiao finally snapped. His emotions were in turmoil, exhibiting a form of alternative rage. He was enraged by his son's defiant choices, infuriated at having directed the blade towards students of his own school, incensed by the coercion of that vast drug trafficking organization, and furious, despite his relentless efforts. He could not shoulder the burden of this case for Chu Pengfei. Yet, in stark contrast to Chu Wenbiao's fury, the three individuals seated opposite him, including the leading figure Lin Tian, were momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian's hands trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with shock and hope, along with a trace of concealed panic. Yes, panic, fear. Perhaps what Chu Wenbiao had just uttered was merely the rambling of a man on the brink of emotional collapse. Or perhaps it was simply a figment of his imagination. 4 years have passed. Yet Lin Tian has long since relinquished any hope of unraveling the enigma of the 513 dismemberment case at Magic City University within his lifetime. He is even uncertain whether the perpetrator still exists among the living. Essentially, it is his unwavering obsession and reluctance to concede that have kept him relentlessly pursuing this case. After all, this was the first case he personally analyzed during his internship, one in which he exhausted every conceivable method yet failed to apprehend the culprit. Thus, upon hearing Su Changxing mention that Su Ming had uncovered new leads from nearly 2 decades-old case files, Lin Tian sequestered himself in his office, lighting a cigarette as he silently revisited the case files of the 513 dismemberment case. He yearned to discern what vital clues had been overlooked and lamented whether a more meticulous approach might have led to the capture of the assailant. However, now Chu Wenbiao has revealed that within the dark web established by this extensive drug trafficking organization, there exists documentation detailing experiences and techniques related to the 513 dismemberment case. This implies that the murderer from that case is likely hiding within this vast drug syndicate, and very probably still alive. If this drug trafficking organization can be dismantled, the long-hidden culprit will undoubtedly find no refuge. In that moment, stirred by a tumult of complex emotions, even though Lin Tian is a seasoned veteran in the police force, he finds it somewhat challenging to maintain his composure. He gazes at Chu Wenbiao, who gradually calms down after venting his emotions, and with a voice slightly trembling, he inquires, "Principal Chu, did you just mention that the members of this drug trafficking organization have committed numerous homicides and are true fugitives in every sense of the word? Among those members, there are at least the perpetrators of the shattered corpse case at Magic City University, the red-clad boy strangulation case, and the Villa chainsaw murder case? It is evident that, despite the tumult of emotion swirling within him, Lin Tian still maintains his requisite decorum and vigilance. He refrains from directly focusing on the shattered corpse case, instead intertwining it with other incidents to ascertain the truth. This strategy serves to prevent Chu Wenbiao from detecting any anomalies or from exploiting the situation for leverage. Chu Wenbiao's frayed emotions have somewhat subsided, yet he fails to perceive the subtlety in Lin Tian's words. He lifts his darkened gaze and responds in a hoarse, sorrowful tone. Yes, Director Lin, I truly find myself powerless. The individuals within this drug trafficking organization are all cold-blooded murderers. Once one joins, the only way out is through death. As for reporting to the police, what good would that do? The cases these individuals have committed remain unsolved by your department. Would reporting truly be of any benefit? Perhaps calling the police would not save us. Instead, it might hasten our demise, and it would be a far more gruesome end. Director Lin, do you understand now? This is not a matter of my reluctance to report to the police or the desire for Xiaoping to withdraw. Rather, it is when I, upon hearing about this website from Xiaoping and learning about the backgrounds of other members of the organization, realized that there was fundamentally no room for choice. It was evidently clear that in Chu Wenbiao's mind, the deterrence and pressure exerted by the police and the law paled in comparison to the formidable presence of this drug trafficking organization and its affiliates. After all, the police are bound by the law, while in the eyes of those desperate criminals, the concept of law is virtually non-existent. Moreover, Chu Wenbiao believed that reporting to the authorities would be futile, as the crimes committed by these drug traffickers remain unresolved to this day, let alone the prospect of apprehending them. Assisting his son in passing the examination has thus become the only viable course of action in his eyes. After receiving Chu Wenbiao's affirmative response, Lin Tian fell silent for several seconds, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. He momentarily set aside the gruesome case at Shanghai University and shifted his focus to the current case that was on the verge of being solved, continuing, Principal Chu, I must earnestly inform you that it is time to cease the forced concealment of clues and information. Do not harbor the illusion that you can shoulder this case alone. Just now, our team meticulously examined the criminal files from surrounding provinces and cities and uncovered a revelation you may find quite difficult to accept. Thus, any member of this drug trafficking organization who fails their assessment will be dealt with by various means. In other words, once critical information about a case is exposed, and the possibility of police investigation arises, they are no longer considered comrades, but rather a liability that must be eliminated. After all, only the deceased can ensure that the organization's internal information remains concealed. Therefore, if you wish to save your son, you must immediately disclose his location to us. Time is of the essence in this race against those desperate individuals. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Chu Wenbiao paused momentarily, then revealed a forced smile and shook his head. Director Lin, please refrain from employing such simplistic interrogation tactics to deceive me. During this period, I have also researched numerous laws and related cases. I am fully aware that Xiaoping's actions are exceedingly reprehensible. The victim was a minor student, and the amount of drugs involved has already reached the maximum sentencing threshold. Even with a confession or acts of merit, there remains no possibility of a suspended sentence. This is the law of our nation. So, at this point, Chu Wenbiao tilted his head towards the ceiling. A grimace more sorrowful than a cry emerged on his face, and he closed his eyes, rasping. It is better for him to be captured and meet his fate. I would prefer to believe that those elusive members of the organization, who have evaded capture until now, might assist him in evading arrest due to the intricacy and near success of this crime. After all, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival, does there not? Chapter 70. The sculptor determining the murderer's hiding place and initiating action. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian was momentarily rendered speechless, caught off guard. He never anticipated that Chu Wenbiao, the principal of Shud Middle School and an intellectual, would express a willingness to place his faith in the criminal rather than in the cooperative efforts of the police. However, upon further reflection, Lin Tian began to comprehend Chu Wenbiao's choice, as it appeared somewhat rational when viewed from a father's perspective. Indeed, as Chu Wenbiao had articulated, given Chu Pengfei's actions, capturing him would likely culminate in a mere trivial consequence. To harbor hope in the criminal, while seemingly radical and extreme, was in fact the only opportunity available. Yet, considering the operational style of this vast drug trafficking organization, such a gamble was destined to end in failure, potentially leading to his son departing this world prematurely. Su Changsheng, on the other hand, found Chu Wenbiao's attitude intolerable. The utter disregard and willingness to forsake everything was, in fact, more tormenting than interrogating a frail dog. Inciting a surge of anger within him, with a forceful slap on the table, he exclaimed, Chu Wenbiao, this is not merely an endeavor to assist your son, it is, Indeed, an endeavor to aid you as well. Do you comprehend? Do you truly believe that the perpetrators capable of such heinous crimes would concern themselves with your son, a mere failure who has not even passed his assessments? Allow me to be candid with you. If you do not wish to witness your son's lifeless body in the coming days, you must urgently disclose his whereabouts to us. Otherwise, before Su Changsheng could complete his statement, Lin Tian observed that Chu Wenbiao remained with his head bowed, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the situation. He then waved his hand, interrupting Su Changsheng's ensuing remarks, and shook his head. Ah Sheng, there is no need to continue. He has already resigned himself to his fate. Perhaps only upon witnessing the corpse will he regret not having revealed the truth sooner. We must rely on our own intellect to contemplate where Chu Pengfei might be hiding, and then utilize surveillance to verify our findings. We must locate Chu Pengfei before they act. For this case is not the sole concern. Chu Pengfei is a pivotal figure in dismantling this vast drug trafficking organization, and we must ensure his safety at all costs. In that moment, the interrogation room fell into a profound silence. Lin Tian inhaled the lingering scent of tobacco on his fingers, contemplating the possible locations of Chu Pengfei, while Su Changsheng typed away on his laptop, reviewing recent hotel check-in records. Su Ming, too, reclined comfortably in his chair, his eyes half closed, tapping his right index finger against his left hand, endeavoring to adopt Chu Pengfei's perspective in his thoughts. If he were Chu Pengfei, due to the unique nature of the case, as well as the approach taken by Chu Wenbiao in directly assuming responsibility for it, prior communication was undoubtedly established. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude that he is aware of his father's apprehension by the police, especially since the incident unfolded publicly before the media without any deliberate attempt to conceal it. There exists a possibility that Chu Wenbiao intentionally arranged for a media interview at that particular moment, aiming to inform Chu Pengfei about his father's situation, despite Su Changsheng's warning. It is inevitable that the media would mention Chu Wenbiao's arrest online to garner attention. This suggests that Chu Pengfei is likely not present at school. If he were, the news of Chu Wenbiao's immediate arrest would certainly have reached him swiftly. Furthermore, if Chu Pengfei had been at school during this period, he would probably recall the timings of the eye exercises, rather than hearing them during a call with Shougo. This indicates that Chu Pengfei might have only visited the school occasionally for essential discussions with Chu Wenbiao, thus coincidentally catching the sound of the eye exercises. The school can largely be ruled out as a location. Additionally, Chu Wenbiao had previously sold his house and was residing at the school, making it unlikely for him to be at home. Hotels, which require real name registration, are also improbable options. Consequently, the choices for potential locations are significantly limited. They must be sufficiently discreet and difficult to detect, and based on the previous transactions between Chu Pengfei and Shougo, which took place in Shengtian village, it is evident that he is a person who values a sense of security. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this place, which he was exceedingly familiar with. As for why Chu Pengfei was acquainted with Shengtian village, it was because Chu Wenbiao and his wife, engrossed in their work, had no time to care for Chu Pengfei, leaving him in the care of his grandparents. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, recalling a crucial detail. Chu Pengfei's grandparents had passed away several years ago. Yet the old house remained in Shengtian village and had not been demolished. The most critical point was that Chu Pengfei had been residing in that old house during this time, which made his dealings with the thin dog remarkably effortless. Otherwise, he would have to resort to violence to pass the drug trafficking organization as scrutiny, and he would certainly be wary of appearing frequently in public. Choosing the secluded Shengtian village as the trading location resolved this dilemma. Moreover, since Shengtian village had largely been abandoned, with very few residents, it served as an excellent hideout. Within Shengtian village, the only place Chu Pengfei could go was the old house left by his grandparents. However, Shengtian village had virtually no surveillance, necessitating precise verification. Without a trace of hesitation, Su Ming swiftly straightened his posture, although he gazed in the direction of Lin Tian and Su Changsheng. His peripheral vision remained fixed on Chu Wenbiao's expression as he feigned excitement, exclaiming, "Director Lin, Brother Sheng, I have ascertained Chu Pengfei's whereabouts." The moment these words left his lips, Lin Tian and Su Changsheng halted their thoughts and actions, turning their attention to Su Ming while simultaneously casting sidelong glances at Chu Wenbiao. It is evident that the previously silent and downcast Chu Wenbiao has subtly raised his head, attentively listening to the unfolding discourse. Su Ming, without any pretense or elaborate setup, directly asserted in a decisive tone, "Chu Pengfei is currently hiding in the old house of Shengtian village left by his grandparents." As the words hung in the air, Lin Tian and Su Changsheng were momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Suddenly, with a forceful thud, Chu Wenbiao's fist struck the table of the interrogation chair, his face paling to a ghastly hue, and an unmistakable terror flickered in his eyes. In that instant, there was no need to examine the surveillance footage. Chu Wenbiao's expression and demeanor spoke volumes. Without hesitation, Lin Tian rose to his feet, his gaze sharp and resolute, declaring, "Dispatch. Immediately proceed to Shengtian village and instruct the surrounding officers to assist in sealing off the area." Meanwhile, at the entrance of an aging residential community known as Happy Home, a young man clad in loose-fitting athletic attire, sporting a headband, and exuding vitality, emerged from the complex. He carried a black backpack with 2 badminton rackets protruding from it, his expression devoid of emotion and his gaze unwavering. He paid no attention to the middle-aged man at the noodle shop or the bustling delivery worker. Only after traversing 2 streets did he disdainfully remove his headband, the semblance of vitality fading away, leaving behind a somewhat morbid sense of despondency. He took out his phone, already equipped with a new SIM card, and sent a simple text to the number etched deeply in his memory. After waiting for another 15 seconds, I had reached the main road. Should I take the side path to pick someone up? Just a few moments later, I received a similarly concise response. The sculptor has found a doctor. There is no need for concern. Return to Suzhou early. Upon reading this message, the young man stretched languidly and hailed a taxi, comfortably settling into the back seat. To the automobile station in Shanghai, please. As the taxi whisked the young man away from the old district, a thin woman, known as the dog's wife, heard the incessant barking of a dog. Peering through the peephole of her security door, she scrutinized her surroundings and, upon confirming that no one was lurking, she gradually opened the door. To her surprise, she discovered a Shiba Inu tethered to the railing at her doorstep, wagging its tail in a friendly manner. Just as the woman pondered the unexpected presence of the Shiba Inu, her 3-year-old daughter bounded out, and upon seeing the adorable dog, she clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed, "Doggy, doggy, let's take care of this dog." Chapter 71. Inviting the police to witness Chu Pengfei's confession amidst the audacious drug trafficking organization. As the little girl extended her arms, eager to embrace the Shiba Inu, the thin woman was momentarily taken aback, recalling a conversation from 2 months prior when her husband had uttered a particular phrase to her. Should he inadvertently find himself apprehended by the police in the future, or if peculiar strangers appear at his doorstep, or if any strange occurrences manifest, it is imperative to remain vigilant and not to place trust too readily. If a decision proves elusive, simply dial the police hotline. Neither you nor your daughter have committed any wrongdoing, and the authorities will not cause you distress, but rather will exert their utmost effort to ensure your protection. With this thought in mind, the anxious mother swiftly gathered her 3-year-old daughter, who had reached out toward the Shiba Inu, pulling her back a few steps to distance themselves from the dog. She then retrieved her phone from her pocket and made the call. As the 2 beeps signaled the connection, the call was answered. Biting her lower lip, the mother spoke softly, tinged with an indescribable tension. "Hello, is this 110? Meanwhile, several police vehicles departed in succession from the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. Their destination the remote village of Shitian, where they intended to apprehend Chu Pengfei. Upon receiving the order for assistance, the local law enforcement promptly sealed off all major exits of Shangtian village and positioned themselves near the old house to prevent Chu Pengfei from evading capture in desperation. However, due to the alleys obstructing access to the house and the uncertainty surrounding whether Chu Pengfei, now entangled with a large drug trafficking organization, might be in possession of a firearm or other dangerous items, they opted against a direct breach. Instead, they maintained a state of vigilant watch, awaiting the arrival of fully armed special police to manage the situation. After all, during the interrogation of the lean dog, it was revealed that a member of the drug trafficking organization in Suzhou City routinely carried a handgun and a certain specialized poison. Therefore, one must not act recklessly and blindly in situations where choices are available, as it may lead to unnecessary sacrifices and place comrades in peril. At this moment, the sound of sirens echoed along the highway. Su Changsheng, showcasing his expertise as a seasoned driver, pressed the accelerator with fervor while deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, racing towards their destination. Simultaneously, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, who sat in the passenger seat, deep in thought with a furrowed brow, and with a gentle smile asked, "Master, what occupies your mind?" To be honest, I never anticipated that from this incident of a fall, we could unearth clues related to the gruesome case from 513 at the Magic City University. This is indeed splendid news, at the very least. Your unwavering dedication over the past 2 decades has not been in vain. There remains a chance to personally bring that vicious and cunning murderer to justice in court. As Lin Tian's disciple, Su Changxing was well aware that the case from Magic City University had been a lingering burden for Lin Tian for the past 20 years. The emergence of clues, coupled with the possibility that the perpetrator is still alive, undoubtedly constituted the most promising news. However, Lin Tian did not share Su Changxing's optimism. He continued to frown and shook his head, stating, "Indeed, it can be considered good news, but its value in solving the case is virtually negligible. Moreover, it involves a vast drug trafficking organization, Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to it as a syndicate. To unravel the 513 dismemberment case, or to expose the roots of this extensive drug cartel, we must rely on the lead provided by Chu Pengfei. Though he has yet to pass the assessment, Chu Pengfei's understanding of that organization undoubtedly surpasses our expectations. Therefore, I am now deeply concerned. What if it is already too late for us to rush over? What if this lead has long been severed by other members of the drug trafficking organization? After all, the previously exposed members who failed the assessment were all dealt with covertly, which is why that vast drug syndicate remained undiscovered until today. At this point, Lin Tian furrowed his brow, clearly more worried as he continued. No, we must ascertain as soon as possible whether Chu Pengfei is still in that old house. If he is, we need to determine whether he is in any danger. If we can confirm these matters even a second sooner, it could enhance the likelihood of thoroughly solving these cases. In that moment, Lin Tian turned to Su Changsheng, who was driving, and suddenly issued a decisive command. Sheng, immediately contact the chief of police and officers currently in Xingtian village. Ensure they, while safeguarding their own safety, seek an opportunity to either break down the door or employ alternative means to ascertain Chu Pengfei's current state and safety. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I fear other complications may arise. For 20 years, from a mere intern fresh out of the police academy to the current chief of the criminal investigation team, Lin Tian's experience in handling and solving cases is beyond reproach, and his instincts are at the pinnacle of his career. Thus, it became imperative to ascertain the current state of Chu Pengfei without delay, as it was of utmost importance. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Changsheng exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He promptly donned a specialized miniature earpiece and commenced communication. Lin Tian then cast a glance at Su Ming, who was seated in the back row. Furrowing his brow as he inquired softly, Xiao Ming, you previously reviewed the case files. Do you recall when it was that we first discovered the sale of high-purity heroin during the anti-drug operations across various regions of Longhua? 5 years ago. There was no need for deliberate recollection. Su Ming's exceptional memory allowed him to respond immediately to Lin Tian's query. He continued, in those case files. It all began in Luzhou 5 years ago, with a gradual emergence of various high-purity narcotics. Upon receiving this response, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes with an intense gaze, then spoke with a hint of confusion. 5 years ago? This implies that the drug trafficking organization was likely established around that time. Furthermore, the unresolved cases in other cities also surfaced during this period, suggesting the time gap is not particularly extensive. However, the 513 dismemberment case has transpired over 2 decades ago. Why, then, is it still recorded on that so-called website? Moreover, prior to Chu Pengfei's emergence, there were no instances of high-purity drug sales in Modu, as if someone deliberately forsook such a vast market. Does this not indicate that the perpetrator of the 513 dismemberment case is no longer present in Modu? Or perhaps, the perpetrator of the May 13th dismemberment case is none other than the founder of this drug trafficking organization? This would explain the presence of information solely within the dark web. Before Lin Tian could finish his thought, Su Changsheng abruptly pulled over, slamming on the brakes. He pressed the tiny earpiece nestled in his ear, his expression turning serious as he inquired, What? Are you certain? You can confirm there are signs of life. Yet the individual is absent? Upon hearing this question, both Su Ming and Lin Tian's expressions grew increasingly grave, for they had surmised that Chu Pengfei was no longer at the ancestral home in Xingtian village, and it was highly likely he had been apprehended by the drug organization or perhaps completely eliminated. If this were indeed the case, their leads would once again be severed. At that moment, Lin Tian's phone erupted into a frantic ring. After glancing at the caller ID with a hint of confusion, he answered without uttering a word, simply listening intently to the voice on the other end. His demeanor became progressively more serious as he replied coldly, Understood. I will head there immediately. After hanging up, he cast a glance at Su Ming and Su Changsheng, his concealed fury apparent as he stated, Just now, our Huaihai team received a peculiar emergency call from abroad. The caller specifically requested that the operator inform me not to waste any more time at the old house, but to proceed directly to the Magic City Holiday Hotel within the Fanawild theme park and witness Chu Pengfei's confession with my own eyes. Chapter 72, The Poisonous Shiba Inu and the Evermore Terrifying Drug Trafficking Organization. Provocation. This is a direct challenge from that drug syndicate. Over the years, Lin Tian has encountered numerous criminal organizations that operated in gangs. He has witnessed desperate individuals resorting to eliminating exposed members to cover their tracks. Yet, never has there been a criminal organization so audacious. They dared to directly call the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, specifically naming individuals, demanding they cease their inquiries at the old house and instead attend to the so-called confession of Chu Pengfei. It requires no further contemplation. This so-called confession is likely a cold-blooded execution for Chu Pengfei's failure in the assessment, necessitating his expulsion from the organization. Or perhaps, They intentionally called to request the police retrieve Chu Pingfei's lifeless body. The arrogance and provocation contained within this act are glaringly evident, demonstrating a blatant contempt for the law. Upon learning that Chu Pingfei was not at the old house, several speeding police vehicles immediately altered their course towards the location of Wild Adventure. Simultaneously, they dispatched local law enforcement officers to assist. While the officers at the old house in Shangtian village did not come in vain, they could assist in searching the premises for any significant clues. However, within the police vehicles, an unprecedented silence prevailed. Lin Tian sat with his eyes closed, leaning against the seat in contemplative silence. Yet the tension coursing through the throbbing veins at his temples betrayed the fury within. In the back seat, Su Ming furrowed his brow, reflecting on whether any clues had been overlooked. Su Changxing gazed resolutely ahead. Yet his hands clutched the steering wheel with such fervor that the veins beneath his skin were distinctly visible. After several minutes, he could no longer contain his frustration and pounded the steering wheel, exclaiming, "Damn it. There is definitely something amiss." It has barely been 8 hours since the police were dispatched to the Shud middle school suicide case, and yet, the complexity of this situation has escalated to an unbelievable extent. How can we possibly uncover the true masterminds and the vast organization behind this in such a short span of time? Moreover, why do the other members of this drug trafficking syndicate seem to possess knowledge of our progress, even anticipating our every move, as if they are privy to our plans or monitoring our actions? At this juncture, Su paused for a brief moment, a glimmer of indignation flickering in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. This is exceedingly peculiar. I am gravely suspicious that there may be internal issues at play, with someone leaking information to them. Otherwise, before Su could finish his thought, Lin Tian abruptly opened his eyes and decisively interrupted. "Ah Sheng, enough. This is not a matter for us to deliberate. Remember, every individual within the public security system is a comrade, united in our mission to thrust our blades outward, determined to eradicate this colossal drug trafficking organization. Do not allow these petty provocations and displays to sway you." Reflecting deeply, one wonders where the drug trafficking organization might have discerned our investigative progress. Could it have been during the apprehension of Chu Wenbiao that they surmised our actions? Before Su Ming and Su Changxing could respond, Lin Tian shook his head, promptly refuting this hypothesis. That scenario seems implausible, given the vigilance and meticulous nature of such a vast drug syndicate. It is inconceivable that Chu Pingfei would divulge the organization's affairs to another. Hence, Chu Wenbiao's awareness of certain information is solely attributed to Chu Pingfei's clandestine disclosure while soliciting assistance in locating his mind control target. Thus, even if Chu Wenbiao were to be captured and returned to the police department, it should not provoke such a significant backlash. The crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Shogo. Su Ming, seated in the rear, concluded his contemplation and straightened his posture, speaking with a serious and assertive tone. The issue likely resides with Shogo's wife and daughter. Although the recent phone call explicitly demanding us to recover a corpse appeared audacious, in truth, the operational style of this drug trafficking organization has been exceedingly cautious and prudent. Therefore, I harbor strong suspicions that in the days leading up to Shogo's capture, the organization deployed operatives to infiltrate and conceal themselves among his family, not only to eliminate witnesses, but also to ascertain the latest developments in the case. Once the members of the clandestine surveillance organization discern that individuals from our ranks have emerged near the neighborhood where Shogo's family resides, it likely signifies that Shogo has divulged all pertinent information. They would unhesitatingly abandon Chu Pingfei and handle the situation as a failure in assessment, thereby severing this lead entirely. Therefore, regardless of whether we ultimately unearth this matter, Chu Pingfei is destined to be resolved directly. After articulating these sentiments, Su Ming found himself enveloped in an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Initially, he had arranged for plainclothes officers to protect and monitor Shogo's family, harboring hopes of capturing other members of this organization through serendipity. However, rather than waiting for a fortuitous opportunity, they inadvertently alarmed the snake, prompting this cautious drug trafficking organization to preemptively decide to forsake Chu Pingfei, entirely extinguishing this lead. This clearly illustrates that the members of this drug trafficking organization are far from ordinary. Their formidable counter-surveillance capabilities indicate that previous escapes from pursuit were certainly not mere coincidence. It appears there has been a significant underestimation of the drug trafficking organization members and an overestimation of other law enforcement officers. Upon hearing Su Ming's remarks, Su Changxing momentarily paused, then promptly dialed Old Shin's number, activating the speakerphone. As soon as the call connected, he inquired, "Old Shin, what is the situation? Has there been anything unusual with Shogo's wife and daughter?" After a brief pause, a voice filled with mild surprise emanated from the other end of the line. "Oh, what a coincidence. Old Su, I was just about to call you when you reached out to me first. Moments ago, The wife of the thin dog suddenly reported to the police, stating that a Shiba Inu had inexplicably been tied to the railing outside their home. And due to safety concerns, she dared not approach it. Upon hearing this news, Achi and I immediately rushed over. After a meticulous examination, we discovered that several delicate liquid spheres, encased in thin rubber, were affixed to the back of the Shiba Inu's collar. They appeared exceedingly fragile, and it seemed likely that a mere embrace of the dog would cause them to burst. We have removed all of these spheres, and currently, we are escorting the thin dog's family along with the Shiba Inu back to the police station. Although the spheres have yet to be tested by forensic expert Shin, based on my experience, they are likely filled with the highly toxic substance potassium cyanide. However, the method of attempted murder is rather lackluster. Had they been just a tad more vigilant? At that moment, old Shin suddenly had a realization, and a loud thump resounded through the phone as he smote his thigh in frustration. Wait a moment. Could it be that Achi and I were discovered by members of the drug trafficking organization laying in wait? Is that why they hastily used this Shiba Inu as a test, and then swiftly vacated the neighborhood? Wouldn't that alert the entire group? Su Changsheng, feeling somewhat helpless, slapped the steering wheel and then shook his head, concluding the conversation. All right, enough with the thigh slapping. Let's first take the thin dog's wife and daughter back to the police station. We'll discuss the specifics in detail once Lin, Xiaoming, and I return to the squad. After Su Changsheng hung up the phone, Su Ming comfortably settled into the back seat, gently stroking his fingers as he spoke softly. It seems that the previous judgment can be confirmed with an 80% certainty. Once the thin dog was apprehended, a member of the drug trafficking organization from Gusa City had already been lying in wait in our city. However, it is regrettable. Though Su Ming did not specify what was regrettable, both Lin Tian and Su Changsheng were acutely aware of the implications. They lamented not only the failure to capture this criminal organization member at such a close range, but also the exposure of their identities, which has significantly complicated the operation to apprehend Chu Pengfei. Perhaps it is no longer appropriate to call it an arrest. Retrieving a body might be a more accurate description. After all, no one anticipated that this drug trafficking member, lurking near the thin dog's family, would possess such formidable counter-surveillance capabilities. Yet, Su Ming was absolutely certain that had he been in plain clothes, monitoring and safeguarding the thin dog's family, he would have undoubtedly been able to unearth this organization member who had traveled all the way from Gusu. This is not mere arrogance. It is a reflection of experience gained through hardship. Lin Tian also let out a quiet sigh, with thoughts of smoking to relieve his worries surging within him. Yet he suppressed them all, calmly indicating like an anchor in a stormy sea. Although this minor oversight has rendered the case's progression somewhat unsatisfactory, we have also uncovered another lead. If the path of Chu Pengfei proves futile, then we must directly pursue the organization member from Suzhou. I harbor grave suspicions. The individual currently restricting Chu Pengfei's personal freedom, or possibly having already taken his life, is likely the same member from Suzhou. This colossal drug trafficking organization is indeed the most formidable I have ever encountered. Before Lin Tian could finish his thought, the phone in his pocket rang with an urgent tone. Having received a previous call, he had become exceedingly alert, promptly answering the phone and, like Su Changsheng moments before, activating the speaker. Almost immediately, a voice filled with a hint of panic and urgency resonated from within the police car. Chief Lin, the suspect you are after, Chu Pengfei, is currently standing on the ledge of the balcony of the top-floor room at the Magic City Holiday Hotel. It appears he is about to jump. In that instant, there was no need for Lin Tian to utter a word. Su Changsheng pressed the accelerator to the floor, showcasing the finest driving skills in the entire Huaihai criminal investigation team, second only to Su Ming. The Magic City Holiday Hotel stands as one of the few upscale establishments in the Huaihai district. Nestled within the Fantawild adventure world, it enjoys a steady flow of guests, with many tourists opting to stay overnight. Rising to a height of 19 stories, the top floor boasts the most luxurious suites, featuring extravagant yet impractical amenities such as a balcony pool. At this moment, a multitude of visitors and staff at Fantawild Adventure Park gazed upward towards the rooftop of the Holiday Inn in Shanghai. Their attention was drawn to a young man, approximately 25 years old, clad in a white lab coat and wearing glasses. At that moment, he stood precariously on the edge of the balcony pool, overlooking the hard, cold, dark gray concrete below. Undoubtedly, this was Chu Pengfei, the mastermind behind the Blue Whale game murder case, having clandestinely returned to the country. A perimeter of yellow caution tape encircled the area beneath him, extending for several dozen meters, entirely prohibiting anyone from approaching to avoid the risk of being struck. Meanwhile, numerous security officers, including the station chief, stood below, brandishing loudspeakers, imploring Chu Pengfei not to act recklessly. They reminded him that life, in his 20s, was just beginning and urged him not to take the path of no return. Given the considerable height of the 19th floor, the impact from a free fall would be unimaginably severe, rendering the placement of inflatable safety mats unnecessary. Moreover, the remote location of Faniwild Adventure Park would delay the arrival of such equipment. Thus, should he leap, survival would be virtually impossible. Ending up as a mere splatter on the ground would be considered fortunate. Despite the persistent shouts from the station chief below, Chu Pengfei exhibited no response. He remained with his head held high, unwilling to glance down. His legs trembled uncontrollably. One hand clutched the balcony edge while the other grasped his phone. His voice rising in fearful desperation. I haven't been discovered at all. Utilizing the blue whale for mind control crime surely won't lead the police to find me. Why do they claim I failed the assessment? Even if discovered by the police, my father would undoubtedly shield me from blame. He would never expose me. Sculptor, dear sculptor, please speak with Boss K on my behalf. Grant me another chance. A chance? Haven't you already been afforded one? The raspy, frenzied voice of a middle-aged man echoed in Chu Pengfei's ear through the phone. Allowing you to participate in the evaluation is, in itself, a chance, is it not? What more do you seek? To survive. I simply wish to survive. Before Chu Pengfei could finish his plea, the sculptor interrupted him with a tone that was icy and resolute. Listen, do not become agitated. If you accidentally disconnect the call, I shall promptly activate the bomb's remote. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Chu Pengfei instinctively turned to glance at the remote bomb, which was blinking ominously at his lower back, emitting a persistent beeping sound. Fear and trepidation filled his eyes as he hastily resumed his supplication over the phone. I have done as you instructed, transferring that video to my laptop and placing it in the most conspicuous spot in my room. Why can you not let me go? Indeed, you are the one I admire most within the organization, dear sculptor. Please, spare me, I implore you. I assure you, I will not reveal a single piece of information about the organization. Grant me a chance to speak with Boss K. He previously asserted that I would undoubtedly become a criminal prodigy in the future, and he will surely. Yet again, Chu Pengfei's words were cut short. The sculptor's voice, marked by impatience, interrupted abruptly. Doctor, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your situation? Your fate lies firmly in my hands, not K's. It has been 2 decades. You have rekindled my interest in creating unique works. Do you believe there is still a chance? Moreover, fear not. I have administered several doses of painkillers and heroin. When the moment comes, you will feel no pain. Recall the instructions you shared in your post. Something about guiding 2 female students to leap freely from a height. You must adopt that very posture. That is the essence of repentance. Do you understand? Only in this manner will you become my finest piece. Oh, and do not resist. Do not act recklessly and jump without my command. Your old man is still alive, and there may yet be an opportunity for him. I doubt you wish for him to suffer, to be treated like the unfortunate soul in the video I sent you. Boiled and sliced on his first day out. With that, the sculptor paused for a brief 2 seconds, adopting a tone of casual reassurance. Just wait patiently. Do not hang up. Having administered such a considerable amount of medication, there is no doubt that the pain will be alleviated, and above all, one must not rush. Our most esteemed audience has yet to arrive. Should this remarkable piece be unveiled prematurely, I would be quite displeased. Chapter 74. The Enraged and Frantic Sculptor. Cursed be it, the flawless creation has been destroyed. A pure madman. This is the epithet attributed to the enigmatic figure known only as K, a member of the organization referred to as the sculptor. It is evident just how uncontrollable and deranged this so-called sculptor truly is. At this moment, under Su Chanshan's furious speeding, the time that should have been spent has been reduced by half. The wailing sirens have already reached Faniwild. Within a cabin of the colossal Ferris wheel, dubbed the Eye of Magic City, a rather slender, unremarkable middle-aged man, clutching a sketchpad, becomes alert upon hearing the sirens. Squinting towards the direction of the Magic City Holiday Hotel, he observes several police cars arriving, and an expression of excitement and exhilaration spreads across his face. However, due to the considerable distance, he cannot see clearly. Thus, this middle-aged gentleman takes up his phone, which is engaged in a conversation, with the contact simply labeled as Doctor. He promptly switches to the camera mode, enlarging the image on the screen significantly, and upon spotting Lin Tian and the others, his eyes widen in thrilled astonishment as he exclaims, "They've arrived, Doctor. Our most significant audience has arrived for this exhibition. Are you prepared? Remember, it's essential to adopt the carefree posture you described in your post, leaping backwards without a care. Understand? Rest assured, it truly won't hurt. I have experienced those delightful sensations myself, and once immersed, one feels an overwhelming comfort, even an influx of inspiration. You needn't worry about pain. Just leap freely when the time comes." The sculptor, Chu Pengfei, spoke with a voice thick with desperation and sobs, pleading once more, "Please, grant me another chance. I assure you, I will not utter a single word. I truly want to say anything to them. We are brothers within our organization. Why must it come to this? Did not Chief K express his confidence in me?" However, the The sculptor paid little heed to Chu Pengfei's frantic pleas, for his attention was entirely captivated by the police vehicles that had just arrived. At that moment, the sirens blared as the police cars approached the Holiday Hotel in the bustling metropolis without any hesitation. Even before the vehicles had come to a complete stop, Lin Tian promptly opened the door and stepped out, directing his gaze toward the local police chief holding a megaphone, inquiring, "What is the current situation? Is the emotional state of the suspect stable?" The police chief responded without a moment's delay. "We have deployed numerous officers, stationed in both adjacent rooms and on the rooftop, and the fire department has also arrived to provide support. Currently, the suspect appears to be in a relatively stable emotional state, exhibiting no signs of impulsively attempting to leap from the edge. He seems to be engaged in communication with family or relatives over the phone. Moreover, his other hand clings tightly to the ledge. I personally sense that his intention may not be to jump. Perhaps he is merely utilizing this tactic to negotiate a promise of leniency or something similar." Lin Tian gazed up at the top floor of the hotel, receiving the loudspeaker from the station chief with a serious expression as he explained, "It is not a matter of seeking leniency, nor is it about conversing with family. Rather, he is likely being threatened by someone, and the so-called phone calls may have been orchestrated by that individual to monitor his movements." Fixating on Chu Pengfei on the balcony, Lin Tian pondered for a few seconds, tested the loudspeaker to ensure it was functioning properly, and then immediately called out, "Chu Pengfei, I am Lin Tian from the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. Regardless of what you have done, do not choose to abandon hope at this moment. Remember, there is always room for maneuver, and we, the police, will do our utmost to assist you. Stay calm. What you need most right now is composure." After uttering these words, Lin Tian noticed that even with such an appeal, Chu Pengfei did not lower his phone or shift his focus elsewhere. He continued to speak into the device, visibly becoming more agitated and on the verge of collapse, even shaking his head repeatedly. At this moment, the seasoned Lin Tian immediately discerned that the individual on the other end of the line, a member of the drug trafficking organization, was currently surveilling and coercing Chu Pengfei, likely having issued an ultimatum. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly turned to the chief of the local police station and promptly issued orders, instructing the concealed operatives nearby to prepare for action, as it might become necessary to employ forceful measures to subdue the suspect. Otherwise, the situation could escalate at any moment. It was evident that as long as Chu Pengfei remained alive, efforts must be made to safeguard his life. After all, a living Chu Pengfei held the most value. At that moment, atop the Ferris wheel, the sculptor, listening to Lin Tian's urgent words through his phone, wore a sardonic and mocking smile. He then commanded without hesitation, "All right. Doctor, it seems the time is ripe. Those who ought to witness this creation have now arrived. Let us proceed. Position yourself correctly. I trust one need not reiterate the stance. It must be that of a seemingly effortless fall, reminiscent of a suicide, to constitute the finest piece. Do you understand? Now, commence." Such chilling words escaped the sculptor's lips with an unsettling calmness, as though he were merely crushing an ant. "Please, don't do this. Grant me one more chance, just one more opportunity. I assure you, I can, unlike before." At this moment, Chu Pengfei's pleas for mercy have thoroughly exasperated the sculptor, who coldly threatens, "Doctor, this is no longer merely your confession. It has become my second creation over the past 2 decades. Do not compel me to activate the remote detonator strapped to your back. If that occurs, not only will the pain be excruciating, but your father will also become the third piece in my collection. Furthermore, the most critical aspect is, here." The sculptor's voice escalates to a thunderous roar. "It will ruin the brilliance of my current masterpiece. You have 5 seconds, only 5 seconds, to prepare yourself for a perfect descent, transforming into a blue whale to embrace rebirth. Otherwise, I shall assist you in achieving an undignified confession." These words send Chu Pengfei into a frantic plea for mercy, the remote bomb on his back beeping ominously. Yet the sculptor remains unfazed, reciting a countdown reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. 5, 4, 3. Just as he reaches the penultimate number, he suddenly notices, from the cabin of the Ferris wheel, the firefighters and police, secured with safety harnesses, approaching the hotel rooftop where Chu Pengfei stands. The sculptor, who had maintained a relaxed demeanor, is now visibly agitated, cursing, "Damn it. Truly damn it." In the next moment, the sculptor swiftly seized the remote control placed beside him and pressed the button without a moment's hesitation. A loud explosion resonated, though not particularly powerful. Yet the shockwave caused Chu Pengfei, who was precariously perched at the edge, to plummet from the heights in a contorted struggle. 3 seconds later, a heavy thud echoed, reverberating through the surroundings, accompanied by the gasps and screams of onlookers gathered beyond the cordon, plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, the sculptor, expressionless within the cabin of the Ferris wheel, retrieved his phone once more, directing it towards Chu Pengfei's descent, zooming in relentlessly. Upon witnessing the gruesome aftermath, he suddenly stood, smashing his phone onto the ground, pacing anxiously with his hands on his hips, seething with fury as he muttered to himself, "Damn it! How could this happen? My once flawless masterpiece has been ruined." Chapter 75. The video left behind by Chu Pengfei. The bloodied head held in hands the sudden explosion, and the sight of Chu Pengfei being thrust downwards incited immediate turmoil among the onlookers beyond the cordon, adept at reveling in the spectacle. However, those within the barrier, criminal investigators, police officers, and firefighters, only displayed a fleeting moment of reaction at the moment of the blast before proceeding with organized efficiency. The precinct chief hastily summoned the standby paramedics, exclaiming, "Doctors, come quickly." Yet, this was merely a formality. From the 19th floor, one plummets to the ground without obstruction. Setting aside the question of survival, one can only hope to avoid becoming a mere splatter upon impact. However, the current unrest among the populace, along with the media reporters who are swiftly arriving, cannot be disregarded. Thus, a semblance of rescue must be attempted, albeit with reluctance. At this moment, several doctors advance, wielding an array of instruments. Yet, even in the absence of a fall, the grotesque explosion wounds on the back and abdomen of Chu Pengfei render any hope of survival utterly bleak. Lin Tian stands frozen, observing the blood that spills forth, coalescing into a small stream. Though he remains silent, his tightly clenched fists, veins bulging, betray the profound rage simmering beneath his composed exterior. To the ordinary citizens and reporters, this incident may merely appear as a straightforward case of guilt-ridden suicide, unworthy of significant attention. Yet, to Lin Tian, this is far from a mere act of despair. The frantic phone calls, the resolute grip on the balcony's edge, and ultimately being thrust down by the shockwave of an explosion all signify an unprecedented provocation. No criminal organization has ever dared to exhibit such audacity within the borders of Longhua. Setting aside the drug trafficking, the audacity to contact the Criminal Investigation Unit, specifying the need for police to collect a body, and ultimately employing prohibited explosives, reveals the extent of this formidable drug syndicate's arrogance, an affront that far surpasses Lin Tian's imagination. Moreover, the fact that the true perpetrator of the infamous 5/13 dismemberment case, which occurred 2 decades prior, is also concealed within this drug organization intensifies Lin Tian's resolve to eradicate this malignant root from existence. With a heavy sigh, he exhaled a breath of frustration. Glancing at Wang Hu and Su Changsheng beside him, he gestured, "Xiaoming, Ah Shang. Let us proceed to the room where Chu Pengfei plunged from the building and see if we can uncover any clues. We will return here to take over once the medical team issues the death report." Time is of the essence. The trio, armed with a universal hotel key card, made their way seamlessly to the opulent suite booked by Chu Pengfei. Indeed, the suite was not reserved by anyone else. It was Chu Pengfei himself who, just an hour prior, had reserved it using his own identification without any attempt at concealment. Upon reaching the suite's door, Su Changsheng lightly tapped the card against the lock and pushed the door open. According to the hotel staff, Chu Pengfei had arrived alone, without any companions, and had been continuously engaged on a phone call. Now, all they could do was hope that Chu Pengfei had left behind some trace of evidence. I believe that if one is driven to the edge by such an organization, even the most timid and cowardly might entertain the notion of dragging everyone down with them, he speculated. Standing nearby, Lin Tian approached as well. Observing the suite, devoid of any signs of struggle or habitation, he surmised that Chu Pengfei must have been coerced to the balcony's edge upon his arrival. With a resigned shake of his head, he implied, "Even if one harbors such thoughts, it does not guarantee an opportunity to act upon them. Due to that small bomb, it is highly likely that it has long been affixed to Chu Pengfei. Should there be any sign of disturbance, the members of the organization responsible for resolving this matter would undoubtedly press the remote button without hesitation." Coerced by the threat of death, Chu Pengfei, despite possessing an indomitable will to survive, found himself precariously perched on the edge of the balcony, unable to move inward even a single step. Alternatively, it could be posited that this organization has long possessed the means to discreetly eliminate Chu Pengfei without causing such a significant uproar. Yet, to provoke our police force, they opted for such brazen tactics. In contrast to Lin Tian and Su Changsheng, Su Ming's line of reasoning appeared markedly distinct. Reflecting on the earlier scene of Chu Pengfei's fall, the fate of the emaciated dog's wife and the woman, along with the organization's historical modus operandi, he furrowed his brow in contemplation and spoke softly. "Director Lin, Brother Sheng, I have a bold hypothesis. Could it be that, prior to this incident in the Magic City, there were 2 additional members of the drug trafficking organization alongside Chu Pengfei? For if there were only one criminal involved, although one might deduce from a series of events that by surveilling the emaciated dog's wife and daughter, discovering the presence of plainclothes officers Lao Chen and Achi, and subsequently controlling Chu Pengfei, the timeline could indeed accommodate this conclusion. However, The disparity in operational style seems excessively pronounced. According to Old Chin, the plan to deal with the wife and daughter of the thin dog involved using a Shiba Inu as bait, without even revealing himself. It can be said that this method of committing the crime, while easily unraveled, was indeed quite clandestine. However, in the recent case concerning Chu Pengfei, the member of the organization responsible for the resolution was unexpectedly audacious, not only making a phone call, but also brazenly employing a bomb. This behavior starkly contrasts with the previously cautious demeanor of the entire drug trafficking organization. I pondered that if this organization had always acted with such arrogance, they would have likely failed to remain concealed for so long, only to be discovered today. At this moment, Lin Tian comprehended the implications of Su Ming's words and nodded slightly, saying, "Xiao Ming, do you mean that the individual surveilling the thin dog's wife and daughter must have been someone specifically dispatched from Suzhou to assist in assessing Chu Pengfei within the drug trafficking organization? And that the person responsible for eliminating Chu Pengfei is most likely a member of the organization who was already residing in Shanghai? If we were to delve further into bold speculation, the individual tasked with executing Chu Pengfei might very well be the same person involved in the 513 dismemberment case." Before Lin Tian could finish, Su Changsheng, the first to enter the suite, suddenly shouted with a hint of excitement, "Master, Xiao Ming, come quickly. It appears that Chu Pengfei has left us something of significance." As the words fell, Su Ming and Lin Tian, who were engrossed in analysis, approached without hesitation. In the living room of the suite, a laptop was positioned askew on the coffee table, seemingly playing a video on an endless loop. At that moment, the video commenced a news cycle. Just as the three were engulfed in confusion, a pair of bloodied hands suddenly materialized on the screen, cradling a gruesome severed head adorned with long hair. Chapter 76. Su Ming proposed to seal off Joyful World, a provocation to the police. The sudden appearance of the bloodied hands and the head left Su Ming and his companions with raised eyebrows of astonishment. Although they were seasoned detectives and not easily frightened by such imagery, an inexplicable strangeness lingered in their hearts. Particularly as the video displayed on the laptop was of exceedingly poor quality, the antiquated filter imbued the atmosphere with an unsettling eeriness. In the next moment, as Lin Tian scrutinized the severed head with intensity, he clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his inner fury as he spoke through gritted teeth. The deceased featured in the video was none other than Wu Jingqing, the victim of the infamous 513 dismemberment case at Magic City University. Despite the passage of many years and the head shown in the video being marred with blood, rendering it somewhat unrecognizable, I was able to ascertain with utmost clarity that this head belonged to the victim of the 513 dismemberment case from 2 decades ago. Though these words may sound somewhat eerie, both Su Ming and Su Changxing harbor no doubts about their authenticity. Over the past 2 decades, Lin Tian has revisited the gruesome case of the dismemberment at Magic City University countless times, and the investigation has been reopened on multiple occasions. Even though the severed head discovered at the scene was thoroughly cooked by the perpetrator, rendering it unrecognizable, it was possible to reconstruct and ascertain the deceased's appearance through various portraits and candid photographs in an era devoid of beauty filters. Thus, upon viewing this vintage video, Lin Tian felt an unwavering certainty. At this moment, the three remained in silent accord, their attention riveted on the video displayed on the notebook. The image of the bloodied hand was not merely cradling the victim's head, it was deliberately rotating it, as if showcasing a macabre masterpiece. After several seconds, the video transitioned, revealing a studio enveloped entirely in black plastic sheeting, furnished solely with a simple workbench, a cutting board, and an array of knives. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a black raincoat, adorned with yellow rubber gloves and a thickly wrapped hood obscuring his face, save for his eyes, slowly approached the camera. In his hand, he carried a boiled female forearm, which he placed upon the cutting board. Due to the prior removal of the bones, the forearm appeared somewhat limp. The man then picked up a meat cleaver from the board, waved it lightly as if assessing its weight, and, seemingly dissatisfied, carelessly tossed it aside before reaching for another. Yet, after merely waving the knife a couple of times, he tossed it aside in dissatisfaction. He then picked up another one. However, after a brief flourish with this knife, the man seemed to grasp something profound. He set the blade down and hastily removed his yellow rubber gloves. He subsequently seized the meat cleaver, swung it a few times, and nodded in approval. There was no semblance of hesitation. He began to cut with his right hand, albeit somewhat awkwardly, pausing after each slice to scrutinize it for several seconds, as if engaged in a comparison. In this segment, despite the absence of any jarring sounds, the sheer simplicity of the meat-cutting noise was enough to impose a significant psychological burden. Should this video be shared online, it is likely that few could withstand the impact of its imagery. After all, the entity being sliced was not livestock, but rather a human being. Thus, as the assailant in the video leisurely severed an entire forearm, he gazed at the dissimilar pieces of flesh with palpable excitement, trembling with exhilaration. The disparity in size and shape evoked a sense of urgency and longing, surpassing even the 0.618 golden ratio. This was a truly perfect, a genuinely flawless creation. As the words fell, the video concluded, only to enter a new cycle. A pair of bloodied hands cradled the remnants after viewing it once. Su Chongxing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback, and remarked softly, "This video must be the recorded footage of the perpetrator from the 513 dismemberment case." If that is the case, did Chu Pengfei truly leave us with clues and evidence of that drug trafficking organization, fully aware of his inevitable demise? This video, downloaded from their organization's dark web, depicts the acts of a perpetrator. After all, only the actual criminal could have captured such footage. Standing nearby, Su Ming astutely noticed the USB drive plugged into the laptop and thoughtfully remarked, "This laptop has a USB drive attached. If conjectures hold true, this video must reside within it." Should Chu Pengfei realize that failing the assessment would lead to repercussions from other members of the organization? It is highly probable that this USB contains information or videos related to other cases, intended to drag them into complicity. However, if there are no additional criminal records and only this video of the 513 dismemberment case remains, I suspect this may very well be another provocation from that drug trafficking organization. 20 years ago, our Huaihai police force failed to solve that dismemberment case, and the perpetrator is now a member of the drug syndicate. Lin Tian chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he took several photographs of the scene with his phone before coldly stepping forward to temporarily halt the video. He first opened the corresponding folder, discovered the absence of other videos, and glanced at the file path. He then fell silent, his jaw visibly tense, revealing his anger as he coldly stated, "Indeed, little Ming was correct. This is not the criminal evidence Chu Pengfei intended to report. It is unequivocally a provocative video sent by that drug trafficking organization. Oh, such an audacious criminal organization. I, Lin Tian, have truly opened my eyes in this lifetime." Exhaling a deep breath to release the turbulent emotions within, Lin Tian rose and gestured to his companions to explore other areas for potential clues. There was no need for reminders. The three of them instinctively made their way to the location of the previous explosion on the balcony. Here, a small crater, no larger than a fist, had been created, not particularly vast, yet lethal enough when positioned behind an individual's waist, especially considering the force that had propelled them downwards. Residues of explosive materials lingered, accompanied by a heavy scent of gunpowder that had yet to dissipate. Su Ming gently picked up a shard of the explosive debris, carefully brushing off the remnants of the explosion, and cautiously sniffed his fingers, his demeanor turning grave. "Director Lin, Brother Shang, I believe we must reevaluate the level of danger posed by this drug trafficking organization with greater seriousness. The potency of this explosive is quite astonishing. It far exceeds that of the makeshift bombs typically crafted by common criminals. It is highly probable that within this drug syndicate exists a member exceptionally skilled in the art of bomb making. Furthermore, when Chu Pengfei was hurled from the building, I observed something notable. Despite his emotional state, characterized by restlessness and agitation, he did not seem to anticipate an immediate explosion, displaying no signs of awaiting death. Thus, it is highly likely that the bomb affixed to Chu Pengfei's back was a miniature remote-controlled device. As for the precise range of the remote control, due to the micro-explosive device being utterly obliterated, it is exceedingly challenging to pinpoint its origin through the embedded chip. However, I ponder, should we consider a temporary lockdown of Fanawild Adventure Park for a thorough and rigorous inspection? Chapter 77. I am aware of the organization's dark web address. Chu Wenbiao's trump card. The suggestion to seal off Fanawild Adventure Park left Lin Tian and Su Chongxing momentarily taken aback. Yet, they both began to contemplate it earnestly. This is because Fanawild Adventure Park is one of the most frequented areas in the entire Huaihai region. Although today is not a holiday, the number of visitors remains substantial. Should a lockdown and inspection be enforced, the ensuing panic and repercussions could be incalculable. Most critically, following the recent incident involving Chu Pengfei's suicide, numerous media outlets have flocked to report on the situation. Moreover, many frightened citizens are hastily vacating the amusement park, abandoning any desire to continue their visit. Under such circumstances, attempting to impose a lockdown and screening at Fanawild Adventure Park presents an unprecedented challenge. After a few seconds, Lin Tian, feeling quite helpless, shook his head and sighed before decisively stating, "No, we absolutely cannot seal off Fanawild Adventure Park, as the number of visitors is simply too vast. Additionally, with numerous media present, if we were to conduct a lockdown and subsequently identify genuine members of the organization, it would be a cause for celebration. We could then provide a suitable justification for the lockdown. Should we fail to locate the elusive member of the organization, who may not even be present in the Fanawild Adventure Park, the repercussions on public opinion and the erosion of credibility would be exceedingly troublesome to address. This is not to imply that I, Lin Tian, am unwilling to wager the white shirt adorning my frame, but rather that the likelihood of apprehension is rather slim. And we, as criminal investigators, cannot proceed in such a manner. At this juncture, Lin Tian paused for a brief moment, reflecting before he continued thoughtfully. However, while a lockdown and screening may prove ineffective, it should not pose a problem to request the surveillance footage from various locations within the park today, as well as the list of visitors who entered. I shall arrange for this matter to be handled shortly, with the hope of uncovering pertinent clues. We must take photographs. Next, we shall proceed to examine the body of Chu Pengfei if no actionable leads are discovered. We shall return to the precinct and have forensic expert Shun conduct an autopsy, regardless of the outcome. The case of the fall from Shud Middle School has reached its conclusion. Yet a more significant case has already begun to unravel. As the medical personnel revealed a straight line on the electrocardiogram, it became evident that the shadowy figure behind the Shud Middle School incident had employed mind control to orchestrate the murder of Chu Pengfei, who has now, from a legal standpoint, irrevocably departed this world. The manner of his demise mirrors that of Zhang Wan, both meeting their ends by falling. This, one must admit, could indeed be regarded as a form of repentance. Due to the absence of any residual clues on Chu Pengfei's body, after taking a few photographs for documentation, he was taken to the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. Under normal circumstances, deceased individuals of this nature are transported to the mortuary, where forensic experts conduct autopsies to seek out evidence. However, this does not imply that the Criminal Investigation Team is incapable of performing autopsies. Rather, conducting them at the mortuary allows specialized personnel to manage the subsequent handling of certain remains. In contrast, if the procedure is carried out within the Criminal Investigation Team's premises, the forensic pathologist must undertake the surgery and subsequent restoration independently. Nevertheless, since Chu Pengfei's sole relative, Chu Wenbiao, is currently detained at the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, the decision was made to bring the body directly to the forensic department, allowing Chu Wenbiao to have one last glimpse of his son. Any notions of misfortune or dread associated with this arrangement are merely fallacies. Upon returning to the Criminal Investigation Team, Lin Tian promptly copied the video from the USB drive and retreated to his office, presumably to ponder over the evidence while indulging in a cigarette. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Su Changxing did not remain idle. They hurried to the interrogation room, where they found Chu Wenbiao staring at the ceiling. Judging by the redness of his forehead, it was evident he had repeatedly struck his head against the interrogation table, a clear indication of his remorse and anguish. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he regretted the argument with Chu Pengfei that led him into a drug trafficking organization or whether he lamented the choice to conspire in the murder of a fellow student. Perhaps both sentiments were present, though it stands to reason that the former would weigh more heavily than the latter. Su Ming glanced at Chu Wenbiao, but chose not to elaborate further. He approached directly and unfastened him from the interrogation chair, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. "Let us go. We need to take you to a certain location." Chu Wenbiao, his eyes vacant, leaned slightly against the soft wall behind him, opening his mouth to croak out, "Where to? Are you taking me to the detention center to be convicted?" At this point, a forced smile flickered across his face, accompanied by a glimmer of hope as he added, "You haven't found my son, have you? It appears my suspicions were correct. Those people would not simply." Before Chu Wenbiao could finish his sentence, Su Changxing waved his hand, interrupting him with a look of pity. After casting a glance at Chu Wenbiao, he shook his head and said, "Principal Chu, I believe you are mistaken. We are not taking you to the detention center. Rather, we are escorting you to the Forensic Technology Department." Upon hearing the term forensic, Chu Wenbiao's eyes widened in alarm, and he stammered urgently, Is Xiao Peng in trouble? Has something happened to him?" This time, Su Changxing refrained from responding, instead walking alongside Su Ming as they guided Chu Wenbiao toward the Forensic Technology Department. 3 minutes later, upon witnessing the lifeless, cold body enveloped in a body bag, its condition so gruesome it was almost unbearable, Chu Wenbiao's remaining hope dissipated, leaving only desolation and despair. Accompanied by a sorrow so profound he could not even find the strength to weep. His lips began to tremble uncontrollably, his mouth agape as if he wished to shout, to curse, to articulate something, yet no words escaped his lips. The willingness of Chu Wenbiao to take the blame for his son, even going so far as to assist in selecting targets for harm, underscores the profound significance Chu Pengfei held for him, an importance that requires no further elaboration. Although Chu Wenbiao is hardly deserving of sympathy, having brought his plight upon himself, Su Changxing still sighed, shaking his head as he spoke. When we first arrived at the scene, he was already under the control of members from a rival drug trafficking organization. A remote-controlled bomb had been affixed to his waist, compelling him to stand precariously on the balcony of the 19th floor. At that moment, He was pleading for mercy over the phone with the mastermind behind this atrocity. But to no avail. When we, the police, made the decision to forcibly rescue him, the miniature remote-controlled bomb was detonated, propelling him from the 19th floor without any hope of salvation. It was a tragic fate. Although we cannot guarantee anything, had you informed us sooner, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing these words, Chu Wenbiao exhibited no outward reaction, merely reaching out to caress his son's pale cheek. As if lost in memories of better times, consumed by regret for his past decisions. After a prolonged silence of half a minute, Chu Wenbiao, fixated on his son's lifeless form, his anger and resentment simmering beneath the surface, declared in a hoarse yet resolute voice, "I understand. The dark web address of their organization. Chapter 78. Is someone obstructing access to the dark web? Hand me the computer. I shall assume the role of a hacker." The dark web address of the organization? The words spoken by Chu Wenbiao resonated like a boulder cast into a tranquil pond, drawing immediate attention. Su Changsheng, without a moment's hesitation, pressed for further details. Dark web address? Principal Chu, are you aware of this drug trafficking organization's dark web address? It was evident that this revelation was profoundly shocking, leaving Su Changsheng in disbelief, fearful of missing this crucial lead. According to Chu Wenbiao's prior interrogation testimony, this dark web was likely a platform utilized by members of the drug trafficking organization for communication, sharing various techniques related to murder or evasion of law enforcement. Gaining access to this dark web would mean unveiling all the intricate details of the numerous homicide cases associated with the organization over the years, from the selection of victims to the execution of crimes and evasion of police capture. In other words, by understanding those posts and the shared methodologies of murder, one could identify the true perpetrators behind unsolved cases. Chu Wenbiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued to gaze at the cold, wrapped body bag, his voice hoarse as he recounted, "That URL was specifically given to me by Xiaopeng, instructing me to memorize it as part of the internal dark web. I still remember," he told me. "If he were to fail this assessment and something were to happen to him, while I found myself in the hands of the police, utilize this dark web address to seize an opportunity for redemption, potentially reducing years of imprisonment. After all, within that drug trafficking organization, every member is a merciless killer with blood on their hands. If I were to provide information leading to their capture, the magnitude of my atonement would surely be beyond imagination. Yet, I would rather forgo this chance." At this juncture, Chu Wenbiao found himself choked with emotion. His face contorted in anguish, shaking his head as tears streamed down his cheeks. "But I would prefer not to have such an opportunity at all." In that moment, Chu Wenbiao crouched down in agony, one hand grasping his son's cold, pallid palm, while the other pounded the ground repeatedly. It seemed he wanted to curse, to howl, to unleash the fury within his heart, yet ultimately, he did nothing. After several seconds, Chu Wenbiao appeared to have composed himself. Standing up with a blank expression, he extended his hand towards Officer Su, saying, "Officer Su, please provide me with a piece of paper and a pen. I will write down the dark web address for you." Without hesitation, Su Changsheng swiftly retrieved a pen from the nearby table and tore off a sheet of white paper, handing it to Chu Wenbiao. Accepting the paper and pen, Chu Wenbiao placed the white sheet under his left palm and gently inscribed a series of English characters with his right hand, presenting it to Su Changsheng. "This is the dark web address. By the way, when Xiaopeng and I spoke, he mentioned that there seemed to be some restrictions on accessing the dark web. Though he was not entirely certain, he said that only by using the notebook provided by this organization could one log into the site. Other computers or mobile devices are unable to access this dark web. I am uncertain if you possess the means, but I sincerely hope you can find a way to log into the dark web. I cannot accept that they have caused Xiaopeng's demise and yet continue to roam freely without consequence." Although this sentiment incited a strong desire within Su Ming to mock and criticize Chu Wenbiao for his double standards, he chose to remain silent. Considering the profound grief of losing a child, Su Changsheng took the white paper, first snapping a photograph with his phone before handing it to Su Ming, saying, "Xiao Ming, I will accompany Principal Chu. You should seek assistance from the technical department to see if you can access this dark web. I fear that if we delay any longer, this lead may be severed by that drug trafficking organization, making the case even more challenging." Su Changsheng's concerns and arrangements were indeed reasonable. Su Ming took the paper inscribed with the URL and nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood. I will head to the technical department now." Without hesitation, Su Ming left the temporary storage area for the deceased and made his way to the nearby Criminal Investigation Technology Department. Spotting Wang Hu, who was busy monitoring the surveillance system, Su Ming greeted him directly. "Huzi, I have a dark web related to a criminal organization. Could you attempt to log in?" According to Chu Wenbiao's testimony, this dark web may contain various details about numerous unsolved homicide cases from recent years, as well as connections to that vast drug trafficking organization. "Is it true, Ming?" Wang Hu exclaimed in astonishment, continuing, Is this the drug trafficking organization that specifically shares murder techniques on the dark web? His shocked cry immediately drew the attention of other busy technological officers searching for clues nearby. Knowing that Su Ming would not joke about such matters, Wang Hu quickly handed a note to a nearby officer, who wore black-framed glasses and appeared to be only slightly younger than himself. Chong, please have a seat and see if you can breach the barriers of this dark web. If we can access it, we might be able to uproot that colossal drug trafficking organization in no time. The officer referred to as Chong adjusted his glasses habitually, seated himself, and began typing the website into the police station's designated laptop. However, a moment later, a red warning box indicating restricted access appeared prominently on the screen. It was evident that this dark web indeed had certain limitations, making it inaccessible to anyone who merely entered the URL. Such effective restrictions have, in a sense, eliminated the possibility of accidental exposure of the dark web. Observing the red warning box, Wang Hu remained unperturbed, smiling as he reassured, "Do not worry, Ming. Chong was specially recruited from the cybercrime unit by Director Lin to join the Huai criminal investigation team. I am confident that my mentor in the technical department will have no trouble breaching a criminal's dark web." The previously mentioned female broadcaster's water-damaged phone was repaired and unlocked by him, a master in various mobile and mechanical repairs, as well as data recovery. In his youth, he even dabbled in hacking for 2 years, though he has since reformed, recognizing the allure of a stable government job. Su Ming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The figure referred to by Wang Hu as Brother Quan, whose full name is Quan, is indeed well-versed in an array of hacking techniques. In recent years, the criminal investigation teams from other districts in the Magic City, as well as the municipal police headquarters, have frequently sought Quan's assistance. At this moment, Quan's slender fingers danced across the keyboard, a series of command prompts emerging in rapid succession. Yet, each time a prompt appeared, it was promptly followed by a notification indicating unauthorized login attempts. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15. After a substantial half-hour, Quan withdrew his hands from the keyboard, adjusted his glasses, and stared incredulously at the dark web address before him. "Impossible," he murmured. "How could a mere criminal organization construct a dark web of such high security?" This dark web required simultaneous verification of both the machine code and an internal password. Even with the correct username and password, an incorrect machine code would result in immediate denial of access. The dual-layer protection involving machine codes is something I find hard to believe a criminal organization could devise. Yet, it clearly indicates that the severity of the content within this dark web exceeds our wildest imaginations. Anshuan paused for 2 seconds, glancing at Su Ming, who had been standing silently behind him, and sighed with a hint of frustration. "At present, I am unable to access the dark web in a short time frame. I have already employed numerous evasion tactics, but none have succeeded. If granted approximately a week to develop specialized software and scripts to repeatedly attempt password breaches and evade detection, perhaps I could gain entry into the dark web. However, in the next few days, it appears quite challenging." A week? Upon hearing that such a lengthy duration was required, everyone present fell into silence. This drug trafficking organization was exceedingly intricate, with far-reaching implications, and its members possessed extraordinary counter-surveillance capabilities and potential for harm. Each individual bore at least one homicide charge. A week truly seemed excessive. Gazing at the dark web address before him, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and then gestured toward the screen. "Unable to access it? Allow me to give it a try." Chapter 79, Su Ming's resolute breach of the blockade, unveiling the terrifying veil of the dark web. "Allow me to give it a try." Su Ming's assertive declaration caught Anshuan off guard, prompting him to stand up from his seat hastily. "Oh, very well. Please proceed." The other officers present exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that Su Ming, who primarily focused on criminal investigation and reasoning, could accomplish what Anshuan could not, especially when it came to the dark web? Although a sense of unease lingered in their hearts, none dared to voice their doubts. After all, in the recent resolutions of homicide cases, Su Ming has made exceptionally significant contributions, and now he wishes to experiment a little, so naturally, no one will voice any objections. At this moment, Su Ming settled into his chair, gazing at the specialized computer before him, along with the multitude of command prompts displayed on the screen. He exhaled a breath of stale air. The next second, his expression sharpened, and his hands flew across the keyboard with remarkable speed. Setting aside other matters, his adeptness in inputting command symbols and typing the IP address was undeniably impressive. At the very least, the numerous technical officers standing behind Su Ming exchanged astonished glances. Their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Wang Hu was utterly befuddled, scratching his head in perplexity as he watched Su Ming's hands deftly input various directives, prompting him to question whether he had perhaps missed a few classes back in the police academy, or if he had suffered a concussion from an accidental collision. After all, why was it that he lacked such technical prowess? Hadn't they all attended the same classes and undergone the same training? It was as if, during a mathematics lesson, he had inadvertently bent down to pick up a pen and found himself having transitioned from elementary arithmetic to calculus. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle while professionals discern the intricacies. While Wang Hu and the other technical officers could only marvel at Su Ming's rapid keyboarding, and Quan, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, adjusting his glasses. For if the techniques he had previously employed were simulations and continuous trial and error aimed at evading the various scrutiny methods of the dark web, at this moment, Su Ming has chosen a method of direct and forceful intrusion into the internal systems, striving to gain complete control over the servers of the dark web. Should he succeed, he would be able to remotely commandeer the dark web servers, merely bestowing this laptop with the credentials necessary for access. Furthermore, he could potentially acquire exceedingly elevated privileges. Given sufficient time, every recorded detail within the dark web would be meticulously extracted, no longer shrouded in secrecy. Naturally, the challenge of such a forceful breach far surpasses that of stealthily infiltrating the dark web. And Quan believes that, with his current hacking skills, it is highly improbable for him to achieve this, and he is reluctant to attempt such a risky maneuver. The repercussions of a failed breach could easily leave traces of access, alerting those within the dark web. It is likely that by the next day, this vital dark web address would be rendered entirely obsolete. Concealment and simulated access are undoubtedly the safest tactics. Violent intrusion entails considerable risk, and Quan intended to voice a cautionary reminder. But upon witnessing Su Ming's unwavering gaze, filled with latent confidence and ease, he hesitated. The rhythm of Su Ming's keystrokes remained unbroken, prompting in Quan to entertain a somewhat incredulous thought. Perhaps Su Ming truly could execute this forceful breach? 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As the clock approached the 15-minute mark, Su Ming abruptly halted his typing, turning to Wang Hu with a commanding gaze. "Who's he? Activate the recording on your phone and aim it at the laptop screen. Be sure not to let your hands tremble." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback. Pulling out his phone from his pocket, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Ming, what are we about to record? Aren't we still unable to access the dark web?" The browser interface appears unchanged. As soon as he spoke, and Quan, who had been standing nearby, instinctively adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated astonishment. "We have already breached multiple barriers. If Su Ming presses the enter key, we will gain direct access to the dark web. However, the architect of this dark web has also implemented a local hardware alert that cannot be altered remotely. The moment someone logs into this dark web, an alert message will be sent immediately to a specific phone number. I suspect that the creator of this dark web is likely the leader of the criminal organization, and naturally, the alert message would be directed to him. Moreover, even members of this drug trafficking organization must navigate at least 3 layers of security to access the dark web. The first is the machine code. The second is the login account and password for the dark web, and the third is the permission of the drug lord. At this juncture, and Quan retrieved his own phone from his pocket, pointing it at the notebook screen with an impassive demeanor. The latest flagship model from Longwei, boasting significantly higher pixel quality than other phones, it will provide clearer recordings. The dark web restricts screen recording, leaving only the traditional method of capturing screens, which, though somewhat outdated, proves to be exceptionally practical. Regarding security concerns, Su Ming nodded in agreement and continued to elaborate. "Initially, I intended to directly copy all the data from the server to avoid detection upon logging in. However, upon careful analysis, I discovered that the creators of the dark web are exceedingly cautious. If anyone attempts to browse or copy the data from within the server, all information will be instantly deleted and rendered completely irretrievable. Consequently, accessing the dark web is the only viable option to view the content. Once we log into this dark web, the leader of the drug trafficking organization will likely receive an immediate warning message. Given that no one has contacted him or made any requests, and considering his meticulous nature, he is unlikely to inquire individually among the organization's members. It is quite probable that he will opt to sever the server connection instead. Therefore, we must act swiftly to gather as many clues and pieces of information as possible." Su Ming paused for a few seconds, surveying the technical officers behind him, who were all diligently recording to avoid missing any leads. He narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of cold intensity, and declared, "Now, let us thoroughly investigate the secrets this drug trafficking organization harbors." As his words echoed, Su Ming pressed the enter key with determination, and with the browser page refreshing, he successfully gained access. In that moment, the dark web of the drug trafficking organization has been fully unveiled before the public eye. Chapter 80, a significant breakthrough. All underlings of the drug trafficking organization exposed. As the enter key was pressed, the entire blockade of the dark web was completely lifted. Everyone present fixed their intense gazes upon the laptop screen. With the exception of Su Ming, while the others discreetly raised their phones to record the moment. The website successfully logged in, revealing a spherical loading model that spun in the center of the screen for several seconds. An interior forum, drenched in a dark crimson hue, materialized before them. At first glance, four striking letters, seemingly stained with blood, formed an English word, kill. Atop the letter K, several marks resembling bullet wounds were visible. The logged-in interface contained no substantial content, merely this emblem that appeared to represent the organization. At the top of the interface, four clickable options emerged. These options included latest intelligence, agent information, failure cases, and finally, a section labeled successful cases. From the moment of login, an alert message had been dispatched to the mobile phone of the drug trafficking organization's leader, leaving Ming with no hesitation. He promptly clicked on the first option for latest intelligence. In the next moment, several clickable intelligence pieces appeared. Organizational preparatory members, Dr. The assessment in the Magic City has failed, and the execution process is currently underway. A new batch of high-purity heroin has arrived, totaling 80 kilograms, and members are to report according to the demand in their respective cities. The agent known as Skinny Dog in the Magic City has been compromised. Individuals have been dispatched to monitor his family. All members are advised to manage the agents below carefully and to safeguard their identities. The doctor has shared his criminal details and specific thoughts, primarily involving the use of mind control for murder. Interested members may browse through the link provided below. Upon reading these internal intelligence posts, Ming immediately comprehended that, due to the distribution of organizational members across various cities, these posts were crafted to disseminate and notify the latest organizational updates. Clicking through each post would undoubtedly yield a wealth of intelligence and information. However, time was of the essence. The alert had already been dispatched, and it remained to be seen how swiftly the drug trafficking organization's leader would respond. Thus, every second was critical, leaving no room for a detailed examination of the drug organization's news. Simultaneously, Ming discovered a crucial point. The Skinny Dog was referred to as the Magic City agent in the posts, and the second option on the forum pertained to agent information. Did this not imply that this selection would contain the identities and information of all agents within the Dragon Country? Securing this data could potentially dismantle the most significant primary distribution network of this vast drug trafficking organization in a short time. With this thought in mind, Ming felt no hesitation and promptly clicked on the agent information option. As the spherical loading came to an end, a series of agent names vividly appeared before everyone. Shanghai agent, Slim Dog captured, contact, 139XXXXXXXX, home address, Shanghai Weihai Happiness Community, Building 5, Room 402, family relations, wife and daughter, affiliated member, Dr. Suzhou agent, Fat Cat, normal, contact, 158XXX, affiliated member, poison, Jinling agent, Zhao Si normal, contact, 186XXX, affiliated member, Lich, Mingzhou agent, Zhang San, normal, contact, 186XXX, affiliated member, Babu. Upon witnessing the succession of agent information, everyone behind Ming was left in stunned silence, collectively drawing in a sharp breath. Being part of the public security system, they understood all too well the immense value and staggering nature of the displayed agent information. It is no exaggeration to state that if all the individuals on this list were apprehended, this vast drug trafficking organization would be incapacitated for at least several years, and its threat would diminish dramatically. As the list was rather lengthy, Ming slowly scrolled down, his eyes filled with a piercing coldness. Meanwhile, Wang Hu recorded the details on his phone, expressing a mix of surprise and suspicion. The name of the agent inscribed above likely refers to the notorious figure known as Skinny Dog, who possesses a certain degree of renown within his city. As for the members listed below, do they denote the higher-ups within that drug trafficking organization, essentially the core members? For instance, Chu Pingfei oversees Skinny Dog, and his designation within the organization is Doctor. Within this directory, there are a total of 11 member titles. Does this imply that, excluding Chu Pingfei, the drug trafficking organization still comprises 10 additional members? In response to Wang Hu's speculation, Ming raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, yet after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and surmised that the actual number should exceed 10, indicating at least 11 members remaining. This is because the source of the high-purity narcotics is in Luzhou City. However, within this contact interface, there is no mention of any lower-tier operatives from Luzhou. Thus, I am increasingly suspicious that the leader of this drug trafficking organization is currently concealed within Luzhou City, having orchestrated and established this extensive network for the sale of high-purity drugs, as well as the vast trafficking organization. Moments earlier, atop the highest floor of the Prosperity Building in Luzhou City, which has been transformed into a leisure outdoor swimming pool, a young man donned in sunglasses and beach shorts reclined on a soft chair, savoring the gentle breeze from the heights. Gently swirling the glass of red wine in his hand, he glanced at the middle-aged man seated beside him, who was meticulously polishing a heavy sniper rifle while holding a cigar between his lips. He spoke softly. "Pastor, after all these years, I have finally mustered the resolve to take a substantial bite out of this decadent cake known as the Magic City. I even sifted through numerous candidates before determining that the doctor possessed the necessary prowess to navigate this realm. I reviewed his records of lethal encounters, and there appeared to be no discrepancies. Under normal circumstances, one would never suspect him. Yet, in less than half a day, he was apprehended in such a manner, far quicker than any previous assessment failure. Considering the multitude of cases I have examined, to be caught in under half a day is nothing short of hopelessly foolish." Upon hearing these words, the man referred to as the pastor paused for a mere 2 seconds, indicating contemplation before resuming his meticulous cleaning of the sniper rifle, choosing silence over conversation. It was not a matter of disrespect. Rather, there was no necessity for words. Their leader, K, never required the opinions of others. With a resigned sigh, K continued to swirl his wine glass, preparing to close his eyes and gather his thoughts when suddenly, the phone resting on the nearby workbench emitted a frantic notification of a text message. Without a moment's hesitation, K swiftly grasped the device and glanced at it, noting the alert indicating someone had logged into the dark web forum. In a swift recollection of 2 seconds, he confirmed that no member had previously communicated with him. His gaze suddenly turned icy. "There are dogs. They've caught the scent." Chapter 81. K's first regret. The game of cat and mouse begins. Though his tone was laced with cold disdain, K exhibited not a trace of hesitation, promptly rising to stride toward the nearby room. As the leader of this drug trafficking organization, he understood all too well the lethal repercussions of the police obtaining evidence and leads from the dark web. It was precisely for this reason that K imposed numerous restrictions on the dark web, requiring prior notification even for login attempts. In truth, even without advanced hardware warnings, K held little belief that anyone could penetrate this dark web. After all, defense was considerably simpler than offense. Moreover, his programming skills ranked among the elite in the world. Immersed in the ocean of binary since the age of 5, he could spend an entire day before a computer without a whimper. Having even hacked the email accounts of high-ranking U.S. officials, he exposed the correspondence between colluding politicians and capitalists to the entire internet, resulting in K's enduring place on the U.S. wanted list. Of course, the bounty was merely a code name, not K's true name. In this world, few knew what his real name was. Hence, K felt an indescribable astonishment and surprise at the breach of this dark web. He hastened to the room. K gazed at the laptop resting on the table, poised to log into the administrator system and expel the unauthorized access account. Yet, as he grasped the mouse, he was suddenly taken aback. His administrator privileges had been inexplicably revoked, and an IP address from the bustling metropolis had transformed into the sole administrator of the dark web. With no time to ponder the implications, K swiftly disconnected the Ethernet cable, hoping to thwart this illicit intrusion. Though he harbored confidence in his hacking skills, he had prudently chosen to host the dark web server directly on this laptop. Thus, severing the internet connection would effectively halt any external access to the site. However, in the next moment, K was once again astonished. Despite the cable being unplugged, the laptop autonomously connected to the room's wireless network. For the sake of the dark web's security and anonymity, he had never before utilized public Wi-Fi, always opting for a dedicated wired connection. Even though he had meticulously encrypted this room's wireless network to obscure its address from any IP detection. The current situation suggested that the individual infiltrating the site from the metropolis had, after confirming their ability to bypass the barriers, deliberately taken the time to remotely control the laptop, connecting it to the Wi-Fi and anticipating potential issues. All of this was undoubtedly in pursuit of gleaning as much information from the forum as possible. This confirmed that the intruder was also aware that once they logged into the dark web, an alert would be dispatched to a specific mobile phone. In that moment, K's once tranquil and serene gaze suddenly turned cold and piercing. Without even a moment's hesitation contemplating whether he could sever the wireless connection using the mouse or force the laptop to shut down with the power button. Instead, he hoisted the expensive laptop high above his head and brought it crashing down with great force. Bang! The laptop shattered instantly into 2 halves, its components scattering chaotically, and even the screen fractured into numerous shards. It was evident that K's decisiveness and composure transcended that of an ordinary individual. Upon realizing that even the computer had been compromised, he did not attempt any salvaging measures but rather obliterated the laptop serving as the server into smithereens. With the dark web server destroyed, access to its contents was naturally rendered impossible. At that moment, gazing at the debris of the laptop on the ground, K resumed his previous demeanor of indifference, while his mind raced with thoughts. The recent IP address traced back to the metropolis, suggesting it was a clue deliberately left by a doctor who had failed the organization's assessment for the police. Moreover, It was likely that this lead had been established long before the sculptor located him, as the doctor probably had little room for resistance against that madman. Yet, within the current police system of the metropolis, who could possibly breach this dark web? Anxuan? No, that was utterly implausible. With Anxuan's lackluster hacking skills, it was doubtful that he could penetrate this dark web even with a decade at his disposal, and he certainly wouldn't employ a covert imitation approach, but rather resorted to a violent breakthrough technique. Was this the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Division? Or had the police system of the metropolis recruited some new talent? Even a rare genius must commence their journey from the womb, mastering the art of hacking and computer programming to violently breach their own dark web, let alone maintaining such composure to establish a contingency, connecting wirelessly to buy precious time. After a brief contemplation, Kay suddenly revealed a distinctly meaningful, yet deeply concealed, frigid smile. Murmuring to himself, this time, I have lost. Yet, the silver lining is, it appears you have not triumphed by much either. Moreover, you have even alerted me. At that moment, somewhat heavy footsteps halted at the door, and a medium-built priest, still clutching a cigar, spoke in a deep, resonant tone. Kay, is there something you require of me? The priest never inquired about the events that transpired, as he placed unwavering trust in Kay's intellect and criminal acumen. Thus, since joining the organization, he had only ever asked Kay what he needed to do. In response to the priest's query, Kay did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up another laptop from the table and began examining the dark web's browsing logs. The fact that this colossal drug trafficking organization had remained undetected for years speaks volumes of Kay's caution and composure. Not only did he utilize the laptop as a server, but he also employed another device to receive the website's browsing logs. This was not merely a precaution against potential intrusions into the dark web. It also served to monitor and control the other members within the organization. Minutes later, having perused the logs, Kay exhaled a heavy sigh. Yet, he did not turn his gaze. He simply stated, calm and unperturbed, Priest, do you comprehend why, throughout the years, I have steadfastly refrained from entrusting the sculptor with the affairs of the metropolis? Even though he has been raised in this city since childhood, possesses remarkable methods of murder, and is indeed one of the earliest members of the Kill organization. Upon hearing this inquiry, the priest took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling smoke as he replied. Because he is an old fiend, and his social standing and connections are considerable, once he assumes the role of the proxy leader, he would easily attract the attention of the police. Kay gently shook his head, revealing a knowing, sardonic smile, and spoke softly, these concerns are secondary. The paramount reason is that the sculptor is a pure lunatic. To him, the creation of his masterpieces is of utmost importance. Thus, even I lack complete confidence in my ability to control his thoughts and movements. Just like this instance, I merely instructed him to eliminate the doctor, and what transpired? He allowed the doctor to fall to his death in plain sight, and even released footage of a case from 20 years ago to taunt the police of Huaihai. He proclaimed that this endeavor was profoundly imperfect, and he was filled with frustration and rage. To be frank, upon hearing the sculptor articulate these details, I found myself contemplating his intentions. A criminal daring the police. What distinguishes this from a mouse provoking a famished wildcat? Is he afraid of not meeting a swift demise? Did he not realize that Lin Tian from the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team was driven nearly to madness in his pursuit of him? I now harbor a tinge of regret. Had I known, I would have preferred to let the poisoner take the considerable risk of dealing with the doctor, which would have been far more advantageous than enlisting the sculptor. Over the years, the middle-aged man known by the codename, the priest, heard the word regret for the first time from Kay's lips. Drawing deeply on his cigar, his voice emerged cold and resolute. Kay, should I make a trip to the Magic City and eliminate that damned sculptor directly? Kay raised the notebook in his hand and sauntered toward the door, seemingly intent on savoring red wine under the sun. However, as he reached the priest's side, he abruptly halted, his expression inscrutable. Please notify the others. Instruct them to sever all contact with their subordinates immediately. If there is any risk of exposure, I do not care what means they employ. They must eliminate anyone who poses a threat to their identities. No actions are permitted without my command, nor should they continue to sell those drugs. Additionally, have the Rose assist in crafting more human skin masks, as what lies ahead is merely a game of hide and seek. We are the prey, they are the hunters. After uttering these words, Kay resumed his stride forward but had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped. His demeanor chillingly severe. By the way, from now on, our organization will no longer have a sculptor. No one is permitted to make contact with him. Nor is there any need to eliminate him beforehand. For I know the sculptor all too well. Before being apprehended by the police, he would undoubtedly devise every possible means to transform himself into his final masterpiece. Chapter 82. Su Ming is awarded the second-class merit, and the 100-day campaign to crack down on the unresolved cases commences. At this moment, within the technical department of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, all officers holding their phones to record upon seeing the conspicuous 404 insignia, exchanged glances filled with an indescribable disappointment. Yet, in the next instant, this dismay was supplanted by exhilaration and fervor. Wang Hu, in a moment of sheer excitement, raised his fist in the air, his voice trembling with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Ming, brother Ming, goodness, did we just unearth the entire network of that colossal drug trafficking organization, including prominent figures like the notorious Skinny Dog? With this list, can we not eradicate the entire high-purity drug sales network of this organization?" Gazing at the interface on the screen, Ming couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Although he felt a tinge of helplessness and disappointment, he had nonetheless endeavored to extract valuable clues from the dark web within the limited time he had. Once he had organized his tangled thoughts, Ming turned to the elated Wang Hu and, with a hint of resignation, shook his head slightly, saying, "Huzi, this is merely the dismantling of the sales network. As for the high-purity drugs, I believe that unless we uproot the entire drug trafficking organization, they are destined to persist indefinitely." After speaking, Ming glanced towards Quan, who was habitually adjusting his glasses, signaling him to respond. "Since your flagship phone boasts high pixel resolution, could you kindly upload the recently recorded video to our internal platform? By the way, did you also capture some details regarding the perpetrator of the infamous dismemberment case from 20 years ago at Magic City University, which were shared in the post?" And Quan nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed, I recorded it." Although the server was abruptly shut down shortly thereafter, preventing further details from being captured, we certainly managed to obtain a portion of what was said at the outset of the post, which could potentially be of use in that case. Would you like to view it now? As he spoke, Quan extended his flagship phone. It was evident that after Ming showcased his remarkable hacking skills, Quan felt no envy. Rather, he was filled with admiration and a sense of disbelief. Upon receiving the phone from Quan, Ming gently shook his head in refusal. "As long as it was recorded, that's sufficient. I need to find Brother Sheng and Director Lin to report the latest findings. I don't have time to delve into the specifics of that post right now. Brother Quan, please upload it for me." Having said this, Ming rose from his seat without hesitation. Just as he was about to leave the technical department, he suddenly remembered something and gestured to Wang Hu. "By the way, Huzi, please help me investigate thoroughly the middle-aged man who visited Fanawild World alone today, approximately between the ages of 45 and 50. I now harbor profound suspicions that the member of the organization who drove Chu Pengfei to his demise is likely the same individual responsible for the gruesome murder at Magic City University. Moreover, having previously viewed the recorded footage of the heinous act at the university, an initial analysis based on the assailant's fingers suggests that the perpetrator was likely quite young at the time of the crime. Thus, even with the passage of 2 decades, the individual should now be approximately between the ages of 45 and 50. We must diligently investigate whether the aforementioned organization member was surveilling during Chu Pengfei's fall at the amusement world. Having conveyed his instructions, Ming nodded in acknowledgement to the several officers who had been filming before him, and then he departed from the Criminal Investigation Technology Department. Shortly after his exit, he encountered Su Chongqing approaching him. Before Ming could utter a word, Su Chongqing had already raised his hand in greeting and spoke first. "How are you, Ming? Is the address provided by Chu Wenbiao useful? Have you managed to bypass the so-called login restrictions?" Ming affirmed with a nod, responding, "I have successfully logged in. However, the opposing party has implemented robust defenses, and so far, I have only obtained all the proxy information akin to Skinny Dog, along with a few uncertain details regarding the 513 dismemberment case." Upon hearing that all proxy information had been acquired, Su Chongqing expressed both astonishment and delight, particularly at the revelation of additional details concerning the 513 dismemberment case. Suppressing the surge of excitement within, Su Chongqing gestured without hesitation, "Come, Xiaoming. Let us proceed to the office of the Lin Bureau together. These crucial clues have likely been awaited for quite some time." Upon reaching the office door, Su Chongqing casually rapped twice before pushing it open, only to be met by a thick cloud of smoke that billowed outwards. As he waved his hand to disperse the haze, he approached slowly, lifting his gaze to the ashtray. "Master, your prowess remains undiminished. It hasn't been long, yet you've already finished a whole pack of cigarettes, hardly different from your younger days." This teasing remark elicited a resigned shake of the head from Lin Tian, who then extinguished the unlit cigarette pinched between his fingers. Noticing Ming following closely behind, Lin Tian spoke earnestly, "Xiaoming, Sheng, it is fortuitous that both of you are here. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Allow me to explain, shortly. An official media team will arrive to conduct interviews regarding the circumstances surrounding the fall. You two will need to handle it. From both the perspective of our police force and that of the court, the case has reached its conclusion, and the perpetrator has received due punishment. It is only fitting that we provide a response to the public to prevent any extreme developments in public opinion. This matter is entrusted to you." At this juncture, Lin Tian paused for a brief moment, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, before continuing with an air of gravity and seriousness. The case of the fall at Should Middle School has concluded, yet it has unearthed something far more significant. Let us first discuss the rewards. I recently had a thorough conversation with Director Su, and we have decided to bestow upon Xiaoming a second-class merit and promote him to a second-level officer ahead of schedule. This second-class merit is not solely for the resolution of the Should Middle School incident. It is also a testament to Xiaoming's meticulousness and prudence, which led to the unearthing of a vast drug trafficking organization. With such commendable achievements, he could have easily received a first-class merit. However, Director Su stated that since this drug organization remains active, it would be premature to award a first-class merit at this time. We shall accumulate merits and award them collectively later. Ashing has also earned a third-class merit, which will likewise be awarded in due time. These so-called rewards are of little importance. What truly matters is, at this moment, Lin Tian paused for a few seconds, his gaze sharpening into a serious demeanor. After discussions with Director Su and higher authorities, it has been decided that tomorrow, a formal announcement will be made via a red-headed document from the Ministry of Public Security, initiating a nationwide 100-day operation to crack down on cold cases. Chapter 83. The Sculptor's Shared Wisdom. Never actively seek out prey. The 100-day cold case crackdown operation is a direct decree from the Ministry of Public Security, underscoring the nation's commitment to addressing the vast drug trafficking organization. After all, every official member of that organization is associated with at least one unresolved case. Yet, Lin Tian's discourse did not conclude there. He continued to gently tap the table, speaking in a measured tone. During the 100-day crackdown operation, particular emphasis was placed on several cities previously identified by Ming, specifically those. The timeline for the initial confiscation of high-purity narcotics marked the beginning of a 6-month period during which several unresolved homicide cases emerged in these key cities. This is due to the fact that each of these cities harbors at least one member of a drug trafficking organization. If we can apprehend them, we may be able to unravel the entire network of this drug syndicate. In light of this situation, the highest authorities issued another special directive. At this juncture, Lin Tian deliberately paused for a few seconds, his serious demeanor accentuated by a flicker of intensity in his gaze. Among these pivotal cities, should any criminal investigation team be the first to solve a cold case and thereby identify a member of that vast drug trafficking group, that team would be the focal point for assembling the most elite personnel from various regions to form a dedicated task force. This task force would possess powers that surpass those of the majority of municipal bureaus, enabling them to mobilize personnel from various locales. Every resource and privilege would be devoted to one singular objective: the eradication of this colossal drug organization. Although Lin Tian did not articulate it explicitly, both Su Ming and Su Changxing understood very well that, aside from the honor of being the first to resolve an old cold case, the subsequent establishment of a task force centered around the local criminal investigation team, drawing in elite operatives from various regions to confront this drug syndicate, represented an opportunity of immense significance that no criminal investigation team could afford to overlook. This truly embodies collective honor. Once, there was no task force so vast that it required an entire criminal investigation team as its backbone. Moreover, the prospect of unearthing that colossal drug trafficking organization through the resolution of these long-standing cold cases would likely lead to collective commendations of the highest order. Thus, criminal investigation teams across various provinces and cities would undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts in a race to completely dismantle this drug syndicate. This is a true embodiment of healthy competition, although it remained unspoken, as the head of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, and with the distinction of being the first to expose this drug organization as well as the perpetrator of the infamous 20-year-old dismemberment case at Mo University. Lin Tian naturally harbored great hopes. He aspired for the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team to emerge as the first organization to resolve a cold case among the numerous investigative bodies engaged in this pursuit. This ambition stemmed not only from a desire for collective honor, but also from the yearning to actively participate in the subsequent task force to thoroughly eradicate this vast drug trafficking organization. Lin Tian felt a profound confidence, convinced that the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team was undoubtedly closer to the truth and possessed more potential than any other organization. Upon reflecting on Su Ming's astute deductions and the various directional leads in the case, Lin Tian was unequivocally certain of one thing: Su Ming's investigative prowess had reached a remarkably terrifying level. His capabilities surpassed those of an average university graduate and even rivaled seasoned veteran detectives, with such a prodigious talent for solving cases. The dismemberment case from 20 years ago at Mo University seemed to have rekindled hopes of resolution. Currently, we have obtained footage of the gruesome dismemberment committed by the perpetrator, which undoubtedly enhances the likelihood of solving the case significantly. At this moment, after Lin Tian conveyed the directive from above, Su Ming pondered briefly before unwaveringly voicing his thoughts. Director Lin, just now, Chu Wenbiao disclosed the internal dark web of that drug trafficking organization to us, motivated by his desire for leniency and revenge for his son. Although we were unable to browse the forum for long due to the abrupt shutdown of their servers following our forced breach, the limited time allowed us to ascertain, through the recorded footage, the name of this organization, various underground contacts akin to Skinny Dog across the nation, and some details regarding the dismemberment case at Modi University shared by the perpetrator. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at both Su Ming and Su Changxing, fully aware of the immense value and significance of acquiring all the information regarding the affiliates of this drug trafficking organization. However, Su Ming continued his discourse, stating, I believe if higher authorities intend to initiate a 100-day campaign to eradicate unsolved cases, they could commence today by dismantling the first-line agents of this drug organization in major cities. This action would not only obliterate the drug trafficking network they have meticulously operated over the years, but may also yield clues regarding certain members of the organization from those agents. As for the details of the 513 dismemberment case, I had not yet taken the time to examine the details closely before arriving here to report. However, at present, Brother Quan has already uploaded the high-definition video footage to our team's internal network. Director Lin, you may review the specific content of the video before deciding how to proceed with the situation. At this moment, Lin Tian no longer hesitated. He quickly beckoned to Su Ming and Su Changxing, signaling them to come closer. Xiao Ming, Sheng, join me. Let us observe together the astonishing clues concealed within this recorded footage that may aid us in unearthing the members of the clandestine drug trafficking organization. After speaking, Lin Tian showed no signs of doubt or delay, promptly accessing the internal platform and opening the video sent by Quan. Su Changxing, who had not been present in the Criminal Investigation Technology Department, now felt an indescribable curiosity. At that moment, as the loading circle appeared, the previously blank notebook screen suddenly transformed into a deep crimson hue. For letters in a unique format coalesced into an artistic and menacing word, kill. Although there was no special introduction or explanation, the three individuals present understood clearly that kill was the name of this drug trafficking organization, which could be interpreted as assassin, hunter, or even butcher. Time was evidently of the essence. The recorded footage did not linger on the name of the organization for long before swiftly transitioning to the information of the agents involved. The instant the agents' information appeared, Lin Tian and Su Changxing instantly became serious, striving to commit the video as content to memory, as per the customary practices of criminal investigation. During the initial viewing of the video material, one typically refrains from pausing, opting instead to watch it through in its entirety to form a mental impression before revisiting it for a more meticulous examination. This meticulous examination commences with the second viewing. As the agent information scroll concludes, both Lin Tian and Su Changxing instinctively squint their eyes. In total, 11 unique code names, such as Doctor, Poison, and Ghost, appear within this agent information interface. Before they can ponder further, the video content shifts abruptly, skipping the section on failed cases and landing directly on the segment showcasing successful case postings. The foremost post is titled, A Sharing of Experiences from the Corpse Dissection Case at Magic City University. Sensing the urgency of time, the cursor in the recording clicks rapidly into this post, and the scene transforms, revealing a prominently displayed line of bold text that captures the attention of the three individuals. Never actively seek out prey, rather, let the prey come to you. Chapter 84. Is the codename a method of killing or a profession? Lin Tian's special discovery. Never actively seek out prey, rather, let the prey come to you. Undoubtedly, this phrase encapsulates the killer's philosophy in the corpse dissection case at Magic City University, reflecting an experience in selecting the perfect target for murder. Rather than searching for an appropriate target, it is far more advantageous to have the prey present itself willingly. While this statement may initially appear ordinary and could easily be uttered by anyone, its significance is magnified when considered in the context of the aforementioned case. The victim of the gruesome murder case at the university in the bustling metropolis was a freshman student who had come from a remote area to pursue their studies. Having been in the city for less than a year, their social connections were exceedingly simple, and during that era, telecommunication fraud was non-existent. The notion of allowing the prey to seek out the predator had seemingly narrowed the scope significantly. Of course, 2 decades have elapsed, and the specifics of the situation remain elusive. However, at the very least, this piece of information undoubtedly represents a breakthrough. At this moment, the mouse wheel swiftly scrolled down, yet when the content of the post began to materialize, the screen suddenly failed to load, displaying a 404 error. Su Ming let out a resigned sigh, shaking his head as he gently explained, the other party is extremely cautious. I suspect they carried a laptop and utilized it as a server, which allowed them to swiftly shut it down upon receiving an alert message. His unspoken desire for just a few more seconds lingered in the air, his tone imbued with regret and disappointment. Lin Tian gazed intently at the computer screen, concealing his excitement as he firmly interjected, "Xiao Ming, there's no need for regret or self-blame. The fact that we have gathered such a wealth of clues and evidence is truly an unexpected delight. Moreover, we possess the agency information from various cities. And tonight we shall undoubtedly dismantle this drug trafficking organization's entire network. However, it is now imperative to ascertain whether, in that fleeting moment at the conclusion, any subsequent content was recorded." After uttering this thought, Lin Tian began to incessantly attempt to replay and pause the footage, hoping to glimpse that final instant of the video. Although more advanced frame extraction technologies exist, Lin Tian was utterly unaware of how to operate them. He could only resort to the age-old playback and pause techniques passed down through generations of seasoned detectives. After approximately 2 minutes and countless attempts, Lin Tian, employing the ancestral methods of veteran investigators, finally managed to pause at the very moment of the last fleeting image. This marked the beginning of the post-content. Although the word count was modest, the information encapsulated within was profoundly shocking. The specific content read, "The police are not as foolish as you might think. Yet neither are they as astute as you presume. To orchestrate a flawless murder. One of the most effective strategies is to ensure that the police can never locate the body, leaving the prey perpetually missing. Much like the children who have been abducted, as long as their parents do not find a body, they will forever believe that their children are still alive." Exploiting the emotional vulnerabilities of the prey's relatives, it is crucial to remember that the intensity of missing persons investigations will always be less than that of homicide cases. If you cannot achieve this, then dispose of the prey's body far enough away to divert suspicion from you at the earliest opportunity, thus granting yourself ample time for aftercare. Under no circumstances should you initiate contact with the prey, nor should you allow anyone to know that the prey spent their final moments with you. The optimal strategy is to have the prey willingly choose to conceal your involvement. The prey you select should be of vastly different social standing than yourself, regardless of who holds the higher position. It should appear to all observers that there is little to no possibility of interaction between you. If, in the eyes of others, there is no conceivable way for you to even come into contact with the prey, how could you ever become a suspect in the eyes of the police? Remember, the most ideal prey is someone who, from your position, would be deemed utterly unreachable by everyone else. If you cannot ensure the prey's mysterious disappearance, leaving no trace of a body, and if you cannot select an appropriate target, then you must remember how to handle the aftermath. Dismemberment is the simplest and most effective method for disposing of prey. But remember, you must meticulously conceal all traces and characteristics that could lead back to you, even employing completely contradictory techniques and methods to divert suspicion entirely. If you consider the prey as a work of art, then you must guide them, even deliberately leaving misleading clues and evidence, ensuring that the police never suspect you. This serves as a failsafe, as I once did. Due to the constraints of time, the post abruptly ends here. The subsequent content remains unknown. Yet, it happened that just as the perpetrator of the dismemberment case was about to recount the intricate details and methods of the crime, he found himself interrupted by a post that had been severed at a crucial point. Su Changsheng let out a resigned sigh, shaking his head in bitterness, and candidly remarked, "I truly do not know whether to lament our misfortune or to envy the luck of this killer, who fortuitously vanished at such a juncture. If only we could have had a couple more segments, perhaps we would have gleaned more intricate details of the crime and vital information about the perpetrator." Stuck in this limbo, neither here nor there, was indeed a source of profound frustration. Lin Tian, who had maintained an unwavering focus on this dismemberment case over the years, shared the sentiment. However, leveraging the sharp instincts of an experienced detective, Lin Tian suddenly seized upon a few details, suppressing his urge to light a cigarette, and boldly hypothesized. "Xiaoming, Xing, have you noticed? The codenames of those organization members do not appear to be arbitrary. They seem intricately linked to the methods of the crimes or their professions. For instance, in the cyanide murder case that occurred in Suzhou, the killer employed poison. And in the interface of the contacts, the codename for the Suzhou leader was poison. Similarly, in the infamous red-clothed boy's strangulation suicide case in Jinling, the killer's codename is likely to be witch. Furthermore, in the Villa chainsaw dismemberment case, the perpetrator adopted the name Bub, reminiscent of the chainsaw killer from other cinematic works. As I ponder this matter, I cannot help but wonder whether the moniker of the perpetrator behind the gruesome case at Magic City University might also be found among the previously mentioned contacts. It seems plausible that, in order to infiltrate this drug trafficking organization, the individual may have engaged in further criminal activities. Upon examining the similarities in the modus operandi, it appears that two particular aliases may hold greater significance. With that thought, Lin Tian switched the video to the contacts interface, narrowing his eyes as he pointed to two of the organization members' code names. For instance, the one known as Babu, who dismembered the victim, and the one below representing an entity with formidable hidden capabilities, dubbed Ghost. In Chapter 85, the killer, who is engaged in a rare profession, draws ever closer to the truth. Lin Tian's deductions are bold and astute. He posits that the code names of the organization members previously mentioned are likely not arbitrary, but rather closely tied to their professions or methods of murder. Just as Chu Pengfei's alias is Doctor, the member from Gusa City, known for employing cyanide in his crimes, bears the name Poison. In Lin Tian's hypothesis, since this drug trafficking organization seemingly emerged only 6 years ago, could it not be possible that the perpetrator of the Magic City University dismemberment case, active 2 decades prior, chose to commit further crimes in a different city to gain entry into this organization? This could have resulted in another unsolved case, while simultaneously affording the individual the opportunity to peddle high-purity narcotics in that locale. As for the code names, they would naturally belong to one of the 11 members currently identified, Babu and Ghost. This is the conjecture of the potential murderer derived from the case information and code names by Lin Tian Dan. It is indeed quite challenging to make such extensive associations and deductions without a godlike perspective. Standing beside him, Su Ming pondered carefully for several seconds before gently shaking his head to express his dissenting opinion. Director Lin, I believe that the code name of the murderer in the dismemberment case at Magic City University should not be Babu or Ghost. Perhaps their code name is not even among the 11 names that just appeared. This entirely different conclusion piqued Lin Tian's curiosity and confusion. Su Ming did not hesitate to elaborate, organizing his thoughts briefly before continuing. Director Lin, if we examine the case itself, the ability to dismember the victim into pieces of similar size indicates that the murderer in the Magic City University case likely possesses a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In contrast, the body parts in the chainsaw dismemberment case were of irregular sizes, which is not indicative of obsessive-compulsive behavior. Of course, it could also be inferred that this seemingly characteristic obsessive-compulsive behavior is merely a fade deliberately constructed by the murderer. However, after viewing the provocative video from the perpetrator, the very footage of the dismemberment, I can assert with utmost certainty that this murderer undoubtedly exhibits severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. I wonder, Director Lin, Brother Shang, do you still remember what this murderer did before commencing the dismemberment of the victim's body? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Changxing instantly recalled the scene, squinting his eyes as he articulated in a measured tone. Prior to commencing the video's editing, the perpetrator meticulously selected several knives that felt suitable. However, none proved satisfactory, leading to the removal of gloves before initiating the dismemberment. From the standpoint of the ultimate outcome, were it not for this video, we would have remained oblivious to the peculiar, almost obsessive-compulsive process involved in the mere selection of a blade, considering that we only encountered fragmented remains. Even if the perpetrator intended to feign obsessive-compulsive traits to mislead our investigation, they could have simply ensured that the severed pieces were of similar dimensions. There was no necessity to begin with the meticulous selection of knives, a phase entirely concealed from our view. This observation suggests that the perpetrator is, in all likelihood, a genuinely obsessive-compulsive individual. Su Changxing's analysis garnered Su Ming's approval, prompting him to nod in agreement before adding further insights. Aside from the knife selection, Chief Lin, Su, I urge you to reflect on the initial presentation of the victim's head. Did you observe how the perpetrator meticulously showcased every angle of the head, without a single omission? Maintaining a steadfast posture, seemingly even holding their breath? The meticulous display of the victim's severed head, imbued with an obsessive pursuit of perfection, serves as compelling evidence that the killer's compulsions are far from feigned. If this too were merely an act. At this juncture, Su Ming paused for several seconds, adopting a serious and solemn tone as he spoke. I recommend temporarily halting the pursuit of this murderer. After all, to orchestrate a case's framework 2 decades in advance is beyond my imagination regarding the brilliance of his criminal intellect. Rather than squandering time in apprehending him, it would be more prudent to investigate other members of the drug trafficking organization. However, I am unable to accept that this murderer possesses such foresight and meticulous planning. This conclusion resonated with Lin Tian and Su Changxing, both of whom nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Su Ming articulated, if the perpetrator of the gruesome case at Modi University could devise a scheme spanning 20 years, presenting a video disguised as compulsive behavior to further evade suspicion today, it would be utterly chilling. Such a scenario might transcend the realm of criminal investigation, verging on the fantastical. Su Ming's conjecture did not conclude there. Gently stroking his chin and narrowing his eyes, he continued with further speculation. Therefore, as it stands in my view, this drug trafficking organization likely harbors 2 additional individuals not listed among the 11 previously mentioned. including the tragic demise of K. Pengfei. The precise number of individuals within this criminal organization, barring unforeseen circumstances, should amount to 13. The first individual, not yet mentioned, is the leader of this drug trafficking syndicate. The high-purity narcotics were initially discovered by our police in Luzhou. However, there have been no unsolved homicide cases reported during this period. Moreover, the communication interface lacks documentation of Luzhou's agents and superiors, which undoubtedly raises substantial suspicion. It is plausible that the leader of the drug trafficking organization personally oversees the operations in Luzhou, thereby negating the need to undergo organizational assessments or to demonstrate criminal acumen through acts of violence. As for the second individual, it is highly likely that he is the true perpetrator of the infamous 513 dismemberment case. Although affiliated with this drug trafficking organization, he does not appear in the list of agents or contacts. This inference is drawn from two observations. First, the cities where high-purity narcotics have surfaced, alongside the case files of unresolved homicides, do not align with the modus operandi of this particular assailant. While a person's physical strength, thoughts, and appearance may evolve with age, their methods of committing crimes and intrinsic characteristics are predominantly established from the outset. Many offenders instinctively resort to their familiar techniques when perpetrating violence. As the adage suggests, one can discern a person's future character at the tender age of 3, and an obsessive-compulsive personality is unlikely to be altered by the passage of time. In the recent post, the murderer suggested to others how to select their targets. The most desirable prey is someone with a sufficient disparity in social status, ensuring that no one would suspect a connection between them. The victim, a freshman student, occupies a moderate social standing, neither particularly high nor low, yet she is certainly capable of being perceived as having a significant social gap with potential predators. I believe the assailant would likely choose individuals from the lower echelons of society, such as the homeless or beggars, or alternatively, individuals of considerable social stature, possessing a degree of notoriety. Furthermore, it was mentioned that the prey should be prompted to approach the predator, rather than the other way around. This indicates that the murderer's social standing was likely not insignificant. After all, I do not believe that a freshman girl, arriving from a small town to study in the bustling metropolis, would dare to seek out individuals like the homeless or beggars on her own. Given that the murderer's social standing and prominence are relatively high, a leading drug dealer in a city would undoubtedly draw too much attention. Considering the cautious nature of such a drug lord, it is unlikely they would risk exposing their entire organization by engaging in major drug trafficking operations within a city. Thus, it follows that they would not have subordinates acting on their behalf, nor would they appear on any contact lists. Therefore, we are still unaware of their code name within the organization, but through the integration of prior clues, it is currently ascertained that at this moment, Su Ming paused for 2 seconds, intricately weaving together the clues and characteristics in his mind, and then spoke softly, narrowing his eyes. The perpetrator of the May 13th dismemberment case is likely to be an individual of considerable social standing, with a sound financial situation. In fact, 2 decades ago, he was probably already a renowned figure, belonging to a select group that ordinary university students would find difficult to access. Furthermore, the industry he belongs to has a limited number of practitioners. Once his profession is identified, the distinctive trait of being left-handed would be sufficient to locate this murderer. Chapter 86. Rather than delivering justice, it is better to prevent atrocities at their source. This is pure deduction. There are no explicit clues. It is solely through videos, case files, and written documents that the image of the culprit is gradually filled in. For instance, the significant characteristic of the murderer being left-handed was deduced by Su Ming from the cross-sections of the victim's dismembered remains and the extent of the skull's fracture found in the case files. This crucial piece of the puzzle necessary for solving the case was accurately identified and completed. As for now, the inference regarding the perpetrator's high social status and financial abundance stems from a post detailing how the murderer instructs on selecting prey. There exists no concrete statements or evidence, only precise deductions derived from logical reasoning. At this moment, upon hearing Su Ming's recent deductions, Su Changxing and Lin Tian could not help but fall into deep contemplation, weighing the logic and validity of his inferences. After a few seconds, Su Changxing furrowed his brow slightly and voiced his inner doubts. Xiaoming, if we consider your assertion, what could be the motive behind this drug trafficking organization recruiting the perpetrator of the 513 dismemberment case? Not only does this hinder the establishment of a robust drug distribution network, but due to his excessive notoriety, it could also implicate the entire organization. Given the organization's meticulous nature and the stringent requirement for each member to pass assessments before being accepted into the inner circle, I find it difficult to comprehend the advantages of incorporating such an individual. This question lingers in Lin Tian's mind, sparking his confusion. If he appears to hold no value, Why then recruit him into this drug trafficking organization? In contrast to Su Changxing and Lin Tian's perplexity, Su Ming harbors a bold hypothesis and continues to respond. I wonder if it is possible that the perpetrator of the 513 dismemberment case is an esteemed elder of this organization, one of the original members who either joined or helped establish it. If, during the fledgling stages of this drug trafficking organization, they could leverage the infamous reputation of a nationally recognized murderer, it would certainly bolster their credibility in recruiting other members, wouldn't it? After all, the members of this organization are individuals with a profound talent for criminality. Without such an individual to instill fear, internal conflicts are likely to arise. As an elder, he would naturally not bear the responsibility of developing sales channels. Of course, there is also another possibility. The perpetrator of this dismemberment case is, in fact, a pure-hearted drug addict. Due to his financial stability, he commenced his pursuit of high-purity narcotics. In contrast to drugs laced with impurities, high-purity substances are inherently safer to consume, with significantly reduced side effects. By some fortuitous circumstance, he fortuitously established contact with the founder of a drug trafficking organization in Luzhou. One party sought to hone their skills in creating enigmatic cases, while the other needed high-purity drugs. Thus, an immediate synergy was formed, with both parties fulfilling their respective needs by joining the organization. It must be acknowledged that Su Ming's two deductions, though seemingly lacking in evidential support, indeed present a plausible scenario upon closer contemplation. The methods employed by this drug trafficking organization indicate that it is far from a charitable institution that one can casually join. To become a formal member, one must orchestrate a homicide, elude police scrutiny, and deliver a letter of credibility to demonstrate one's capabilities. The murderer of the dismemberment case at Modi University, unable to establish a sales chain for high-purity drugs, would undoubtedly need to benefit the organization in other ways to attain formal membership. In light of this, it is reasonable to conclude that, under such essential prerequisites, the individual likely joined the drug trafficking organization at its inception. Otherwise, once the organization had attained a certain scale, there would be little need for a conspicuous member who, unable to develop a drug sales chain and with a history of violence from long ago, held a notable social standing. At this moment, in Su Ming's contemplation and deductions, the profile of the perpetrator grew increasingly distinct. Just as Lin Tian was about to articulate further thoughts, the phone on the table suddenly erupted with an urgent ring. After glancing at the caller ID, Lin Tian unhesitatingly answered the call. He listened intently for several seconds, and upon concluding the narration from the other end, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, casting a glance at Su Ming and Su Changxun beside him before promptly responding, "Understood, Director Gua. Has your team completed the other filming, leaving only the interview step? I will have Captain Su and Officer Su proceed to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the fall at Shid High School, while also advising the student body to steer clear of crimes involving mind control." Very well, let us proceed with that. After concluding the call, Lin Tian shook his head in resignation and remarked, "Currently, numerous spies and traitors across major online platforms have begun to deliberately disseminate rumors, claiming that Zhang Wan was pushed from the abandoned teaching building after being assaulted by Chu Wenbiao. Meanwhile, our police force seems intent on declaring this a suicide case in order to shield Chu Wenbiao. Therefore, I need both of you to engage with the media, aiming to minimize the repercussions of the Shid High School incident and preserve our police credibility. Our cyber police are also in the process of identifying the IP addresses associated with these malicious rumors, hoping to apprehend a few of those behind the scenes. Concurrently, I must expedite the reporting of contact information from this list to the relevant criminal investigation teams across various provinces, so they can apprehend the primary drug distributors. Regardless of the circumstances, any additional clue we can acquire will undoubtedly enhance the likelihood of unearthing this drug trafficking organization. But time is of the essence. Should your interviews extend too late this evening, do ensure you take a well-deserved rest. After all, you have spent the entire day without sustenance. Tomorrow may present us with more pivotal insights regarding those drug agents. Our paramount objective remains to swiftly unravel the heinous 513 dismemberment case at the prestigious Magic City University, which transpired 2 decades ago. Upon concluding his thoughts, Lin Tian waved his hand, signaling the two to depart for their interviews. Just as Su Ming was about to exit the office, Lin Tian suddenly recalled something and promptly gestured for his attention. "Oh, Su Ming, during your interview, there is no need for you to conceal or obscure anything. Simply recount the details of the Shud Middle School case with utmost honesty, omitting the criminal investigation deductions. Strive to showcase your innate talent and your unwavering resolve to apprehend the perpetrator. Furthermore, you need not worry that participating in this interview will jeopardize your identity or cause complications during future undercover operations. We are akin to cats. While they are the rats lurking in the sewers, it is they who should fear us. The notion of us sheathing our claws to approach them is utterly unfounded. The stronger we are, the greater the deterrent we pose, compelling them to ponder the consequences of their actions before committing any crime. This is the ultimate goal of criminal investigation. Rather than delivering justice to the people, it is more effective to deter atrocities at their source. Chapter 87. Officer Sue, do you believe there exists a perfect crime in this world? Upon entering the report reception hall of the criminal investigation team, Ming noticed a journalist clad in a professional ensemble, her legs adorned with sheer stockings, holding a microphone emblazoned with the logo of the local television station. Beside this erudite middle-aged reporter stood a cameraman, his shoulder burdened with a camera, capturing various slogans and anti-fraud promotions within the reception hall to enrich the program's content and extend its duration. Upon spotting Ming and Su Changxing approaching from a distance, the reporter immediately displayed a gentle smile and extended her hand in greeting. Su Changxing quickened his pace slightly, stepping forward to clasp the journalist's hand, gesturing towards Ming with familiarity as he introduced him. It's good to see you again, reporterly. This is Officer Su, a new addition to our Huaihai criminal investigation team, and he is the principal contributor to solving the case of the fall at Shud Middle School. Turning his gaze back to Ming, he continued the introduction. Ming, this is reporter Liang from our local television station, who has dedicated over a decade to covering various incidents and emergencies at the forefront of journalism. For all reports concerning cases in the Huaihai district, it has always been reporter Li who has engaged with us for interviews and coverage. As his words came to an end, Liang extended her hand first, locking her gaze with Ming's eyes, and with a gentle nod and a warm smile, she greeted, "Hello, Officer Su. Previously, when our station director made a call, he specifically mentioned that Director Lin holds you in high regard, stating that you will be the most formidable asset for criminal investigations in Huaihai moving forward. Over the years, I have never witnessed Director Lin commend anyone in such a manner. It appears that Officer Su truly represents the new generation of investigative force. I kindly ask that during the interview, you share insights on how you have cultivated your case-solving expertise. Clearly, this is merely a superficial attempt to foster rapport, yet it may also imply a desire for Officer Su to divulge more case details." Officer Su, however, remained unperturbed, fully aware of what could be articulated and what should remain unsaid. He gently grasped Li Ying's hand before releasing it, nodding with a smile while maintaining a respectful distance. "You are too kind, reporterly." As the brief introductions concluded, Su Changxing pointed to the electronic clock displayed in the reception hall and urged, reporterly, "Please expedite the process. We have numerous matters to attend to today, and after the interview, we must continue our work." Upon hearing this, Li Ying refrained from further delay, recognizing the urgency to complete the interview and return to expedite the editing process, aiming to rectify the skewed public opinion. This urgency is precisely why the Huaihai criminal investigation team has allocated time for this interview, to convey the truth through the media. Once the camera crew signaled their readiness, Li Ying raised her microphone towards Su Changxing and inquired, "Captain Su, in the early morning at the abandoned teaching building of Shud Middle School, the lifeless body of a middle school girl who had fallen from the heights was discovered. May I inquire if the Huaihai criminal investigation team has ascertained the specific cause of death?" Su Changxing, already well-versed in these matters, responded without hesitation. "Indeed, we have identified the precise cause of death. Firstly, through meticulous examination of the scene and the location of the fall, we have concluded that the student, Zhang, did not meet her demise as a result of being pushed. Rather, she chose to leap from the abandoned building. During this incident, another minor female witness was present, and in consideration of protecting her identity, I prefer not to divulge further details. However, it is imperative to emphasize that although Zhang made the choice to jump, there are indications of psychological manipulation involved. This suggests that it is, in fact, a homicide rather than a suicide. The perpetrator exploited the naivety of middle school students, easily deceived and led astray, using substances to facilitate psychological control, ultimately luring Zhang to take her own life. Nevertheless, the public need not be overly alarmed. Through diligent investigation and patrol, we have identified two key suspects in this case. The mastermind, Chu Mofei, has already taken his own life in the Holiday Hotel of the Magic City, while his accomplice is currently in custody at our Huaihai criminal investigation team. At this juncture, Su Changxing chose to refrain from further elaboration. The seasoned Li Ying seized the microphone to commend him and posed the second question. "It appears that our Huaihai criminal investigation team continues to exhibit astonishing efficiency in solving cases. Remarkably, less than 12 hours have elapsed since the incident occurred, and the perpetrator has already been identified, thus delivering a necessary sense of justice for the deceased student, Zhang. However, Captain Su, I wish to verify certain statements and details circulating online. Given that Principal Chu of Shud Middle School was taken away for investigation this morning and has yet to return, coupled with the tragic suicide of Chu Mofei in the evening out of fear of culpability, who, as netizens have uncovered, is also the son of Principal Chu. I am compelled to inquire whether Zhang suffered any form of sexual assault at the hands of Principal Chu, and whether he was subsequently threatened or coerced into choosing to leap to his death. Furthermore, could Captain Su provide any insights regarding the subsequent handling and penalties for Principal Chu, as well as the particulars of the case? While the earlier discussion offered a general overview of the case, this moment calls for a direct response to the rumors circulating in public discourse. Su Changxing contemplated for a brief moment before responding with utmost seriousness. Firstly, based on the findings from our experienced forensic expert, Dr. Shan, there is no evidence to suggest that Zhang was subjected to any form of assault prior to his death. Secondly, in light of the details we have unearthed thus far, we have found no evidence or rationale indicating that the assailant engaged in sexual misconduct. Ultimately, while this case indeed involves the suspect Chu Maobiao, the primary responsibility rests with his son, Chu Mofei. As an accomplice, Chu Maobiao will undoubtedly face stringent legal repercussions. Our Huaihai criminal investigation team will furnish all pertinent details of the case to assist the court in administering justice. Everything shall be anchored in the Constitution, devoid of favoritism, backdoors, or petty theft. The public may rest assured. As for the intricacies of the case, my esteemed colleague, Officer Su Ming, will elucidate. It was Officer Su who uncovered a crucial lead in the tragic incident at Shid Middle School. Upon uttering this, Ling promptly directed the microphone towards Su Ming, courteously and professionally requesting, "Officer Su, could you please provide an overview of the case details and the investigative process?" Su Ming collected his thoughts and, maintaining a neutral expression, replied, "The investigation into this case is not particularly arduous. The key lies in the fact that the perpetrator employed a highly rare method of consciousness manipulation. Once this aspect is identified, tracing the culprit becomes a manageable task. After all, the individual who possesses such intimate knowledge of Zhang's family circumstances and capitalizes on it is likely to be someone from the vicinity of the school. Thus, by methodically narrowing down the possibilities, the overall investigation remains relatively straightforward. Simultaneously, I wish to caution the public, especially students, to refrain from succumbing to fleeting misfortunes or valleys of despair, which may lead them to be misled by others' hollow promises of freedom and happiness, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Moreover, one must firmly reject offerings of candies, beverages, or other items from strangers, as the majority of consciousness manipulation crimes necessitate the use of substances. By simply heightening one's vigilance, one can significantly mitigate the risks involved. That is roughly the situation." After Su Ming finished speaking, Li Ying was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated that the expressive Su Ming could be so slick during an interview. He divulged not a single detail about the case or any investigative techniques that might pique the audience's interest. The focus was solely on summarizing the case, warning the public, and showcasing the police's solid and formidable investigative capabilities. As this thought crossed her mind, Li Ying, who possessed a keen sense for news, suddenly seized upon a potential highlight and hurriedly continued her inquiry. "Officer Su, you repeatedly mentioned that the difficulty in solving this case is not particularly high. It seems that even the criminal techniques of consciousness control, which we have never heard of, appear to be riddled with flaws in your eyes. This leads me to a pressing question. Do you believe there exists a truly perfect crime in this world?" Chapter 88. The Fate of Huang Yan. Reopening the fragmentation case at Magic City University. Having received an answer, Li Ying, filled with shock and excitement, signaled to the staff carrying the camera to return to the television station. She could hardly contain her eagerness to edit the recent interview and promptly publish it online and on television. In fact, Li Ying believed that this segment of the interview might generate considerable buzz online. After the staff of Magic City Television departed, Su Changxing cast a reflective glance at Su Ming, expressing his satisfaction. "Xiao Ming, regardless of how others perceive it, I wholeheartedly agree with your response just now. Well, it's getting late. I intend to organize the proceedings and case clues from today regarding the dismemberment case at Modi University, as well as the investigation's revival, and commence a comprehensive review tomorrow. After all, we must await the criminal investigation teams from other provinces to apprehend the frontline agents, after which we shall observe whether they can extract pivotal clues during their intensive interrogations. Additionally, I must incorporate the latest leads this evening and revisit the case files. Therefore, Xiaoming, you may arrange the subsequent time as you see fit. Tomorrow, we must dedicate ourselves fully to the resolution of the 513 Modi University dismemberment case." After speaking, Su Changxing once again patted Su Ming's shoulder with a sense of nostalgia and prepared to retrieve the detailed files concerning the 513 dismemberment case. At this moment, Su Ming glanced at the clock and realized it was already 9 in the evening. He sighed helplessly, having not eaten a morsel since 10 o'clock in the morning. Such is the nature of criminal investigation. When one is engrossed, there is hardly time for sustenance. The earlier urgency and adrenaline rush had masked his hunger, but now, the pangs of hunger surged upon him like a deluge. As he casually picked up an unopened cup of instant noodles from the reception desk to satisfy his hunger, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, slightly hoarse and weary, yet brimming with excitement. Officer Sue, you haven't eaten yet? Come join us. We've prepared plenty of dishes. It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. Su Ming promptly turned to see Huang Yan's parents carrying numerous food containers in their hands. They even raised the containers slightly, seemingly to demonstrate that they had indeed prepared an ample amount of food, and their hospitality was genuine. Glancing at the dishes in Huang Yan's parents' hands, and then at his own instant noodles, Su Ming unhesitatingly placed the noodles back on the table, offering a warm and gentle smile as he nodded. I appreciate your kindness. Huang Yan's father quickly shook his head, firmly countering, kindness? There is no trouble at all. Besides, we have yet to express our gratitude to you for rescuing Xiao Yin from such a situation this morning. At that moment, the designated reception table of the criminal investigation team was laden with an array of home-cooked dishes, easily numbering at least 7 or 8. Su Ming sat alone on one side, while Huang Yan's family occupied the opposite side, with Huang Yan seated in the center. Since the team had previously promised Huang Yan that her family could share a meal together, they certainly would not go back on their word. With Su Ming present and confirming that Huang Yan posed a low risk, the officers in charge had temporarily removed her handcuffs. At this juncture, Huang Yan's father handed a large disposable bowl filled with food to Su Ming, joining his hands in a gesture of politeness as he sincerely apologized. Officer Su, we initially had no idea that you had not yet eaten at such a late hour, so the dishes we prepared are all Xiao Yan's favorites. Please bear with us. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, taking a mouthful of rice and smiling gently as he replied, there is no need for such formalities. The presentation of these dishes is so exquisite that their flavors must be delightful, certainly far superior to instant noodles. Huang Yan, seated across from Su Ming, delicately picked up a morsel of the tomato and scrambled eggs before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she softly murmured, indeed, only my mother's tomato and scrambled eggs possess this flavor. No one else can replicate it. I have completely forgotten how long it has been since I savored such a dish. Her words cast a palpable silence over her parents, who bowed their heads in remorse and regret. After a few moments of quiet contemplation, Huang Yan's father lifted his gaze, observing his daughter's downcast demeanor before turning to Su Ming with a serious inquiry. Officer Su, we have come to understand the circumstances surrounding Zhang Wan. We have also consulted with other officers who informed us that Zhang Wan's parents are currently absent from the city and have expressed no intention of returning to manage her affairs. Therefore, we were considering whether we could assist in handling her final arrangements. Regardless of the situation, she was Xiao Yan's closest friend, and we wish for her to rest in peace rather than remain in the morgue awaiting identification. This proposition took Su Ming by surprise, raising his eyebrows. Yet after glancing at Huang Yan, it did not seem particularly unexpected. After sampling a portion of the uniquely flavored tomato and scrambled eggs that Huang Yan had mentioned, he pondered for a brief moment before responding, it should not pose any issues. Zhang Wan possessed little in the way of inheritance and now finds herself devoid of any family. When the time comes, please elucidate the situation. It is entirely feasible for you to handle her affairs, both from a legal and an ethical standpoint. Upon hearing this, it was evident that Huang Yan's spirits lifted considerably. Her frequency of picking up her chopsticks increased, and she extolled her mother's culinary skills, which remained as exquisite as ever. However, in stark contrast to Huang Yan's buoyant demeanor, her mother seemed considerably less at ease. She clenched her fists tightly, repeatedly raising her chest, as if to pose a question, only to silently relent. After several long minutes, it appeared she had steeled herself, her voice trembling slightly with a hint of anxiety as she inquired, Officer Su, I wish to ask one more thing. You mentioned that Xiao Yan has consumed so many medications. Is there still a chance for her to quit? Before she could finish, Huang Yan's father bellowed, cutting off her words. What are you asking? We are here to eat. Let us just focus on that. At the sound of his roar, Huang Yan's mother immediately lowered her gaze, refraining from rebuttal, fully aware that such inquiries were inappropriate. Su Ming could acutely sense the anguish within her, his mind flooded with memories of his own experiences simulating the cessation of gambling. He scraped the last morsel of rice from his bowl, glanced at Huang Yan's parents, and with a gentle nod and a faint smile, expressed, Thank you both for your hospitality. This is far more delectable than instant noodles. Then, with unwavering resolve, he turned his earnest gaze towards Huang Yan in the center. Huang Yan, I must convey to you, as long as you possess sufficient perseverance, as long as you yearn for a beautiful life, and as long as you still hope to share meals with your parents in this manner, even to the extent of wanting to carry on alongside Zhang Wan, then trust me, A person can indeed conquer addiction through sheer willpower. Although the journey may be arduous, the outcome will undoubtedly be worthwhile. At that moment, Ming pointed to his temple, speaking with utmost seriousness and determination. With that truly formidable resolve, one can triumph over the cravings that drugs bring forth. I believe you can achieve this. After saying this, Ming nodded at Huang Yan's parents and stood up to depart. Following that meal, due to an increasingly demanding workload, Ming never saw Huang Yan or her parents again. He later learned that during the court proceedings of this case, Huang Yan, being a minor and with the wrist-cutting wounds not being the primary cause of Zhang Wan's death, coupled with her cooperative demeanor towards the police and the lack of significant social repercussions, was not subjected to any punishment but was mandated to undergo community drug rehabilitation. Many years later, Ming chanced upon a community officer who recounted that during her rehabilitation, Huang Yan made numerous efforts to combat her addiction, even resorting to begging for drugs and engaging in self-harm and hunger strikes as threats. Ultimately, however, through her own formidable will and with the support of her family and community, she successfully overcame her addiction and embarked on a new life. 8 years later, through her undergraduate studies, Huang Yan obtained her qualification as a psychological counselor, ultimately choosing to become a primary school psychology teacher. Chapter 89. K. Is a perfect crime non-existent? You had better catch me before I breathe my last. After Lin Tian reported the list of suspects, the arrest order from the Ministry of Public Security was issued with remarkable swiftness. There was no waiting until the following day. The criminal investigation teams across various provinces and cities acted without hesitation, launching crucial operations during the night. This night was destined to be far from tranquil, as the piercing wail of police sirens echoed throughout numerous cities. By midnight, of the 11 high-purity drug sales agents recorded in the dark web, aside from the already apprehended Skinny Dog, 9 others had been captured. The only city that experienced an unexpected turn of events was Gusu City, when the police, after considerable effort, located the drug agent in Gusu City at a bathhouse. The individual, nicknamed Fat Cat, had long been stiffened, devoid of breath. However, his lips, skin, and gums exhibited a faint crimson hue, and a bitter almond scent wafted from his mouth, with a syringe still clutched in his hand, containing remnants of a thick white liquid. This presented unmistakable signs of cyanide poisoning, capable of causing death in a short span. Although the analysis of Fat Cat's death scene and bodily movements revealed no traces of foul play by others, everyone understood. It was undoubtedly because Fat Cat possessed knowledge of certain critical matters that he was dealt with so decisively at this pivotal moment. Although it was a suicide, the nature of the coercion and intimidation endured during their lifetime remains shrouded in mystery. Aside from the notorious Fat Cat of Suzhou, the drug agents from 9 cities, Nanjing, Mingzhou, Ningdao, Jiahe, Liangxi, Wujin, Taicang, Jinghai, and Lianjiang, were swiftly apprehended by the police, who immediately initiated intensive interrogations. There was hope that valuable intelligence regarding the substantial drug trafficking organization could be extracted from them. However, considering the organization's historically cautious demeanor, the fact that these agents were captured rather than preemptively eliminated suggests that they likely possessed no critical information or leads. Otherwise, they would have met the same silent fate as Fat Cat, either being discreetly disposed of or coerced into suicide. As the lean dog once remarked, those targeted by such a drug syndicate often find that knowing less may prolong their survival. An abundance of knowledge can lead, with high probability, to a cold and lifeless end. At this moment, atop the Prosperity Building in Luzhou, despite the late hour, the specially designed leisure pool area remains illuminated. K, having just emerged from the pool, reclines comfortably in a deck chair, wrapped in a white towel. He holds a glass of red wine, gently swirling it, his demeanor tranquil and devoid of any agitation. It seems he is entirely unaffected by the dismantling of his years-long drug distribution network by the police in a single night. Before him lay a laptop, its screen illuminating an interview video, the voice of an erudite journalist resonating from the speakers. Captain Su. This morning at the abandoned teaching building of Shud High School, we discovered. K's gaze lingered on the youthful visage of Ming, as if detecting a kindred spirit. After a moment of contemplation, a cryptic smile graced his lips as he turned towards the priest seated nearby, who was still savoring his cigar while meticulously cleaning his heavy sniper rifle. K, what do you think? Under what circumstances would a venerable and rigorously hierarchical criminal investigation team opt to involve an inexperienced intern, one who has only just commenced their career and has yet to graduate, in an interview concerning such a high-profile juvenile case? Even if this intern fortuitously stumbled upon crucial evidence that significantly aided the investigation, it stands to reason they would not be dispatched for such an interview. After all, one misstep in their words could lead to considerable complications. Wouldn't you agree, priest? The priest, however, showed no inclination to respond to K's inquiry. Nor did K seem to seek his answer. Instead, the priest silently raised his heavy sniper rifle to his shoulder, squinting through the high-powered scope to scrutinize the distant Lu Zhou criminal investigation team. Kay reiterated his earlier question, a seemingly gentle smile masking an underlying madness, and continued. Thus, the new officer in the Huaihai criminal investigation team, known as Su Ming, must have recently uncovered a significant number of remarkable elements, demonstrating his exceptional aptitude for solving cases multiple times, which has garnered him such particular attention, far beyond a mere incident of a fall. It appears that I have swiftly identified the reason behind the failure of the doctor who should have passed the assessment, as well as the collapse of our years of efforts today. Could it be that a genius detective has arrived? At this moment, Kay suddenly recalled the dark web he had established, which had never been breached until now. It was thoroughly compromised by that IP from the magical city, leading to the eradication of years of painstakingly cultivated connections overnight. Even the sculptor, who had been targeted as the next point of breach, would likely have to be abandoned. Last time, he had lost. Yet ultimately, it had been under conditions of unpreparedness. What if he were to face it again, prepared this time? With this thought, Kay narrowed his eyes and promptly retrieved his phone from the table, dialing using his secondary SIM card. Approximately 15 seconds later, the call was answered on the other end, a voice laced with curiosity, inquiring. Kay, what brings you to call at such a late hour? Do you need me to deal with someone again? The piece from this afternoon was ruined by the doctor, and I'm currently lacking inspiration. Before the exuberant and excited words could finish, Kay unhesitatingly interrupted. Sculptor, due to your excessive indulgence in that so-called masterpiece this afternoon, you have squandered an inordinate amount of time and revealed too many clues. I have just received word that the Huaihai police are now monitoring you. Furthermore, within the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Unit, there is an exceptionally gifted newcomer. If you wish to evade this impending calamity, I can assist you, but only on the condition that you adhere strictly to my directives. Silence lingered on the other end of the line for several seconds. The sculptor suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter, then spoke with unwavering confidence. Kay, my work is undeniably flawless. Those imbeciles in the Huaihai Criminal Investigation have searched for me for 2 decades without success. Do you truly believe that the incident with the doctor during the day could expose me? With the mask sent by the rose, those fools will never uncover the truth. It is merely a matter of lying low for a while. Very well, let this be the end of it. I happen to be experiencing a surge of inspiration and need to design a commemorative piece for my 25th anniversary. Oh, and by the way, I wasted quite a bit of high-purity medication this evening while dealing with the doctor, so remember to arrange for someone to bring me more in due time. After uttering these words, the sculptor unhesitatingly ended the call. Kay listened to the busy tone resonating from the phone, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Meanwhile, from the laptop before him, the melodious voice of Liang slowly emerged once more, inquiring, do you believe there is such a thing as a truly perfect crime? After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Su Ming's resolute and unquestionable response resonated like a powerful blow. A perfect crime? I apologize, but any case involving human participation can never be flawless. The notion of a perfect crime is merely a figment of imagination, born from the passage of time or the limitations of technology, which leads people to erroneously perceive it as such. In my eyes, there has never been a perfect crime, nor is there one now, and there certainly will not be one in the future. There are only criminals who escape legal retribution due to the failure to uncover critical clues. At that moment, Kay, reclining in a chair, couldn't help but smirk slightly as he gazed at Su Ming on the screen, his eyes lowered in sardonic self-dialogue. Oh, no perfect crime? Then I shall await your discovery of the evidence to bring me to justice. But remember, you had better do it before I grow old and die. Find me. Chapter 90. The details of the grip reveal the murderer's profession. The next day, as the moonlight faded and dawn broke, Su Ming awoke in the internal dormitory of the team. After a brief wash, he made his way to the criminal investigation conference room, ready to embark on a new day of work. The objectives and tasks for the day had already been established, to uncover as many clues as possible regarding the May 13th dismemberment case, and perhaps even apprehend the suspect in one fell swoop. Upon pushing open the door to the conference room, Su Ming was surprised to find Lin Tian and Su Changsheng had already been there. One hand clutched a lit cigarette, the furrowed brow suggesting deep contemplation, while the other grasped a steamed bun, nibbling thoughtfully, with the dossier of the May 13th dismemberment case laid out before him. Upon noticing Su Ming enter the conference room, Su Changsheng immediately gestured towards the breakfast spread on the table, invitingly stating, Xiao Ming, you've arrived just in time. Let us share some breakfast. Just as Lin Bureau was about to discuss the capture situation of the drug dealers from the previous night, without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming leisurely seated himself and reached for the soybean milk and bun on the table. Meanwhile, Lin Tian extinguished the untouched cigarette in his hand and exhaled a heavy sigh, revealing a hint of weariness and resignation. Late last night, The Ministry of Public Security issued an urgent notice, instructing the criminal investigation teams across various provinces and cities to promptly apprehend the 10 exposed drug dealer agents. Since the information regarding the agents on that list was exceedingly detailed, the majority of the capture operations proceeded smoothly, with no unforeseen incidents. However, the agent known as Fat Cat in Gusu City was found to have already committed suicide upon discovery, using potassium cyanide as his method. This highly toxic substance mirrors what we uncovered within the collar of that Shiba Inu yesterday, and it is identical to the modus operandi of the unsolved homicide case in Gusu City. We can now surmise that the member of the drug trafficking organization responsible for Gusu City has returned from the metropolis. Through various coercive means, the corpulent informant, likely privy to crucial intelligence and clues, was compelled to choose self-destruction. Upon hearing this, Ming felt no surprise. Rather, he reflected that, given the drug trafficking organization's habitual caution, if they were aware of an unauthorized breach of the dark web, yet failed to eliminate an operative possessing vital internal information, it would signify a grave issue. One must even contemplate the possibility of a deliberate smokescreen being disseminated. Even if it was not members from the Suzhou organization who took action, affiliates from neighboring cities would undoubtedly rush to eliminate the informant. This was reminiscent of how, shortly after the police apprehended the Slim Dog, members from the Suzhou organization vigilantly monitored the Slim Dog's family in the dilapidated neighborhood. It can be said that this vast drug trafficking syndicate resembles a remarkably intricate organism to avert critical issues within its brain and numerous organs. It would unhesitatingly excise any region that exhibited signs of malignancy or infection, thereby preventing further infiltration. To abandon a long-established drug trafficking network is not a decision taken lightly. This resolute measure of severing ties reflects the organization's terrifying nature and the meticulousness of its internal operations. At this moment, Lin Tian could not help but shake his head, subsequently expressing his resignation as he continued. After we capture the remaining 9 individuals, the criminal investigation teams across various provinces conducted a surprise interrogation last night. However, regrettably, none of the drug dealers' proxies possessed any crucial intelligence or information. When the members of these organizations communicated with their proxies, they employed voice changers for disguise and utilized one-way communication methods. Currently, only a few transaction locations and distinctive speech patterns have been identified, which unfortunately do not provide substantial assistance in identifying the perpetrator. Of course, the subsequent criminal investigation teams from other provinces may be able to unearth members of the drug trafficking organizations hidden within their cities through these details. Yet for us, to unravel this dismemberment case from 20 years ago, we must rely solely on the information we currently possess for further analysis and investigation. At this juncture, Lin Tian suddenly paused for a few seconds, picked up the remote control from the table, turned on the LCD television opposite him, and replayed the dismemberment documentary. The initial footage displayed the bloodied hands holding a severed head, but just as the perpetrator was about to rotate the victim's head for a full display, Ming, who was observing intently, suddenly noticed that the bloodstains on the perpetrator's palms were distinctly uneven. The blood in the center of the palm was notably more uniform, while the areas where the palm met the finger joints exhibited variations in depth of the bloodstains. At the tips of each finger joint, the blood was darker, contrasted by lighter stains beside it. Additionally, the fingers appeared quite slender, yet the joints were somewhat protruding. Just as Ming pondered the possible reasons for these details, the video transitioned to the second segment. The scene depicts the murderer persistently attempting to wield a cutting tool. As the assailant removed the rubber gloves, Lin Tian abruptly halted the recorded video, magnifying the palm of the hand significantly. He then pointed to the side of the fingers, squinting slightly as he spoke in a low tone. Ming, a Sheng, I watched this recorded video repeatedly for several hours yesterday, even enlarging and examining many crucial frames. I have discovered an exceedingly important detail here. Did you notice the numerous cutting wounds on both sides of the murderer's fingers, some of which have even healed into scars? Furthermore, judging by the slender and smooth appearance of the fingers, it is evident that this perpetrator deliberately maintains their hands. Yet the knuckles are surprisingly prominent. I suspect that this murderer's profession likely involves manual labor, which necessitates such meticulous upkeep. The presence of multiple cutting wounds on the fingers, along with the protruding knuckles, suggests that the assailant frequently practices or works with sharp instruments. I can now deduce that the murderer's occupation is not in calligraphy or painting, but rather in a field that requires the use of sharp tools on a regular basis, possibly a doctor, forensic expert, butcher, chef, anatomist, or even a mortician. At that moment, Ming suddenly recalled the varying depths of bloodstains in the murderer's palm and interrupted Lin Tian's subsequent remarks with a serious tone. No, Director Lin. It is highly unlikely that the perpetrator is a doctor or a forensic pathologist, as I can now roughly discern. The assailant, while wielding the knife for practice and work, seldom employs the bow-holding or pin-gripping gestures typically associated with medical professions. Instead, the majority of their technique appears to be the more forceful hammer grip, with the palm firmly pressed against the handle of the knife. Chapter 91. Key clue. The golden ratio of 0.618. Su Ming's hypothesis left Su Chongqing and Lin Tian somewhat perplexed, even a touch incredulous. They were unaware of the specific circumstances that led Su Ming to deduce that the perpetrator of the dismemberment case at Magic City University predominantly utilized the force-efficient hammer grip, entirely dismissing the common knife-handling techniques of bow and pin employed by doctors. Most critically, the hammer grip is typically reserved for striking and chopping, actions that lack precision. However, based on the recorded video evidence, it seems the dismemberer must possess considerable finesse and exceptional knife skills. Otherwise, how could the size and shape of the dismembered body parts be so remarkably uniform? Yet, the hammer grip fundamentally does not lend itself to the practice of precise knife techniques. After all, who has ever witnessed someone practicing intricate knife skills using the cumbersome grip of a hammer? Sensing the confusion of Lin Tian and Su Chongqing, Su Ming, without a moment's hesitation, picked up the remote control from the table and opted to replay the video documenting the perpetrator's gruesome act of dismemberment. The somewhat chilling image of a bloodied hand re-emerged as the perpetrator revealed their palm, stained with crimson, preparing to showcase the victim's severed head from various angles. Su Ming immediately pressed the pause button, significantly enlarging the bloodstains on the killer's palm. Subsequently, he strode purposefully to the screen, pointing at the varying depths of the bloodstains at the top of the perpetrator's left palm, squinting his eyes as he hypothesized, Director Lin, Brother Sheng. Firstly, from the dismembered remains of the deceased and the location of the decapitation, we can ascertain that the murderer is left-handed. Thus, in daily activities involving lifting heavy objects or wielding tools, the assailant would instinctively favor their left hand. Furthermore, the pronounced knuckles and the numerous healing and freshly inflicted lacerations on the side suggest that the individual has considerable experience or training. Now, if you closely observe the bloodstains at the top of the killer's left palm, do you not notice an exceedingly subtle variation in depth? This is distinctly different from the uniformly distributed blood in the center. Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing furrowed his brow, pondering seriously for a few seconds before shaking his head in mild confusion. Xiao Ming, what can this variation in bloodstains possibly indicate? From any perspective, this appears to be a highly coincidental matter, seeming unlikely to serve as a clue or source of evidence. It's akin to the murderer pressing their hand into a pool of blood, resulting in varying depths of bloodstains. Before Su Chongqing could finish his thought, Lin Tian abruptly struck the table, interrupting the subsequent discourse, and uncertainly elucidated, "No, Sheng. Observe the uniform bloodstains on the killer's palm. This indicates that his entire hand must have been immersed in the pool of blood. However, on the surface of the palm, there are varying depths of bloodstains. Moreover, Xiao Ming has just pointed out the convenience of employing a hammer grip. Consider this. Does not the hammer grip necessitate the entire palm to be firmly pressed against the wooden handle of the tool, particularly the uppermost part of the palm, which serves to secure it and prevent slippage? Consequently, during high-intensity training and while wielding tools, it is inevitable that the top of the palm would be repeatedly abraded and healed, ultimately forming prominent calluses. Furthermore, professions such as doctors or forensic experts do not require the hammer grip conducive to exerting force, let alone developing calluses on the palm. Nevertheless, judging by the meticulousness with which the perpetrator dismembered the body and their apparent familiarity with the technique, it seems this individual, in their daily work or practice, not only needs to employ a hammer grip for forceful application, but also requires a degree of finesse for precise cutting and disassembly. If we are to align with these 2 points, the related professions that come to mind are butchers, chefs, duck preparers, tuna cutters, among others. Yet, some aspects do not quite fit. At this juncture, Lin Tian suddenly overturned his previous conjecture, furrowing his brow as he inhaled the scent of tobacco lingering on his index finger, softly stating, according to the content of posts on the dark web. Yesterday, the details we inferred suggested that the perpetrator likely possesses a considerable social standing, along with a degree of notoriety and wealth that sets them apart. Moreover, based on the state captured in the recorded video, it appears the assailant has taken meticulous care of their hands. However, professions such as chefs and butchers typically do not necessitate such hand maintenance. Most critically, there exists no significant disparity in status between these occupations and that of a university student, which renders the claims in that post implausible and makes it difficult for both the police and the public to connect them to this case. Simultaneously, Su Chongqing also contemplated the issue regarding the varying depths of the bloodstains on the assailant's palms. He continued in response to Lin Tian, "Master, it is not merely that. If the perpetrator were a chef or butcher, there would be no need to conceal their left-handedness. After all, the number of individuals in these professions is substantial. A single left-handed individual would not suffice to narrow down the suspects, nor would there be any necessity to exert effort in hiding such a trait. Additionally, I recall a particular statement from that post. To minimize suspicion to the greatest extent, the best strategy is to let the prey come to you and to obscure all traces of one's actions. I find it implausible that a profession like that of a butcher would possess any allure for a university student, let alone require them to conceal their movements. Therefore, it stands to reason that the assailant's occupation must be quite exceptional and inherently attractive to university students. At this moment, the entire conference room fell into a hushed silence. Ming and his companions diligently pondered what kind of profession could possibly meet such an array of demands. A vocation reliant on manual labor, one that often results in cuts and abrasions on the fingers. It necessitates prolonged gripping of tools, vigorous hammering or cutting, leading to the development of calluses on the palms. It must also exhibit a remarkable aptitude for meticulous dissection, capable of rendering body parts with negligible variations in size and shape. The workforce in this field is limited, with excellent economic conditions, and it should possess a certain allure or value for university graduates. The disparity in social status compared to university students is significant, making it a profession that is not typically associated with them. Analyzing the dismemberment of the victim's remains, one would expect a profound understanding of human joint anatomy and related tissues. The trio continued their contemplation. The recorded video on the screen played on, while Ming reclined comfortably in his chair, his right index finger lightly tapping on the back of his left hand. His eyes slightly squinted in a state of mental vacuity. His mind was relentlessly sifting through possibilities, searching for a profession that could satisfy such extensive criteria. At that moment, the murderer's solitary utterance from the dismemberment video gradually penetrated Ming's vacant thoughts, eliciting a sense of urgency and nostalgia that surpassed even the golden ratio of 0.618. This was the epitome of perfection, a truly flawless masterpiece. Chapter 92. Ming deduces the murderer's profession as a sculptor. The terms 0.618 golden ratio and truly flawless masterpiece, both remarkably distinctive, suddenly reverberated anew in Ming's mind. This was the second time he had encountered this phrase. The first time, it was within the opulent suite designated by Chu Pingfei that, due to the peculiar circumstances at the time, and in light of the scant clues available, no extension had been made from these two words. However, now Ming suddenly recalled a peculiar phrase from that post. If one perceives the prey as a work of art, one must guide them, even deliberately leaving behind some misleading clues and evidence, ensuring that the police will forever. A work of art? To equate the act of murder with artistry was a chilling notion, compounded by an extreme form of obsessive-compulsive disorder that necessitated the dismemberment of body parts into remarkably uniform sizes and shapes. At this moment, Ming seemed to grasp the crux of the matter, his piercing gaze suddenly focusing on Lin Tian and Su Changsheng, who were still deep in thought. With utmost seriousness, he stated, "Director Lin, Brother Sheng, I have a strong inclination regarding the profession of the perpetrator." This declaration instantly caused Lin Tian and Su Changsheng to halt their contemplations, swiftly turning to Ming, their eyes brimming with curiosity and urgency. Without feigning profundity, Ming promptly seized the remote control, replaying the sole utterance of the murderer captured in the recorded footage. It was astonishingly akin to the golden ratio of 0.618. Subsequently, Ming opened the image of the post extracted from the forum, pointing to the penultimate sentence in the account shared by the perpetrator of the dismemberment case at Magic City University, which referred to the act of murder as a form of artistic expression. He surveyed Lin Tian and Su Changsheng with narrowed eyes, speaking with earnest intensity. "I have just made a startling discovery. The fugitive behind the dismemberment case of May 13th. Whether it is an unconscious verbal tic or a deliberate choice to characterize his heinous acts as a form of artistry, has referred to the dismemberment case from 2 decades ago as a perfect masterpiece." Of course, equating murder with artistry may not inherently prove anything, as there are indeed numerous criminals with such pathological mindsets. However, the mention of the golden ratio, 0.618, in this context undoubtedly narrows down the profession of the perpetrator significantly. This is particularly telling, as the killer uttered these words while gazing at the dismembered remains of his victim. In his eyes, the meticulously cut pieces of flesh he had created surpassed even the elegance of the golden ratio. This clearly indicates that the perpetrator is likely well acquainted with the concept of the golden ratio or certain associated elements, which have subtly influenced his subconscious comparisons. Yet, there exists another possibility. These references may simply be a deliberate ruse, intended to obscure the truth. Nevertheless, as I previously mentioned, if the killer has indeed strategized to evade capture for 2 decades, there is little point in further entanglement. Opting to infiltrate other members of the drug trafficking organization would undoubtedly present a more advantageous course of action. However, I find such a probability implausible. I dare not entertain the notion that a criminal could meticulously plan for 20 years ahead. Thus, the pressing question is, which professions might utilize or frequently encounter the golden ratio and possess their own creations? I believe we have sufficiently narrowed down the type of industry associated with this perpetrator. As soon as I finished speaking, Su Changsheng excitedly slapped the table, his enthusiasm palpable as he interjected, "The art industry. Those who primarily engage in painting and photography often come into contact with the golden ratio." Seated beside him, Lin Tian maintained a notable composure. Unfazed by the prospect of further uncovering the truth, he added, in comparison to painting, I believe jade carvers and graphic designers are even more likely to encounter this uniquely aesthetic number. However, they must also satisfy the previous conditions. Sumi nodded in agreement with Su Changsheng and Lin Tian's conjectures. Yet, in his mind, he had identified a profession that closely aligns with all the previously established criteria. This vocation, in terms of niche, status, reputation, technique, and familiarity with human anatomy, seemed to be a perfect fit, as if sculpted from a template. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination shone in Su Ming's eyes as he earnestly and confidently proclaimed, Director Lin, Brother Sheng, I am now approximately 90% certain that the perpetrator of the dismemberment case on May 13th is most likely a sculptor who has been quite renowned for over 2 decades. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Prosperity Building in Luzhou City, K, still clad in a bathrobe, reclines comfortably in a lounge chair, savoring foie gras airlifted from France while glancing at the screen of his laptop not far away. At this moment, his laptop screen is neatly divided into 12 sections, each displaying real-time surveillance footage. The locations under observation are the garage exit of the criminal investigation team in the city where his organization's members reside, as well as the entrance and exit of the Luzhou City Criminal Investigation Unit. It is evident that he intends to monitor the movements of various city investigation teams in order to devise a range of responses. The reason he can access such specialized surveillance is straightforward. For a powerful hacker, breaching the road surveillance systems surrounding criminal investigation teams across provinces and cities poses no significant challenge. At this juncture, the priest, wielding a heavy grenade launcher and still holding a cigar between his lips, steps out from the inner room. With an expressionless face, he picks up a camouflage cloth and meticulously wipes the grenade launcher. K, akin to relishing ice cream, takes a sip of the high-quality foie gras and casts a glance at the Suzhou City Criminal Investigation Team, where police cars are continually entering and exiting, and softly remarks, although the poison has dealt with Fat Cat, it is highly probable that that pack of rabid dogs will target the sculptor as their second objective. Compared to the sculptor, I fear there is no poison. Rather, it is the determination to transform oneself into the final masterpiece before being caught by that pack of rabid dogs. The priest paused for 2 seconds in his meticulous cleaning of the shotgun, then resumed with earnestness, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Rest assured, K, if the poison lacks resolve at that time, I shall instill that resolve within him. Upon hearing these words, K displayed a nonchalant smile, reclining comfortably on the lounge chair, and remarked with significant undertones, there is no rush, priest. When the time comes, I intend to employ the poison to engage in a long-anticipated grand chess match with that mad dog named Su Ming. Chapter 93. This is the perfect portrait of a murderer. 2 decades of perseverance have finally borne fruit. In the conference room of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, Su Ming's revelation of the unique profession of sculptor momentarily stunned Lin Tian and Su Changsheng. Almost immediately, a spark of realization ignited in their eyes. Indeed, the occupation of sculptor is exceedingly rare, with a lamentably small number of practitioners. It is undeniably necessary to conceal one's left-handedness. Most crucially, from every conceivable angle. The profile of a sculptor aligns perfectly with the characteristics of the murderer in the 513 dismemberment case at Magic City University. Given the frequent use of hammers and chisels to shape and carve solid blocks of plaster, it is entirely plausible for the palms to bear the calluses of years of labor, and the sides of the fingers to display a myriad of scars or freshly healed wounds, all appearing quite natural. After all, the profession of sculptor demands an extraordinary level of precision, rendering self-injury a common occurrence. Meanwhile, an exceptional sculptor must undoubtedly study human anatomy, perhaps even engaging in dissections to truly grasp the structure of the human limbs. This knowledge is essential for creating remarkable and distinguished plaster sculptures of the human form. In the tragic case of the dismemberment at the University of Magic City, the victim was meticulously divided into hundreds of pieces, an act only someone with profound understanding of human anatomy could execute. A sculptor, by virtue of their expertise, precisely fits this criterion. Moreover, from a societal perspective, A young and renowned sculptor stands in stark contrast to the newly enrolled university students. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be inconceivable to associate this case with the niche profession of sculpting. Most importantly, regardless of the type of sculptor, there exists an unwavering pursuit of perfection in their work. Many suffer from severe obsessive-compulsive disorders as a result. The so-called golden ratio is frequently applied in various sculptural endeavors. Any uncertainties or points of doubt, when contextualized within the profession of sculpting, garner exceedingly rational explanations. In criminal investigations, if a suspect aligns with around 80% of the discovered evidence, they can be reasonably presumed to be the perpetrator. This is particularly true when there is a lack of real-time video footage or witnesses at the crime scene, as police deductions are inherently subject to slight discrepancies from the actual events. An 80% match is already quite precise and warrants the application of extensive memory recovery techniques. However, in this instance, when one considers the profession of sculptor, it becomes evident that the details align not merely at 80%, but have reached a striking 100% correlation. This is compelling evidence. The perpetrator of the gruesome murder case at the university in Shanghai on May 13th must undoubtedly be a sculptor. After clarifying my thoughts, Su Changsheng suddenly slapped his forehead, filled with excitement and fervor. This realization struck me. Thanks to Xiaoming's reminder, all my previous doubts and confusions vanished in an instant. The profession of this killer is certainly that of a sculptor, one who would regard the act of murder as a form of art, possessing an extreme obsession with perfection. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with what the killer articulated in his posts. Under normal circumstances, we would never associate the murderer with the vocation of a sculptor, not only due to the unconventional nature of the profession, but also because it is difficult to connect it with university students. However, now that we have established that the killer is a sculptor, the challenge of locating him has significantly diminished. After 2 decades, this unsolved mystery spanning 20 years finally feels as though it is on the verge of resolution. In contrast to Su Changsheng's excitement, Lin Tian remained rather composed, perhaps hesitant to contemplate that the heinous crime weighing on his conscience for 20 long years was about to unveil its true culprit. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Tian suddenly remembered something. He promptly picked up the remote control from the table and reopened the darknet video previously recorded by Quan, skipping the earlier segments to focus on the section regarding drug trafficking agents. Following this, Lin Tian slowly stood up and approached the blackboard in the conference room, meticulously writing down the code names of all the members of the organization that appeared in the footage. The Doctor, Poison, Sorceress, Bab, Priest, Rose, Ghost. Gazing at the 11 organizational member code names displayed in the forum, Lin Tian instinctively furrowed his brow, for none of the code names bore any connection to the sculptor. According to previous special assessments, the code names of this vast drug trafficking organization should typically be derived from common methods of murder or professions. Yet, there was not a single name that linked to the sculptor. Could this imply? With this thought, Lin Tian suddenly turned to Su Ming across from him. Speaking earnestly and with admiration, Xiaoming, you may indeed be correct. The reason the perpetrator of the May 13th dismemberment case was able to be absorbed into this drug trafficking organization without being responsible for the expansion or maintenance of the drug sales network is highly likely because he is an elder of this drug organization. The connection with this organization most probably began with the purchase of high-purity drugs. Many artists of this ilk often resort to drug use in pursuit of so-called inspiration, coupled with their ample financial means. They would certainly be disinclined to indulge in inferior drugs laced with impurities, which could diminish their lifespan with a single inhalation. They would naturally seek high-purity substances. Thus, through this avenue of high-purity drugs, a connection with the leader of the drug organization would inevitably be established. Furthermore, I can now ascertain one thing with considerable certainty. Lin Tian paused briefly for 2 seconds, organizing his thoughts before continuing. The perpetrator of the grisly incident on May 13th is likely still concealed within our vibrant metropolis, having forcefully caused the demise of Chu Pengfei just yesterday. According to prior deductions, a member of the organization codenamed Poison from Suzhou seems to have hastily returned to Suzhou after abandoning the Shiba Inu that contained the poison, without lingering excessively in the metropolis. Thus, it stands to reason that other members of this organization are stationed in their respective cities. I do not believe that merely surveilling the family of a lean dog warrants the dispatch of 2 members. This suggests that there are still unidentified members among us who eliminated Chu Pengfei right under our noses. Coupled with the provocative dismemberment video, it appears we can reasonably ascertain that this murderer is currently residing in, or has always dwelled within, the metropolis. Therefore, irrespective of the circumstances, the foremost task at hand is unequivocally to. In that moment, Lin Tian displayed an unprecedented intensity in his gaze, striking the blackboard with his right hand in a heavy thud, suppressing all emotions as he declared, to ascertain the identity of the murderer and place him under surveillance, controlling his whereabouts. This time, we must not allow him any opportunity for escape. Chapter 94. Completely identify the murderer. A maniac who treats killing as art. For the past 20 years, the failure to apprehend the murderer of the May 13th dismemberment case has become Lin Tian's enduring obsession and source of distress. Yet now, the case that has always lingered in his mind has finally elicited a response. It is imperative to swiftly ascertain the identity of the perpetrator and deploy plainclothes detectives for surveillance. This is undoubtedly the most crucial task at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming promptly opened his laptop and commenced a search through big data. Given the current speculation that the assailant is a well-known sculptor of considerable social standing, it is only logical that there exists relevant content or biographical information online. Initially, Ming began his search for renowned sculptors aged between 45 and 55. He entered the filtering criteria and pressed the Enter key. In less than 3 seconds, the data retrieval page refreshed, revealing a total of 18 sculptors who met the criteria. Undoubtedly, this number reflects the limited pool of prominent sculptors within the specified age range, which provides insight into why the assailant would go to such lengths to conceal his left-handedness. Without any hesitation, Ming incorporated the significant trait of being left-handed into the search parameters and hit Enter once more. Instantly, the list of sculptors dwindled from 18 to a mere 5. Subsequently, he added another criterion. The individual must have resided in the bustling metropolis and possess a personal studio. This is essential, as a sculptor capable of handling the victim's remains and storing high-purity heroin would certainly need a dedicated workspace. Otherwise, he would have likely been discovered by the authorities long ago. After entering this final critical element and pressing Enter again, the list of potential suspects was reduced to just 1. Ming immediately squinted and clicked to view the detailed profile of the suspect. Name: Zhou Shirwei. Age: 49. Gender: male. Notable works: The Girl Wrapped in Bandages, Enticing Confusion and Inescapable Desire, The Traveler with a Hoe, among others. Personal career: at 17, he was admitted to the National Academy of Fine Arts with a perfect score. In his sophomore year, he shifted his focus to sculpture out of personal interest. And within just 2 years, he had sculpted numerous classic plaster statues. By his senior year, he held a solo exhibition for his graduation works. And in the spring of 2004, he was awarded the prestigious Luban Award for his piece The Girl Wrapped in Bandages, thus achieving. Among this extensive career summary, Ming immediately noticed the striking and attention-grabbing title of the piece, The Girl Wrapped in Bandages. With a hint of speculation, he raised an eyebrow and directly clicked on the blue hyperlink of the artwork's title. As the webpage loaded, a headless female plaster sculpture emerged. And what was most unsettling was that the so-called bandages were merely scratches made by a carving knife on the surface of the sculpture. The size and shape of these marks were nearly identical, evoking an inexplicable sense of horror and an unusual aesthetic. While this was the initial impression of an ordinary observer, Ming immediately thought of something else and beckoned, "Director Lin, Brother Sheng, come take a look." He continued, regarding the patterns on this plaster sculpture. "Do you feel they resemble anything?" As his words fell, Lin Tian and Su Changxing promptly approached Ming's side. As Su Changxing pondered, Lin Tian, suppressing his overwhelming anger, asserted with unwavering certainty, "This pattern is strikingly similar to the locations where the victim's body was dismembered in the 5/13 dismemberment case. I will never forget how we, as officers, meticulously pieced together the dismembered remains after retrieving the victim's scattered body parts, striving for clues. It took us a full 3 days to assemble all the fragments, at least providing the victim's family with a semblance of a complete body." Upon hearing these words, Su Changxing immediately reacted, retrieving the case file of the 5/13 dismemberment case he had been examining and flipping directly to the section containing images of the victim's remains. Within it lay not only the appearance of the freshly collected body parts, but also hundreds of images of the assembled remains. As he gazed at the reconstructed images, aligning them with the plaster sculpture displayed on the laptop, Lin Tian could no longer contain his fury. He clenched his fist and slammed it onto the table, his voice laced with icy disdain. Not only did this perpetrator employ extreme cruelty to boil the victim's body and reduce it to hundreds of pieces, recording the dismemberment with a camera, but he also turned the locations of the victim's dismemberment into what he calls a sculpture. In my 20 years of service, I have never encountered such a depraved and perverse criminal capable of inflicting such brutality upon a fellow human being. From Lin Tian's current demeanor, one could clearly sense the depth of his outrage. It was becoming increasingly evident that this sculptor, Zhou Shirwei, was the likely suspect. The perpetrator of the gruesome incident on May 13th in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, as well as a member of a vast drug trafficking organization, was at the center of the investigation. Yet, In the interest of thoroughness, Su Ming retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, promptly dialing Wang Hu's number and activating the speakerphone. After a brief pause, the call was answered. Without allowing Wang Hu a moment to inquire, Su Ming decisively posed his question. "Who's he? Please assist me in verifying whether a middle-aged man named Zhou Shirwei, age 49, purchased a ticket to enter the Fanawild Adventure Park yesterday. Additionally, could you check the relevant surveillance footage to see if he visited the Ferris wheel, which offers a sweeping view of much of Shanghai?" As he concluded his request, the unmistakable sound of fingers tapping on a keyboard echoed from the other end of the line, indicating that a search was underway. Sensing that Su Chongqing and Lin Tian might be perplexed by this action, Su Ming elaborated, "From the case 2 decades ago, I can infer that this individual, Zhou Shirwei, relishes in the act of murder as if it were an artistic endeavor. I suspect that his elimination of Chu Pengfei was perceived by him as yet another showcase of his twisted artistry. It seems he deliberately awaited our arrival before executing his plan yesterday, even leaving behind a recorded video from 20 years ago as a form of provocation. Given that this method garnered him notoriety as a prominent sculptor 2 decades prior, I surmise he is likely observing this latest exhibition from a concealed location." He paused to contemplate the implications of his thoughts. Surrounding the Holiday Hotel in the Magical City, apart from the Ferris wheel in Fanawild Adventure, there exists no other vantage point to witness this performance clearly. The audacity displayed by Zhou Shirwei indicates his belief that we are incapable of locating him, thereby making it improbable for him to assume a false identity. Before he could finish speaking, a voice, filled with urgency and astonishment, emanated from the phone. "Ming, yesterday at 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Shirwei indeed purchased a ticket to enter Fanawild Adventure." Chapter 95. The souvenirs left by the sculptor, the undiscovered organs of the victim. The voice emerging from the phone compelled Lin Tian to clench his fists tightly, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. Zhou Shirwei's presence in Fanawild Adventure yesterday undeniably further substantiated his identity as the perpetrator. Although explicit evidence remains elusive, from a forensic perspective, his culpability is becoming increasingly evident. For 2 decades, during which he relentlessly sought and pursued the culprit of the 5/13 dismemberment case, the truth has now finally surfaced. At this moment, while there is a sense of relief in uncovering the truth, there lingers a profound regret and anguish. Had he contemplated more deeply in the past, like Su Ming, who considered every detail meticulously and endeavored to uncover the rare profession of a sculptor, they might not have allowed Zhou Shirwei to revel in his freedom for 2 full decades. Moreover, it is truly ironic that Zhou Shirwei, who should have long faced consequences, exploited the gruesome fate of the victim to craft his so-called perfect masterpiece, ultimately earning the Luban Award. This is the epitome of irony. The deceased was ruthlessly dismembered into hundreds of pieces, and for years, the perpetrator eluded capture, becoming a topic of conversation among many. Meanwhile, the murderer remains at large, completely unaffected, and has even used the inspiration from this heinous act to ascend to the ranks of the industry's elite, enjoying a position of considerable social status and wealth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian suppressed all the intricate thoughts swirling in his mind. The closer he drew to the truth, the more he needed to maintain his composure. After a brief pause of several seconds, the excited voice of Wang Hu resonated once again from the phone. "Ming, Zhou Shiru has not merely entered Fanawild Adventure Park. As I followed your instructions, I swiftly reviewed the footage from the Ferris wheel queue, and just half an hour before Chu Pengfei's fall, I discovered Zhou Shiru in line. Moreover, from the surveillance angle, it appears that Zhou Shiru was wearing headphones, occasionally uttering a few words as if engaged in communication with someone. The most crucial detail is that after noticing this significant characteristic, Quan Gu immediately assisted in reviewing the entry surveillance. It was revealed that after entering the park, Zhou Shiru kept his headphones on, which aligns with the scenario we deduced yesterday. Chu Pengfei was indeed being controlled remotely, thus explaining why he found himself on the balcony, seemingly reluctant to die. After carefully absorbing Wang Hu's account, Su Ming glanced at Lin Tian and Su Chongqing beside him. Noticing that neither of them seemed inclined to issue any commands, he decisively stated, "Tiger, utilize the celestial surveillance to further ascertain Zhou Shirwei's current location. We must swiftly grasp his movements to avert any unforeseen incidents. Given the meticulous nature of this criminal organization, should they discover that Zhou Shirwei has been compromised, he would likely resort to desperate measures, seeking assistance from other members before we can apprehend him. Time is of the essence." After Su Ming ended the call, Su Chongqing suddenly recalled something, furrowing his brow in mild distress. "Master, Xiao Ming, although we have essentially identified the perpetrator, we still lack crucial evidence. It seems that even if we capture him, it would be challenging to convict Zhou Shirwei. Moreover, such individuals are undoubtedly financially secure and will engage tenacious lawyers who are formidable to contend with. unless we can directly uncover key evidence pertaining to his heinous acts. Ensuring that he has no chance of evasion, that remains our top priority. Lin Tian contemplated seriously for several seconds, narrowing his eyes with a cold, resolute demeanor. That is unnecessary. Even in the absence of evidence from the murders committed 20 years ago, it matters not. For, in our previous deductions, it is highly probable that Zhou Shiwei's connection to that drug trafficking organization stems from his quest for high-purity narcotics. This is sufficient to demonstrate that Zhou Shiwei has undoubtedly engaged in drug use and has likely stockpiled a considerable quantity of high-purity narcotics, given his status and financial resources. There is simply no necessity for him to purchase drugs in minuscule amounts. Therefore, once we ascertain Zhou Shiwei's whereabouts, we should not squander time observing and following. Instead, we should promptly apprehend him on the grounds of drug use. Subsequently, we shall conduct blood tests and hair examinations. Should any traces of drug use be detected, he shall not be permitted to leave our custody. Furthermore, we will employ every possible means to extract information from him regarding the expansive drug trafficking organization and its other members. Once we have apprehended them, we can facilitate identifications of Zhou Shiwei. There should be no delays. It is evident that Lin Tian, reminded by Su Ming's earlier remarks, suddenly recalled the tragic fate of Chu Pingfei, who fell to his death. He realized the difficulty of uncovering the extent of Zhou Shiwei's involvement. If the other members of the drug trafficking organization were to eliminate him beforehand, severing this critical lead would be utterly unacceptable. Thus, the plan to arrest and secure Zhou Shiwei under the pretext of drug use has become Lin Tian's foremost consideration. It is not merely about the infamous 513 mutilation case from 20 years ago. Zhou Shiwei represents a crucial entry point into the vast drug trafficking network lurking beneath the surface of Longhua. Meanwhile, Su Ming wasted no time, diligently searching online for various details and information about Zhou Shiwei, and moments later, he narrowed his eyes and addressed Lin Bureau. I believe the clues should not be difficult to uncover. Upon reflection, the experienced post mentioned the notion of having the prey willingly assist in concealing their whereabouts. I suspect this likely refers to the victim traveling alone to their workplace, desiring to keep this matter a secret from anyone, even going so far as to hide their movements. To achieve this, one must also consider the profession of the sculptor. Thus, I am inclined to believe that Zhou Shiwei might have enticed the victim to come alone by offering compensation for modeling, while discouraging them from disclosing their destination to roommates or family members. Previous case files indicated that the victim hailed from a small town with a family of modest means and had a habit of taking weekend jobs. If by chance the victim came across an advertisement for modeling opportunities and was lured by the promise of substantial remuneration, it is highly plausible that they would choose to keep this information hidden and venture alone to the location arranged by the perpetrator. I also discovered that Zhou Shiwei's studio is situated in a remote area, specifically at the scenic Jiang Villa in the outskirts. Furthermore, his studio prohibits entry without prior appointment, and he has even neglected to provide ventilation, claiming he wishes to avoid disturbances during his creative process and not to disrupt the neighbors with the noise of chiseling plaster. The most critical point is that for over 20 years, there has been no change in the workplace, which undoubtedly proves that Zhou Shiwei dismembered the victim in this very location. A perpetrator like Zhou Shiwei, who obsessively pursues perfection, would certainly leave behind relevant items related to the case within his studio as a means of commemorating this flawless act. Of course, by commemorating, I do not refer to any video recordings of the dismemberment, but rather to other memorabilia. At this juncture, Su Ming suddenly paused for 2 seconds. His gaze sharpened and turned icy as he quietly addressed Lin Bureau. Have you noticed something? 20 years ago, our criminal investigation team discovered all the body parts of the victim and could roughly piece them together into a complete form. Yet, we have never found any fragments of the victim's internal organs. Chapter 96. The meaning of life lies in creating perfect works. The absence of any internal organ fragments. Su Ming's statement immediately left Lin Tian in a state of shock. As one of the officers responsible for the dismemberment case at Magic City University on May 13th, Lin Tian, who had never given up over the past 2 decades, was acutely aware and certain of this fact. Just as Su Ming had indicated, although the first bag of body parts was discovered by a sanitation worker, and subsequently, many more victim parts were found scattered in various locations. None of these fragments included any internal organs. Only bones and flesh remained. The organs that have never been discovered are presumed to have been either ground up and disposed of or cast into a river by the perpetrator, which explains their absence. However, upon being reminded by Su Ming, Lin Tian suddenly realized that given Zhou Shiwei's current brutal and extreme demeanor, it is far more likely that he has intentionally preserved the victim's organs as a macabre memento. After all, compared to the human body and bones, organs are indeed easier to preserve. They merely require immersion in formalin and do not occupy significant space. At that moment, Lin Tian fixed his gaze on the notebook screen before him, studying the images of the villa studio intently. He clenched his fists and declared resolutely, "Ashung, we cannot delay any longer. You must gather a few individuals and proceed directly to Zhou Shiru's sculpture studio. Conduct a thorough search under the pretext of possessing high-purity narcotics. Although the Forensic Technology Department has yet to provide results from the Sky Eye, if Zhou Shiru happens to be in the studio, we shall take him into custody without hesitation. Our primary focus during the search will be to locate any preserved organs of the victims, a substantial quantity of high-purity drugs, and anything related to that drug trafficking organization. Of course, if we can uncover the recorded video from yesterday in his studio, that would be equally advantageous. Remember this. One must exercise utmost caution. It is advisable to don a bulletproof vest and carry an anti-explosion shield. Alternatively, it may be prudent to enlist the assistance of the Special Police Force. This is particularly concerning, as yesterday, Xu Pengfei was found with a remote-controlled bomb attached to him, raising my apprehensions. His studio may very well have several bombs concealed within. It is evident that Lin Tian, a veteran detective with 2 decades of experience and the head of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, exhibits commendable decisiveness. Once the perpetrator's studio is identified, it likely harbors a wealth of clues and evidence, although there exists a possibility that other members of the organization may have preemptively destroyed them. Without hesitation, he instructed Su Chongqing to lead a search operation. As for the potential negative repercussions of forcibly searching the studio of such a renowned sculptor, Lin Tian dismissed these concerns entirely. Nothing holds greater significance than resolving the 513 dismemberment case and dismantling that vast drug trafficking organization. In fact, the higher-ups explicitly mentioned that should a suspect be identified as a member of this drug syndicate, yet persist in denying their criminal activities and refuse to disclose the whereabouts of others, exceptional measures, even those typically prohibited, may be employed. This authority and determination reflect the government's commitment to uncovering this drug trafficking ring. Upon receiving the order, Su Chongqing exhibited no hesitation. He immediately rose and resolutely declared, "Understood. Master, I shall promptly lead my team to the studio of Zhou Shiru with utmost urgency." Following this declaration, Su Chongqing swiftly exited the conference room, simultaneously dialing for reinforcements. Meanwhile, atop the prosperous building in Luzhou City, K, clad in a simple white shirt, reclined leisurely in a lounge chair. The table before him bore an exquisite steak and a fine red wine, both delivered by air. As he leisurely sliced through the steak, his gaze occasionally drifted toward the laptop nearby, just as he lifted the wine glass to gently swirl its contents. The laptop screen automatically magnified the entrance and exit footage of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, accompanied by a series of beeping alerts. This sound immediately piqued K.'s interest, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Upon observing the surveillance footage, he noted that 4 police cars, their sirens blaring, had just exited the premises. Setting down his wine glass, K promptly accessed the previous day's surveillance recordings for a meticulous comparison. To his astonishment, he identified the license plate of one police car that had just departed from the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team. It was the same vehicle that had arrived first at the Fanawild Adventure Park the day before. Within that car were none other than Lin Tian, the head of the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, team leader Su Chongqing, and Su Ming, who had proclaimed that there is no such thing as a perfect crime. Without delay, K reviewed the surveillance footage from a nearby intersection and discovered that the police cars were heading toward the outskirts of Huaihai District. In that moment, K's intuition sharpened, and he swiftly grabbed his mobile phone from the table, inserting an anonymous black card before dialing a special number. After a brief 15-second wait, as the call connected, K tapped on the table lightly, his expression impassive as he declared, "Sculptor, you have been discovered. I advise you to prepare yourself promptly. The keen-eyed detectives from Huaihai are en route to your sculpture studio. If you wish to leave behind a final masterpiece, it would be prudent to act swiftly." This statement rendered the sculptor on the other end of the phone silent for several seconds, before he suppressed a wild laughter and murmured, "Heh. K, rest assured. As long as you, like me, possess unwavering faith in the Mask of the Rose, I shall have ample time to prepare this ultimate work. Although I believe they will never locate me, rendering the effort to create this final piece utterly futile. For the true perpetrator, Zhou Shiru, has long since vanished into thin air at the Fanawild Adventure Park, leaving behind a gift in the sculpture studio, meant solely to commemorate a flawless creation. K, do you think this last piece?" Before the sculptor could finish his thought, K promptly interrupted, maintaining a calm demeanor yet imbued with an unmistakable tone of conviction. "Sculptor, prepare yourself to devote yourself to your art. This time, the detectives on your trail are not the same as those you encountered 2 decades ago. I would hate to witness you being confined in that wretched prison without even a final opportunity to showcase your work. Remember, sculptor." You once told me that a perfect creation is eternally more significant than a life devoid of value. Chapter 97. What constitutes a perfect work? The victim's entrails are encased within the statue. 4 siren-blaring police cars raced down the highway, heading towards the suburban villa that housed Zhou Shiwei's studio. With time pressing, Su Changxing unleashed his formidable driving skills, honed during his tenure with the Huaihai Criminal Investigation Team, pressing the accelerator without restraint, even drifting as he navigated turns. He charged ahead, fearful that any delay, however brief, might allow Zhou Shiwei to be dealt with by other members of the drug trafficking organization, thereby plunging the case back into turmoil. Meanwhile, within the case conference room, only 2 individuals remained. Lin Tian squinted thoughtfully for several moments before turning to Su Ming. Speaking in a measured tone, Xiao Ming, while we await results from both sides, let us revisit the myriad details of the May 13th dismemberment case and ascertain if anything has been overlooked. As he spoke, Lin Tian instinctively rummaged through his pocket for a cigarette, poised to ignite it to aid his contemplation, only to suddenly recall that he was not in his own office. Just as he prepared to seek solace in the scent of his nicotine-stained fingers, Su Ming interjected, "It's quite all right, Director Lin. I do not mind the smell of smoke." He offered a gentle smile, adding, "In fact, I believe that if you were to hold a cigarette, it might facilitate a clearer understanding of the case." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt no need for further politeness. He eagerly extracted a cigarette, igniting it and pinching it between his left index and middle fingers. Aside from a light puff upon ignition, Lin Tian refrained from further inhalation, allowing the cigarette to burn slowly between his fingers, exuding wisps of smoke. Reflecting on the myriad details of this case from 2 decades ago, and in conjunction with today's clues, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and began to articulate the case. Firstly, the dismemberment case of May 13th transpired 20 years ago, involving a victim who was a first-year female student named Wu Jingqing, hailing from a modest background and pursuing further studies at a prestigious university in Shanghai. According to the records from 20 years prior, as well as the plethora of clues available today, it became evident that due to her family's financial constraints, the victim had been engaged in various part-time jobs since her enrollment, inadvertently providing the assailant, Zhou Shiwei, with the opportunity. At that time, Zhou Shiwei, already somewhat notorious in his 20s, found himself grappling with a creative block, yearning to elevate his skills and inspiration. In a desperate bid to overcome this extreme struggle, he resolved to adopt a gruesome and perverse method to ignite his artistic vision. To him, committing murder was akin to creating a work of art, particularly in the meticulous handling of the corpse. Thus, in pursuit of his nefarious intentions, Zhou Shiwei, through undisclosed means, posted high-paying advertisements seeking human models. Coincidentally, the victim came across this offer and was immediately captivated by the lucrative compensation, proactively reaching out to Zhou Shiwei. Despite the societal stigma associated with being a human model during that era, which could easily render her a subject of ridicule and gossip. Thus, the victim of this part-time job would certainly refrain from mentioning it to family, friends, or classmates, opting instead to quietly visit Zhou Shiru's studio, perhaps even donning a mask or hat to obscure their identity, all to prevent others from discovering their involvement in such a dubious endeavor. This behavior aligns perfectly with the details shared in the forum posts regarding the methods of prey selection. Rather than seeking out victims, the prey is encouraged to approach voluntarily, assisting in concealing any potential traces of exposure. At this juncture, Lin Tian paused momentarily, shaking the ash from his cigarette before continuing his narrative. When the victim, motivated by the prospect of supplementing their household income, arrived at the secluded villa office, Zhou Shiru ruthlessly took their life. This was not merely a straightforward act of murder. Zhou, equipped with essential anatomical knowledge requisite for sculpting, subjected the victim to a heinously brutal dissection and dismemberment, meticulously documenting the entire process on camera. Due to the studio's remote location and its exceptional soundproofing, the act of dismemberment went unnoticed by neighbors. The victim's body was boiled and chopped into pieces, with Zhou's obsessive tendencies ensuring that the size and shape of each segment were remarkably uniform. Ultimately, these dismembered remains, divided into hundreds of fragments, were ensconced within 5 bags and discarded across various locations in the bustling metropolis. The range of disposal was extensive, with considerable distances between the sites, making it improbable that such an endeavor could be accomplished solely on foot. Bicycles or motorcycles would have drawn undue attention, indicating that the perpetrator utilized a vehicle for the disposal of the remains. 20 years ago, one could capture the gruesome act of dismemberment on camera, as well as the act of disposing of a body by car, which further confirms the assailant's favorable economic circumstances at the time, thereby ruling out the most common motive of financial gain. After murdering and dismembering the victim, Zhou Shiwei crafted a special sculpture entitled "The Girl Enveloped in Bandages," which garnered the esteemed Lubon Award, utilizing the cutting lines of the victim's body as inspiration. Upon comparison, the reassembled corpse bore a striking resemblance to the incision lines represented in the sculpture, providing further validation of the case. Additionally, in the recorded footage, Zhou Shirwei referred to the dismembered body parts as a flawless masterpiece. However, based on the reassembly of the victim's remains and the scant video evidence available, no internal organs of the victim were present. Current speculation suggests that Zhou Shirwei may have intentionally preserved these organs as a memento for his perfect work. At that moment, Su Ming, seated across the table and listening intently, was struck by a profoundly deranged and perverse thought when Lin Tian linked the perfect masterpiece to the internal organs and mentioned the award-winning sculpture. Key elements such as the perfect work, the internal organs, the girl wrapped in bandages, and the Lubon Award sculpture incessantly echoed in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the case file from the table to scrutinize the images of the reconstructed victim's body. Su Ming clearly observed a conspicuous incision mark on the lower back of the reassembled remains. The post-mortem organ harvesting and the subsequent dissection after cooking exhibit significant disparities in the appearance of the wounds. Following this, Su Ming proceeded to examine the screen of his notebook, directly searching for high-definition images of Zhou Shirwei's work, the girl wrapped in bandages. Enlarging the image to its maximum size, he meticulously scrutinized the area at the lower back of the statue and discovered that the location bore striking resemblance to the site of the victim's organ extraction, with conspicuously evident repair marks. The depth of the carving along this line surpassed that of other cut marks. Subsequently, Su Ming swiftly looked up the specific weight of the statue and, after conducting a weight conversion, found that this plaster sculpture, titled The Girl Wrapped in Bandages, was significantly lighter by several kilograms than what would be expected under normal circumstances. This suggested that a portion of the statue had likely been hollowed out and replaced with a lighter material. Contemplating this revelation, Su Ming turned his attention to Lin Tian, who had just concluded the reenactment of the case, and spoke with earnestness and gravity. Director Lin, I may have a notion of where the victim's internal organs are currently concealed by Zhou Shirwei. Pausing momentarily, he pivoted the notebook screen towards Lin Tian, pointing at the abdomen of the statue as he continued. If I am not mistaken, the victim's internal organs are all contained within the belly of this statue.